Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and guns, you know the aim is. Living levels and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, taste like one thing for certain where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the grids, everybody hurt. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber by the need son. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber by the need son. I look you straight in your face and call out your nonsense. I give you fire to your face and call out the palm print. Black is my race and the only thing I'm acknowledging. Survived so many days as a slave, so now I'm not following none of your rules or your talking points or your politics. Once was a fool for your coin, but now we counterfeit. Survival of the fittest, it's a black power apocalypse. Black man, no cape in his hand, I'm always popping shit. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber by the need son. Black mask, I don't need one. They tried to push me back cause I don't need them. When them shots start to fire, you gon' need one. Malcolm in the chamber by the need son.
Yes, sir! What's good, Black family? Yes, sir! Hope everybody's doing well, man. Let me remove this Pan-African off the screen. Shout out to my Pan-Africans. But that's not what we on today, man. We on our Aboriginal. We was here forever shit. Got a lot of videos for y'all lined up today. The Black Indian Aboriginal phenomenon, man. Yo, this is crazy. Like, I know we say the pseudos, but this has gone out. It is crazy. I know truth, like I told you, son. Nah, bro. we got to fight back. This is crazy. The abos have gone full mad. It is spread to the Caribbean, Canada. This is, you can't make this up, yo. And the story is so many different parts of the story and pieces are being, put together by people who have no clue what's going on. We're just trying to find out what's, I gotta make sure I have another convo. My sons know. I'm like, TikTok is on fire. The Apples got TikTok. Well, at least if you type the right search in there, it comes up. Man, listen. I think I might have almost like, because normally when I do the pseudo videos, I just, I try to be, diverse. Try to be like a DEI, like Damo, like a DEI representative for the pseudos. But not today, y'all. Not today. This is directed at all y'all Pan-Africans who have been spreading this African lie, telling people that we are the Black Panthers, telling people that this is what we are, Africans. No. We have to wake up and come to the realization that we've always been here. Christopher Columbus. I'm convinced. I'm sorry, Pan-Africans. I'm not on the team no more, y'all. I'm convinced. After being on Instagram all this time, sorry, Psycho is clearly they're right. They have way more TikTok pages. Tariq Nasheed, I just watched Tariq Nasheed, educate WAC 100 about how we've been here. And then what's this dude to Zaria breakdown of the Black Hebrews and the original grandmothers making Instagram videos. Now remember fuckers was talking about their grandmother before. Now they grandmamas got TikTok pages. Oh my goodness. I ain't never been no African. My whole life I've been Cherokee. I don't know nothing about no African. Oh my goodness. It's up. It's up, y'all. We've been hiding in the YouTube streets. I'm talking about, like, I could have did this. If I would have did this for the whole week, I probably would have maybe 1,000 different people. There's Asians, Chinese people who are also pushing the Aboriginal story. I can't make this shit up. Yo, I'm sitting like, is this an Asian person? Yo. It's crazy. The reclassifications. Oh, the reclassification argument, the relabeling, the Mississippi River theories. Then white folks. I'm gonna get to the videos, man. I'm just gonna wait till I put the link in the chat. I try to pick a title today because Damo, yes, I'm tone policing, man. Brother Q, let me say that to y'all. I joke, but I really care about Black people being able to work together, man. And that's the first part of that's going to be with communication. So I try to use the platform for us to communicate with each other. But people like Damo make it difficult, man. Willie makes it really challenging. You my man, Willie, but you the cutoff king, son. Like, you like the white man in the conversation, or like Donald Trump or the IRS or the baby mama or daddy that don't want to put up money. Like, whoever cuts people off in an analogy, that's who you are in the conversation. You are the cutoff king. You my man, though. We know you got good energy, but oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? But Damo the king of 2024. I said 2024. What year is this? You know, I'm getting older, man. Then also I wanted to address Nikki Lovely. She is also a DEI representative for us. When she gets here in a little while, I don't know if she's in the chat. If she's not in the chat, I can't joke on her yet. I gotta wait till she's here. If you're not here, I won't joke on you. But once you get here, Nikki, it's up. Judah Redemption, it's up. My DEI Hebrew brother, it's up for him when he gets here. Deity, it's up for you. Let me see who else is up for. Ebony Knowledge. Yeah, it's definitely smoke for you too, sis. Yeah. I'm putting DEI cases on anybody who's ever made a hairline joke against me. Whoever have brought up anything about my hairline or any of my shit, it's up. Putting cases on all y'all. Yes, DEI cases on all y'all. True Bleed, what's good? Just starting this stream up. iPhone charger? Technically, I don't, but technically, I do. That's the problem. Do I have an iPhone charger that you could use? See, that's what creates the challenge in the iPhone charger. You know what I'm saying? Reality. It's like, oh, man. It's like reparations. The money's not there. Please, don't be white with my charger. So the Supreme Court ended birthright citizenship. All right, that's a conversation. Didn't know about that. I was too busy. I was in Pseudoville. So I just want you to everybody get your pseudo hats. Go get your feathers. Please go get your Moorish tea. Yes, Moorish tea. Please. We're going to delve down the river, the Mississippi River of knowledge, the ancient mounds, the people who have been here, Black Floridians. Like, we've been here, bro. Slavery started in America and then went to Africa. Yo, the whole book is upside down, yo. The whole book. The new insult is Siberians. So, abos. It's definitely going to be a joke-filled night. Oh, I meant to pull up. They even did an Aboriginal music concert in one of these, like the Midwest. Shout out to the French, but the Midwest, man, y'all gotta hold these Abo L's. Y'all gotta hold Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma's, all in those spots. Y'all gotta hold these Abo L's, man. New York, yeah, we gotta hold our L's. Y'all gotta hold these Abo L's, man. So of course we gotta start it off with a record. You know what I'm saying? We gotta start it off with some music, get the party popping.
From Africa, we are natives. This our land, we all know about the slave ships. We're not from Africa, we indigenous. I need you to listen, I need you to be getting this. We not black. Know your story, family history, that's facts. We not black, that's a curse. Let's put this curse to rest and be blessed, yes. We indigenous, this land was our ancestors' home. What they taught us in school about slaves was wrong. It was a scare tactic, they got the children first. So we believe that this land was not ours. Divide and conquer, eugenics, terror and fear. But we're the generation and our mission is clear. It's time to unite and get our heritage back. like I intend to stop living in
We're
life.
not from Africa, we are natives. This our land, we don't know about no spaceships. We're not from Africa, we indigenous. I need you to listen, I need you to be getting this. We're not black, we're not black. Know your story, family history, that's that. We're not black, that's a curse. Let's let the curse caress and be blessed, yes. Black and white, it don't exist. Can't group us together, you gotta be specific. All these immigrants, so robbing day by day. Indigenous rising, you know we here to stay. Black is not a color, black is not a race. Whole time playing in our face. They been trying to black us out with the word black, but we was here first. You can't argue facts.
We not from
That's playing all night long, y'all. That song is playing all night long. In the Aboriginal community, you know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. Yo, Psycho, yo, this folder I got of abos, man, is serious, man. I had to go on the abo hunt. You saw these, yo, this is all abos. Like, y'all thought I was joking with the Chinese shit, man. Look, y'all thought I was joking with the Chinese shit. Look.
They don't want you to believe that. They don't want you to know who you are because you're Indian. Not those type of Indians. The ones in America. Not in the 7-Elevens. In the reservations. You were indigenous to this land. And you own this promised land. But they don't want you to know that. Black people, they don't want you to believe that. They don't want you to know who you are.
I can't make this shit up. I can't make this up, y'all. That is it ain't the only one. There's an Asian lady who got a whole page. I don't even know what her angle. She done took the Asiatic, Native American, and turned it into black people originate from Asia. So she's like, yeah, y'all are the natives, but y'all originate in Asia. No, this is not. I can't make this shit. I told you, I can't. Hold on. I can't make this shit up, son. She deserves all. I ain't want to.
Unless, of course, you're to educate you on why it's important to clarify. By clarify, I mean between Native American and the true melanated indigenous of this country. Again, I never said they don't have their own ethnicity. I said that ethnicity came from us. It's a hard pill to swallow. You don't just pop up on this planet with your own ethnicity suddenly. So I appreciate the polite pushback, but I'm wondering if you know even why this conversation is being had. The reclassification of melanated, dark-skinned individuals in this country led to a literal genocide of people that look like you. This is your land. You were not meant to be servants on it, and you've been lied to about your identity just the entire time you've been here. Unless, of course, you're African American and you migrated or your family migrated from Africa, that's a different story. But Black Americans are finding out that a lot of them were lied to. They didn't come here on slave ships. They were removed from their land. They were already here by the so-called natives.
Y'all think what time is 8 o'clock? This shit fucking crazy, bruh. I wasn't even gonna play this first. I'm just getting started. I got 50 fucking abo videos. I can keep going. Like, yo, bro, I'm sorry. This is a phenomenon. Like, I can't count it or call it anything else. Like, the way the nation, like the way 5%ers was on their 5% shit, and everybody was trying to bro, this is some like, nigga, I'm Aboriginal. Yeah, I'm a god body, nigga. I'm an Indian, bro. Fuck it, this was popping, nigga. I'm an Indian. Fuck is you talking about? Black Indian in this bitch. Like, what? Huh? This shit crazy, bro. Like this shit. Oh my goodness, man.
I love liberals. They like to write me a bunch of nothing just to admit that I'm right at the very end. All liberals want to do is talk and argue over who misspoke and who said what. And y'all keep trying to get me with that shit like I misspoke. I didn't. I never said they aren't their own ethnicity. Where did I say that? Find me the proof. Too much fluff, too much talk. You know, the Chinese, we're not all about that. Want to get straight to the point. The point is, until these wrongs are righted, the rest of the world has to deal with America and their fuckery.
Asian bitch.
Coming up, and you're not. Indigenous just means you were there before colonialism. Now,
Get up out of here.
from Native American. Actually, there's a reason they changed it from Native American to Indigenous, because Native implies that you're Aboriginal and you're not. Indigenous just means you were there before colonialism. Not much is true. Well, modern day colonialism. But what we're discovering from many people with receipts is that y'all were categorized as Native Americans. Black people were reclassified from Native Americans because they're the real natives and changed to African American when there is historical documents, there's birth certificates, there's literal migration papers, proof that people are coming up with in the comments on these videos that you make these stupid comments on, proving that they were there before y'all. Not all Black people come from Africa, but all races do come from Black. Please refute and address the documents that they are putting literally in my comments. Y'all don't want to do that. Instead, you want to come here and make me look stupid because you're racist. That's also why you can't admit that you came from Asians, because y'all hate us. Join the club, baby. We're still strong. We still exist.
Asiatic, right? Yo, this shit crazy. Yo, son, I gotta focus on grading. Yo, this shit crazy. Yo, she got, yo.
What's good, cute butter, man? What's good? What's up, man?
What up, bro?
Peace.
See, look, man, this gives validity to the Aboriginals, man. Big Indian over here, man. Big Aboriginal, man.
Oh yeah, now this all about y'all today, man. Look,
Yeah, it's all
look.
about us. Now I'm playing. I ain't no Aboriginal, bro. I'm good on that, man.
Yo, this shit is
I do.
crazy.
One thing I'm gonna say, bro. I do feel like some Black people was here, bro. But I'm not negating the fact that people have African lineage, West African lineage. I'm not negating that fact because people been, my bad. You got it, bro. My bad.
No, you
Not
got
finish
it.
what you're saying.
I was gonna say, people been procreating with one another. My niece, mom is from Somalia, so people been procreating, mixing with one another. So I can't say, people don't come from Africa. They don't have African ancestry.
So when you allude to your niece's mom, what does it have to do? I'm trying to understand that connection, that nexus between.
No, I'm saying people, because Aboriginal will say, "Hey, man, we ain't from Africa. We have no ties to Africa." But I'm just saying, like, people been procreating and mixing with different ethnicities of people. You see what I'm trying to say?
I understand what you.
So somebody come out and say, "Hey, man, I got African ancestry. I'm 10% Nigerian," or some shit like that. That wouldn't be a far stretch. If somebody come say, "Hey, True Zone, I got Cherokee, Blackfoot. I'm indigenous to America. I'm a Black Indian." I wouldn't throw it out the window. That's all I wanted to say, man.
Okay, I hear you. I don't understand the comparison between the niece, but I understand what you're saying, but I just don't understand the reference between niece being Somalian and.
I can't hear you say that one thing.
You're talking about the intermixing of what different cultures and what?
No, yeah, different cultures, yeah.
Yeah, we all know that Black people and Native Americans been making babies for a long time on this side. But I'm gonna play some videos. Yo, there's multiple conversations going on. And that's what I kind of like. I fully come to the terms with. It's definitely the Moorish conversation. Then you have the Pan-African, old school Pan-African procession that Black people been all over the world. You know what I'm saying? Then you have slavery never happened. They were lying to us.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm
Who
saying?
said
Like,
slavery never happened?
Area tell me the
there's a
real wasn't
whole
real
group
and all
of
that shit is crazy.
they all fall in this group, but there's a whole
Blasphemy.
group of them.
Man, all these things are just trend, man. They just trends, like Pan Africanism, Aboriginal, all this shit is different trends, man. That's all it is, man. It'll phase out, just like the 5%ers and the Wapians. All they
To Pan
After a whole generation of being dumbed down, everything will be all right.
Psycho.
What up, Daddy?
What's up with you, bro?
yeah, Pan Africanism, the trend of Pan Africanism, like I couldn't. That's an error, and it's still continuing. Like this would be. I can understand a trend. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's just yeah. I like this right here. This is beyond Yo Psycho. Yo, son, this video right here. Oh my god, I had to take a minute to refine this shit, y'all. So they of course AI instead of using. I'm just gonna play this shit and shut up. Look at this shit here, y'all. Look at this shit here.
I know other groups have settled around us, and one has challenged us.
Look at this shit.
You chose against your own. Now you will sit beneath the gods. You Allah.
I'm playing truth.
Like truth.
Making Indian movies out of this AI stuff, man. Like this is what I be like. I played truth. I told truth this is going to happen.
Yo, I saw that shit. It was bugging, son. I'm like, yo, son, no.
Made a whole AI trailer of Negro engines. This is wild. They paying Ming Ling to say all this wild stuff and everything else. You could tell Ming Ling was all up in these conservative pseudo ass spaces.
Well, let me ask you gentlemen a question though. Then, so do you all are you all like in full disagreement? Are you all just fully negating the fact that niggas always been here? Some like a small portion of niggas might have already just been here on this geographical landmass of America.
Full disagreement. Wasn't no niggas here before 1492, and can't nobody prove me wrong. Nobody.
I'm saying like even like I said, I think not a coincidence conveyed that to me too. He said nobody was here prior to the Native Americans. Nobody at all. I said, bro, how can you prove that nobody was here at all?
I think it's a step further. I think it's a step further, but no niggas here before 1492.
So why is there?
I'm saying, how would you be able to prove? Like, can you legitimately prove that though, bro? I'm not saying that you can't, but I'm saying like that would be like asinine to like.
Bro, y'all the ones making the claim. Don't ask me to prove nothing.
I'm saying, what? How can you formulate a hypothesis that no? You got to go ahead.
When I'm talking. It ain't on me to prove anything. The person that's making the outlandish claim got to bring the outlandish evidence to back up this outlandish.
But you just conveyed to me that you can prove it.
Wait, stop. You asking me to prove a negative. That's not how this thing works. Y'all are making the claim that all history is wrong, all science is wrong, and y'all don't bring any evidence to prove this.
Did you ever make a claim, Psycho?
That's already been proven. Now, what y'all need to do if y'all want to actually prove y'all claims is bring some proof. Don't tell me what I think, because it ain't about what I think.
You're making assumptions, bro. I'm not Aboriginal though. Bro, listen.
It ain't about what nobody think. It's what you know. So show me what you know.
Right, I got you, but I didn't. You're making assumptions. You're automatically assuming that I'm Aboriginal and I fall under the title of indigenous or anything like that, bro. I never conveyed that to you. You said that no blacks were prior.
If anybody, I'm not even just saying you. I'm saying if anybody feels like we was here before 1492, show me.
I'm saying, can you prove that though?
I don't need to prove nothing. People that's making the claim, y'all are making the claim.
But you're making a claim too, right? Right?
I'm not making the claim. Science made the claim.
You got it, bro. You know what?
Science made the claim. History made the claim. Now it's on y'all to debunk it. So y'all going to debunk it, or y'all just going to keep asking people to prove what's already been proven?
No, I'm asking you personally, Psych. With all respect, you conveyed to me that there was no blacks here prior to 1492. I'm saying based off your own,
you got something to debunk history and
science.
I'm going off
Listen.
history.
Minus the references that you have, can you prove it without the references?
Minus the reference. You asked me to minus the facts. Minus the facts. Can you prove facts? How does that sound?
Hell.
And how can you? You know what, you got it, bro. I'm saying, like, that's like 500-600 years ago. How would you even like referencing somebody? How would you be able to prove that, bro?
How do you prove that they're wrong? How do you prove that they're wrong?
How can you?
You're making a claim that is wrong, and you haven't proved nothing wrong yet. You just keep making more claims.
You're trying to be combative, man. You want contention. You want contention, though, bro. I get what you're trying. I get it.
I'm not saying like contentious. I'm trying to show you the flaws in your logic, and all the rest of you have both logic.
I'm not Aboriginal. You see, you generalizing it. You're making a generalized statement again.
Right. Whatever you claim.
You generalize. It seems like to me that you make generalized statements, bro. You're assuming I'm Aboriginal, bro, just because I asked a simple question.
Was black people here before 1492? Was black people here before 1492?
You asking me that?
Yes. Is it yes or no?
I can't prove that.
I'm asking you. It's a yes or no.
I can't say it's a fact. I can't say it's false. I don't know either or. I don't know either or.
Why you giving me pushback when I'm saying?
Again, listen. And then if I listen to somebody else say they can prove it,
it happened. What's the purpose of the pushback then? If you don't know, what's the purpose?
You really don't know either. I'm 100% positive that you're not really confident in that information that you have. You're not.
No. We do know.
I don't want to see a pseudo source. I don't want to see a pseudo source cycle.
Right. Exactly. See, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. See, then you turn around and say you're not Aboriginal.
I'm not Aboriginal though, bro. I'm not. I rock with him, but I'm not Aboriginal.
I start pressing you. You start talking this Aboriginal stuff.
You're not pressing me, bro. I'm pressing you on your logic.
I'm pressing you on the claims you're making. You're making the claim that.
No, I pressed you on your claim. I say, can you prove that you
don't know that whether or not we was here before 1492? But then when I sit up here and tell you that we was here for 1492, you asking me to prove it. Why do I got? What do you mean prove it? Prove what? Pick up a book. Where was you at in the first grade? First grade when they said Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. What was you?
You want to have contention?
You eating crayons or something? Please tell me you weren't eating crayons.
That triggered you, man. That quirking alone triggered you. Now you're going on a 5-10 minute tangent. You're going on a tangent for no reason, bro.
I'm not going on a tangent. I'm talking.
Yes, you are. Listen to yourself. Mute your mic and replay this.
You are listening. I don't need to
mute your mic and then go back and replay this.
You need to listen.
You make empty assumptions. You're Aboriginal. I never once, bro. I clearly made that known. I'm not Aboriginal when I came in the door. You don't listen.
You're arguing with me about
how old are you?
When you just said you don't even got
you in your 50s, right? You don't listen. You old niggas don't listen.
About arguing with me about 1490.
Bro, you're being combative and argumentative, bro. Not me, bro. You are. You arguing with yourself, though.
Why is that? Why are you so passionate about something you claim?
We can't talk at the same time, my guy.
Why are you talking when I'm talking? Then?
Do you know how to have the decorum?
You don't want to.
Can we have decorum?
You ain't got no answers.
Can we have decorum though? Can we have civilized dialogue without the contention? Can you have decorum though as a man? I'm assuming that you can't. Okay, you got it.
My grandma said this.
Did I say my grandma conveyed anything to me orally? Did I convey anything? My grandma gave me oral history of my family? I never once said that.
Grandma said, I don't care.
When did I say that though, bro?
I don't know her. I don't know your grandma.
You're making baseless, empty assumptions again. Here you go again, bro.
I don't know her, so
you
telling me what she said. Your grandma could be a whole liar out here. She could be a perpetual liar out here. She might have lied about who your granddaddy was. I don't know.
Man, listen to this triggered guy.
So you using your grandma as a source means what? That don't mean nothing to me.
Bro, you going on and on and on. What are you talking about?
So when are you going to pull up some sources about where black people was at before 1492?
You said you're going to pull up a source. You pull up one source.
Where black people was at before 1492 other than Africa?
All I'm going to get is a painting? All I'm going to get is a painting. Same thing you're going to get with a slave ship. You won't get a preserved slave ship in the museum. You're going to get a painting of a slave being whipped on the back.
I will take documents from the United States.
You're going to get a painting of a slave ship. What African cultural practice? Hold on, listen. I got one question and I'm out. One question for you, bro.
I'm telling you what you give me to prove your point.
Name one Western African cultural practice you indulge in the present day.
Why do you keep talking when I'm talking? I'm trying to tell you something. You're trying to give you the evidence that you can give me. You can give me evidence from American documents. You can give me African documents. You can give me Britain documents. You can give me Portuguese documents. You give me Spain documents. I'll take documents from China. I'll take any documents you can show me that proves that black people was other places besides. Excuse me.
I'll be back. I got you. But I want you to answer. I'll be back though. I got you with that. So I'm gonna come back with the source. But I got one question for you though. Name one West African cultural practice that you indulge in this present day.
That's irrelevant to the conversation.
No, it is very relevant.
That's irrelevant.
Name two West African cultural practices you indulge in. I'm not asking you, Sabio. I'm not asking you. You know what a cultural practice is? That's art. That's food. That's
conversation.
I'm not asking Sabio. I'm asking Sight. Don't save him. Don't save him. Don't save him.
That is irrelevant.
Your question is stupid.
No, it's very relevant. It's a very legitimate question. It's a very legitimate question. Don't save your man. I'm asking your man. I ain't asking you, Sabio. Mute your mic. I'm asking your man.
Y'all conflate culture.
They beat you up a long time ago, Sabio. I don't want to talk to you. Hey,
you ain't beat nothing up. You stupid. Shut up. You can't beat me up.
Name one West African cultural practice you indulge in the present day cycle. Right now, 5 of them. Name 5. Give me 5.
Shut the fuck up. I'm just saying.
He's triggered.
Merchant and trading and
bartering. What the fuck is wrong with you weirdos, dog? Y'all bunch of fucking trolls. All you do is babbling, dog. Shut the fuck up, because you ain't got no information.
My bad. I want
information weirdos do. Y'all start babbling and babbling and babbling and babbling and babbling and babbling. Shut the fuck up.
My bad, Psycho. I walked away. My bad. You good?
Ridiculous, you good, bro. Son.
I walked away. So you good? You good? You got sat down.
Now y'all motherfuckers need to learn to stop conflating culture, ethnicity, race, nationality, and that shit is all. None of that shit is synonymous with each other. This is what confuses these conversations. Y'all motherfuckers start taking national, African this and African. I ain't even talking about Africa, dog. I'm talking about a race of people. I'm talking about a race of people. I ain't talking about no ethnicity. I ain't talking about black Americans and black Jamaicans and black Haitians. I'm talking about a race, dog. I'm not talking about nationality. I'm not talking about Africa, Nigeria, America. No, I am talking about a race of people. And where was these people before 1492? Anything other than that is bullshit. I don't care nothing about your culture, your languages, your music, your food, none of that shit, your dances, fuck all that shit. I don't care about your myths, your gods, fuck all that dumb shit. Where was black people at before 1492? If you ain't got no motherfucking answers for that, shut the fuck up. It's all babble. It means nothing. It's stupid. Fuck is wrong with y'all, man? That shit sound good in y'all church. When dumb motherfuckers don't know the difference between race, ethnicity, nationality, and everything else, y'all get to muddy all the fucking waters and mix all that shit up and have people confused. That shit don't work with me, dog. Fuck your culture.
Same here, Psycho. I agree with you on all that.
Yeah, I didn't really understand. I don't know if people get the when they say claim. You're not making a claim saying something. If you don't have evidence of something, you can't make a claim. So you can't tell somebody that because they don't believe in something, and y'all bring up what the lack of evidence is and proof that doesn't exist. I don't know what world y'all live in. I don't know where y'all live in. So if you're going to state that dinosaurs were here in Manhattan in the 1500s, and you're going to say, well, you don't have any proof they didn't exist, that makes absolutely no sense. That's the God argument. You don't have any proof God doesn't exist. We don't take that shape of argument over there. Just so everybody knows.
Exactly. That's what kept God going for all these goddamn centuries. You can't disprove God. That little stupid ass shit. They never got to prove God. They just ask you to disprove him.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, that's not.
I get to make these wild guys.
But Psycho, you lucky you a motherfucking judge, nigga, because I'm here to fuck you niggas up. I'm the one that with the sources. Ask me some shit. Nigga, you lucky you a fucking judge, nigga. Fuck your culture, nigga. You don't even know all black people ain't from the same fucking culture.
No shit. That's why I said that. Lance, thank you. Lance, thank you. Thank you, Lance. Thank you. I agree with you, Lance. That's why it was a dumbass argument for him to bring up culture. You just proved my point. Exactly. All black people do not practice the same culture. So when I'm asking him where black people was, and he starts mentioning a culture, what the fuck does that mean? That don't mean shit. For the same reason you just said. For the same reason you just said.
You can be from the same group of people and practice a different culture.
What happened?
I said that don't mean shit because you can be from the same group of people that migrated, like just like my family. If my sons leave me and go to another state and make a family, they don't share and they don't have the same culture. He don't carry it over. He pick up the culture of Texas instead of Detroit.
Lance, I'm not even disagreeing with you. That's my point. That's why it's stupid to bring up culture when we having these conversations. When we talking about what race of people was this place and that place, and y'all start talking that culture shit, that don't even compute with me. That don't even make sense to me. That's flawed logic.
Yo, but let that shit switch to Q Butter because you a judge, dog. You got diplomatic community and fuck that.
What's up with you, Lance? You good, man? You all right? You good?
I'm good, bro.
All right, that's what's up.
Yo, Q, where the videos at? And then let us argue after the videos.
I got mad. Yo, son, that was only 3. I got mad. I was like, yo, the lady last night, though, Lance. Shout out to the lady that picked the panel last night. She made a couple of y'all arguments, but she did her shit pretty neat. I ain't gonna lie. I was gonna tell her, yeah, you cool, sis. You know, she's pseudo, but she did it in a smooth way. But
bro, it's only pseudo till you know the information yourself. That's when it's not pseudo no more.
So
we not writing the books.
So
bro.
I have a question
with the degrees that's making these books that's all the way from the 1700s, 1800s. We go back that far because that's before we got conquered. That's when everybody was trying to find out culturally who was.
You don't even know what the argument was.
Let me ask a question.
Able to defend it.
Q, let me ask a question real quick. Because I've been hearing a lot of claims, and the one thing that I haven't seen no one do is show technology in Central and West Africa to prove that we was making it across the ocean and shit. So if we can get ship technology from Lance, Madon, Troop Zone, the conversation's dead. We can right there, y'all can prove to everybody that we was in the Americas before the 1500s.
No, but there's two different
now, so
arguments.
ship technology.
Sabio, you got the new the weird Pan-Africans who believe that Africans were traveling here. There's a whole other group that believes that we were already here, what you know, and we ain't got nothing to do with Africa. And Africa was getting like, there's a lot of them. I got so many of these different groups right now. The Lance group, the Black European groups, there's a bunch of Black European motherfuckers.
Yes, bro, because Spain and Portugal is part of Europe. That's just fucking 15 miles from North Africa.
Where's the information? Where's the ship technology at? That's all.
That's old as hell, man. If you ain't studied Mali Empire and all that shit, that's something on you. But go ahead, Q.
Better than you. I've studied it better than you. So again, all you have to do is show the information, Lance.
Man, I've been doing that shit for years. You motherfucker act like this shit is TV. The episodes don't repeat. We just doing the same shit over and over.
In West Africa. Don't cut me off trying to prove something that you haven't proven. Show ship technology in Central and West Africa before the colonizers. Game over.
They not but Sabio, honestly, like the conversation's way beyond Lance. Like us on the other side, we got to get a little bit more, like articulate and smooth with our media shit. Cause they not bro, like literally, I got like 50 different people. There's way more. There's mad abos. Like there's mad of them, son. Like there's like a no cap. There's a lot of motherfuckers running around. Bro, look at Unc. Your son is the arguments, the Moorish ones, the Hebrew. There's a mixture of Hebrews. You got the Moorish ones. You got
I know.
Mm-hmm. You said show the scholars. There are no scholars available on TikTok. And the people that I found that are scholars, a lot of their information is being co-opted and manipulated. Just to be clear, so Heck V, if you want to put the link, so for example, there's a group of researchers who made a recent discovery of a human civilization in Florida, and they're not Siberian. So that's the new airborne weapon piece right now, where they're like, see, we're not. So that's why they're like, no, you're a Siberian. We're one of these Floridians. It's up, bro. This shit is. I didn't know all this was going on. This shit is hilarious. But then you say the Moors. He go to Moors. Well, I didn't even know Unc was on his Moors. This shit is hilarious.
Yeah, that was black.
Who had it worse, the Indians or the blacks? Who had it worse when it comes to?
They the same. Listen, they're the same. People don't know how they the same. Listen, so blacks was everywhere. You don't know that. I'm gonna say black, but I'm gonna say black because you said black. But they was everywhere. Yeah. Somehow they ended up in Spain, and they ruled Spain for a long time, and they were having kids, and they call it Spanish. And then you think they're Mexicans, but they're not Mexicans. They from Morocco, because Morocco and Africa.
Can we Google?
Anybody? Yeah, look it up. Look it up.
Siri?
Look it up. Yeah, a lot of people don't know.
Did this motherfucker just say Mexican
from Morocco? What?
I'm over it. Black, you said black, but they was everywhere. Yeah. Somehow they ended up in Spain, and they ruled Spain for a long time, and they were having kids, and they call it Spanish. And then you think they're Mexicans, but they're not Mexicans. They from Morocco, because Morocco and Africa.
Can we Google? Anybody?
Yeah, look it up. Look it up.
Siri?
Who is this dude? Am I supposed to know him? Is he like? Am I supposed to know this dude? Who is this dude?
That's the internet nigga Unk, son.
That's Unk. He's mashing up.
That's the 607 the punk.
Oh man,
he talking like I'm supposed to know who he is. I have no clue.
Trust me, he's worse than Charlton White and those.
Yo, I'm in.
I swear.
I'm in.
Just to make us look bad.
I'm in. You hear what I'm about to say? You hear me very clearly?
Go ahead.
Sizzler is a Moor.
What the?
Son, I'm bugging, bro. I couldn't. Yo, son, I'm in the spot. Son, the Maroons are aboriginals now. He's a whole yo, bro. Son, that will tell. I'm bugging. I am bugging, bro. And I'm sitting here listening to the speech. He's like, yes, the original Moroccans, the indigenous people, we all got to stick together, understand the original treaties. And then the dude I'm sitting here like, oh, wait, hold on. What the? Whoa.
That treaty
of friendship
and peace, that nigga stupid.
No cap, son.
That treaty of friendship and peace,
the roster movement is being, I don't even know. Bro, I don't. This is why, bro. I'm fucking.
That doesn't even make sense because we have a well-known history and lineage of our people coming from Africa. Like most of the heroes in Jamaica are Africans, well-known Africans that were fighting to go back to Africa, like Nani, Paul Bogle, Sam Sharp.
There was
maybe it was the people that was around. Like, son,
these are people like that precede Marcus Garvey like 50 to 100 years.
Look. They were wearing fezzes though.
Hold on.
Wearing what fez?
I'm in. Listen to this brother right here. I got about 4 different Caribbean people that are on some Aboriginal shit in his videos, bro. This I think he's Jamaican or Trinity. And look.
The word black, we've been referred to as black since the 1950s. Before that, what we were being called? Negroes. Right? Before that, they knew who you were. They had to refer to you by your tribe.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So in America, like you guys have a vision of what a native Indian person looks like.
Yes.
Right? You guys think in your mind that those people are the Indians. They're not the Indians. Or they're the indigenous people of the land. They're not. They migrated. They're Siberians. They're like the seeds of Genghis Khan. The real Indian people, who they're calling Indians, is you. Is you. That's right. All you motherfuckers. It's Indians. Cherokee, Mohica, Alifia, right? Blackfoot. This is y'all. Shinnecock. That's right. Maroon. That's y'all.
Blackfoot.
That's right. They got infiltrated.
They love claiming Blackfoot.
The Moors. They got hit by the Moors.
Yeah, man. He's speaking facts.
No, he's not. Stop that.
Yeah, he's lost.
That's my ass. He just said some things.
This shows me how easily.
This is how easily people fool.
I don't know where this dude is from. We are. It shows me how much people hate being African.
Watch this right here. Watch this dude right here. He angry.
Hey.
Mel, I'm telling
This
you,
is a message
Comanche is an African
to all
language, and it's celebrated all over the Caribbean. I don't know why these people talking crazy now.
That's all. Let's let them talk.
Man, fucking Caribbeans are fucking black Europeans, motherfucker. Stop playing.
Can we let Q play the video?
Yo, Lance, you see, because I know you're smarter than that, I ain't even gonna follow you.
Hey. This is a message to all of you so-called black Americans from your ancestors. As you can tell, look around. We are fed up and we are here to fight with you. But the first call is upon you. Black is a color. You have never been a color. You are indigenous. Take on this call to action now. We will no longer be called black this or black that. I don't care what you're trying to sell, who you trying to impress. You are indigenous to these lands. This is our time. From this day forward, never dress yourself as a black again. And if anyone calls upon you as that, look at them like they have shit on them, because you are indigenous to these lands. So our lands, and we're coming back for what is ours. The time is now. We don't have to go to no government.
I tell these motherfuckers I'm not black, I'm indigenous. That changes what? Outside the fact they think I'm batshit crazy and they see why black people IQ is so fucking low. Outside of confirming why black people IQ is so low, what am I proving by telling these motherfuckers I'm not black, I'm indigenous, saying this stupid ass shit? What is that supposed to do? And what changes then?
Yeah, he looked native.
Nothing changes.
Yeah, he looked native like a mother.
Outside the fact that I solidified the fact why black people
still recognized as a status, bro. Legally, black is still recognized as a status.
You just made a great point.
Black is not a status, dog.
And they're going to overlook it and
it's an identifier that's on the census.
And not address the point about intelligence that you just made.
I ain't saying wear no pigeon feather in your head like my man got.
They're going to overlook. Why we are looked at as the dumbest people on the planet. They're going Madonna and Lance are happy.
Hold on. While the identifier as us being black is shifting because of all of these pseudo movements. You notice that, like, over in the East, they're starting to identify themselves as black. Those Asians aren't playing with the word black. No, they used to go back brown. No, they're going back black.
Yeah, that's because of the caste system.
That we are not black.
I'm gonna play the rest of it.
Thank you.
Else to ask for permission to be addressed as the ethnicity we are. We are the indigenous. You have held us back for too long. Our time has come, and you will respect it. For the people, call upon you. Do not call yourself that ever again. This is a call to action. Now, repost this.
I'm biggity.
That is a commandment from every one of your ancestors, your grandmamas, your grandfathers, all of those who have died in these lands, all of those who are.
That's right.
A Native American.
He can't hear you, Sabio. It's a video, bro.
You show me a Native American that's 6'7".
Shit. Want me to call my homie from live next behind me?
Yeah, call him.
Okay, I get him.
Don't get us no nigga. He said Native American. Don't give him no fucking nigga. Talking about he aboriginal.
Yeah, he Native American. They red Indians.
He's 6'7" or better.
He's 6'8".
All right, let's hear him. Yeah, get him on. Get him on.
I'm gonna get him on camera.
All right, yeah, do that. The Mexican short as hell.
Let's see. Y'all want to do an AI video? Y'all want to get triggered the sisters, or y'all want to go with a sister? I ain't played none of the sisters yet.
Y'all. I don't mean to change this.
They more emotional. They more emotional with
y'all seen the have y'all? I ain't trying to change the subject real quick, but y'all seen
people we maybe we should go out there too.
Nah, let them get us our freedom. We will have TikTok in 2020.
Look at these pan.
Hey yo, y'all seen the AI? Y'all seen the AI slavery video?
If I ever saw a nigga walking
telling people we
outside
African,
I would laugh in my
Maybe we should go out there too.
Nah, let them get us our freedom. We will have TikTok in 2020. Look at these pan goofies telling people we African.
Earth, wind, and fire
Maybe we should go out there
nigga.
too.
Nah, let them get us our freedom. We will have TikTok in 2020. Look at these
Hey yo,
pan.
Psycho. You seen the slavery AI videos they've been putting out, bro? That shit is crazy. See, somebody stole my idea, bro. I told y'all we need to jump on that shit. Now the white folks,
a
lot of white folks
use AI to make up some pseudo.
Nah, bro, they use AI. Bro, you see,
use AI for create more.
Bro, white folks are using AI to make slavery.
I told my AI is dangerous.
Please be.
That look hella. Hey yo, what the hell was that going on at the end of that video?
Yo, man,
playing right now. What is this? Hey yo, what is going on here?
Please be. I still care what Massa think of us. Please.
My friend Gerald.
Please be African. I still care what Massa think of us. Please.
Really? This is what we doing?
No, just to give y'all a context. So there's an AI war going on between like 4 channels on TikTok. It's hilarious.
This is all AI bullshit, y'all. And
No,
you know, weirdos who watch this think this is real. They think this shit is real, dog.
Them AI slavery videos white folks making now, bro. Y'all gotta check that out, man. I saw it earlier.
That's what they're actually paying these apps to make.
No, this is a Pan-African video though.
Oh, we was everywhere except Siberia or Africa.
What is this?
We was in Siberia.
That's the African shit back.
We was
that's
in Siberia.
That's Lance with the handcuffs.
Oh, we was everywhere except Siberia or Africa.
We was everywhere except for Siberia and Africa. We was global except for those
Africans everywhere except Africa.
Everywhere except for where the Native Americans
Africans everywhere except
we was
Africa.
everywhere. This is wow, bro. This is like.
Hold on, did that man really just say it was Africans everywhere except Africa though?
Nah, this dude right
in Siberia. Don't forget that we wasn't in Siberia either.
We definitely was in Siberia.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
The real American Indian, and I don't trust the white man.
I'm a real American Indian. I love cornbread, corn chips, and cornflakes.
You gotta be shitting.
I'm the real American Indian. Why would I press the white man to get my land back when I can buy the Africans and Siberians on TikTok?
I blame FBA. I blame FBA. These engines was very niche. They stayed in a little hole in the ground until this FBA movement blew them up. This FBA movement gave these motherfuckers. Now these motherfuckers kind of messy. This shit is everywhere now because it's FBA crap.
You saw this one for years, nigga. What are you talking about?
No, but that was niche, dog. That was conscious community shit. That shit stayed in the conscious community. All this weird stuff. This wasn't. Now because it's FBA shit. This shit done went mainstream. Now this mainstream pseudo now. It was very niche before 2018. It was like that shit was stuck in the conscious community. You had to be in the conscious community to even know what the hell they talking about. Now this shit is mainstream. That's because
I don't know, Psycho. So I think there's also a black level of ignorance that's involved that allows
it's a huge level of ignorance.
The adjacency. So listen to this brother here.
Native American, born here in Virginia. I have no African heritage whatsoever and no African relatives. I am all Cherokee Indian.
How come?
You probably are too.
Well, why do you say that?
Because the Indian is black, actually. It's the same people that Columbus met when he got off the boat. We are not African. This is Richmond, Virginia, where the first 20 slaves landed. There's no record of any other slaves landing here. Those 20 Africans that landed here were on a boat that was hijacked by Portuguese. The real black slaves here were Portuguese. Most of the slaves in this country were actually white, not black. My people owned slaves. We weren't slave owners. 96% of the southern slaves were owned by the 5 tribes of the Lakota. I am Cherokee, the largest of the 5 tribes.
Appreciate it, man.
history.
At some point, and niggas are going to have to just wake up and stop trying to steal people's identities. This identity theft, that's a crime.
This culture vulture shit. Like that's what I said. Like I told you, they Eminem, dog. They Eminem, they Elvis, dog. They stealing people's culture is disgusting.
It goes
Stop the cap.
No, you stop the cap. Stop being the Y'all talk about how great FBA history is and a lineage is and how we drive coaches and everything. I can't tell by looking at these videos. Look like y'all trying to take everybody else's motherfucking culture.
They're just trying to figure it out.
This isn't culture vulture right here. This is look.
Calling all boots on the ground. Yeah. Aboriginals, yeah, the real sheriff's back in town. Back in town. Fall back too close. You don't even know me. Trust ancestors from way back in the nosebleeds. We be Indians. Yeah, they know they own me. They own me. Gotta stay select. Don't come round to me. Better come correct. If we lions, then we lead. I'm in the hiking set. Yep. Hugging on the tree.
So the Indians start rapping.
Hugging on the tree. Crystals on my wrist. Yeah. Eyesight make no sense. Yeah.
I can't do this.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna do a song with her.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Boo. Boo. Where the man at?
That was hot, bro. She had to put a beat behind that, bro. That was tight.
Oh man, son.
A lot of people don't know that America tends to cover up the history of its Afro-Native Americans. Okay, so the Native American depiction that they mainly show in the mainstream is often a straight-haired, lighter complected, almost Euro representing person. However, the kinky-haired Black beings, we're also Native Americans. I am Native American in the flesh. So make sure you guys are tapping into your history, know where you really come from, know what land you originate from. You know, Ashe, a lot of.
See, I told Deb it's starting to trickle. It's sprinkling.
I
was hoping what
it's an African word.
How she saying Ashe?
All these people 10 years ago was going to Egypt with Jabari. Let me stop copying it. 10 years ago, all these people was going to Egypt on retreats. 10 years ago, I guarantee you, it's these same people.
I blame FBA.
I guarantee you, all of them can read the menu.
Blame FBA, dog. Like I said, these motherfuckers, like she probably, like you say, she probably was a whole Egyptomaniac 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Now she's fucking Indian shit.
I guarantee.
I told Deb it was trickling. I told him it was trickling outside the internet, bro.
All of them at one point was practicing.
Yo, peace, Domo. What's good?
Lance, you hear your people, nigga?
Yo.
Yeah, the shit is bleeding over, psycho. Y'all better watch out. I told Deb it's bleeding over, bro.
Yo, Q.
My immediate ancestors.
Remember Q. I brought up a word about 2 weeks ago. Well, it wasn't me actually. It was actually Vyasa. But the word is mythomania, which is the lying disorder.
Man, Garfield got that from me, bro. Stop.
All these people that been hopping around were in Egypt. We're on the retreat.
Sound like you got in the like running and shit.
Hey, Q, you need to get off TikTok, nigga.
When I
bring that evidence.
I was like an hour straight, so just like recorded videos. I'm like, son,
so look, this how different the platforms is, right? So one of my favorite comic book YouTubers, this nigga named Comics Explained, he didn't got on TikTok, and just a little bit of time that he been on TikTok, this nigga is like, yo, it's crazy over here. Like y'all be on some other shit. It's toxic. Niggas just be beefing. It's static, nigga. That's it. Y'all, if y'all really want to fuck with me, come over to YouTube, because I can't fuck with this shit like that. Cause TikTok is really like that, bro.
All I do is record the videos. That's all I do is screen record. Like it's so easy to get abo videos on TikTok.
Nigga, shit. If you really trying to blow up on that motherfucker, start stitching them hoes.
You ain't got to source up on TikTok. Just hit record and just say, "Black people, you're not black. You're really Aboriginal of this land. We indigenous, and you know, ashe." And then hit stop, and you're done.
Nah, but look, you ain't as a TikToker myself, niggas ain't got to source up on you because. Shit.
Oh no, you get well. It depends on what platform you on. Depends on what platform you on. Yeah.
Because we all call black today that we all share the same history. We all don't share the same history. We come from
but that's the thing. All white people don't share the same history, and they call themselves white.
They don't either.
Oh shit!
She about to break it down here. Listen.
Of African descent, I am mine this color because this is the color of my ancestors.
Indian territory is tribes. Like people be thinking Indians with the Pocahontas looking. That ain't how Indians look. They look like them people in New Orleans.
And all of them had each other's names tattooed on them. And this was when I was younger. I didn't understand it, but then when I started going to New Orleans, like on tour and shit,
we tried.
The way they are with each other, they love each other a different way than everybody else.
We're gonna talk about the Black Indians I met that are still alive.
No, go ahead. Let's talk about them. Go ahead.
In New Orleans.
Well, the truth to that lies with the anthropologists, if they tell the truth. Because as they dig into the grounds, they have found people and they know they look like I look.
A few weeks ago, a guy was digging a pool in his backyard in the downtown area of New Orleans. You see, New Orleans was smaller one time, and this area was country. And they hit 6 feet down, they hit a casket. What's the casket doing here? It was a cypress casket.
Cypress caskets. So crazy, bro.
Yeah, these niggas is wild.
Crazy.
So they cut down a cypress tree and made a casket out of it. Cool.
Mirrors. It's all y'all Midwest niggas, man. I thought I edited these shits, man.
Nigga, that shit said Louisiana, nigga. Louisiana is not Midwest. Do not try to play us like that, nigga.
That shit the Midwest, boy.
Nick, bro, did you say Louisiana is the? Do you know what Louisiana is next to? Why niggas from the coast like suck at geography? Like,
oh shit.
I'm putting Louisiana.
The Mason-Dixon line.
I'm saying Louisiana, the Midwest. I'm saying New France. I meant to clip. Louisiana, New France is the Midwest.
You talking about the Louisiana Purchase? If you don't get the fuck.
Yeah, that's where the apples come from, the French. I've been said that most of these apples come from the French on the Purchase, the Louisiana Purchase, the Mississippi Bubble.
Yeah, it's definitely in the middle because
it's that whole. When I said Louisiana, I meant to say Louisiana. That whole region from the New France. That's where all these apples come from that quarter.
Yeah, it's only like 3 states from California, 3 states over from Cali, and 3 states over from Florida, Louisiana. It's in the middle.
Nigga, did you say? Hold on. Did you say Louisiana is 3 states over from California?
It's 3 or 4.
Did you really say that?
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4. What you got? Texas, Nevada.
Yeah, nigga,
Mexico.
and Texas is the biggest state, nigga, in the continental U.S.
I'm just saying, when you look at the map, Louisiana is kind of in the middle. It's like 3 or 4 states from Cali and 3 or 4 states from Florida.
Bro, what is it? You saying, bro? That's crazy. Like niggas really just say any fucking thing.
No, it could be the Midwest.
No, it can't. It cannot.
They call St. Louis the Midwest. And it's right.
Yes, because Midwest.
It's perpendicular from Louisiana, though. When you look at the map, it's straight up.
Bro, yeah, hold on. Is Texas the Midwest?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Some people call Texas the Midwest, bro. That's a fact.
Nobody calls Texas the Midwest, nigga.
Texas is Southwest.
I've heard a lot
Nobody calls Texas the Midwest, bro. What the fuck are you
you do that. Texas do not call themselves the Midwest. It's the Southwest.
The Midwest stop in Oklahoma, nigga. Once you hit Texas, you in the Southwest, and then once you hit Louisiana, you in the South.
Mason.
Hold on. So let's be clear. So when I say Midwest, right? So Louisiana It is the South, but I'm just saying in the middle of the country. That's what we understand. And as a New Yorker, that's how I understand the Midwest. All of this over here, it ain't on the East Coast. It's
Right, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, but Q, as a Midwestern nigga though, as a Midwestern nigga though, like as a Midwestern nigga, I'm saying like nobody. Nigga, I'm literally from the Midwest. I'm from Kansas.
The Midwest is confusing. The Midwest is a confusing area, but it's really like Missouri up to like Minnesota, over to like Detroit, down to like down to like Illinois, Ohio, and like it's all that area right there. It's a little bit confusing, but all that's considered the Midwest.
So what about the Southern Midwest?
Right. Then it's not. It can't be Southern Midwest, bro. It's either Southern or it's Mid.
I know it's confusing. I know it's confusing. Q. I've had these discussions and everything.
So it's the middle of the country. So why are you making it?
No, but it's the South.
Hold on. That's still not considered the Midwest. Look at this line right here. You see this line going up from Louisiana? It damn near touches Oklahoma and Kansas.
I know, I know it's weird, Q, but that's just, I'm just telling you it's not called.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like
I
understand
the middle.
what
you're saying. Like regionally, it makes sense what you're saying, but that's not how it works though. It's not called the Midwest.
So when you say in geography, because I don't know how you can.
Alabama is not considered the Midwest.
Oh, even bro, from a geographic standpoint, Louisiana is considered the South, bro. Louisiana is considered the South. It's not considered the Midwest.
South. Nobody's not saying it's not considered the South. We're talking about Midwest. So it's mid towards the West from the East Coast.
Yeah, but that's not
like the middle of the country. That's not how Midwest is defined.
Talking about those states.
No,
the Midwest is not defined by that.
That's wild. Who's doing the defining? Domo.
Nigga, geography. When you look at what
Europeans defined it when they was doing Manifest Destiny, that's who defined it. I'm letting you know. Yeah, the Midwest, the furthest south you're gonna get the Midwest is Missouri. That's the furthest south you're gonna get. Anything under Missouri ain't the Midwest.
Nah, the furthest south the furthest south is Oklahoma. Oklahoma is considered the Midwest.
GA agree with me and Q. GA agree with me and Q. You know something's up.
I guess it depends on who you ask about Oklahoma. Oklahoma's sketchy, but I know.
Some Oklahoma niggas be trying to say they the South, and it's like, no, y'all not, bro.
Yeah, like Kansas and Missouri is like the furthest south I know. As far as I know about the Midwest, Kansas and Missouri is the furthest south it'll go, and it goes all the way up, and it stretches all the way up to Canada. The Midwest stretches all the way up to Canada. Like that, it's confusing because I've had these conversations because I said like I've asked people like, well, what the fuck is considered the North in the United States? What's the North, right? Because like
that's like the North
because we're Northeast, right? We're Northeast, right? And then you got over there by where Diddy's from, that's the Northwest, right? But where the fuck is the North, right? Because when you go look at like the central northern states or whatever, they don't call themselves the North. It's like they call themselves Midwest.
Yeah, that's
no cap. Call themselves North. Like Detroit don't call itself the North; it calls itself Midwest. Chicago don't call itself the North; it calls itself Midwest.
That's the like so Dom. Just a tangent real quick because I'm like, hold on, because you took a shot at the geography. I'm like, hold on, bro. Like this shit is confusing. I'm gonna admit that this is because
it's yeah. I know. I
like,
get it. Coming from over here, I get it.
That's like you said. That's the North. I'm like, that's the North, right? Like,
yeah, and to say Detroit is the Midwest, to say Detroit is the Midwest is crazy.
Chicago never calls themselves the North. They call
Q. The proper term is South Central.
Chicago is the Midwest.
No, I just looked it up.
That's why they don't call themselves the North. Even though they right on the other side. Even though they right on the other side of Canada, they will not call themselves the North. They will call themselves the Midwest.
But you see how it has that I understand these states, like he's saying, that's the northern line. So if you're saying northern states in America, those are considered northern central states. But if you're Midwest, that's the middle of the country. Even though I'm not saying that's what they define it. I understand that that's what they define it as that. I'm just saying when I said it like that, because this region right here is the Louisiana Purchase. And part of the Western expansion was the Louisiana expansion. Almost all of
but shit, it looked like Oklahoma. It looked like Oklahoma not considered. So what is Oklahoma considered the Southwest? because it's not grouped
Oklahoma,
up.
that's how I consider it. That's how I consider it. I consider it the Southwest.
Oklahoma is the Midwest.
Like the Southwest kind of starts with Oklahoma.
Nah, on this chart right here, Bobby. On this chart right here, it's saying it's not Midwest.
Yeah, that's why I said I consider it Southwest.
No, I'm saying the charts is one thing though, but if you talk to an Oklahoman, they not gonna say they Southwestern. They gonna say the Midwest.
Oklahomans say.
Nah, hey, but I've heard Oklahoma niggas say both. I've heard Oklahoma niggas say that it's the South, and I heard Oklahoma niggas say.
Well, it depends on it. Well, hold on, too, Domo. It depends on what part of Oklahoma. If you in a part of Oklahoma that's closer to going west, yeah, they might consider themselves more like Southwest, just like Texas. It's parts of Texas that might consider themselves part of the Midwest. If you're dealing with northern Texas, they consider themselves. No, I'm serious, bro.
I've never, bro. I'm telling you, I spend a lot of time in Texas. My wife is from North Texas, bro. My wife is from North Texas. They do not consider.
Bro, listen.
Yeah, and
when motherfucking when Scarface did that song, hold on, wait. When Scarface did that song with all them niggas on that Swiss beat, where did Scarface say he was from?
South.
Southwest. He said Midwest.
No, I don't
know.
know.
Go back and look at that song with. Yes, he did. I swear. When he said coming out the Midwest, bro, go back. I understand that. That's what made it confusing for me. That's what I'm saying. Go back and look at the song when Scarface was on there. Like they had Drag On from the East Coast. Then they had the other nigga that was signed with Swiss Beats from the South.
Drag wasn't on that song. Jada was on that song.
Okay, Jada was from the East Coast. Then there was another nigga signed to Swiss Beats from the South. Right. When Scarface, Snoop was from the West. When Scarface got on the track, he bigged up the Midwest. Go look that up.
Root word or the root meaning for science.
I don't remember. I remember he said where you state your name, gangster, where you from. I could have sworn he said the South.
State your name, where you from. He said Scarface, representing the Midwest. Look it up.
Hey, how come black folks don't got AC on the red line, but white folks got AC on the blue line?
We can look at the lyrics. What's the name of the song? What's the name
World
of the song?
War III. World War III.
Yeah, man. It's like when I live in Texas, there's some niggas in Texas consider themselves the Midwest, bro. I know niggas in Texas right now say they.
Yes, niggas in Texas do. They like certain parts of Texas.
The Midwest.
They call it the Midwest.
Bro, I lived in Fort Worth for 15 years.
Don't look up them lyrics.
The Midwest, nigga.
Texas. Houston is not considered.
I'm talking about the whole state.
Houston ain't considered the Midwest, but look up the lyrics.
I'm looking up the lyrics, but literally, my wife is from Dallas, nigga. I spend a lot of time in Dallas. I spend a lot. My brothers, I got my family living that. My family live in Dallas.
And Fort Worth is more west than Dallas.
That don't make it. Oh, bro.
I'm just saying, bro. When I lived in Fort Worth, it's some niggas that consider it the Midwest.
No, I know why you confused on that song. He's from Houston. They say SWAT. Southwest A-Leaf, Texas. That's why Southwest. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to check and make sure because Scarface is from the Southwest. He's from Southwest Texas. It was like A-Leaf or some shit. A-Leaf, yeah.
Southwest A-Leaf, Texas. Yeah, that's SWAT. I just when he said, I'm like, hold up, I remember that. Yeah. That's SWAT. Yep.
City jobs.
But nah, the only reason I brought that up though originally, these abos come from this region. That's why I call it the Midwest, because I look at the Midwest as the Louisiana Purchase. I know that's some real East Coast colonial shit, but all that shit was like so. Psycho, when you said all of that was the westward expansion from Mississippi, going to everything. Once they passed the Appalachian Mountains.
No, you right, Domo. He said the South on the song too. Y'all right.
Once they passed the Appalachian Mountains, that was considered the Midwest from that point on. And like I said, they never went any further south. The furthest south they would go would be Missouri.
I think it got something to do with Lewis and Clark.
What's up, bro? How y'all doing?
It stretches all.
I know, and look, because like, and this is the thing. With all the time I spent in Oklahoma, bro, there was no debate about whether or not it's Black Indians. You feel me? Like niggas in Oklahoma, like ain't no nigga gonna tell you like this person Indian. I got this Indian in my family, but they not gonna say, oh, but I'm not Black. Like they especially in Oklahoma, like the tradition is Black. It's Black Indians. They're there, like in Okmulgee and Tulsa, nigga, in what's over there? It's a Muskogee. Yeah, Muskogee. Yeah, all of them is black Indians, bro. But they don't say that they not black. They say that they black Indians. They got mixed.
Yeah,
They talk about they mixed ancestors.
What's up, little man?
This region where most of these people come from, and I always bring up the Mississippi bubble. That's where a lot, like all the abos I'm playing, all of them come from this region. Every single one of them. And the ones that come from the Caribbean, I would argue they come from French colonies as well. And that falls underneath the same shit where they had that John Law was, he was stealing all types of money and shit. So slavery, how they understand it is not the same way we understand it coming from the British perspective.
Yeah, and I think Lewis and Clark had some with that as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Nigga, you don't think. Shut up.
Bro, Lewis and Clark, when they went, they the one who pretty much started out going west. Lewis and Clark, they was like the FBI of that time.
The reason why I'm saying this, when you listen to these abos, they tell British history, but bring up French territories. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen to they talk about the 13 colonies. They ask, where's the ships at? But your family's from French territories.
Yes.
It's a completely different colonial system. Like, and then when they talk about the classifications, that's how I know when you were saying Psycho, the westward expansion, but the Mississippi component of the westward expansion was slightly earlier. And that's where the classification started coming from. All these little arguments over who's who and what's what. And white folks are like, look, your hair looks like that. You a nigga. You a colored. Nigga, colored. That's what these little. And then I forgot the migration to the Carolinas. And then that Cherokee story. That whole little area.
I was talking about the expansion westward, once they like Davy Crockett and all the motherfuckers, like they crossed the Appalachian Mountains and all that, and they started expanding out to Texas and everything like that. That's why St. Louis got the art. That's the art.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
That's why I was talking about Lewis and Clark.
It's the gateway of the South, or the gateway to the west.
Gateway to
Lewis and Clark. That was part of Lewis and Clark as well.
So all these Mississippians, all these motherfuckers, I just wanted to throw that in there, because that's
the French were the first people on planet Earth to impose nationalism.
Stop the cap.
You can't find no other record before the French.
Yeah, French.
What do you think Napoleon was? Napoleon was an Italian. He was from Italy.
I thought he was the outlaw with Tupac.
I know you what you thought he was.
I know what you talk about, man. I'm being funny. Go ahead.
This nigga Madonna is an idiot.
but the classification and the classification in terms of what y'all were trying to describe, mid and south and north, it was really based on who was colonizing it. So if the French colonized, like you said, Q, the middle of the country, that's what it was called. It was mid.
No, but
hold on. And correct me if I'm wrong.
County. That was French territory.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, Psycho. But don't they say, because the Midwest actually extends all the way to Pennsylvania, right? Because they say Pittsburgh.
Well, most people say it starts in Ohio. I say it starts in once you get on the western side of Pennsylvania.
You can cut it off at the Appalachians, no more.
That's why I said the Appalachians.
Yeah.
That's why,
Because they say Pittsburgh. They say Pittsburgh is a Midwest city.
That's the Louisiana Purchase. That's
Pittsburgh is a Midwest city.
It's not the Louisiana Purchase. That's not Pennsylvania.
That's true, Domo.
No, the Louisiana Purchase includes parts of Pennsylvania.
No. You gotta go to the original map.
Q. That's why I had the map.
Is Kansas City and St. Louis the Midwest?
Yeah, you gotta go. You gotta go to the early part.
Nigga, Kansas City is the Midwest, nigga. It's the dead.
Hold on, listen to what I'm finna say.
Don't try to throw them off with no rap songs, though, Bobby. We can't go off of rappers, though.
No. I'm going. No, wait a minute. We're talking about
people that actually had motherfucking power in this motherfucking regions, though. We going all the way back. Fuck what them rappers is talking about.
Yeah, I know y'all going. Y'all going all the way back, but still, the cultural relevancy of today still matter on how these people identify themselves.
They still had a
We could
base
keep
though.
going back and finding.
There was no way for them to know what to do unless they were observing things that were already in place.
Hold up.
Okay,
I mean,
now listen what I'm
even
gonna
if we
say
use the
real quick.
rappers though,
Hold on,
Nelly had the whole
Hold on. Let
Midwest
me.
swing.
But no, so this
Hold on, Domo. Listen to me though. When I first
I'm
moved to St. Louis from Chicago, them niggas said they was country. They from the South.
Well, see, the thing is, like, our people from the South, but we not like.
No. Listen, niggas was telling me because that shit below the Mason-Dixon line and all that shit, St. Louis and Memphis and all of that shit was like cousins. St. Louis niggas, when I first moved here, they was saying, bro, they more country. Like Nelly first album was country grammar, bro. Them niggas wasn't claiming the Midwest when I first got here. These niggas was
Nelly was
gold teeth,
always claiming
country.
the Midwest.
They always playing the Midwest. What are you talking about, Bobby?
It's all right. You got the
I'm
map
trying to
up,
tell
man.
you when
You got the map
bro,
up.
listen, I'm not talking about no map. I'm talking about, hey, bro,
Bobby, you
listen, I'm
can't
telling
skip
you,
past the
when I
21st
first got
century,
here,
though.
okay,
That's all we saying, yo.
I'm saying when I first got here to St. Louis, these niggas was saying they
Yeah.
was from the South.
We understand. We not disputing
Who's
what they
that? I can't
said.
hear nobody. I can't hear nobody.
Hey, Sabio, you muffled. You muffled.
Yeah, you
hella
muffled, bro.
Y'all can hear me, right? Y'all see this?
Yeah, you good, Q.
Yeah, we hear you.
France, 1750.
In the blue.
That included parts of Pennsylvania.
That's hold up. The blue is Louisiana.
That's Louisiana,
Yeah.
1750.
Look how far north it goes.
1803.
But when I say when y'all say Nelly had the Midwest slang,
Hold
ain't
on,
no
Bobby.
Chicago
Bobby.
niggas doing and dressing like Nelly.
Can you share
Hold
my
on.
screen?
Hold on, Bobby.
This was Louisiana territory 1803. This is Louisiana Purchase.
They had that's why we got to bring up the conversation. That's why I said this area is so important. You have the Mississippi bubble happening, and you have the Natchez Wars. So the map of Mississippi is technically fake because John Law was selling money. So the shit we were talking about, Damo, I was going to bring it up. The fiat dollar John Law introduced. So the maps for France do get skewed. But at this time, you had the Natchez Wars. So that area that's blue, that's how white folks was looking at that Kentucky area.
Those are territories. Those are territories.
That was the Natchez Indian territories. But that treaty that they had with the French, the British, that little whole region is up in smoke with the British, the Spanish fighting between the French and going between the natives for that territory. And black people in that area.
Yeah, this is during Manifest Destiny. Yeah, that's what I said. This is when they were starting to spread westward.
So also congruent to that time, the French also owned everything in Europe from Madrid to Moscow, including Madrid and Moscow.
They own
parts of Canada. They own part of Florida too. I got a map from 1773. I think the map is from. No, it's a little earlier than that when almost all of it was French. The whole map is in French.
Yeah, nigga, Louisiana still ain't the Midwest, nigga. It's still the South.
Yeah, it's the South because the main port for Louisiana was still Louisiana, New Orleans, and all that. Like that, it still was the major port and everything. Like everything was coming through. What's considered Louisiana today, everything was coming through there.
You're a little bit clearer, Sebille, now.
And they would use the Mississippi. They would use the Mississippi River to transport things back and forth from Canada to, you know what I mean.
That was the main line, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Zivvy for D1, whoever he is, he just told him.
Your mic messing up. Your mic messing up, Sabio. Your mic going in and out, Sabio.
Is he outside?
Nah, it's just calmer, bro. He didn't talk so much shit about my mic. Now the universe just fucking him up.
No, it sounded like he was moving. Yeah, the French was the first ones to convert to the metric system. Even at one point, the official language of England was French.
Yep.
French was running shit.
And my bad, Psycho. This is the map I had was 1713.
Okay.
Yeah, at one point they would look at you as unintelligent if you can't speak French.
Oh, you were more than unintelligent. You were less than human.
Yep. So if you're there speaking English, the Queen's language, and you can't speak French, then they would look at you as less than human.
Yeah, because the map I got, Florida was called La Florida or something like that, and it stretched from where we see Florida at all the way to Mississippi. They call that area La Florida. The French did at one time.
Yeah, I knew they had Canada, but I didn't know they had so much power in America.
Yeah.
It was basically a scramble because of some of the concessions that were done over in Europe.
I mean,
French hold a lot of territory out here.
Yeah, but because of just how where we position in the globe, it would be impossible for them to maintain it.
Right. That's why people say, "Excuse my French."
Well, the Haitian Revolution drained their resources. That's why they had. That's why they sold. That's why we.
It's an internal
because
revolution.
of all the resources they drained during with the Haitian Revolution, because they was already at war with Britain. Napoleon spread himself too thin. That was Napoleon's downfall. That's what most of these people's downfalls was. Same thing happened to Hitler.
That's what I was saying. You can't. Yeah, they couldn't maintain that shit.
They hated the French. That's why they say things like "excuse my French" to make you look like if you know what I'm saying, if you cussing, it's bad because you know what I'm saying. That was their way of belittling the French by saying "excuse my French." But my bad. Go ahead, Dave.
Even after the French Revolution, after they dominated and conquered militarily, they never stopped fighting. Like they kept on motherfucking killing motherfuckers. They kept going even after the council said, "Hey, we got it. We cool. You know, we ready to set up shop." The people in the street said, "Fuck that." Robespierre, the creator of the guillotine, he created that device. His head was in a basket.
And this country always had a good relationship in its origins with France. I mean, this country wouldn't even exist without France.
Statue of Liberty,
because the French gave the new rebellious colonies that was going against Britain. France was already beef with Britain.
Yes,
they saw the beef going on with the colonies over here. They saw they were trying to get their independence. They was getting their ass kicked because Britain had the best navy in the world. And the United States had, the colonies didn't have no navy, so they was getting lit up and everything else. So what France did was they loaned the colonies their navy. They gave them their services, and they was fighting the Brits out in the water and everything else. And that's what freed up the colonies. That
and they funded too. They fund that. They funded the war.
Yeah. Without France's navy, this country would still be Britain.
Yes.
Yeah, buddy.
And they the ones who gave us the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, and it was a lot of the natives that was in the South that was, teaming up with the French. You know what I mean?
Speaking of the Statue of Liberty, I actually want to go visit the shackles, the hidden shackles at the feet. Dr. Joy.
Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty. You want to go there? You gotta go to Jersey. You gotta go to Jersey City.
Yeah, it was supposed to have been a black woman, but they, you know how they do it.
Shackles, man.
So it's supposed to be a black woman.
Yeah, that's something like this, nigga, bro.
No, that's what some historians said.
Which ones, nigga? Which ones?
When they came up with the idea, it was supposed to be of a black woman with the shackles broken, of being free from slaves, but they redesigned it at the last minute. According to
why would they give them that in the 1700s when we was still slaves? We was enslaved in the 1700s. Why would they give them?
Well, it's supposed. Oh, go ahead.
It was liberation from England.
Real quick, who's K?
So is Dr.
I think it's Kurt.
This is Kurt
from the chat.
Oh, Par.
Yeah, it's Kurt. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
America.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, with this you guys, are we Pan-African on this panel?
Fucking right.
We gods on this panel.
So we break down the African, right? We got Afri, right?
What? Wait, what
land
are you
of the
asking?
What? Okay, land of the Afri, AFRI, right? That's North African.
Al-Kebulon.
But I see y'all, but I see y'all put down North Africa a lot. What's up with that?
Who was ruling North Africa?
I do. I talk
at the time you talking about.
I thought big smack about North
There's many countries in
the
Arabian Empire,
baby.
The Arabian Empire.
Yeah,
we're gonna lead him. We're gonna lead him out in Algeria.
The etymology of the word African comes from North Africa.
Yeah, but North Africa, you got to understand that there's many countries in North Africa, and a country like Mauritania is still a black country. If you're talking about Algeria, Tunisia, and certain country that run by Berbers and Arabs, yeah, we sometimes we don't talk as favorable about them because we tend to focus on sub-Saharan Africa, especially West Africa. But there are black countries in North Africa. Sudan, both Sudans are in North Africa, to be exact. Chad, Mauritania, these are still black countries in North Africa. You never hear no one talking bad about them.
So you talking about North Africa? What do you mean when you say North America? Is everybody supposed to know what you talking about when you say the word North America? That's like
When
Mexico on up.
When I think of word African, I don't think of Roman, bro. But that's what it is.
Are you a Pan-African?
Me?
Yeah,
no, I'm a black man, bro.
No, he a pot apple. He a pot apple.
In America.
Hold on. Wait. So what the fuck you got static for niggas talking shit about North Africa for?
God damn. Thank you, Domo.
No, I'm just saying Pan-African, right? But y'all discount North Africa with this shit, though. Why y'all
Hold on,
You gotta say names. You gotta say names, bro. You can't say y'all.
Hold on, but I guess a better question is, why does that matter to you? I guess let's get to that point. Why, even if that's true, let's assume that may be true. Why does that matter to you?
People look for credence, right? You look for credibility?
No. Nobody's looking for
credibility for what? I mean, what credit are you?
But I ask you, the question I'm asking you is, why does this matter though? Don't ask me a question. I'm saying, like, what is the relevance of the conversation you're trying to introduce? But we can just get to the point instead of like dancing around.
Education.
Okay, what about education?
That's cool.
What about education?
Are you familiar with the basics of the basic definition of Pan-Africanism?
Well, I mean, a lot of people listening to our show right now, right? A lot of young people too.
Well, can this
Are they
nigga
not
answer?
being educated by what we're saying?
He asked you, do you know the definition of Pan-Africanism?
No, I know the term Africa. African is derived from a people, a Roman people in North Africa called Afri. Afri, A-F-R-I.
Every
time. Do you know the definition of Pan-Africanism?
They always want to take away from the
understand the root word. I understand the root word, which is Africa, right?
Yes or no? Do you understand
so are you
the
calling
definition
yourself an African when you're a Pan-Africanist?
Do you understand the definition of
Pan-African when you're a
Pan-Africanism?
Pan-Africanist?
Do you understand the definition of Pan-Africanism?
Yes or no? Eyeball conversation.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it from your perspective? What is the definition of Pan-African?
We are, as Pan-Africanists, we've tried to find relations with other communities that are the same hue, and it all goes back to a romance of the motherland.
Romance. That's not Pan-African.
The romance.
Yeah, romance.
Adding things on right there.
That's all like black.
No, romance. Where's romance from? Where we get romance from?
No, we not like listen.
We trying to Q was ran out of.
No, I'm
Q
serious,
had a plan.
I'm serious.
Q was ran out of plan. I think you kind of derailed it a little bit, bro.
No. We call it.
No, I'm just saying Q butter was bringing out the elbow bed.
What does it? Do black people?
First of all,
do
y'all
black
would
people
take it
have a
from what I
connection to
was saying
Africa?
about
Do black people in America
Louisiana
have a
Purchase
connection to Africa?
and
Do
Lewis
black
and
people in
Clark having
America
two
have a
niggas
connection to
with
Africa?
them. Why is
Do
Lewis and
black
Clark having
people in
two
America
niggas
have
with
a
them, bro?
connection to Africa?
Wait,
Do
you
black
did.
people in
Why
America
does
have a
Lewis
connection
and
to Africa?
Clark? Why does Lewis and Clark bring two niggas
Bro,
with them
Okay, he's jumping
do
all
that
over
are
the
black
place. I'm
people
gonna
African? They're
bring
do
up
niggas
folks.
black
from
people have
America.
a connection?
He literally just said he
Go
came
ahead.
in
I'm
here
sorry. Go
asking
ahead.
about Louisiana Purchase. When you came in here asking about Pan-Africanism, you introduced
No, I
Africa.
was because I came on this show before and I broke it down why I'm FBA. And the reason I broke down FBA dealt with a lot about the Lewis and Clark expedition. So now that you guys are on the Lewis Clark expedition, I want to ask you again,
But we're not.
why the
We're not
fuck,
talking about the Lewis and
why the
Clark
hell are
expedition.
they going,
We're
why
not
the hell are
talking
they going
about
to
that.
a Western
I brought up
frontier?
Lewis and Clark, bro. I brought up Lewis
No,
and
no,
Clark.
no,
They
no, no,
did.
no. I'm
That was
talking
me who brought
about
up Lewis and Clark. They
when I
didn't.
brought it up about when I brought it up about April 2 months ago. We were talking about like this. I brought up the CIA and shit, right? And then we brought up Birth of a Nation, right? And then I brought up Lewis and Clark. So let's go back to Lewis and Clark. Who did they take on them with on the expedition? Who did Lewis
Hey,
and
bro,
Clark
make
take?
your point. Make your point. Make your point. Make your
Why
point.
would he bring niggas to
We're
a
not doing
land?
trivia.
Why
We're not
would they
doing
bring?
trivia. Make your point.
Why would
Make
they
your point.
bring niggas to a land
We're
that
not
is
doing trivia,
supposedly
bro.
filled
We're
with
not doing trivia.
chinks?
We're
What
not doing
if that
trivia. Make your
if
point.
that okay? What's the point? Okay,
No,
Pan
I'm saying
Africa,
don't
right?
ask us. Don't ask us a question. Make your point.
They took slaves, bro. It's called slavery.
Who cares? Why would they take slaves if they look down on us?
Because they needed
Why would they
slaves
think that they'll be safe with two slaves?
Because they needed slaves to do work. Because they didn't want to do the work.
No, they were gonna meet other niggas on the
is that
line.
confusing?
No, when they go up in this unknown territory, they can meet other niggas. That's why they take niggas with them.
It's called
It's called
bringing work.
No, they was translators. The niggas was translators, bro. The niggas were the translators.
No, they wasn't.
Yeah, they
Oh, come on,
Whatever,
man.
bro.
Translator for
Whatever.
who?
They was not.
Wait.
Okay, Sacagawea. Sacagawea was one of them, right?
That was
what
a
she look
Native
like?
American, not the
Nah. Don't tell me that shit. What's a Native American? That's too ambiguous.
Bro, we're not doing the trivia. Make your point. Make your point.
I said it's too ambiguous to call Sacagawea a fucking Native American. She was a nigga.
No.
That's
Based
my
on
point.
based on what?
Oh, come on, man. Who was the other guy that they took with them? I forgot the other guy's name.
If she was a nigger, or what you claim, what tribe is she from?
Was it Cherokee or Navajo? One of the southwestern.
Oh man.
So all Cherokee and Navajo are niggas?
No. Cherokee.
Them just the ones they know.
If you look at the Dawes rolls, they were. If you look at the Dawes rolls, they were.
No, don't do that, bro. Cherokee are from the east. They're not from the west. Don't do that to them.
No, I'm just saying maybe in Navajo. I don't know. It's a southwestern tribe.
I think she was Crow. I think she's like Crow.
Crow. Okay.
Yeah, you all over the place, bro.
A lot of blacks was Crow.
And then you got Jim Crow laws. What the fuck is that?
Oh,
damn, how much you gonna jump around here?
Crow Indians. A lot of us
you
was Crow
jumping
Indians,
from
bro.
century to century.
A lot of us. That was a nice trip, bro. I like that.
Y'all jumping around with this Louisiana
Cause we were
frontier.
Crow. We were
Y'all
Crow.
jumping
The
around
black.
with
Cause
this
that's how black
Louisiana
our people
frontier.
were. No, that's how black our tribes of people were. We was like Crow, the color of a crow.
Madonna, you're not helping one bit at all, bro. What you saying ain't making no fucking sense whatsoever either.
But the damn show making dollars.
No, it's not, nigga.
Why would they
I don't even know
call
what the
it Jim Crow laws, Madonna? Why would they call it Jim Crow laws, Madonna?
Because the black people, the indigenous, the indigenous black people, some of them was from the Crow tribe. But my grandma was part of the Crow tribe because they was the color of the Crow.
Hold on, niggas. So niggas is just lying. So niggas is just lying.
No. I mean, no, don't do that, man. You done went from 1804 and then you done went all the way back to the 1890s.
It's okay, GA. You do it all the time, GA. So let me rock.
No, I try to.
Don't put that on Price. Price ain't gonna talk about that.
I just want to stay at one.
Can somebody look up the word?
Wait. What's that? What's that? Can we not do all the topic jumping from the 1800s to the 1700s to today's time? And can we just keep it on one thing? What is the claim you are making right now? Let's stay there.
Thank you.
Let's slow down.
So if we're supposed to be so-called Africans, why is it taking us to a land of people that you guys don't want to credit, North Africa? And why does it also take us to a Roman people that occupied North Africa?
We can stop right there.
No. Why does it take us? No, there's an extra caveat. There's an extra caveat, Psycho. I wasn't finished. Let me finish. There's an extra caveat. North Africa.
Bruh, I don't need you to keep repeating yourself. We heard you. You're asking how come we reject North Africa and we Pan African. You ain't got to keep repeating it.
No. Also, why are we referring to a people of Roman descent in North Africa?
Now you're on Rome. This is what you got to see.
Look up the etymology of Africa then.
Okay, bro. Okay, we got it, Kurt. Kurt, we got it, yo. We got it, Kurt. We got it, yo.
Claim at a time, bro. You gish galloping. You are literally gish galloping. You're just throwing a whole lot of shit balls in the stick. Stay at one thing at a time. Now about North Africa. North Africa is not us. That's why I don't mess with North Africa. I'm not Moroccan. I am not a Moor. I don't believe none of that crap. We are not the original Moors. We are not Berbers. We are not Egyptians. We did not build the pyramids. None of that stuff. Why would I rep people that is not us? I rep people of sub-Saharan African descent, the indigenous people of Africa. The indigenous people of Africa. That's who I rep. Okay? Is that understood?
Yes, but if I go to that term Africa, right? Okay, there's an etymology involved.
And that's called an etymological fallacy.
People could call me out.
That's called an etymological fallacy, bro.
They could call me out, and they could be like,
hold on. Because you've already made that. Hold on, because you've already made.
We on this foundational shit, right?
No, hold on, because you already.
We on this foundational shit, right?
We are, but you keep making this etymology argument, right? And the issue with the way that you're making the etymology argument is that it's fallacious. Just because a term has an etymology doesn't mean that the way that we understand that term has to be based on that etymology. Period.
Well, you're being disingenuous with the term then.
No, you're creating a fallacy. You're operating from fallacious logic.
Not when Webster's writing it, bro. I'm not Webster, bro.
That's what makes it fallacious. That's what
I don't know, man. I don't know. You bring up this Lewis and Clark thing. You bring up this Lewis and Clark thing and this Native Americans that went with them as fallacious too. The fuck is that?
And you see what you bringing up Lewis and Clark did, Madon? It didn't do shit but cause confusion. There was no reason at all to bring up Lewis and Clark. You just brought up Lewis and Clark because you wanted some fucking brownie points.
No, right? I don't need
Louisiana Purchase.
I'm a master historian.
You ain't a master motherfucking thing, but a master bullshit.
Why are you bringing up the Louisiana Purchase, bro?
We were talking about fucking colonies over in the continent of America. That's why we brought it up.
But see, now let's deal with the name Jim, right? The name Jim is indigenous.
No, we ain't got to deal with the name Jim. Nope.
Yes, it is,
Nope. You just bringing up random motherfucking shit.
Nobody cares what Africa.
He brought up Jim Crow, right?
Wait.
Man, fuck what he talking about.
Who cares what Africa is called? Call it something else. It don't matter the landmass name. We bitching over name. America's was named after a white man. We think that's a whole white man. Nobody talks about that. Nobody cares. Right?
Yeah, y'all ain't breaking down the etymology of America.
We're literally arguing over word games like we playing Scrabble. What are we doing right now?
Why y'all don't do that to America? Why y'all ain't bringing up the goddamn original fucking name from America?
Foundational.
I was showing you how the name Jim.
So you want to keep it America though, right?
Jimmy,
you cool with that goddamn Finnish name? You don't want to go back to the beginning of America, where America come from, right?
You can't call yourself foundational. You can't call yourself FBA, and the A stands for a white man, and you turn around complaining about I don't want to be called African because it was named after a white. What are we doing?
Hey, but check this out though. Let's deal with the name Jim.
Started by fucking Queen fucking French Hall
We
was
not
chartered by the
talking
British.
about no goddamn gym, Madonna.
They're talking about
Nobody give a fuck about that.
African.
Named after a white man.
I know. What the hell are you talking
Where
about?
did the name America come from? It ain't come from no engine. The name America ain't come from no engine.
Amir?
Where did the name America come from?
Amir?
So we shouldn't claim black
Amir
American.
means sovereign, my friend.
Where did the name
No.
America
Amir
come
means
from?
sovereign.
The name America.
Let's see how much
Amir, A-M-E-R.
engine history you know. Where did the name America come from? It's the FBA. Where did your name come from?
I'm
the name America.
That's why
Let him respond, Madonna.
That's why I brought up North Africa. Okay, Amir. What is Amir? Amir is a sovereign king.
No, that's not
a sovereign king.
That's not where America.
What did they just call themselves?
That's pseudo.
Man, you sound clown right now, bro.
That's pseudo. That's pseudo.
How's that pseudo?
Right. Pull it up, source up. Source up. Drop a link to your information. But that's bullshit. What you just said.
Man. Hey, Chad. Hey, Chad. Look up this word.
Nah, you can't run to the chat, yo. You on the panel. No chat running.
Don't shut me up. No, it's an open panel.
You can't run to the chat, though. Damn.
No, because I know the chat
you
is
breaking
listening,
down
fool.
Africa, break down
the
fucking
chat is
America.
listening, fool.
Information.
Come on now.
The hell are you talking about?
Who's lying to you?
Source.
Somebody's lying to you. Who's doing it?
You can't minimize.
Who's lying to you? Give me a source.
The Moors. The Moors from North Africa that you.
The Moors that's lying to you?
Of course.
The Moors from North Africa that you.
Why am I not shocked? The Moors is the one dumping this information in here.
Why am I not
It
shocked
always
that y'all
come
don't
back
know
to
what
the Moors.
African means?
All you people that
Why am
love
I not
word
shocked
games,
that you don't know where the word African comes
all
from?
y'all that love playing the Moors,
All these Pan-Africanists.
y'all all come from this Moors.
Y'all don't even know what the term Africa means. Hell are you talking about?
Fallacy. Every time I break down a word, like you can't do
That's an etymological fallacy.
Come on, Sabio.
That's an
I ain't gonna deal with this shit right now. I'm gonna take a break.
Having etymon, if you're going to always try to offset it by saying either, oh, that's the etymological fallacy. Like, what's the purpose of having the fucking? What's the purpose of having etymon? What's the purpose of having etymon if you're going to try to offset it every time by saying etymological fallacy?
The reason why they have it is to show people that words change over time. Like words change all the time, dog. Like just like right there, I just called you dog. Am I literally called you a canine?
No,
am I literally calling you a canine if I say dog?
I don't call my sister a bitch because I take words literally.
Right. But the origin, right. Got you.
4 legs, literally.
Got you. All that, but words change though. But another sister might call her a bitch though, and she might not get offended by it because words change over time.
And times come with change.
Ignorance. That's little ignorance.
Psycho, you know about the legacy of dogs?
That's how the English language. Not just the English language. All languages work.
Being around ignorant.
The word, the F-bomb that people don't like to say on YouTube because it might get your channel messed with. That used to mean it still means a cigarette out in Britain. It used to mean a bundle of sticks. Like, but if you say it right now, you can get your channel struck. You can't say, "Oh, well, I didn't mean it that way." You gonna know the etymology of the word of the word. I was just
etymology of the other word.
I was just talking about a bundle of sticks. That's all I was talking about. No word.
Next time you feel happy, you just tell people that you feel gay, because that's the right etymology.
Look. There's a red line and there's a blue line. The blue line, typically in Chicago, is more opulent, has AC, is white folk. The red line is more, you can tell it's more black folks, no AC. The white lady goes, yeah, it's a science. Me, etymology, knowing it, literally the root word for science is knowledge. They did the knowledge and they created a science behind why the red line is distinctly different than the blue line when it comes to all the amenities, etc. So white lady walking by, oh yeah, she said, oh yeah, that's the science. It's just a science to it. So am I wrong for looking at etymologically? I mean, looking at the etymon of science and
what you could
okay, science literally not.
No, so but you can also
what you do is find out when these what these lines was made and what these words meant when the lines was made, because you can't go back to what the words meant thousands of years ago when that word might not mean the same thing 1,000 years later. You gotta go to when I forgot with these codes, these city codes, whatever it is you were just talking about was created and what these words meant at that time.
The red line,
it may not, but deity, it may not even be that far. There's social, There's also social science deity.
Train system in Chicago.
No, but deity, it's also that sounds. Y'all can hear me.
You with black folks, that's no AC.
Yeah, I hear you.
No, we hear you.
Completely different.
Nigga, what happened being thorough, nigga? What happened being thorough?
That's deliberate. It's a
Hold on,
science. Like the white lady said.
Deity.
Behind that. The white lady walking by me. Yeah, it's a science. I know it's a science. Meaning knowledge. They did not say
the system
now if bro get muted,
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think.
If bro get muted, right? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we can hear you, Q. He can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Go ahead, Didi. Go ahead. Q.
No, deity. There's also social science, and there's civil engineering and how cities are designed, and how people are placed in those cities. That's why environmental justice is so important, because black people are typically placed in areas where there's heat zones, there's a lot more sound, the quality of air index, the air quality index is lower. So these things are definitely part of a science on how black people are treated, and they go into how black people perform based off of how they're treated. And this is a form of environmental injustice. So that's why that's how I hear it. If they say there's a science to it, it is a science to environmental organization, how people are organized, and so on and so forth.
Understood. I understand what you're saying, but I was talking about knowing the etymology of science.
But the etymological,
it's kind of like the Delmar divide.
The science behind that.
It's kind of like what he's speaking of is the Delmar divide that they have in St. Louis. When you talk about the red line and the blue line, you have a white side and a black side, and things are different. People are treated differently. The amenities are different. The businesses and all that. So I understand what you're saying, but that's, as Q was saying, that's social engineering.
All littered throughout the red line.
But it's social engineering.
I knew that was going to be the case. It was
so now, deity, where this becomes a fallacy, right? Mm-hmm. He initially came to the panel and wanted to discuss Pan-African, right? And then to rationalize the Pan-African perspective, he started the etymological breakdown of the word, which had nothing to do.
Yeah, the shores of Tripoli is in North Africa, bro. The shores of Tripoli is in.
You see what he's talking about? It has nothing to do with what's on the screen. So so the fallacy creates an unnecessary conversation. So once you recognize it, you stop it. It's like, hold on, that's a fallacy, bro. Like, because the only going to do is just go down a rabbit hole that has nothing to do with the actual thing that we want to discuss. So do you see what's on the screen, Kay?
The shores of Tripoli means a lot, though, bro. In terms of American Foundation, they refer to North Africa a lot. So why the hell are y'all discounting that shit? Why y'all discounting North Africa, bro?
Nobody's discussing that. You're creating an argument, and you want us to.
Yo, Psycho just explained to you.
No, we're talking about America, right? If America has roots in North Africa, what the hell are you talking about then?
We don't know what you're
America does have roots in North Africa.
That's a beautiful.
Beyond some Moorish BS.
No, fam.
Do you know how to share your screen?
Y'all being.
Okay, do you know how to share?
Go ahead.
Do you know how to share your screen?
He's talking about the Treaty of Friendship, Q.
All right, so there's a button on the bottom. If you're on
talking about the Treaty of Friendship and Peace.
Wow, don't.
Thank you, Sabio. Thank you, sir.
Like
Sabio, bro, don't fall for the okie doke, bro.
They got y'all. That's what got them stupid.
That's the sham god move. The pseudos be having the sham god. Got him here. Now we gonna discuss this nonsense. Like that shit ain't got nothing to do with it.
I may have something to do with that Louisiana Purchase, my nigga.
That's beautiful.
You don't think it has something to do with that Louisiana Purchase?
I don't know.
Fuck out of here, man.
I don't know.
Louisiana Purchase in North Africa, bro.
So this is he's all over the place. This was Psycho was saying, like he's all over the place.
Hey, but can we go back to that map when y'all get a chance, man? I mean, it's quite a few couple stop signs in there we didn't even get to, and that's I came up and had that conversation. So if he can tie his claim to that last map that was up,
Napoleon Bonaparte was not in North Africa. Is that what you're saying?
I am not saying that.
Okay, then what the hell are you talking about?
If you
Nobody
can
knows
tie
this
your
shit.
claim back to what the map that the brothers had
Who
up,
we
that
buy
had the
Louisiana
Louisiana.
Purchase from?
just
Who we
got
buy
DQ.
Louisiana Purchase from, bro?
See, this is the rabbit
Can
hole,
you
y'all.
pull up your map of
I got
Louisiana
DQ.
Purchase
No, we
and make
bought
your
it from
point?
France. That's obvious and that's easy.
The rabbit hole,
Louisiana
y'all.
Purchase was bought in France, from France.
And your point,
But them
you make
motherfuckers were in North Africa when that shit was going down, nigga.
Okay.
that
What
don't
they
make
doing in North Africa?
There
What
was
was
a
the
lot
French
of
doing in North
European
Africa?
that
colonizers.
makes no sense. You haven't brought up no dates, and then you haven't
I'm
even brought
bringing
up the
up
That's
proof.
why
cause of
I
the
asked him.
I'm
purchase.
bringing up.
That,
Okay. Look it up then. If I'm wrong, research it yourself. That's what the
No,
pseudos.
no, no,
oh,
no,
yeah, we're not
no.
even gonna respond to something. Like, I'm gonna
If
remove
you have
something.
a point, bring up the
I
point
can't.
and make it,
He
bro.
don't know how to share his screen. Like, it's just obvious.
Oh,
You
okay.
know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
can we move on in?
That's the big present button is right there and right there on the screen. Just press present. It's not that hard.
No, man, I want to go back to what y'all was talking about with this whole how the country is dissected and how we are perceiving something from the perspective of like 18. When was the Louisiana Purchase? 1804, 18, early 1800s? No, 18, yeah, early 1800s.
and now I wasn't perceiving it. I'm saying that we
Well,
have to make.
I didn't mean it like that, bro. But I'm just saying it's a lot of. Well, go ahead and say what you was gonna say.
Calm
Now
down,
I'm just saying
GA.
that the abos come from that area, and they be conflating them. They be bringing up they be bringing up British history and conflating it on British history, and then they always bringing up the classification issues.
No,
And it's
no, and that's crazy because the ones who was really getting busy in that area, particularly in the southeast, minus maybe Georgia, was the Spanish and the French.
What's your point?
My point is that Q was saying, hey, and I learned something. I didn't know the territory went as far as to the borders of Pennsylvania to the east, and then came all the way back that as far as it did to the west. But a lot has transpired prior to that. Once all that played out and it started getting divided up into territories, then you had something called the Mason-Dixon line that divided the country right down the middle, so to say. And you had a
yeah,
lot
but
of people. Go ahead.
these are blends of colonies and different. And each region was its own corporation. So even though it was the British, Jamestown was its own corporation. Virginia, Virginia was its own corporation. New York was its own corporation. Delaware was its own corporation, and they were all underneath the greater corporation of the Royal British, but they were all individual spaces that had different types of cultures in it, even though they were underneath the British. So that
No, fair. No, I'm saying fair point, Cuba. Look at that grayed out area right there. That's Mississippi and Alabama, maybe a little bit of Kentucky, Tennessee. That's the Spanish and French mainly had the impression in that area, excluding Florida.
Nah, man, it was pretty much still open in that area.
Who was exploring in that? Come on,
it
you know
depends on
Ponce
what.
de
I'm
Leon
sure
and
we can break.
Ferdinand de Soto Madon. You know those guys.
That's way earlier. This is 17, so I'm sure there's maps that's different than this for the French or
Yeah,
for the.
because Georgia didn't become a state till what, 18 something?
But that's a British penal colony. Well, whatever. I'm saying who had influence in those areas. Spanish had influence from Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and they started running into the French over there in that Louisiana, Arkansas area, what we call today.
Oh yeah,
Well, you have multiple explorers and colonizers and all that trying to, invade those areas.
We know. I just gave you, I told you who were the two nations that was getting down. The Portuguese may have been down in that area. You
But see,
had
that was
this.
the last stronghold. Those two states was the last stronghold of the
For who?
indigenous people. The native
And
people that was on a lot of them lands. That was the last
exactly.
stronghold.
But okay, and what nations was dealing with it at that time, Madon?
You had all of them: French, the Spanish, the English. All of them was in there, like you said.
So that's all I was getting at. Go ahead, dude.
But I'm just it's this.
Yeah, I was just bringing up all these abos come from this region. So whatever, when I said Midwest, and Damo was correcting me, that's what I was referring to with this like they come from this region here. You have sprinkles of other ones, but I blame the Pan-Africans that and then the Moorish people, like son, your son got a whole Moorish perspective.
Yeah, he does, but he's all over the map, bro. And all I'm saying, when you say Midwest, that's kind of inaccurate today.
But Q is right though. Most of the abos that come out now, they particularly from these regions. You know what I'm saying?
But
there's things that happen.
What I'm noticing is, as I pay attention, the thing that we're overlooking, and I've mentioned it, is the Treaty of Friendship and Peace. And for some reason, they think that has to do with them.
I'm looking at it totally. Go ahead, finish, bro.
Like,
all right, it got to deal with our great ancestors.
I read the Treaty of Friendship and Peace. Huh?
Okay, so how do they understand English?
Who?
In order to sign a treaty.
How?
How do they understand English to sign a treaty?
The Treaty of Friendship and Peace?
Bro, just answer the question for me.
Who signed the treaty?
Oh.
Did they understand English?
Who signed the treaty?
Bro, I asked you a question, bro.
Who signed the treaty?
All right,
we
man,
know Native Americans.
All right, go ahead, Q.
Spoke English.
I am not going to go down this hole.
No, I just wanted to add to that.
And what was the treaty signed for?
I think a more bigger
I don't care about none of that, bro.
Huh? So what?
I'm just trying to deal with what Q was talking about.
Abos. Well, yeah, GA, that's all I was making the point, was that they come from that region and the colonial.
And I'm not disagreeing with that, bro. But okay, just let me just go and get this point out, and I'm gonna leave it alone, man, because it's clearly we got different points of views that we're not gonna get nowhere with this. But we had the India.
No, finish. Go ahead.
Just two things. I'm thinking about the Indian Removal Act and the Trail of Tears, and who ended up getting pushed out from where and from what areas, and who was really dominant in those areas, and then who just made concessions and said, well, fuck it, I'm not gonna send you out to the far west at the time, Oklahoma. I'm gonna just give you some land right there in the region within Mississippi.
Yeah, but that's after the acquisition.
That's what the 1820s, 1830s.
I'm saying you have 200 years of French colonial systems in which there was a fiat colonial system. The person who was the head, they had corporations. Each one of the British territories was treated as an individual corporation. So you had governors and people who had to run each thing. John Law. Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, you went out.
Oh yeah, now I said John. Oh yeah, John Law was the head of the French colonization for like 20 years or some shit like that by himself.
So you're in the 1700s with this now, right?
That's the Mississippi bubble. So
exactly, but that's who you had down there at that time. That was the French and the Spanish. The British had their areas on lock.
No, I know that, but the acquisition of the territory by the British, I'm saying the people, when they keep bringing up reclassification, that's when you had people, the French didn't give a fuck about the Louisiana territory. It was a dummy corporation.
Yeah, because they needed money. I agree with that.
It wasn't that they needed money. They created the fiat monetary system that America later took on. That Damo we was talking about. That's what John Law created. He made the French invest in the idea of the government stock system. And that's why when you were saying nationalism, that there's an argument that could be made. John Law and the French, like they introduced a form of monetary system investment nationalism. but it was a whole fiat system, and John Law robbed them for mad bread, and they was invested in shit that was Louisiana, and Louisiana was fake, and mad pitches. They was creating fake pitches, sending them to the French to get them to invest. They was telling them how they had all of these huge cities and territories. All of that shit was lies, and the French put up mad money, and that shit caused the Mississippi bubble.
Oh, yeah, we got to come back and have that talk because I was for something different. I would say the Haiti revolt broke. I would say the Haitian revolt broke the French spirit for colonizing in the New World because they had other endeavors going on in Europe. But I mean, I don't even want to take from where we are right now.
That was that's all part of the business model. The colonial business model wasn't set up based off of making money off of slavery. That they made money off of slavery, but John Law introduced a financial system, and he made money off of that. So the colonial system wasn't ran explicitly like a corporation, like you would find in the Dutch colonies or in the British colonies, and it didn't have a monarch system like the Spanish colonies. So the way in which the colonies had the asiento systems and all that, so it was organized. The French was he was literally robbing the French.
I won't push back on that too much. I was just thinking about what made the French sell that territory. That's all I was getting.
It was the bubble. That was the Haitian Revolution. Yes, Africans revolted there, but the way the island was organized, not to say it like that, wasn't effective. And I'm not trying to sound like caping for white people, but that's how white people understood Haiti and other colonial systems. Like, why would you let Africans be in charge? Like, why would you let them organize like that? No, that's not how you're supposed to do it.
Fair point. But
So
the
French quarters, you had renegade Africans, you had black people mixing with the Indians, like the Louisiana shit, black people, that shit was renegade. It wasn't as organized.
Exactly. That's my point. They were bringing people from the Caribbeans to those areas. And that haven't even come up in tonight's conversation.
Yeah, but it wasn't organized. I'm just saying the effects of and not to sound like that, but the effects of the disorganization, to me, is what led to this Abo conversation. Like, where's the slave ships? Where's the real history? We've been here. Because you had
no, they was bringing slaves. Q. I just said they was bringing slaves from the Caribbean.
You got to remember, GA, they was bringing slaves from the East Coast to Louisiana
for 500-600 years. Like, they was here 300-400 years after the Spanish left, and they just been with Indians, and they wasn't called shit. They was just whatever the fuck they was called. You had Creole.
Wait a minute.
The French had different labels than the British.
It's exactly. They had what? Say that again. Say that word again. Creoles.
But they had different classifications. So when you hear all the Abos bring up reef classification, and then they jump to British history, they're not including the fact that they were once underneath a different colonial system. That's why they got reclassified.
But see, that's my point. Maybe I'm not hearing you and you're not hearing me. I'm saying that they're using the guise of reclassification to call a people something that they're not. That's all I'm getting at.
But it got truth to it though, GA.
Wait, say that again, Madonna.
It got some truth to it. If you reclassify somebody, go ahead.
No, all I'm getting at is, bro, that you had a whole nother colonizer colonizing a sector of the land with people that were there. There were people there because they was fighting with them. And they fought differently and they governed differently than the British did. And I'm talking about the Spanish and the French. But at some point in time, the British just eventually gained control over everything, and everybody else got either bought out, overpowered, or whatever. So that whole reclassification argument can be refuted by the record.
Well, nobody's refuting it. What I'm stating is that they don't include the Mississippi component, the French component. And then when they miss that part, and then they jump straight to the British side, and then they're like, yo, what about the slave ships? Like, you're from the French side. There was a whole robbery going on. Like, they were burning slaves. Like, it was a robbery. That's the Mississippi bubble is considered one of the first major financial bubbles.
But okay, you keep saying Mississippi bubble. Can you give me a timeline on what you're talking about? Because there's a point in time where the slaves start coming in from Virginia, from South Carolina.
That's after. This is when the French ran it. This is the one that's Louisiana, the whole territory.
Okay. So yeah, I'm really not up to speed on what the bubble is then.
I'm gonna pull it up right now. The Mississippi bubble is literally named after, because it was the Mississippi. So it's Louisiana is one of the it's the colloquial name, but the corporate name for I believe was the Mississippi Corporation or some shit like that. Yeah, see, a financial scheme in 18th century France that triggered a speculative frenzy and ended in financial collapse. The scheme was engineered by John Law, Scottish adventurer, economic theorist, financial wizard, who friend in the region of Duke established a bank General, a bank with the authority to issue notes. So this is where Damo, and he also came up with the idea of notes and the fiat currency. He's like considered one of the founders of the shit. A lady, he established a campaign of blah blah blah, and the Company of the West, and attained it for exclusive privileges, developed the vast French territories in the Mississippi River. So he literally was at the head. You see that map we had at 1713? He was running this for I think it was 20, 30 years.
20 years. So
was that attached to the East Indian Company?
Nah, this is the French.
Okay.
He ran all of the entire French slave trade. He was able to put underneath his hand. And that's why, not to say that the Haitians didn't get there from I don't want to sound like this, but from a managerial perspective, from a colonial perspective in management, you wouldn't do that. They didn't. That's the whole reason why they created board of directors. That's why they created the whole managerial corporate system, so that way you have people to watch over everybody there. But he didn't want that, because he was robbing the French. So he wouldn't want people to manage the numbers. That's why the numbers aren't around. That's why all the documents are burned. He's like, yo, burn all that shit, bro. That's
wait. So was it the British? Was it the British or the French that was in control of the East Indian Company?
The East Indian Company is the Dutch.
Okay, the Dutch. Okay, I thought the British was in bed with them or something.
I think the British might have had the East Royal Company.
Okay.
But it might have had something like the East Indian Royal. It might have had something with East Indian too.
So let me make sure I hear what you're saying, Q, because this is getting interesting now. So you're saying it was poor management on the count of who was who as far as personnel, because that's a true record of history. It's poor records down in the South during that time,
specifically in this territory, the French territory. Yep.
And that's right along that modern day Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, because that's where they were operating. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, see, he was selling the shares. He changed remember the share selling with the British. The Dutch let almost everybody invest, but it was still kind of secular. The British kind of let almost everybody invest. The French was like, you know what? Let's make it straight for the people and make this whole government stock. Like he was that's the bond system. If I'm not mistaken, he's part of the foundation of the bond system, the fiat money system. That whole, America took on that whole part of it.
Yeah, Q, it was. The East Indian Company was an English and later British joint stock company that was founded in 1600. But I think that's still a little bit different from what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, because you're giving them out right now then. So you're saying the whole reclassification is plausible due to poor record keeping. Is that
to the confusion? That's what I say. Add to the confusion. See right here, the vast public debt accumulated during the later years of Louis, and that's what he named it after the King Louis on the G. He was scamming. He was the king of the original scammer, reigned by selling his company shares to the public. See, in exchange for state-issued public securities. Like he wrote up this whole shit, the whole idea of state-issued public. Not that it wasn't there before, but on this level of colonialism as a system, he organized that whole shit.
No, so I get all that part, but I'm not hearing much on the logistics. That's
the
all I'm
whole
getting at.
robbery part. That's the whole robbery part. He was selling the system. The logistics was whatever. Because the French wasn't the only ones I was getting on the ships was the ones that wanted to make money and shit, like the merchants. They wasn't like fake, like the explorers
But
and
they
shit.
had to be bringing some cargo. It had to be some with them.
The French to America wasn't like the English. The English, what you call it, immigration and exploit was the Spanish people out of Spain. The French getting money. They was just getting they was getting to the money. But this was they part of their vision of mercantilism. It's just that beat them in that, and they call and then Napoleon his Napoleon shit. All of these to led to all that and revel that shit. Because part of the solution with the fact that money, money got stolen. Taking that back to that. They live in that. Yeah, this whole the Mississippi bubble, John Law. You see?
Yeah, but I'm not seeing any address because it had to be people there. There's no way you was gonna lay claim on land during that time and not have a presence of your representation of your citizens on ground.
That was part of the. That's
nah, Price. That's part of nationalism. You gotta think people that were running countries, that were in charge of companies, their ethnic in biological makeup could have been from an entire different area. That they already had that going on over in Europe. People that were running Rome was Italians. People that were running England was German. People that were running German was from Prussia. It didn't automatically fall out in logic like we was taught in school. So in terms of the transfer,
no,
go
but
ahead.
it's not that. It's the colonial system setup. So remember, the British will follow in the Dutch, and the Dutch introduced the ability for people to invest, and they were really showing people that they had the business set up. The British started doing the same shit, and then the French followed it. John Law figured out that niggas is gonna invest in the nation as long as it looks good and it sounds good. Who gives a
nationalism?
Fuck?
Yeah,
we gonna sell niggas nationalism. We selling niggas this French shit, and y'all gonna invest into this dollar, and then we gonna introduce this whole fiat dollar system.
So the only difference that the British did, the British literally transferred their wealth back to London. John Law and Napoleon didn't do that. They didn't transfer their wealth back to Florence, back to Paris. They didn't do that. They kept their shit in their pocket, and they continued to go on their conquests with other nations and ventures. That's why they were able to get broken up. That's why the Haitians, when we say the Haitians defeated the French, no, they didn't defeat the entire French. They just dismantled that part of the operation. But the French was very much in control of other areas.
Yeah, they were spread too thin, but I'm still there's the way this is coming off. You're not explaining that you make it sound like they just had a shell company with no people on the ground.
It was a
And
shell company. If you literally, they consider it one of. That's the Mississippi bubble is considered one of the first investment show. Like literally,
yeah, you didn't need no assets to form a company when they were doing it.
That wasn't the model at the time, Dale. I mean,
they didn't need no model.
Well, the model was the East India Company that got rich
No,
off.
Madan. That's they doing opium with India over in the
No, they was.
Kazakhstan.
Well,
That
they was
British
doing
East
more than
India
that.
was doing opium. I'm telling you what they was doing,
No,
Madan.
But
Don't conflate the two.
Bro, I'm just saying that's how London got richer as
Okay,
well.
we're over in America though, so just don't conflate the two. I know what you're talking about. We'll cover that later. But I'm saying back to Price's point. Price is trying to, I guess, make logic of investing into something with no tangible assets. Is that what you're trying to get to, Price?
exactly. I mean, how the
Oh,
hell
okay.
did you? Yeah,
Okay.
how did a presence? How did a presence
No,
get
this is the whole
established?
point of the
Land.
bubble. This is why
It's about land.
But okay, but
they
that's
just
okay,
got the
but hold
land.
on, but that's
They were
come
selling
on.
pictures. They literally, I can find the pictures. They sent pictures of Louisiana to the French being a completely developed city.
Yeah, that's how they sell these places. Like,
How did they even hold it long enough? Not to cut you off, bro, but it's like my point not being heard that they had to be some type of presence form. Somebody had to develop that. They weren't just holding on.
He's sending his mans there. Yo, GA, I'm gonna send you down to Louisiana, man. Just set some shit up. You will bring some Africans in, fuck up some natives and shit. And this, you know what I mean, have some shit here just in case we have some shit going on. It was not the British. These niggas, he was literally, that's what he was doing. He literally set
what
up
year
a
you
full
be talking
PI.
about? What year is this?
This is 17, 13, 17, 15, 17, 20. All
Yeah,
of
we before
1720s.
1776. Yeah, this is before 1776.
Yeah, it was tensions between the French and the British.
Exactly.
Yeah, that will continue past even 1776.
Yeah,
It
but
don't stop
remember
there.
the contentions. Even though they had contentions, they both were still following the Dutch.
They both was colonizing North America for the most part, like America and Canada.
Well, I mean, in the sense of following the corporate system from the Dutch. They didn't have a monarch system for their colonization, even though they had the monarchy there.
But Dutch and the British was on the east.
No, what I'm saying, the colonial system attempt, like the investor approach. So one of the main components of the Dutch was that they introduced the corporation and the investor, and that made people be able to invest into the idea of this business. And so a lot of the business terminology comes from the original business transactions. To be a merchant, when we sell things, we're a merchant. Financing, the idea of rate and interest and risk over time was attached to the ship. How long you were going to be in the seas, where you were going. All these risk factors were accumulated to the type of debt you would get able to or the loan you would get. All of this little system, the Jews being able to make those loans with those type of interests without having issues. The Dutch introduced that whole shit, and then the French and the British followed after. The British allowed the Jews back in what, 1570 or 1630, one of those 2 years. And that was just for the fact that y'all can loan money, get to the corporation, and we're gonna let people invest. But the British did the royal investment version, and then so the John Law was like, oh, all right, we're gonna introduce a nation public version of the investor system. And that's what I'm saying, from the colonial sense, he just took it and kept it in France. I'm selling niggas the shit in France. Fuck going to America, fuck all that other shit. I'm selling niggas the investment pony. And that was the scam part. And so the French wildly started investing mad money into it because he was sending pictures, and it burst in 1720, and it crashed the whole economy. It's considered one of
the Price. They didn't need a standing army in these places. Just think of how America got it set up today with the embassies. The primary purpose of an embassy is to have a monitor, like a study hall monitor. What's going on in the country? What's going on? That's all they needed. They didn't need a whole bunch of motherfuckers.
Look at Haiti. You got an island here that was colonized by two powers, right? And they existed on the island together.
No, I mean,
but in their colonial practices, the French would allow Africans to also oversee Africans. The Spanish would put mulattoes to oversee Africans. That one slight difference made a world of a difference on an isolated island.
But that's okay. And then now you're getting into the nuances that probably would lead to the revolution on the island, that they were outnumbered and they weren't staffed right or whatever. They didn't maintain numbers or piss poor management or whatever. And I'm saying the same thing over in the New World, because not only do you have to maintain your captives, you have to deal with natives over there. Then you got to deal with your ops over there operating in the same territory, because everybody's over there trying to do a land grab.
Well, the natives was hooking up with the Africans were
lost
hooking up with the
resources
natives.
too. They lost a lot of resources. So
yeah, and the Africans were hooking up with the natives, and the Africans were hooking up with the natives. No, what I'm saying is that's what kind of sparked.
There's no need for that.
Revolution, bro.
There's no need for that, Madon. Slow down, bro.
Bro, what you talking about, man?
Africans.
The natives outnumbered the motherfucking colonists, nigga.
I'm saying when we talk about the Haitian revolutions, right? That that a lot of the African slaves was linking up with the indigenous people on that island and was causing ruckus. That's what led to the revolution.
Okay.
No, that's not what happened.
Yes, it is. Look it up.
That's not what happened.
No, bro, you had the first, the robbery, the whole country lost money after the bubble. And then the families, remember the French are not just like, they some fake family. I forgot the Franks or some shit, like they've been on some shit. So the people that was underneath their region were tired of them being monarch shits. And that was an issue. The war against the monarchs, wasn't like,
yes.
When did the French introduce I don't even know what year the French introduced the parliament. Because the British introduced the parliament way before the French. And that quelled, because the British was having revolts and all these issues. They introduced different levels of the parliament to kind of to slow it down. And also, you can leave. You can go to the Americas. The French.
That's after 1783, I think.
Even.
No, it's before then. No, I want to say earlier than that.
Yeah.
But
before 1783?
Yes, I want to say because I want to say they were spread thin at the time doing all this colonization going on. They still had shit. Napoleon was over there messing with Russia. He was doing expeditions in Africa. He was just all over the damn place. So I could see you doing some half-ass colonization, because the Brits and the Portuguese, everybody's on this new thing, and fed into this Ponzi scheme. So I can see that. But I don't know, man.
That contributed to the Aboriginal, because you have two groups, and you have a third. You have the white group, the French. You got black people that get free.
Yeah.
And depending on who they got free from, how they got free from the French determines if they're gonna get chased. And so you had mad blacks that got free and was just living with the natives for 300-400 years, just being whatever the fuck they was. And then the British come around and it's like, y'all are this now. They might have been living in a fucking TP with Native Americans.
No, not 200 years, Q, because it was a territory.
150 years. They might have been early.
Yeah. Okay.
Some of the classifications might not have happened until the 1900s.
Right. But I mean, it was a couple periods of reclassification that went on. But I'm just saying,
the Mississippi main ones was like the late 1800s. So
yes,
that's almost 200 years. Like that's almost.
No, they did something in the 1740s. Started in that area.
Nah, they still had the French had control. This will be when the British had control. The British reclassification is what all the Aboriginals refer to the British recolonization and relabeling. I got like 5 videos. They all bring up 1924, the 1924, Mississippi reclassification.
Oh, we gotta do better than that, man. I can guarantee it was a reclassification before 1924. You say 1924 or 1824?
I would go back from the British perspective. It would be from the Louisiana Purchase. So I would go to the 1800s.
Yeah, it got to be before 1924. I'm gonna make a note, bro.
1803 was the Louisiana Purchase.
Yeah, so we would have to go to 1803, the Louisiana Purchase, and then
No,
once the British,
I'm thinking 1740s. Not to cut you off, what you were about to say. I'm thinking 1740 something.
but why would they be
Well,
reclassified?
maybe no. I'm sorry. 1790s. It was a handoff that went over. That's what I'm saying. It was
Oh no,
skirmishes and
the
shit.
handoff. Yeah, the Spanish. That was the that was part of Georgia and Louisiana. Or Mississippi.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was Louisiana territory, and it started splitting into different territories, which eventually became states.
Exactly. Territories and then statehood. Yes, and it was
The French gave the Spanish, I think, one of those areas first, and then the Spanish sold it to the British. It was that was it within that little 10-year period or something like that. I think I know.
that's that whole little stretch we're talking about right now, because they already had the Spanish had a stronghold on Florida, Alabama, and it was in Mississippi. The French was in the Louisiana territory. I guess they was bringing from the Gulf Coast
That's
and
what I
down
told
through
you
Canada.
earlier. That whole area was called La Florida. From Florida all the way to Mississippi was called Florida at one time.
Yeah, that's when they were selling.
It wasn't that big, Madonna. Don't make it seem like they had a huge chunk.
That's where it stretched from, bro. I got the map.
But that's the component that we dealing with, though. Like, it's just silently. You see how we understand the Hispanic and Latino challenge because it's Spanish colonization.
Mm-hmm.
But they was doing the same thing. They was bringing folks, not to cut you off. They was bringing folks from the islands too, the Hispaniolos.
It's not that they wasn't bringing folks. We understand that there's a colonial difference now. Like
the way they govern
between the French, exactly. It's two different.
Like Lena's a black person, but because she comes from Spanish areas, she considers herself Spanish. Like, it's a difference in colonial perspective. Like,
yeah, you're not gonna break that bond either. Yeah.
Yeah, she has a Spanish colonial perspective. We act like the French did not exist, and their removal did not have an impact on the black people who lived in those territories. And that's, to me, the able reality right now. Because every one of these dudes is from the Mississippi. I got like 40, 50 people.
It's a big footprint, that whole area of Mississippi, Alabama.
Washington more motherfuckers was from Louisiana. They wasn't Mississippi, but it was Louisiana.
Yeah, you might as well just make a big ass square. You can put 4 corners on that square, which y'all talking about, from the top of it being Memphis, go all the way over to fucking Fort Smith, Arkansas, come down past Beaumont, and then Gulf Coast and Mobile, all the way back up to Memphis.
Yeah.
That little box.
Shit, I would say it would go up from coast to up to Canada, man. I mean,
no, I'm just saying in the able argument, Price. I'm just saying in the able argument.
No, I got you.
If anybody want that source that I was talking about, look up. It's a map called New France 1719. Look up New France 1719.
Why you keep bringing up Florida?
No, because I'm showing how from Florida all the way to Alabama was called Florida at one time, bro. In 1719. Just look it up.
No, but
I'm just saying I got the map, and Deb said I was lying, but the map proves it. It's a real map. It's a real French map, bro. Everything is in French.
But all I was getting at is as them handoffs started, as Joker started to pull out or succumb to greater forces or whatever, the country started to take its own shape, and these regions started to play out. But I appreciate the knowledge. I'm gonna be quiet.
No, I'm just saying nothing was permanent.
I got another pseudo. I got a bunch more pseudos for us. This guy's annoying. I ain't gonna lie.
The book. This is my textbook. This planet was stolen from black people. I'm gonna type it again. You can get it at thisplanetwasstolen.com. I need you to get the book because I need you to support Tamirican businesses. What I'm going to do with all of the proceeds is I'm going to help build our new kingdom. And that's why I need all of you to help me and contribute. If you want things to change, you invest in me, I'll do it for you. King Toss.
I thought he was trolling. So I was like, hold up, he's really serious. Like, he's dead serious. Like, it's crazy. Where's this other video? I got him another one in here. Hold on, we go.
And the first thing I see is TikTok.
You know, there
lit
was
today.
one question.
So we exposing the natives, we exposing the white. ITs, this what we doing today? Because I'm all for it. Welcome to the cookout. Everybody got so much to say. We ain't the natives, huh? No, we are the natives. Excuse me, we ain't the natives. We the originals. Not only to America, but to the whole entire earth. It's ours. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. They burned down all of our paper, birth certificates, pictures, documents. They burned down our buildings. I'm talking about houses. I'm talking about sacred places. I'm talking about libraries, okay? They bulldozed all of our mounds. Not only did they bulldoze the mound, they went inside, dug everything up, stole it, and left it there as a viewing site for foreigners and immigrants to go look at. They hired fake chiefs. They paid YT people $5 to take our lands. They erased our identity, reclassified us, relocated us, and told us we were from Africa. Well, I tell you what, since you like giving the credit of the pyramid builder culture, the mound builder culture, the agriculture that's flourished the Americas, and not only Americas, but spread through the entire world, since you want to take credit for it, or you want to give that credit to people who don't deserve it, do it again. Build some more pyramids. Build some more free energy centers.
Just so you know, that's true stuff. That's true story and little brother.
That's crazy, bro. Okay.
Yeah. So why was America called New France in 1719?
Wait, don't do that, Madonna. But go ahead and get your point out, bro. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just asking a question, bro. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to
because Q was talking about, we talking about two different or multiple colonization systems, right? The French, the English, the Spanish. So I'm just saying. But go ahead.
No, that's a fair point. I mean, I think Truth done talked about that with the whole Dutch and looking at the colors on the flag and everything. I wanted to respond to that brother's video he just played.
I'm just saying, if you look at this map I'm talking about, right? It's called New France 1719. And you look
can't
at
see
all
it.
the names. Well, I'll show the map big as hell. I would show it on camera, but y'all can probably look it up and see it. Click on images and see what I'm talking about. But go ahead, Jay. You see, it'll give you a whole different perspective of America, bro. When you look at this map and you see what they're calling, what we call Louisiana, looking what the French call it in 1719, and looking what all these other shit, because they got names of they tell you names of indigenous tribes on this map that's in certain part of Alabama, what we call Alabama, Mississippi, but they ain't called Alabama, Mississippi at this time.
Yeah, that's Ponce de Leon and Fernando de Soto running through the
that's
woods.
That's the Spanish. Ponce de Leon is the Spanish.
Yeah,
no, Ponce de Leon is
the French.
Yeah, he French. Fernando de Soto is the Spanish guy, ain't he?
Ponce de Leon is Spanish.
Okay, well that's him and de Soto was running through the woods then, laying claims on shit.
Yeah, that was the Spanish. But this is way later on.
Yeah, because see, the French map I got, it tells you the names of the indigenous tribes within the areas on the map. You know, like Alabamos. That's where a lot of people get those names from. Alabamos. That's French. That's how the French, well, at least on this French map I got. You know, that's what it talks about, or France rather.
This shit is hilarious.
Everybody got so much to say. We ain't the natives, huh? No, we are the natives. Excuse me, we ain't the natives. We the originals. Not only to America, but to the whole entire earth. It's ours. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. They burned down all of our paper, birth certificates, pictures, documents. They burned down our buildings. I'm talking about houses. I'm talking about sacred places. I'm talking about libraries, okay? They bulldozed all of our mounds. Not only did they bulldoze.
Yeah, he's conflating what they did to the Mississippi people. Because I can find them. They got videos of them talking about how they burnt down their paperwork. They took their lands. They pushed them around.
Ancient America.
That's the mound shit. That's where they jump from the mounds, and I'm figuring it out from
ancient America is the Mississippian.
Like the
The
Cahokia
Mississippian
Mounds.
mounds is ancient America. Yup. So even Shorty last night said that. There's a bunch of people that's gonna refer to the ancient Mississippian mounds.
Ancient America. Okay.
Wait a minute, but no, but they still there. I ain't gonna say ancient. I'll say like maybe 1st century, but that's the Mississippi Delta. And then the Mississippi Delta is also an area where you had the largest population of slaves in the area. How are you gonna overlook all those slaves in that area and just say that's crazy and asinine to me, man? And these are archaeological sites, so it ain't like they bulldoze anything. They
One of
may
the
have
largest
piled.
slave revolts is in the Mississippi.
I'm just saying.
If not the largest.
It was damn near 50% of the population doing, well, that's the 1800s, but it became a state, a territory 1798, became a state 1820, 1817. What are we talking about? They ain't even have bulldozers then. So I get the case for the burning of the records, but a lot of the mounds are still there, and you're still in the area where you had people chopping, picking cotton.
They bulldozed the mounds. They bulldozed the mounds.
They turned them into golf courses, bro.
In 1798 and 1817 or 1820, what was the state made a state? Let me go look this up.
Bulldozed the mound. They went inside, dug everything up, stole it, and left it there as a viewing site for foreigners and immigrants to go look at. They hired fake chiefs. They paid YT people $5 to take our lands. They erased our identity, reclassified us, relocated us, and told us we were from Africa.
Yeah, a lot of
slave trade happened in reverse.
A lot of the Indian
No, that's the Mississippi story. Remember, that's part of the Mississippi story. They're just conflating the shit out of it, bro.
It's not true though, Q. That's what I'm saying. How you going? What about the 4 million slaves that was there during that same time?
No, this. Remember, Louisiana is the entire New France. I'm not saying Louisiana states. Let me just
wait. No. We in the 1820s now. We 1798 to the 1820s.
You got
slavery
areas in the 1820s that were not messed with for 100, 200 years. The French Africans got there, revolted, left, escaped, was fucking with natives, and was living in fucking teepees for 200 years.
Okay,
years.
well, I would ask you to show me mounds in those areas that were not messed with. I'm talking about areas.
I'm just talking about black folks amalgamating with natives. I'm not talking about the mound. I don't know nothing about the mound. I ain't talking about the
You
mound.
fight. No, well, I'm just. That's what he brought up the mounds.
Yeah. I'm not talking about what he's saying. Yeah. No. That culture of the mounds. That's them trying to have the identity shit. They all trying to. There's a bunch. I don't know who brought up. I'm gonna blame the Moors because the oldest video I got of somebody talking about mounds in Mississippi is a Moor.
No, but Q, those mounds are in Mississippi, but it could be more stuff. But I'm saying though that's real, and there's archaeological data for that.
Yeah, but the bullshit is that black people built it.
Now I'm with you, Psycho, right there. That's what I'm saying. What about the damn 4 million slaves that was planting cotton and picking cotton, and it's in the same area? That's what I'm saying. It's in a. Never mind.
Like Desmond said, that some of those civilizations was gone before Europeans even got there.
Exactly, and they was fighting them when they showed up. That's what I'm saying.
That brings us to the other videos.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, these apples are crazy, son. Let me see, because you just brought that point up. Let me find. Damn, which one is it? Because he damn. So which one is it?
Well, I'm just saying that the timeline is important, and then we didn't even get to the 1890s. Now you say the major reclassification went as late as 1924. What about all them damn sharecroppers that was up there? Who are those? Is the sharecropper that you're talking about your grandmama and great grandmama them? Is they fucking abos that was sharecropping?
Look.
Negro came. Then in the 1950s, that word color came. In the 1960s, that name black came. Afro came. Black came. You tell me one people You tell me one people. You tell me one fucking people who has been reclassified this many times. You tell me one fucking people who has
A whole bunch of fucking reclassification nuts.
Yeah, somebody
Okay.
better tell that man something. Tell him something, GA.
Well, okay. I'm gonna answer him. Can you tell me who was the white
Mirrors the Nile in major
He's not here to
pyramid
answer.
sites are lined up along its flow, just like in ancient Egypt. But instead of Kemet, it was called Tamari or Tamari, the original names of Egypt, which literally means beloved land or land of the soul. Our ancestors, the Lemurians, the Mers, the Olmecs, the Washita, the mound builders were the original Egyptians. They were descendants of the Anunnaki, the Neteru, the Elohim, divine beings who came to earth to uplift humanity. And they chose America as the foundation. They flipped the maps. They rewrote the books. But the energy never lies. If you ever felt the pull, the calling, the visions, now you know why. I break all of this down in my new book, Anunnaki Bloodline Awakening. The keys to...
Ain't no Olmecs on the banks of the Mississippi, man.
That's crazy.
Yo, y'all niggas. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, look.
That shit is crazy.
What's funny, Marley?
You ain't know it's funny. We playing the game.
Mirrors the Nile in major pyramid sites are lined up along its flow, just like in ancient Egypt. But instead of Kemet, it was called Tamari or Tamari, the original names of Egypt, which literally means beloved land or land of the soul. Our ancestors, the Lemurians, the Mers, the Olmecs, the Washita, the mound builders were the original Egyptians. They were descendants of the Anunnaki, the Neteru, the Elohim, divine beings who came to earth to uplift humanity. And they chose America as the foundation. They flipped the maps. They rewrote the books. But the energy never lies. If you ever felt the pull, the calling, the visions, now you know why. I break all of this down in my new book, Anunnaki Bloodline Awakening, the keys to your starseed heritage. Get it now on Amazon and unlock your DNA. America.
Niggas said unlock your DNA.
Any of y'all buy that book, y'all deserve to be.
Yo,
wait a minute. Then you said the Wachitas. Wait, who was that? Psycho? Didn't one of y'all say the Wachitas started in Louisiana?
Yeah, the Washita Moors. Yeah, they started in.
Yeah, ain't no all my heads on the Mississippi River, man.
That shit is crazy.
Well, they got Mayan artifacts in Georgia.
The pyramid
What do you guys say about that?
on the river.
I don't know about Georgia, Madonna. I'm talking
That's
about.
a fact, bro. It's on, bro. Look it up. Don't take my word for
Madonna,
face
you
value.
finna buy that book? You finna
Man,
buy his
I am
book?
that, bro. I am that book. I'm the reason that book came out, bro. I am that book, bro.
I'm not gonna look that up, bro.
Well, don't. I am that book, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm part of that. I'm one of the ones
And
who
that nigga ended it off. That nigga ended it off with unlock your DNA.
Yeah, that's how I know you're gonna be one of his biggest supporters.
Come on, this the same nigga that said apple pie started with black people in Africa.
I never said that. I said black power. I said black power is as American as apple pie is, meaning black power started right here in America. That's what black power started at, bro. We started screaming that shit right here. That's what I meant by that. Just like apple pie became popular right here in America. Just like apple pie became popular right here in America, black power became popular right here in America, bro. That's all.
Shut the fuck up, man.
It just went over. What I said just went over your head like a cloud. It went over your head like a cloud, bro. It ain't my fault.
Ain't nobody give a fuck what you talking about.
Apparently you do.
Motherfucker, I'm gonna show you. I don't give a fuck.
All right, here we go.
Wait a second. Come back up.
Now let's see how they wiped us as American Indians out of history. Because in the law of 1662, we were American Indians. In the law of 1682, 1662, the baby follows the belly. 1682 is the law that defines who's enslaved, the law that says Africans and American Indians. We're there. 1856, we're American Indians in the Dred Scott decision. So in 1865, when 4 million people were released from slavery, where the fuck did the American Indians go? That we're American Indians. They wiped us out of history. So then we get.
So she just gonna overlook the whole American Indian Removal Act, the Indian Removal Act, 18.
How you know she overlooked it?
She ain't mentioned it.
That don't mean she overlooked it.
No, GA.
Now let's see how they wiped us as American Indians out of history. Because in the law of 1662, we were American Indians. In the law of 1662, the baby follows the belly. 1682 is the law that defines who's enslaved, the law that says North Africans and American Indians. We're there. 1856, we're American Indians in the Dred Scott decision. So in 1865, when 4 million people were released from slavery, where the fuck did the American Indians go?
She said
that we're American Indians. They wiped us out of history. So then we get.
Okay, shot you down, TA. Man,
no. Did you hear the Indian Removal Act?
Hold on,
She was
hold on.
Go ahead, Savio.
Hold on, intelligent people on the panel. Any intelligent people on the panel? When did the Dred Scott have any decision have anything to do with American Indians?
That's my point.
You should be asking why did she say that, and go look it up.
Because she's stupid like you.
Oh, not a sister. Oh, wow. You don't even know her. But see, I understand you hate black women. So I'm not surprised.
For her to conflate Dred Scott with Native Americans, huh?
How you know she conflated it, bro?
The Dred Scott decision
She
had
wanted
nothing
the
to do with Native
sister.
Americans.
You tell the sister is intelligent.
The Dred Scott decision had nothing to do
would not
with
just
Native
put that in there
Americans.
for no reason, bro. Come on, man. You can
No,
tell this
Because she's stupid like you.
All right, okay,
Madonna,
cool. That's all you got to say. Okay, cool.
No, she didn't say anything about the Trail of Tears. That's probably one of the
that's
biggest plays.
crazy.
I'm not finna.
Bro, that's one clip. She probably got 100 videos. You saw one clip and you go, okay, all right, go ahead. Do your thing.
I'm just critiquing what she didn't mention for her cause. And
You might have 100 more videos what she do. I'm just saying. You don't know.
Okay. I don't.
So come on, get a sister bit up and out.
The Dred Scott decision had nothing to do with Native Americans.
That shit was crazy, son. That niggas is wild. That chick on that video was
They don't
wild
want you to
too.
believe that. They don't want you to know who you are because you're Indian. Not those type of Indians. The ones in America. Not in the 7-Elevens, in the reservations. You were indigenous to this land and you own this promised land. But they don't want you to know that. Black people, they don't want you to believe that. They don't want you to know who you are.
Now this triggering is fuck
you're
you.
Indian.
Can you let him talk?
Yo, Madonna, you believe him? You said what he said?
I was trying to hear him out. I already heard it earlier,
No, we
but
can't
I mean,
let him talk.
at least
You want to hear him talk? Do like them other abos and pay him to talk. Or pay him to talk like them. Like
That was triggering, bro.
Just respecting Q, brother, and letting him play all the videos.
Yeah, bro.
He said he wanted to bring out, man. I'm just, letting the audience have fun with it. I'm just, I'm riding.
I probably need to go on that one. So you gonna let the Asian man, the railroad
I'm riding with
guy?
the information Q is bringing, bro. That's what I'm riding with. That's what I'm talking about. The videos, the clips, the snippets, whatever you want to call it.
The information bringing is that they bullshit, but that ain't what the fuck you saying.
He's not AI neither, y'all. He's not AI.
Hey, so I'm the only one got a problem with this damn fried rice eating dude putting out this propaganda.
Oh, you got a problem with him? You didn't see? Oh, let me go back to the other Asian.
I got a problem.
Nope. I do.
Hold on. I got you, son.
Coming up with, and you're not. Indigenous just means you were there before colonialism. Actually, there's a reason they changed it from Native American. Actually, there's a reason they changed it from Native American to Indigenous, because Native implies that you're Aboriginal and you're not. Indigenous just means you were there before colonialism. Not much is true. Well, modern day colonialism. But what we're discovering from many people with receipts is that y'all were categorized as Native Americans. Black people were reclassified from Native Americans because they're the real natives and changed to African American when there is historical documents, there's birth certificates, there's literal migration papers, proof that people are coming up with in the comments on these videos that you make these stupid comments on, proving that they were there before y'all. Not all Black people come from Africa, but all races do come from Black. Please refute and address the documents that they are putting literally in my comments. What? Y'all don't want to do that. Instead, you want to come here and make me look stupid because you're racist. That's also why you can't admit that you came from Asians, because y'all hate us. Join the club, baby. We're still strong. We still exist. Super.
Yeah, man. That's right, sister. Hey, you got it, Q. You win, man. I am gone. I'm going back to the bushes.
Yeah, she said
That
your
was
ass
for
down.
Madon. That was for Madon when she said y'all Asian. Yeah, Madon. I would feel hearing the Chinese person say, y'all Asian.
You want?
Yeah, she's smart. She did her research. You know, she didn't get all emotional. She just did her research and went through the files and checked and did her due diligence. You know what I mean? So and then she had
That's
the heart.
crazy.
She had the heart to come out and say something. I
Madonna, you don't
respect
see
her
the
to the
problem with
fullest.
this, bro?
I respect her more than I do some of you boot licking, buck dancing, half baked, half fried, 65, punkified, homogenized, pasteurized ass niggas. You know what I'm saying?
How you know slavery ain't really happened? Tell me why modern day 2025 we don't have any boats coming directly from Africa to America. There's no way to get to Africa on a boat.
This is
There's no
crazy.
way.
She
I've been
pretty
to
and
Africa. I
dumb.
know. There's
That's
no way.
crazy.
There's no way to get to Africa on the boat today. And we supposedly have better technology today, right? But yet in 2020, and I asked myself this as a kid, I'm like, so we got here, because everything we got, I know it's hard for y'all to believe that everything you learned in school was a lie. Everything they taught you in school was a lie. So if they taught you got over here on boats, baby, you been here. If they taught you that it's red, baby, it's blue. Y'all get what I'm saying? Y'all know these are programming centers, right? They're not schools to teach us and help us evolve and become our best versions, right? No. They're programming centers, right? So
and this stuff makes us smarter. How?
This is crazy, son. That's crazy. Like these people got some type of developmental issues. This is crazy.
No, man, we are losing.
Thing in school is a lie.
Marley.
That makes us smarter.
Marley.
Yeah.
I told you to look up mythomania. Look up mythomania, Marley. Look into the word mythomania.
How does this stuff make us seriously? How is telling motherfuckers that school is bad makes us smarter?
We losing, man. This is crazy, man.
Yeah, I think some people really believe that shit though, Sabio. Is there some people who's lying and some people who really believe that shit?
How you know slavery?
At least they showing receipts.
But hold up,
that's part of mythomania.
Wait.
There's no ships. You
don't see the problem with this?
You can't take a boat today from America to Africa. That's the craziest part that I'm listening. I'm like, wow, she really, damn, son. Yeah, I heard
a lot of this be reefer conversation. Like people talking smoke.
Ain't really happened. Tell me why modern day 2025 we don't have any boats coming directly from Africa to America. There's no way to get to Africa on a boat. There's no way. I've been to Africa. I know. There's no way. There's no way to get to Africa on the boat today. And we supposedly have better technology today, right? But yet in 2020, and I asked myself this as a kid. I'm like, so we got here because everything we got. I know it's hard for y'all to believe that everything you learned in school was a lie. Everything they taught you in school was a lie. So if they taught you got over here on boats, baby, you been here. If they taught you that it's red, baby, it's blue. Y'all get what I'm saying? Y'all know these are programming centers, right? They're not schools to teach us and help us evolve and become our best versions, right? No. They're programming centers, right? So
Madonna, you don't see the problem with that, bro?
No, I don't see no problem with that. He agree with everything that motherfucker said. Can't get to Africa on the boat.
That's not true. The sisters come.
You said she showed receipts, nigga.
Say what?
Shit.
No, I said they are
Ain't
showing.
nobody showed no goddamn receipts.
Meaning the
They
ones
all they
that's
doing is babbling.
meaning the
Yeah,
ones that's
that's
showing
crazy.
articles and artifacts. Meaning the one I'm
That's
talking
I
about the
ain't seen
ones
no
that show
motherfucking
articles and
articles,
artifacts.
nigga.
Yeah, Cuba have shown some clips where people brought up artifacts and shit like that, bro. So that's all.
And he also
Hey,
showed
Those
man.
are
where
the
they
ones I
fucked up
agree with.
at.
You know what? Y'all got it, man. Y'all have a good night, man. I'm out.
Yeah, it's Friday
You
night,
know you
man.
ain't going nowhere,
Yeah,
GA. You'll be here
it's
till
gonna be the.
Yo,
sunrise.
GA, you
What
was in
up,
the
Aaron?
chat. Yo, GA, you was in the chat. I'm still getting started. I got plenty more apples.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's Friday
Let it
night,
ride,
man.
Q. Let it ride.
You got Black Indian in the title. Friday night,
Aboriginal
man.
Indigenous Americans, those who look like me, those that the world is screaming, where's your proof? Where's your proof? Honey, let me tell you how we're going to begin this show. Okay? Right about now, America is being turned every which way but loose. All that is being done here, let's add to it. Okay? Let's crack open a yield of truth that they cannot ignore. Let's begin building our family trees. Let's begin getting on these genealogy search engines. What you want to do is find census reports before 1865. Find those census reports. I would suggest that you start tracing your mother's lineage first. Okay? And you trace that lineage and you find those census reports before 1865. You go on ancestry.com. You can also pull up the Dow's rolls. And I'm going to come with more information on how we're going to shake this shit to the core, how we're going to rip open the fiber of this country and expose the truth. And those who are offended, how we're going to ruffle their feathers and have them searching in a frenzy for their truth and who they are. Because if this is our truth, what does that mean about me? Okay? So keep.
She got that Erykah Badu shit. She ain't say nothing, but she just staring at the camera with her eyes and shit, trying to look cute. I'm like, what does this got to do with you? What the hell did she say?
Damn, I thought she was gonna break out some goddamn papers, like Madonna said. At least she still have it. She ain't so shit.
Yeah,
Nope.
she like she came out the 90s. I like her.
She pulling to pull the Erykah Badu.
Yo, this nigga suck.
She ain't gonna give you no pussy, Madonna. You too old. You too fucked up, man. You don't fuck with niggas from Bama.
I don't have to go online from that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all say that this is
that's
y'all
right around the
land.
corner, you know.
And y'all was here first. And y'all brought us here when y'all did not exist until 1681. Please explain that to me. Oh, you don't believe me? Roll the clip. Roll the clip. Check.
White people did not exist before 1681. Again, white people did not exist on planet Earth until 1681. Number two, any claim that this group called white people, any claim that that group is rooted in biology or derived from genes or biology or is innate or is from nature is a lie.
What we supposed to do with that?
Y'all say that this is y'all land.
You heard it from your favorite white woman.
She's literally talking about referencing people as white. She's not talking
Yeah. She's talking about the social structure, the social concept.
And I'll cook on that biology thing, but that's a whole different topic.
What the hell is wrong with
But you could tell she was crazy. She looked like, look at her eyes. She looked crazy, nigga. She looked crazy as hell.
Reclassified us. My great-great-grandma was an Indian. My great-grandma was an Indian. My grandmother was a Negro. My father is a color. And now I'm an African-American. Make that shit make sense. They reclassified us. My great-great-grandma was an Indian. My great-grandma was an Indian. My grandmother was a Negro. My father is a color. And now I'm an African-American. Make that shit make sense.
What she said.
It's crazy.
The
Our people
stupidity
just
and
love playing
everything
make
that she
believe, bro.
said.
Our people just love playing make believe. Grown ass adults.
Nah, man, they going by what they was told from
Grown
their
ass
grandparents,
fucking
bro.
adults, bro.
A lot of people grandparents got these narratives, bro. These stories.
Grown ass adult.
But they not saying grandparents. They only saying
Now
mother.
you are a mythomaniac too.
How many of them videos said they got information from their granddad?
Shout out to the sister right here. She said, I looked on your website to see what tribe I come from, and I found it to be true. My father's last name was Butler. My grandmother, his mother, was a full-blooded Cherokee Indian. She lived to be 100 years old. Yeah, guys, make sure to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. You know, oftentimes we have the misconception that
don't get me started. That dude's the whole clout chasing weirdo. Seriously, he is.
Damn. Yeah, I wasn't. I wasn't
going
to
whole white parrot. He over here trying to confuse black people because he confused. He don't know what he got. So he don't even know what to call himself. So he just started hopping on this Abo bandwagon part.
No, he got a whole Abo grift on TikTok. It's the whole native ancestry.
No, I'm saying he didn't start off on TikTok. I'm saying I know who this dude is. This dude's the clout.
No, I know, but on TikTok he reinvented himself as the native ancestry.com. It's crazy, son. Like he has a whole different. I didn't want no smoke with son. I don't feel like doing the back and forth, so that's why I was like, you know what? But he got a whole TikTok channel dedicated.
Yeah, I know. He be doing that over here. That's what I'm saying. Like he's a weirdo.
Yeah, he do it over here. But he had remember he was somebody else before though.
What was his name over here?
Meaning character wise, he was like
to get into it. It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was clout chasing
weirdo.
That's why I didn't want to get his videos. I'm like, I ain't even gonna do that shit. Let me see. Let's go with hold on. Let's go back to the video again. This was hilarious. I just want to play this game. Look at this, y'all. This is what niggas is doing with AI, y'all.
I know other groups have settled around us, and one has challenged us. Cheraloa! You chose against your own. Now you will sit beneath the gods. Che-e-you-ala! Katichi Beamo!
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They should have never gave us niggas. They should have never gave us AI, nigga. That's what I'm talking about. I'm buying Vivo. What it called? Zero. I'm buying that nigga.
This nigga said they should have never gave us AI so he could lie. That's crazy.
Nigga, we can do what we want, nigga. We can reform history. We reforming history, nigga. Fuck that. The slave movies finna be all the slave movies about to be in reverse. We're gonna be whipping slave masters' ass. We're gonna be dragging slave masters from behind horses. Nigga, it's on and popping.
No, but look, this is the story that they running with. That the Siberians was at war with the Africans, not the Africans. My bad, aboriginals. The real natives of America were at war with the Siberians who invaded and partnered with the whites. You can't make this shit up. So this is why
why they call them Siberians though?
No, look, that's this is what they on TikTok. There's a war. This is crazy, bro. I did not know this shit was going on. So this is what gaslighting is, y'all. So
fake.
Son, but the Native Americans are now being called Siberians. And so that's an insult from Abos. And so you got mad Native Americans now who are, this shit is crazy. This shit, I can't make this shit up, son. Like this shit, where's it at? Look, this shit is hilarious, son. I'm like, look.
I'm not Siberian. I'm Seneca Heron Clan. On the Waka, Zawasat, Nissan, Sionte. On my DNA test, it says I'm North American Indigenous. I think you need to take your own advice. My DNA doesn't say Siberian. I'm identifying as how I'm supposed to and who I was raised to be. You're trying to say you're indigenous and deny your Africanness. They're jealous and you want my history and my ancestry. I can't change who my parents are, and neither can you. So take your own advice and be proud of who you are.
I'm just saying, niggas say y'all niggas is jealous, He said y'all niggas is jealous,
Y'all jealous, dog.
Yeah, y'all niggas is jealous. Nah. That nigga called that out. That nigga called y'all out. He cooked y'all niggas. He said y'all niggas wanna. He said y'all niggas wanna be him. Culture, that's crazy. Nah, he ain't get triggered, nigga. That's you in denial, bro. That's the ego defense mechanism. That's crazy, son.
Bunch of self-loathing, culture, jealous
Even
ass
even Sabio said they were Siberian.
He called y'all.
Why would they be from Siberia though?
Right about you, motherfuckers.
That's what Sabio said. Always.
Y'all gonna do some content? Y'all gonna cook them? Because he's right about y'all. I agree with him. Y'all some self.
I mean, damn, that's all they can come up with is way up in fucking Russia. Why would they put them way up there?
That's what the science says, according to Sabio and all the people who believe.
Stop being jealous, dog.
No, Sabio ain't never said no shit like that, man. Sabio right here.
What's the four sins,
They
Madonna?
came across the Bering Strait.
Madonna, what's the four sins, Madonna?
The four sins?
Yeah.
What sins?
What's the four sins again? Run them down.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Hate, envy. What is it?
I don't know. You got me on that one. I haven't heard of the four sins.
Okay.
I always
ain't jealousy a sin? Isn't that a sin?
Yeah, that's a sin. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you up here sinning your ass off if with the Most High looking at you and you laughing about it. He ain't gonna be laughing at you.
Nah, see, we was all born in sin. Meaning we was to be born in sin.
Yeah.
Nah, nigga, that ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm not even born yet, nigga.
Meaning you was born in a world that's fucked up.
I don't give a fuck what the world was doing. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
I'm talking to Psycho, bro. It's gonna be all right. But Psycho, the full sin. What are you saying? Is this some type of Native American culture idea or something?
No, I'm talking about you. I ain't talking you acting like you a Native American. That's a sin. You're showing jealousy.
Oh no, I'm only
envy.
Recognizing that which is within.
You're showing jealousy and envy, both are sins.
No, I'm only going by my true history.
True.
Again, here we go. You the Most High hear you. You know that, right?
Right, because I got two parents who had two parents who had.
This is why I know. This is why I know y'all don't believe none of that Most High shit. This is why I know y'all don't believe none of that Most High shit.
Hold on. I got look when you do your family tree, right?
And sin, knowing in your and then try to tell us the Most High hear and see every goddamn thing. While you sitting up here doing all this F shit with the Most High hearing you, and you believe you got to follow him in order to get to heaven. Y'all don't believe that dumb shit y'all be saying. Y'all don't believe that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Y'all damn sure don't believe no motherfucking heaven shit.
Now you're lying, which is another sin. Y'all don't even follow that same book that you say we supposed to be following. And then and y'all don't believe that book either. Because if you believed it, if you really believe the Most High hear and see everything you doing right now, you have to be acting.
You in sin.
You be
bro, I don't follow the book, bro. I became the book. But let me say this.
That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy.
No, it's not, bro. That's the you.
That's blasphemy.
Because if all the books get wiped out, right? If all the books get wiped out, what you gonna do? So you got to become the book. So what I'm saying, Psycho, is that I got two parents, right? So as I do my family tree, right, everything doubles and doubles and doubles and doubles and doubles, right? So
you are not Native American.
So it's in my lineage. It's in my lineage.
Y'all scared to take a DNA test? Where it say in the Bible you can't take a DNA test?
No, well, DNA test is for
taking a DNA test is not against the Bible. So why you ain't taking the DNA test?
I don't need it.
Yes, you do. If you make it wild ass claims, you need it. He just said that Siberian that y'all like to call just said he took a DNA test and said he ain't from Siberia. Say he's from here. What's your DNA test going to say? Is it going to say you're from here?
No, mine's going to say I'm from out of this world.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is this, right? I don't need a DNA test because I know I'm God in person. I know I'm God in person. So a DNA test is only
$5 Indian you take a DNA test. You ain't nothing but $5 Indian until you take a DNA test. That's all.
Ain't no $5.
I don't need DNA.
You are $5 food stamp Indian.
Hold on. You know what I don't need? When I know that, hold on, Psycho, but check it out, right? I know I'm of that which was the original. So I don't need no DNA.
The original what?
Original man. original man that created it.
You're a $5 Indian, dog. You ain't no different than
bro.
the white boys.
I'm of that which is original.
You a $5 Indian.
Bro, I'm of that which is original.
Guess who this is on the screen right here, y'all? Y'all not gonna believe what rapper this is right here, dressed in purple.
Rapper.
That looks like
Ghost.
Nah, that's from Bone Thugs and Harmony.
They look like not Young Thugs, but
Oh no, that's Wiz Khalifa.
That's Masterpiece, huh?
Oh, that's crazy.
He's out there saying,
Whatever it is, the culture. You know, Mardi Gras, the Indians, we go crazy. That's what we do. Yeah. Big Chief Cast, 400, downtown LG. The 400, the 1.5. I got flag ball Jamal, flag ball Kenny, left flag. Got about 5 ball over there like now. I got 5 ball Rodney. I got my second 5, Kenny. 2 hour 400, LG. Yeah. Straight on these strong, on these strong.
I'm over a little ridiculous.
Yay. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I got a sister who breaks down the Mardi Gras thing too. She had I'm gonna play that in a few. She had a decent breakdown on it.
Yeah,
more French heritage.
The history runs deeper
Let's
than
get to
that.
the FBA leader real quick. This FBA
Yeah,
leader.
French heritage.
It's deeper than the French, Dad.
Oh, you did some study on this, right? So, is there any truth that doesn't sound accurate? Yeah, we'll give it to you. We want to know. The modern slave trade actually started in Spain.
That's
where
crazy.
modern white supremacy came from. Gotcha. When they had the Reconquista, you had black Moors and black Jewish people in Spain, and they expelled them. The ones they expelled, some of them went up to Amsterdam and certain other places. Some of them were captured and brought over here. That's why when Columbus and all of those people, when they came over here, they had translators. That's where modern white supremacy came from.
Gotcha.
When they had the Reconquista, you had black Moors and black Jewish people in Spain, and they expelled them. The ones they expelled, some of them went up to Amsterdam and certain other places. Some of them were captured and brought over here. That's why when Columbus and all of those people, when they came over here, they had translators. They had Hebrew translators, they had Muslim translators, because they had already been traveled here from black people who were Muslims and Jews and all of that stuff. So we've already had a presence in the Americas for a long time. Once they brought over the enslaved black people from Spain,
Stop this real quick.
right there, brother. You're saying black people were here in America.
This is such bullshit. Christopher Columbus did not bring black translators. He had black people in his crew, and when he saw people there, he asked the black people to come there and try to translate for them. They were not translators. That was not their profession. That was not their job. He did not bring them to be translators. Will y'all stop saying that pseudo shit? It's bullshit. These are people that was a part of his crew on his ship. That's it. That's all they was. And he saw there was non-black people there, so he figured, well, maybe y'all can make out what they saying because I can't.
That's crazy.
This is crazy. These were no black translators. These were not translators. This is bullshit. Christopher Columbus didn't even know what the hell he was going to find. He thought he was going to be in India. That's why he called them Indians. What is this stupid? And this is why I say FBA is the whole engine movement. Because look who's talking this crap. Look what this is where he pumps in their head. It's all BS.
They got developmental issues.
They start saying, "Well, why you worry? Why you think we all know we come from Africa? Know the hell y'all do?"
Well, Columbus didn't call them Indians. He only called those when he
did call them Indians. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He never reached the shore. Columbus never got to the shores of America.
It don't matter. He called the motherfuckers in the Caribbean Indians. They still the same stock. They still come with the same people. He called them all Indians.
But I'm just saying. All right, go ahead.
They was Indians. Don't play word semantics. You know what I'm talking about. They called them Indians. When he arrived in the Caribbean, he called them motherfuckers Indians. That's what he did, because that's what they most resembled. They didn't resemble white people. They didn't resemble black people. Just the fact that he mentioned that there was black people on the ship just goes to show why the fuck did he call them Africans?
Exactly.
Why did he call Indians and not Africans? He knew what the Africans looked like because he had Africans on the boat. So if they look like Africans, why is he calling them Indians?
Exactly.
I gotta stop this nonsense, dog. This little pseudo. You gotta stop sinning like that with this jealous and envy you're showing with these goddamn Native Americans.
He really tried to answer that shit too. That nigga really sat there and tried to think about an answer to say to that shit.
the story that it's not it's bro. It's got way more to the story than that, man.
Prior to
I know some more bullshit that might try to make it sound good.
There's a great book on that. They came before Columbus, enslaved black people from Spain.
Stop right there, brother. You're saying black people were here in America prior to the slave ships coming here.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, talk to me.
There's a great book on that. They came before Columbus by Ivan Van Sertima. Von Woutenau. Yeah, black Native Americans. But again, you had travelers coming over here.
Right.
We knew how to sail. We had ships. They looked at some of these Native American tribes and saw that they have Hebrew languages in some of their native tongues.
Yeah, a good book is Lost Tribes in Promised Land, where they actually spoke Hebrew. And they knew what tribe they came from as far as being Israelites. And just to add, most people think the transatlantic slave trade started from Africa to America, but it started from America to Spain first. Just to back up what you're saying. They took the Taino Indians first.
Right.
They took 1,100.
So Zaria co-signing this crap? What is going on? My goodness. What are we doing? What are we doing, man? This is
Gonzalez was the first African enslaved by the Portuguese in 1441. Which we all of us here know, but just to throw that out there, Zaria was completely entirely wrong. Like this is wild, yo. This is wild. What are we? This is wild. I told y'all. I was like, yo, son, this shit is. No, I'm not even. I mean, like, I'm glad she's showing her master teacher. I'm glad that they putting the master teacher out there.
But see, it goes back to that word that, and that thing that I've been mentioning, and how they have to create these myths. So if you already believe in myths and you accept myths as your history, then you can create. You have to create other myths to support the myth.
Exactly. You can't just have one lie. You got to have a bunch of lies to support the big lie.
The corroborating lies.
Corroborating lies.
Right.
That nigga said. That nigga really tried to make up come up with an answer for that shit. That shit was crazy. Nigga say, yo, let me think about something else and say back in that response. Nah, but for real though, some of these niggas got developmental issues, and we gotta leave these niggas alone.
No, these people are lazy, dog. They lazy. These people are lazy learners, dog. That's why they just sit back and they want to be spoon fed this pseudo information. They lazy learners, dog. They lazy.
And remember, these are different people. These ain't the same. There's a lot of, like I said, I could have gone for further. I could have got mad more. All of us could do this. It's crazy.
The Taino Indians as a trial run. And out of that 1,100, 300 survived. And you know what they said? That's good business. Make sure your phone's on. They said that's good business. And that became how the transatlantic slave trade started.
They was losing
800.
Damn.
Just remember, back then it was like a year and a half voyage or something like that to go along that. And
wait. You telling me the first slave trade didn't come from Africa to America? They went from America.
Year and a half? What took a year and a half? To get from Africa to here? Did he just say it took a year and a half?
Where you getting that 1,100 from? Like, he deaf on that number.
He said it was a year and a half voyage. What voyage took a year and a half?
That shit was crazy. Don't pay them niggas no mind. So them niggas don't understand. So them niggas got low self-esteem, B. You know what I'm saying? That's why they want to pick up on other people's identities and shit, because these niggas is ashamed. They ashamed to be associated with Africa.
Look what Son said.
But why would you want to be a motherfucking Native American and you ain't claiming shit? No casino, no land.
Damn, hold on. I know why. There's a video. There's a video from a movie that was a part of. Damn, son, they got all, and it says there's a white dude who describes who, and this is what they're passing around, stating that their ancestors didn't want to be slaves. And there's a movie clip that they got going around. I forgot the name of the movie where the white dude is describing Native Americans and how they refused to be enslaved. Damn, they got that on mad channels, bro. I was supposed to record that shit. I'm gonna get that shit and pull it up.
You talking about like a recent movie?
Nah, you know how they like to grab movies from the 70s and shit. They got the movie with the black lady who talks to everybody saying, I ain't no African. We was Indians. And then there's another movie where it's a clip that was cut out where it says the reason why we couldn't enslave the Africans is the natives is because they didn't want to work. They refused to work and shit.
I wonder if it was before Roots, 1976.
It was in that vein of era. So let me, because that's what this dude talks about. There's a bunch of them.
Now, I ain't gonna lie. I'm in the South in 1976 when Roots came out.
See, look, he gonna bring it up. There's a bunch
of okay.
The same shit.
They couldn't turn the real Indians into slaves. I am a real Indian. A lot of y'all want me to claim African or African American, say my family came here on a slave ship, but that's just not true. See, this is my last name. I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. And down in the South, we kept our Indian identity. You won't find one African or one European with my last name. I'm not talking about no English version or no Irish version. I'm talking about this last name right here.
Huh? It's crazy. As soon as you type the last name in and put surname, it just comes up straight with England and the exact spelling is crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, anybody that's been to school should be able to get that out. That's not native nor African.
Our people is fucked up, bro. Our people is fucked up.
Our people are
I ain't with it.
Yo, y'all niggas is wildin', son. Yo, and he's the blackest of the blackest too.
I mean, I see the name,
you know what's
but
so crazy? You know what's so crazy is that this nigga not even light skinned. Like this nigga is black.
Man, ain't got nothing to do with how he look.
And that motherfucker, he looked like he got about 90% sub-Saharan African.
Word, for real, sir. You're talking that native shit. That shit crazy.
I kept looking down. I thought he had a name. I thought he had a name on his shirt. I kept looking somewhere else other than what was showing and obvious. Because I'm like, I know he ain't talking about that goddamn name. That's about as European as you can get.
The funniest shit is how he keep his indigenous name but lose the language.
Man,
what up, though?
We went to their schools.
Will, what's up with
How they keep the indigenous name but lose the indigenous language?
Man, ain't no logic. We trying to put logic into this shit. Ain't no motherfucking logic. Let me just ramble some random shit to see how many motherfuckers I can get to go along with it. We got one on the panel.
Great grandmama.
If y'all ever pay close attention, all of the ones that supporting this abo shit all follow some form of fucking religion. The Israelites,
heavy,
Madon shit.
And if it's not one, it's a blend of about 5 or 6.
What's my religion?
Hebrew, Israelite, Muslim. Yeah.
They all grifting through different bullshit religion, and then they fall right into, like somebody just said, they gotta stack the myths up. They keep stacking. They just run to something else. That's all this.
No, you good. You right on that, man. That's consistent. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not surprised that Madon like this shit.
You haven't debunked nothing I said, though.
Cars that
you haven't came up here and debunked anything that I've ever said, bro. Once you do that,
everything that you say, nigga, we ain't gotta debunk it.
Right now, I crack your head right now because you said something about 15 minutes ago that was so fucking not true.
Okay,
where is the artifacts from the indigenous people, African people in America? Where the artifacts at?
Shit, all around. Where you been?
Thank you. Good night. Go to bed.
Where you been?
Go to bed. Good night.
Where you been?
Where the artifacts at? Fuck the talking. Where they at?
Bro, the artifacts are all around you.
Okay, where they? Madon, stop playing, bro. This is shit.
Can't help it.
Have you not been watching?
You don't give a fuck.
Hold on, you just joined the panel.
You gonna live his life to this ending days on entertaining motherfuckers.
Have you not been watching the show?
You don't give a shit about no goddamn history, man.
The show, bro. The sister earlier. Q brother played the sister earlier when she talked about black people the name change all through different laws and all that, bro. That's more concrete than any evidence. That's the most evidence you want, right? Laws changing. Laws is what we got that's in black and white, which is the problem in America. The black-white dynamic, right?
She just said a whole bunch of bullshit, man. Come off the cap, son. She just
you can't even repeat the shit right. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Come on,
man. You wild, bro.
You won't find one African or
Nigga look
one
like he could be my
European
cousin.
with my last name. I'm not talking about no English version or no Irish version. I'm talking about this last name right here.
You know, Irish
Everyone
version.
in the entire planet with this last name is an Aboriginal American. And they'll tell you straight to your face, none of us claim black. None of us claim African.
This
We
is
all know
sad,
who we
son.
are.
This is sad.
Most of the motherfucking white slave names that black people got are Irish.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them.
Yeah, we don't even like ourselves, son, let alone, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, niggas don't even like themselves.
Yo, do you think it was spelt in English this whole time too, or they wrote it in English too? Because Lance said he did say English. The language of English was American
It's
too.
crazy.
That crazy shit too. Nigga, this shit. Yeah, English
Well,
was.
What was his name? Croatian?
How do we get the word Choctaw? How do we get?
Yeah, it's an Irish name. Yeah, it's an Irish name. I looked it up. It's an Irish name. It's like I suspected. It looked like an Irish name.
Let's go again.
African Americans are the true Aboriginal people of the Americas, then who are the people that we call Native Americans? The $5 Indians. 1887, Congressman Henry Dawes of Massachusetts sponsored a landmark piece of legislation called the Dawes Severalty Act. What it did was allowed non-Native people to falsely claim Native status by paying $5, which gave them access to land and resources meant for real tribes people. However, it is important to note that before 1887 and the deliberate removal, destruction, and obliteration of all records that prove that the Aboriginal people of the Americas were Negro, the Webster Dictionary of 1828 described an American as follows: a native of America, originally applied to Aboriginals or the copper-colored races, found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America.
This is all cat.
That's crazy. That shit crazy, Joy.
Pseudo.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. So he burned all the records except for that, huh? Everything else got burnt. That got saved. Got it. They burned all the other records. All records. Just burned it all up and erased them out of history. And this is. I tell you, this white man is God stories. These motherfuckers got.
Yo, my bad, fellas. I got a phone call.
They really believe the white man is God.
Did Madame show them artifacts?
That's crazy.
Man, listen, bro.
So you're not fighting against this, Madonna? Like you really supporting this, bro?
Yeah, because it got a lot of truth to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I agree with. I'm not saying I agree with everything. I'm not saying I agree with everything that everybody's saying, but a lot of stuff that certain people are saying, yeah, it got a lot of truth to it.
Yeah, you fucking with everything.
I had a long week, and I'm about to have a long weekend. Ain't nobody about to ruin my night, B.
So if it's got a
Friday.
lot of truth to it, Madonna, give us 2 truths out of it.
The oral history from your great grandparents, bro.
That ain't true.
Yeah.
Grandma lied
What you
all
mean,
motherfucking
bro?
time. Fuck you,
Bro,
mean?
get the hell out of here, bro.
Your
Get
daddy
the hell
might
out
not
of
be
here.
your daddy.
That's what's wrong with you niggas. That's why you Negroes is out
Niggas say
here.
your daddy
That's
might
why
not
you
be
niggas.
your daddy.
That's why
Your
you
daddy might not be
Negroes.
your daddy until your
That's
nigga
why you
DNA test
Negroes, bro.
validated. What
That's
you talking about?
crazy.
That's why the white man. That's why you got the mark of the beast, bro. You think and act like the white man. You do the white man. You think like the white
that's not
man,
your
and your hands do
pops.
the work to the white man.
Nigga said that's not
That's why
your
you got the mark
pops.
of the beast.
Nigga
You
said that's
can't
not
help
your
it.
real
It ain't your
father.
fault.
That nigga said you
It
don't
ain't
know
your
your
fault.
real father, son. Oh, you say
Yo, any abos in the chat? Real quick, any abos in the chat? Any aboriginals? If y'all want to hit the panel, you can get the floor. You can present your information. We're gonna challenge it after, but you will get the floor uninterrupted if you want to click the link.
This motherfucker said Earl is the
Nigga
truth.
say you didn't even know. Nigga say you don't even
That's a
know if
fact,
that's
bro.
your mom.
Your grandma, bro, you didn't even have a TV in your house. You didn't even have a goddamn TV in your house, and your grandma was telling you this shit. See what I'm
Oh
saying? I
shit.
know. You know what
Oh
I'm saying,
shit.
nigga?
Nigga say you was
So sit
broke.
your ass down and show some
He can
goddamn
say what he
respect
want to say, but I ain't
on your
collecting
grandma
no
name,
motherfucking
nigga.
accolades. I know that motherfucking much.
You got the mark of the beast in your head. You think like the beast, and your hands do the work of the beast. You're a knuckle
I'm
dragger.
telling you, all these religious motherfuckers be on the same dumb, stupid shit All
How we saying we native? How we saying we native? How we saying we got? How we saying we indigenous to this land?
That's
They
the
always
dumbest
saying
shit.
Aboriginal. They always saying Aboriginal names are Irish. Maybe they took our names to Ireland.
Is that what he's saying? This dude here?
Yeah, please click the link. We want to hear you actually say this with your voice and you know that there's an actual person saying this, man.
That's Badon, brother.
I actually would like the soundbite, man. I would rather y'all come up here and just say this shit so we can play it back later and analyze it, and you'll go into the data catalog of like crazy Negroes. But if you're not scared to end up in the crazy Negro catalog, you know what I'm saying? Click the link.
So when y'all gonna break the goddamn cycle and tell everybody how y'all got fucked over and lost every goddamn thing? Your name, your land, everything you own. You ain't got shit now. How the fuck y'all end up on doing that if y'all was always fucking here?
So they lost
colonization, damn.
This is
Wake up.
crazy. This is
And yo, like you heard, technically they lost
bro.
twice. According to their story, the Siberians.
It's called the magical wand, Dev. They use magic dust.
Nah, the Siberians, no, Sabio, the Siberians is the $5 Indians who won and sided against white people. So black Indians lost twice. Mexicans beat them, and then Mexican made a deal with white people and then gave white people, the Mexicans, land. So they're really big mad. So that's why I want the apples to hit the link, because I'm like, y'all lost twice because the Siberians washed y'all. Let's understand the Siberians reigned over y'all land.
I've always said pseudo story, these little pseudo stories they create is a whole lot more fucked up than the real stories.
Whole lot fucked up.
Like I don't know, like they try to create these feel good stories to make our history seem better. No, y'all actually fucking it up. Y'all making it even worse, bruh. Worse. Like literally, like the white man, y'all are these little alternate universe stories y'all create and try to make reality. Like these are literally creating narratives that the white man has got. I can't stress this enough. The white man's a bad motherfucker in y'all universe.
That's crazy.
The white man's a bad motherfucker in real life.
White people,
nigga, ain't don't nobody believe that shit. The fuck is you talking about?
What you mean don't nobody believe that shit?
Nigga, the white man ain't that goddamn bad, nigga.
Okay.
The fuck is you talking about? The white man bad?
I
don't know nobody that believe that, Madon. Madon, I don't believe nobody. I don't hang around niggas that believe that shit. You on the goddamn certified coon list, nigga. I'm putting you in the book.
Bro, what have you
I'm putting you on the certified American coon list, nigga. You belong at the top of that goddamn fucking list.
How you a certified coon?
You won't
That's
even raise your
crazy.
voice at the white police, nigga.
Hey, Dad,
The white man is bad.
He said that white man.
Nigga, I never bow down to that
Like a good old
motherfucker.
boy.
But Don
You
said
sound
that
fucking
white man
fucked up.
bad as hell. But Don said that white man bad as hell. You scary motherfucker.
You sound fucked up, bro. That Madon. No bullshit, bro.
Nigga, I'm the one who
I fuck with you.
Y'all don't even call the white man the devil no more. I'm the one who
But don't never walk out on the street and say that shit in public,
call the
nigga.
white man the devil no more.
Bitch, don't never go out in public and say that shit in Alabama, nigga.
Hey, Deb, you better not. You better
In
not.
Alabama, nigga. Nigga, you in Arkansas.
You about to fight some white boys because he gonna bail on your ass.
Nigga, please.
The fuck you say that dumbass shit for?
You know what I'm saying?
A white man is bad.
Okay, bro. What is white supremacy?
Man,
what is white supremacy then, Dad? Why are we always talking about white supremacy? And racism. What the fuck is racism, white supremacy then?
It ain't got nothing to do with that white man having mystical powers at all.
I didn't say he had mystical powers.
Well, yes, he does. Yes, you do.
I just said he a bad motherfucker. I just said he was a bad motherfucker.
Y'all motherfuckers make the claim that he erased all the records on the planet that states that we use indigenous here. Y'all motherfuckers saying he God, nigga. Y'all saying
history proves. Y'all saying that proves this white man.
Y'all saying that motherfucker omnipresent. Y'all motherfuckers saying he's omnipotent. Y'all motherfuckers like he's bad. He's God, nigga. He's God.
He's God to y'all too.
Anywhere.
If you screaming black power, if you screaming black power, that means this white boy is bad as fuck.
If I scream black power, what?
That means this white man is bad as hell. You only scream black power in a form of
in a form of what?
Trying to reach something or being suppressed. It's only out of a reaction out of being oppressed.
I want power. Yes, I want power. Yes.
Right, because you've been suppressed and robbed of that power. So you scream black power.
No. You're saying we was robbed of that power. No, you're stating you was robbed of that power. You're stating that you had this whole landmass to yourself and he whooped your ass, motherfucking took your motherfucking land, gave it to, he ain't even want the land, gave it to somebody else because he ain't want this shit, and then they labeled them the Native Americans and then wiped your memory.
Yeah, just like he did Africa and put white folks in South Africa. Just like he did Africa and put white folks in South Africa and named them Africans. I mean, he did the same thing across the globe. That's what the white man do. That's why he's the last samurai and all that shit too.
Bruh, them Africans know where they come from. Them white people know that they not indigenous there. I've never heard a white motherfucker say he's a real indigenous African. I never heard him make that claim.
Well, you got the ones in South African are
right. Right.
Damn,
I'm just saying, bro.
You validated that you're a bona fide coon tonight.
Man, that's crazy, son.
And
hold on, and
I don't want to hear white supremacy.
And hold on, hold on. And he also admitted to worshiping the white man. He said, y'all do too. So he admitted to it.
I admit, yeah, the white man is a bad motherfucker, bro. I get a white man his props. The white man is a bad motherfucker, bro. I'm not afraid to admit the truth, bro. The white man is a bad motherfucker, bro.
You keep making them God. You keep making them
Professor X. Not making him God, bro. I'm just saying this motherfucker.
Professor X, dog. He wiped our memory. He wiped our memory. He's Professor X.
This motherfucker, bro. This motherfucker, bro.
He's a whole mutant. You made the white man a whole mutant, dog. That's what you made.
What the fuck you gonna try to get me to believe?
Why we got political prisoners?
Every time you tell me that white man could
why we got? Well, we shouldn't have political prisoners.
Goddamn mutant.
If that's the case, we shouldn't have political prisoners. If that's the case, if the white man ain't a bad motherfucker, we shouldn't have political prisoners.
What happened?
What? What type of logic is that? What are you trying to? What point are you trying to make?
Why do we have political prisoners?
What do you mean?
That doesn't mean that that don't mean that the niggas died.
Answer the question, bro. Why do we have political prisoners?
Wait, Psycho, hold on, Psycho.
I need you to answer the question, bro. I need somebody to answer that before I answer anything.
Psycho, he's trying to prove that the white man is God. He's trying to prove that the white man is God, Psycho. Are you listening to Psycho?
Political prisoners get their memories wiped.
I'm saying, why do we have?
No, stop.
Answer that first, though.
Prisoners get their memories wiped.
Bro, that's not the point.
No, that is the point, because that's y'all claim.
Whether they get wiped or not.
Wiped.
I'm saying the white man. My premise
around us forgetting not who we are and remembering where we really come from. Ain't that what all these pseudo claims is all about? Where we really come from? And why would we need to know where we really come from unless we didn't know? Well, how wouldn't we know? Well, we don't know because the white man burnt up all our records. The white man did this, he did that. He made us erase. He erased our memory. He wiped our shit. This is what all you motherfuckers say. So again, did those political prisoners get their memories wiped?
Probably so, but the point I'm making is this white man is a bad motherfucker, bro. That's the point I was making. We would not, hold on.
This ain't made no goddamn point. Anybody trying to hear that dumbass shit?
In order for us, the only motherfuckers that's wiping black people memory. Y'all wiping black people memory what they learned in school and said it was all bullshit. Y'all need to learn this.
I'm just saying, what I'm saying is this, Psycho.
Around here.
Psycho. All I'm saying, Psycho. Hold on, this is what I'm saying.
They projected.
In order for us to establish the word or terminology political prisoners, that means somebody locked up people who we claim was speaking the truth against what we seen was against us, and they locked their ass up and we couldn't get their asses out. So we say free our political prisoners. Why? Because this goddamn white man. But go ahead.
Who are they?
Are you trying to debate and prove that the white man is God, madam?
I didn't say the white, bro. He is a god, but he's a bad motherfucker. I was just giving him his props.
The white man is not a god, nigga.
Yes, he is.
What are you talking about?
I didn't say he's the God, but he is the God because I believe God. I believe God is in the person of man, bro. That's
high level coonery right here. This is some high level coonery. God.
Yeah.
I'm glad you finally admitted that you said that white man's God.
I'm glad.
No, I ain't say he is God.
Oh, we
I
got
didn't
you
say
on
he
tape,
is
nigga.
God, bro. I said
Don't
he's
try to
a God.
backtrack now.
A God. He's a minor, bro. No. He's
Don't
not.
try to
He's
backtrack
God.
now, nigga.
Bro, what you mean? I never said the white. Bro, I said I'm God. Bro, I said I'm God, bro. Hold on. If I say I'm God,
I'm gonna get y'all,
bro. But I say I'm bro, psycho. I say I'm God too, bro. What do you mean?
No, you just said the white man's God.
I said he's a God. I said he's a God, bro.
I
He
thought
is
the
a God.
narrative was the black man is God. Now you say everybody's God.
No, motherfucker said, I know he's God, but I want to be God too.
Bro.
All men are gods. All men are gods, according to you now. Now you switching it up. Now all men are gods.
I'm not. I always said that, bro. Even the Chinese is a god, bro.
God damn.
So check it out, right? So what is a god, bro, on Earth? So what I'm
They
saying
don't believe in God, nigga. They don't believe in God.
Okay, that's why they got, bro. That's why they got nuclear scientists and all this, bro. These people, you know what it takes to be a nuclear scientist, my nigga?
Somebody had to teach them.
Apparently, you got to be a god, according to you.
Right, and they come in all human beings. That's why you got black. Hold on, that's why you got black ones. That's why you got white ones. You got China. You got Arabians, Iranians, and I mean, and the list goes on.
So
But
the ones
I'm
that's
just saying,
teaching the nuclear scientists
we created them in our image, in our likeness.
What?
Yeah.
So the ones that's teaching the nuclear scientists, they must be a higher level of guys. That's what you're saying? Because they teaching them.
I'm saying we all.
They got you down there popping pills now, man, Madonna. What the fuck you been doing down there, yo?
So you saying you equal to the white man? You saying that?
No, bro, we are higher because of
Did y'all just hear that?
because we the original man, right?
How you
So
higher
we
than
created
God?
them.
How you higher than God? You just called him God and you said we higher. How you higher than God? Is something higher than God?
Because we created them in
What's
our
higher than
image and
God?
like we created them in our image and our
We
likeness. The
created
white man
something that
came.
took
We
over your
created the white man, bro.
Stop right there. You cannot say we created anything when you just said we all the same. You just said we all gods, right?
We all gods.
So stop. So what is this polytheist shit you want? You want some polytheist shit? How many gods is in your motherfucking quote unquote monotheistic motherfucking brain? Because right now you named me a whole slew of gods. Yeah, you ain't sound like no goddamn Hebrew to me.
Well,
I thought it was only one God.
No, bro, it's many gods. Even the Bible
You
tells you
mixed
that.
all that shit up, man. That
You the only
motherfucker
Hebrew
Mormon.
polytheist I know. Like
That
this is
motherfucking Arab, Muslim.
even within your own,
all that shit.
It's in the book.
Even within your own framework. I need a Hebrew up here. I need a real Hebrew to come up here and y'all need to check this motherfucker. Because y'all know damn well this motherfucker.
They let anybody in, man. They don't take applications.
Now, psycho.
Tell them now you're a Russian Israelite.
Now all you gotta do is type in there are many gods, but there's only one most high God, and it'll pull the chapter and verse for you.
God damn, you gotta type all that.
You
gotta type all that dumb shit.
This is the problem when you try to be a Louis Farrakhan Hebrew. Now, because now you guys subscribe to this. Now you guys
You
subscribe to
said
this
a
whole
Louis
polytheistic.
Farrakhan Hebrew. That's
Now you guys
crazy.
subscribe to this whole
That's crazy.
polytheistic motherfucking gods and earth philosophy while
The
still being a
hybrid.
monotheist. You can't.
Yeah, we never seen that. Yeah, we never seen that shit in New York City, bro. A Hebrew and a 5%, a Hebrew and a 5% in one. That's crazy.
bro.
A Hebrew hybrid with a Hebrew
It
5%
ain't doing you
hybrid.
no good though. You looking more dumber than what you already was before.
That's crazy, son. A Hebrew 5% hybrid.
You all looking dumb, nigga.
You can't refute it.
You don't sound like nothing but a goddamn fool, nigga.
But you can't
prove
refute it.
shit.
You can't refute it.
Ain't nobody giving you no goddamn props, nigga.
But you can't refute
you making
it.
a motherfucking black man look like more degraded than what we already been treated
your mind don't
in the
work, bro.
public. You ain't showing shit, nigga. You ain't showing a motherfucking thing about my mind, nigga. I would never say no dumb shit like that. What
When you play
you
it
talking
back,
about?
you'll see.
He know
in due
black.
time. Play it back and you'll see in due time.
Tell him,
You know what I
Madonna,
mean?
you know black. You know black. Tell him.
Bro, I'm a god, bro. What are you talking about, bro? It's more than just being black, my nigga. I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, we black, but nigga, what? Come on, man. It's deeper than that. But you know, to each his own. If that's what you want.
It ain't to each his own, nigga.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, man, we are indigenous to this land.
Don't tell me what other folks are, man. You don't speak for me.
And we
you
are,
don't represent nothing like me.
And some of us
Motherfuckers down south,
and some
black
of us are
dudes, real
part
motherfucking
Africans.
niggas. You don't represent none of that shit, nigga.
You got what's called your family tree, man. So you don't know what all your great parents.
Well, I'm pretty sure if somebody in your family ever hear you talking like this, they won't want to be associated with you. You got people in your family talking about the white man is a bad motherfucker. You anybody in your family say that dumb shit?
Yeah, because yours did too. Because back in the day, they said, "Oh, there go the man." Why did our people? Hold on. Why did our people use the phrase?
Don't try to put nothing on my goddamn family, nigga. You don't know what the fuck my family do. And one thing they do, they would never say no dumb shit like the fuck you just said, nigga. Don't try to bring me down to your goddamn shame.
Yo,
my family did it too, nigga. You don't know what the fuck my family did, and that's one thing they would never do is to say that the white man is a bad motherfucker.
that's crazy. This is crazy work, son. Just ignore this nigga, son. Don't raise your blood pressure over Madonna, son. It's Friday night.
I mean, my blood pressure ain't
raise that motherfucking blood pressure.
I mean, goddamn, bro, what the hell's going on today? I mean, come on, man.
That's the same thing I said. Cause I ain't never heard a black dude ever say, "Damn, the white man is a bad motherfucker." They only fit on one category, nigga.
Let's be
American
real.
certified coon. And your name at the top of that goddamn list.
I don't want to deal with the truth.
Dad, don't let this escape you. He took it a step further and said that motherfucker God. He took it a step further.
Oh yeah.
No, I said a God. But now let me ask y'all a
you
question.
said he is God.
Hold on,
we got you on tape.
The white man is God. You said the white man is God.
Y'all was bugging. Yo, Psycho, let me ask you something real quick. Why back in the day, a lot of our people used to be like, when they see the white man going by, they're like, y'all, oh, there go the man. Oh man, the man got me down, or the man trying to hold me back. Why do our people always use that terminology? Can you tell you?
Because it's systematic racism. That's why. Not because he got mystical powers.
I never said he had mystical powers, bro.
They're not saying the white man held me down because he wiped our memory. That's not what they saying.
I never said that. I said the white man. They said the man. They said the man because they called the white. They said the word the man.
Your whole ideology is centered around our memory getting wiped. That is your whole ideology. If you take away the whole idea of the white man erasing our memory, your ideology falls to shit. The whole ideology falls to shit. It wants you need the white man to erase our memory. You need that.
Stop it, bro. It's over with.
I mean, see, we can say the same thing about Africa that he wiped out memory. Come on, that's not what I'm talking about.
They called the white man the man because the man was the police. He was a police officer, Madonna. You know that. Come on.
Bro, the point I'm making is this. I don't know what y'all talking about.
I don't know what point I'm making is this.
Listen, man. Oh my goodness, man. All I'm saying is this, right? The white man wreaked havoc across the motherfucking planet Earth, right? He put us in slavery.
But
if we want to back, hold on. If we want to, hold on. Can I finish the question? If we want to, hold on. If the white
he only wiped our memory. He ain't wiped the Asians' memory. He ain't wiped the Irish people memory. He ain't wiped none of these people memories got wiped instead of ours. Ours the only one.
All I'm saying is how the white man. I said my premise was my premise was the white man is a bad motherfucker, right? So my premise goes back is who put us in slavery then? If the white man wasn't a bad motherfucker, how did he put us in slavery?
We did, along with white folks. We did along with white folks.
Oh man, get the hell out of here! What we did, man. We did shit.
Pin the link up, King, before you go make it run.
Yo, y'all niggas got low self-esteem, but y'all need to get y'all niggas need to uplift yourself.
Okay, how did black people get in slavery, Marley?
Hey, Madonna, you ever smoked crack before?
Nigga, you is crack. To the question, how did black people get in slavery then, my nigga? Tell me.
Because you had a bunch of groups of white people that converged on Africa and started snatching us up.
That's crazy. Niggas said, Madonna, you ever smoked crack before?
What did those people look like? What did those people look like that merged on Africa and stole her children?
They were white.
They didn't steal. They didn't steal kids. That ain't how it went down. We was
so how did they get it? Did they overpower them? Did they
I shouldn't even have to tell you this. You know this already. We got sold.
He don't know it. He might don't know it. He ain't been reading that motherfucking
That white man
Bible
didn't
and
go
lost
up in there.
his.
He didn't go in that. He didn't go in the jungle, whip no ass, chew no bubble gum, none of that. He didn't fly in there like Superman, shoot no heat vision, and burn down all the trees. That shit didn't happen with that. No.
Bro, I didn't say that. I didn't say all that.
I
I
thought I'll put away all the comic book shit real quick and just let it be known that that comic book shit didn't happen.
All I'm saying is he put us in shackles. Got over here, they put us in more shackles. Had what they call slave breeding farms, fed Negroes to alligator bait, made niggas strange fruit with goddamn blood at the root. I mean, goddamn.
Yeah, but we know all that. But you said we was indigenous to this
I
land.
said no. I said the white man was a bad motherfucker, nigga. I'm still stuck on that.
But Psycho,
That don't
you
make
know,
him a bad
you know, a
motherfucker.
lot of people.
Man, that make that motherfucker ruthless, a
That
savage,
just make
a
him at
beast,
that moment
nigga.
he had the motherfucking
That make him a
artillery
beast that don't give a fuck.
Yo,
about
but y'all know a lot of a lot of people think that though, right? Like what Psycho just now said, niggas. A lot of niggas. Hold on. A lot of a lot of people.
You just know better than to say it out loud. The white man is the man to a lot of you niggas. You just know better than to say it. Let's be real.
But Madonna, what about all the blacks that fought against slavery? That didn't go into slavery? What about all of them?
Why you always bringing up white supremacy? Don't say nothing to me about white supremacy.
Who are you talking to?
Whoever.
I'm talking about the Africans that fought against slavery that
I'm
never
saying,
went into
I'm
slavery.
saying when we anytime anytime we say white supremacy, we saying the white man's a bad motherfucker.
No, that's not what we saying.
Bullshit.
That ain't what we saying. That's what you saying.
Nigga,
that's crazy.
What the fuck? What does supremacy mean then? What does the word supreme? What does the word supreme mean then, bro?
Listen,
inside of supremacy. Can
the
you tell me?
Listen, what falls under white
Since you got some new indigenous definition.
I'm not grifting like you, Madonna.
I'm not
doing that,
bro. No, you shifting. You shifting. That's what you trying to do. You trying to get up out of this heat.
Let me ask you a question.
But the stove, the door on the stove is locked. You in this? I got your ass in a gas chamber. Nigga, you gonna burn the day.
Stop it, bro. You would never get me to say the white man is God.
That's not me, Psycho. That's not me, Psycho.
Let me ask you a question. When I go into these motherfucking white spaces, right, and these motherfuckers here, I'm a black separatist, right, black nationalist, and I want to build my people, they own motherfucking nation, and them motherfuckers turn around, they call me a black supremacist. Are they saying I'm supreme to them?
Nah, but
exactly.
You have to. Now, if you inflict terror, pain, and torture,
that's what y'all saying.
I'm going by over 500 years. I'm going by over 500 years.
That's what all those white motherfuckers call me, a black supremacist. Every time they call me,
but you don't have but you can't show me a history of you. But you can't show me a history of you enslaving them, Jim Crow, all this shit.
Madame, we talking about words. You said words. We talking word spell shit, right? It's that word spell shit, right?
Nah, I ain't talking about word spell. I'm talking about white supremacy in its full.
Word games now. I'm using y'all same dumbass logic.
No, bro, I'm saying white supremacy at its finest.
Every
I'm
time
talking about white supremacy in its
black supremacy, he's saying I'm more supreme than him. That's what I'm saying.
Let me get in here.
All right, go ahead, Taz. I'm gonna tag Taz in. Go ahead, Taz.
No, don't tag Taz in this shit.
Yeah, bro. I need to get in here, bro.
Some credit, huh?
I need to get in. Be quiet. I ain't said nothing all day.
Shut your ass up,
bro. When we get to that conversation about nationalist, remember that? You said the definition changes. So the definition must change here too.
No, well, the definition changes when you put black in front of nationalists, or culture in front of nationalists, or ethnic in front of nationalists, or religious in front of nationalists, because it's different type of nationalists.
So does the same thing apply to supremacists?
But the logic is okay, right? So why are y'all saying when we say white supremacy, it means this when that ain't what we're saying? You just said yourself these words change, right? These words got different meanings.
Sometimes people are just saying white supremacy in a way that elevates white people and not pointing to a system. Sometimes
I always talk about it as system, systematic racism.
Elevate them on what? I'm not pointing at you individually, Psycho, but I'm pointing at the fact that when some people are talking about white supremacy, they are not identifying a system. They are talking about people. Yes.
I agree. I hear people talk about it. They talking about systematic racism. I don't hear. If I heard somebody saying that, I would check them. If they start like Madon just literally just made that claim that the white man's supreme, he's a god and all this stuff, and I just checked them. So
I wouldn't say that they're, because again, people aren't going to say, "Oh, the white man's a god, he's supreme." But I'm saying in terms of like other areas of life, because again, it seems people get to decide when the white man is supreme. But when you're 17 years old and you go join the white man's military, I'm arguing that you made him supreme then, because I knew at 17 not to join. See, we don't have the same understanding of what white people might be looking at themselves as making them supreme. I think every time we go join one of these systems that's set up like that, we're elevating them. And then on the flip side, we're talking black supremacy, black nationalist shit on the other side. But how many of our people are truly working with them, then bragging like Marley, who was once the white man's bitch? Now he up here talking about that's crazy. No, bro, it's crazy that you don't realize your role in that shit. You don't realize you helped elevate white supremacy. Then you come back pointing fingers at everybody else. Absolutely. I'm going to remind you every time, fam. You are white supremacy.
Yo, bro. Let me ask you a question, son. Let me ask you a question. You hold on. Let me ask you a question. You think I'm better than you, bro?
No, I think you're a former tool of white supremacy who forgot. You got flashed with the men in black things.
Yo, so hold on, bro. Didn't I tell you the reason to why I joined the military?
Yeah, it's the same old reason that everybody gives.
All right, so why you keep on?
Nah, everybody don't join for the same reason.
Hold on. So why you keep on bringing that up? Like, I don't understand that.
Because you don't get
that. Do you like? I don't understand. What point are you trying? What point are you trying to prove? Like, what point are you trying to prove, bro?
I'm trying to prove.
No, because I feel like you got something. I feel like you got something personally against me. You out. Like it's something. It's like you have some type of underlying issues or like whatever you got. You got something against me, bro. Like I did something to you.
I don't care how you feel.
No, I'm just asking you. Did I do something to you?
No, we're talking about.
Because it just feels like you got some type of personal, like some type of underlying issues or personal feelings that I need to explore, because it seems like it's something good. Because I already told you the reason why you keep on bringing it up.
Right. So explore why you went and fought in for white
supremacy. I told you. I'm not going over again. I spoke about it several times on the panel, bro. I spoke about it several times.
Next man, though. That's what I'm saying. You'll sit here and try to point out. You gonna try to point out white supremacy everywhere, but in your heart, nigga. You think somebody gonna forgive you? I don't. The rest of the community.
Bro, but you don't have, bro. I don't care, bro. Listen, son. Listen to me, bro. I don't care, bro. I don't care what you think, bro. I don't care what you think about me, bro. Like that's what you don't. That's what you don't understand. So I'm not seeking your validation, bro.
No, all Taz is saying niggas be cherry picking.
And if you have those feelings, bro, you don't have to talk to me neither, bro. Like you don't really have to. Like hold on, bro. If I really bother you like that, hold on, bro. If I bother you like that, bro, you don't have to talk to me, bro.
Yeah, you don't.
Like you really don't.
It's these arguments.
All right. So you taking these arguments like it's something that's personal. Like it's hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
You went and booted up for the white man. You support white supremacy.
Okay. Like I said, if you have a problem with me, bro, you don't have to talk to me, bro.
Sound like your feelings hurt, bro.
No, my feelings is not. Listen. That's cool. That's cool, but you don't. But listen, bro, you don't have to talk to me though, bro. Yeah, but listen. You don't have to talk to me, bro. Bro, you don't have to talk, bro. My nigga, you don't have to talk to me, bro. But you called my name. But you said my name, bro. And no, bro, you said my name. And you can keep on saying that, but I'm just saying, but you said my name, so I'm responding.
Right. So who's stopping you? Who said you can't respond?
All right, but all I'm saying to you is that, bro, you don't have to talk to me,
You're
bro.
allowed to respond.
All right, but you don't have to. But listen, though, you don't have to talk to me.
Talking to me.
If you have a problem, you don't have to talk to me. But you said my name, so I'm going to respond.
Right. So you
All
want to
right.
talk
So
to
what are
me?
you talking about? No, you said my name, bro. We was having a All right, bro, you got it, bro. I'm not, bro. I'm not arguing with you, bro. Anyway, yo, psycho, like I was saying, psycho, like I was saying, psycho, like I was saying, bro. I don't want to talk to you, bro. Bro, I don't want to talk to you, bro. I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
I gave you the mic.
Good, bro. I'm good, bro. I don't want to talk to you, bro. Bro, I don't want to talk to you, bro. I heard you, bro.
Taz asked me to tag in to address the conversation, Marley.
Hey, Madonna, Taz your guy.
I'm just saying, bro. Taz said let him have the floor so he can address the conversation. That's all he's doing, addressing the conversation.
That's your guy, then.
When it comes to white supremacy, you should not be able to go around with a flashlight and try to identify white supremacy everywhere else, and then you're protected. No, dog. Try that shit somebody else. That shit ain't gonna work with me. You're not protected. Your engagement with white supremacy is on the table just like any other Trump supporter or anybody else. That's these niggas who will give you a pass playing these fake ass games. Obviously, we don't know what a grift is because you went to the military, took his oath, and now you came back and became pro-black. That's the definition of a grift. What are you talking about? You suddenly woke up one day and became me. Then you want to sit up here and pretend, I don't want to talk to you. Bitch, do you think I ever want to talk to you? Nigga, you soft. You're a cornball. Like, cut it out. Like, and at the end of the day, you are the motherfucking example because you sitting here acting like you can point out somebody else. No, nigga. No, you can't. All you niggas that think you can call somebody else out for white supremacy, your role in it needs to be talked about. But I know it hurts. So you're gonna
no one cares. No one cares, bro.
Apparently,
I'm not on nobody care. That's why I don't push that pro-black shit no more. That's why you don't hear me talking to you niggas like that no more. Nigga, I'm standalone. I don't trust you niggas. You don't stand on shit. You want to call out white supremacy until you got to go pick up your check. So you got to work with the white man. So you got to get your shit.
You sound like you mad, bro. It sound like you mad. You all right? You sound like you mad.
You always sound like I'm mad, soft.
You sound like you mad, bro. You sound like you mad, bro.
He just pointed out the hypocrisy, my nigga.
You sound like you mad, bro. It sound like you mad. It sound like you mad, bro. You all right? You good? You good?
Then don't it sound like I'm mad?
Yeah, but you're not gonna murder me though.
No, I'm not.
All right, so calm down, nigga.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. You're not gonna murder me.
Why would I?
All right, that's what I'm saying. So what's all that energy for? You're not gonna murder me.
Like you losing me, fam.
Yeah. All right, so that's what I'm saying. You're not gonna murder me, bro.
Come on, Marley. This is always Taz, bro. Why you tripping, Marley?
Madonna, get
I don't
your
want
ass
to
away.
Bro, Marley's tripping, man. Let's be real.
Let them
I'm challenging you on what you said, bro. What you talking about murdering you, bro? What do you mean? What are you talking
about? All right, nigga, that's all right. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Bro, we were just talking about white supremacy, Marley. Damn.
I'm challenging you on what you said. Bitch, you was willing to let one of them Arabs or somebody murder you when you signed up to fucking die for
Bro, you're not gonna murder me, bro. You just talking, bro. You just talking. You're not gonna murder me, bro. You're just talking, bro. You're just talking. You're just talking, bro. You're just talking, bro. You're not gonna murder me.
It's a question. Were you willing to
bro,
die?
You're not gonna murder me.
I'm not.
All right, so calm down.
So would you have died?
So we gonna murder this
conversation.
So calm down, nigga. I'm alive. Nigga, I'm alive right now, nigga. You not gonna murder me.
Would you have died?
Nigga, I'm alive. Nigga, I'm alive right now. You're not gonna murder me. That's what I'm saying right now.
Would you have died for America? Bitch, that's white supremacy.
Nigga, I'm alive right now. You didn't hear what I said? You didn't hear what I said? You didn't hear what I said? You didn't hear what I said, bro? You didn't hear what I said, bro?
Now you call yourself a vet because you didn't
You
die.
didn't hear what I said, bro?
Congratulations, you made it home.
But you're not gonna murder me. But you're not gonna murder me.
I'm not on the other side of the globe. The white man.
You're not gonna murder me. Bro, you're not going to murder me, bro.
The white man ain't sending you to fight me. The white man ain't sending you to fight me, nigga.
Bro, you just want to argue on the internet, bro. You're not gonna do nothing.
Whoever, why did this come about a threat? What? I didn't threaten you.
I'm just saying, nigga. I'm just saying, bro. Who's scared of what?
But you are bringing up murder.
Yo, son, you soft, nigga.
So wait, you want me to kill you? Like, what are we talking?
Nigga, you not. You can't. You can't. You can't.
Yo, man,
Marty,
what the fuck we talking about on the panel, yo?
Marty, boy, you bugging, bro. You
I'm
bugging.
trying to figure out what's going on here, fam. Like, I mean,
And
I know
we were just having a conversation.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I get it, right? I understand. This dude is a psychologist, but like, the question remains: you niggas think you can go put in your work for the white man, then come home and point fingers? And just because there's some fuck niggas that let you do that, you don't think anybody can say anything? I'ma always say something, fam. Say my first time saying this shit. Quit trying to point fingers, nigga. You see motherfuckers pointing fingers at me. You sold drugs. I sure did, bitch. Can you say that? Can you stand on yourself, nigga? Sound like niggas like pussy ass niggas to me. Because I can stand on what I did in the community. Can you stand on what you did for that white man? Bitch. The fuck?
So show me an example. Show me an example of not doing nothing for the white man in America.
Of not doing nothing for the white man.
Yeah. Name one particular thing the way you can make a living and not support to the system.
Sell fentanyl to white people.
All right, so no black people have any impact in that. Like, I don't know any black person that does that. Is there anything else? Like, can we go back in history at any point?
I know.
Like
plenty.
from here to 1776.
I know plenty.
Was any black people not? Was any black people not participating in the system?
Yeah, there were plenty of people that.
Okay, like who? Like who?
Like everybody. Everybody.
No generalizing. Give me specific names, specific jobs.
Specific names, specific jobs. What year? What time frame?
Any year from 2025 back to 1776, nigga.
And we just looking for a black person. Any?
The floor is wide open.
Right. So I'm saying, what are you asking me for?
I'm asking for how do you differentiate somebody that's working for the white man to somebody who don't? Like if you're in America after 1776, how are you supposed to operate without being in some form of fashion tied to the system? Are you gonna make it seem like there was a lane that was available for black people to operate without getting affected by the black man?
So there's a difference between being in the system where we're Americans and we got to pay taxes and we're stuck in the system. But then there's another layer of that when you get up one glorious morning and you go sign up to fight in the white man's army. When you go sign up to die for the white man's country that now you pretend like you against. That's a different argument. Right? So me paying taxes.
When did they pretend they was against the system though? Were they against the system when they signed up for the military?
No.
Like when they was a kid? When they was a teenager? When they was getting fed bullshit by grown adults? they supposed to automatically know the difference?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay then. Well, we both know, Taz, that's never happened. And that's physically and mentally impossible in America. And you can't show me one example.
Black youth get it from many different ways about not joining this white man's military. Not only when I was young, it was in movies when I was young. It was propaganda when I was young. They were literally making it part of a fucking movie to say, don't go fight in the white man's army. So it's easy now because so many of you niggas did it to pretend like it was so pro-black or not anti-black or pro-white, but it's always been that way, even when you win.
Even Muhammad Ali said don't go and went to jail saying, I ain't going. Fuck the white man army. Muhammad Ali rather go to jail than go to the white man army.
Ain't no white man never sold me no drugs, William. That's y'all argument. I told you, I never knew white people as far as copping from. I only knew niggas that sold drugs. And we sold drugs to white people. So again, how's that destroying the community? Fuck out of here. I destroyed my own criminal record.
I just wanted to know how was somebody supposed to differentiate in going against the system while they were a teenager and while they're in school? Like they're still supposed to be turning light. Like you cannot point to me an example going all the way back to civil rights, even before then, where somebody in their teens was screaming Black Power. Are you able to actually show that out? Like give me an example.
Somebody in their teens screaming Black Power.
Yeah, like 15, 16 years old screaming Black Power.
There's plenty of teens that were screaming Black Power.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Waiting for what?
Give me a name.
A name?
Jonathan Jackson. Jonathan Jackson.
I can show you events like I can show you
Jonathan Jackson.
Where people were screaming Black Power, but I don't have no individual name to go with this conversation. I'm trying to see why you bringing it down to individuals when I'm talking about a community. I don't know these individuals you looking for. I know the community. I know the community-based conversation. But if you
when you say community, that's monolith and Taz. We all know, even in different parts of the Midwest, all Black communities didn't operate on the same ideology, bro.
Our community is pretty much a monolith.
Nah, not really, especially when economics is involved.
That's why niggas able to sit up here and point to the lone Trump. That's why niggas able to sit up here and point to the lone Trump supporter and talk about white supremacy, but never hold up no mirror. That's
what do you mean? What do you mean? Point to the Trump supporter?
A person casting a vote one time, or excuse me, twice, does not compare to a nigga going to live out his life on a 4-year contract to be the white man's bitch. No, bro. That like it sounds good in theory.
Oh, okay.
But
I get
you. It's always about what somebody else doing today that ain't even really involved in what white supremacy really is. If we're talking about white supremacy, that is a system, that is a structure. That ain't nobody's opinion. That ain't really nobody's vote for real. That shit's still in play the same way it was 50 fucking years ago. We playing games. We playing games making it seem like niggas putting dents in white supremacy by going join the military. If you want to play that game, then play the other ones too. Don't make it a one-sided argument. Make it fair. Give everybody else.
Well, I'm saying just like definition change, motherfucker, go in. Most Black people go in while they're still a teenager. Like if you're under 18 in America, you're still a child, bro. I don't understand why we supposed to have this same goddamn fucking ideology when we're a child, and we supposed to maintain that to our death. Like we ain't supposed to evolve.
I mean, listen.
Like we supposed to only supposed to differentiate how one person or certain specific people have a perspective of how other people see life. Nigga, I can talk about anybody I want to. I can talk shit about motherfuckers supporting Trump if I want to. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
So you telling me that I can blame the white man for me going out selling drugs that I knew I would go to prison?
No, you can't really blame the white man for that. Nah, he didn't come to your hood.
Why can't I? You do? That's what you're doing.
Nah, you ain't never heard me say that as a person.
I was young. I ain't know no better.
We can blame the white man for everything. Y'all bugging. We can blame the white man for everything. Everything. Top, bottom. Crackers. It's their fault. I don't give a fuck. And I'm serious. I'm not even saying that shit facetiously.
But that's not happening though. I'm saying if we can do that, we got to do that. But that's not happening.
But I'm saying though, my decision, Taz, at 17, it can't be based on my decision at 35, at 40, or in my older life. Especially when I'm not even in the same dynamics as I was when I was 17 years old.
He was defending Madon, saying that the white man is God.
I mean, you could say that. I'm arguing that niggas live that. Like he's saying it, but I'm saying most niggas know not to say it, but they gonna live it. They gonna
in their
show
20s, but it's different. Niggas ain't living that in their 40s. In their 40s.
Hold on, what 20-year-olds is talking about the white man is God?
I only turned up because you said my family said
the white man is a God. And I said the white man is a bad. I said the white man is a bad motherfucker.
Fuck him on his goddamn Trump support.
My whole premise was that the white man is a bad motherfucker who went across the goddamn globe.
Yeah, that's why we got down on it.
That was
my. So what am I talking about? Why y'all arguing? This nigga's up here talking about the white man God, nigga. Like I feel like
I said a God. I didn't say the God. I said a God.
Oh, the white man.
That nigga Taz walked in the park and he saw Marley. He saw Marley violating Madon.
The white man been whooping ass.
How can you? How can you follow Minister Farrakhan? How can you follow Minister Farrakhan calling the white man God?
I was just about to say that.
He still got a fight for human rights, right? I said a God, meaning he got the power. People worship him.
A God.
I'm talking about bro.
Yeah, black people don't defend that. Yeah.
How can you? I don't even fuck with Farrakhan. But at the end of the day, how can you follow him and say that the white man's a God of any kind?
Because he's created in our image and after our likeness.
Hey Taz, you grew up around black people that believe that?
The white man is the devil.
That the white
he's a lesser part of us. He's a lesser God. He's the devil.
Hold on,
he's the devil.
Okay. Why y'all niggas respond to Madon, son?
Hold on.
I'm on point.
Hold on, I'm listening to Taz. Go ahead, Taz.
Yeah, I ain't grew up around none of that shit. The white man is the devil. The white man is God.
I asked anybody else to confirm Madon's statement.
Like I saw and was taught that the white man is racist, not this God complex. I was taught that
the white man a bad motherfucker. That's my whole argument. My whole argument was that the white woman was a bad
motherfucker. You already
motherfucker.
said it. You don't need to keep saying this shit over and over again. Damn.
Yeah, the white man is a sucker, you coon ass nigga.
Well, he put you in slavery and my people too. What are you talking about?
Why are y'all responding to this deal? Madon is the Kobe Bryant.
It's Friday night, Q. It's Friday night, man.
Hey, Q. Hey, somebody got. Hey, man, listen, man. I'm just saying, I'm being real though.
I'm having niggas on the yo-yo pause on the got him. Ooh, pseudo.
Nah, it's part of that I agree with though. Like I said, some niggas elevate the white man, bro. Like it's not a question of just you gotta say it out loud. No, bro. We act like we don't see it when niggas do it. Nah, bro.
No, that's all I agree. I think everybody's in agreement with you on that part, Taz.
That was a super reach. Like Madon turned the conversation into God. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't even told. We were talking about.
We wasn't even on that. Yeah.
In Mississippi.
Right. Madon was
not talking about none of this.
No, bro.
Shit.
I was just saying we was talking about the French, the British.
We don't need your motherfucking.
And I was just saying how the white man is a bad motherfucker who went across the earth.
We already heard you say that shit. How many times you gonna say that shit?
And wiping memories. Don't forget that.
I gotta do it for clarity.
Wiping memories.
Clarity.
Right across the globe.
You gotta do it because you can't help you a motherfucking coon, nigga.
No,
we the original everything. We was the original everything until the white man wiped our memories. That's how we got to
all I'm saying is we wouldn't have words like political prisoners. We wouldn't be saying white supremacy. The only reason we say those things is because we've been attacked, abused, oppressed, and enslaved.
Dolomite's real name was Rudy Ray Moore, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I swear to God, whatever Madon, like as a real person, that's Rudy Ray Moore. Madon Kimmon is Dolomite, nigga.
That's crazy.
Madon Kimmon is Dolomite. Like
right. So Psycho, when you saying that shit about white people,
about to say, bro.
This what I'm saying though. Why our people don't know shit? Why do motherfuckers who was living forget shit that happened when it happened in their fucking lifetime? For example, Los Angeles turned Latino in some of these people's lifetime. They watched how it happened. People know how it happened. But you hear a misrepresentation of it. You hear all these different stories of it, except for how it actually happened. And that's just one example. Everything in our history seemingly gets buried or somebody stops talking about it. Black Wall Street doesn't get talked about for 80 fucking years. How do those things happen then? Because I'm not saying somebody got something to wipe some memories. I'm saying memories are wiped. Niggas don't know shit.
Well, that's because people ain't searching for it. The information is there. The information didn't get erased, and this, that, and third, and all of a sudden we just rediscovered it. It was always there. We just never searched for it, right? Like,
come on with the context, Taz. I mean, damn.
That's all in the
Los Angeles is lost. What about lost is African or American? Isn't that Latino? Lost. Time. I mean, what we doing over here?
Wait 1 second, man.
It was always they shit.
Compton was a 75% black community.
Oh yeah, that part. After the 1968 Fair Housing Act was passed, yes.
Why are you bringing up some lost shit? When I'm telling you, we had literal communities, black fire chief, black city council, black mayor, black schools, black teacher, black government, black power.
That's with abos though.
I mean, we got all that now, right? In Los Angeles, don't we have a black mayor in Los Angeles?
Start off that way. That happened after white flight.
Yeah,
but I'm saying though, don't we have that right now in Los Angeles?
Taz is a low key abo. That's why you up here, man.
Karen Bass ain't black.
No.
Karen Bass is too black, nigga. What are you talking about?
I'm not in Los Angeles, so you telling me?
No, LA has a black woman for
you implying that Compton is black now, bro? You know what I'm saying? I'm just
said Los Angeles.
You can get back to talking about abos. I know that's where y'all feel comfortable at. I said Compton. I said Compton.
Gaslight, right? You saw that attempted gaslight? He trying.
Yeah, that's what I said. You heard me say Los Angeles.
I'm not trying shit. I said Compton.
No, you said that we feel comfortable with. You just want to talk about what you want to talk about. You man already. Where the weed at?
We can get on the goddamn black power shit if we want to.
Nah, he want to talk. No, he don't even want to talk about the black power shit. That nigga want to talk about. That nigga want to talk about Mexicans. Viva la raza.
No,
the immigration.
We was talking about white supremacy and how niggas want to
talk about immigration. The Supreme Court with the
niggas want to cherry pick white supremacy.
I can show you how easy it is for me, my nigga. You got it. I don't want to talk about nothing. Y'all got to go ahead.
Nah, don't do that, nigga. Come on, man.
And I'm finna mute up.
Yeah, he basically just came in here and beat y'all up, man. Showing how y'all
you ain't beat the goddamn thing up, nigga.
Y'all cherry picking white supremacy, you know what I mean? Only one
you cut your ass off at the goddamn foot.
Come back out, say yo, Marley, son.
Hey,
curse this nigga out, Marley. Stop playing, son.
Nah. Fuck that. Fuck
yeah,
that.
Marley,
What happened? Marley, why you ain't answer the phone for Solomon, nigga?
For who?
For Solomon.
Fuck that Solomon.
What are you talking about?
Solar said he hit you up for the,
yo, bro, Q. So I'm not in the mood for that shit, bro.
Marley need this, cause Marley, bro, what happened?
Marley,
I gotta give it up for it.
You can't be laughing at niggas all the time and not be in the mood to fight, son. The nigga that laughed the most gotta always be ready to fight, son. You my man. You know we from Brooklyn, son. You know that niggas laugh at niggas when they get beat up. You gotta always be ready to fight. So when niggas be in their dumb moment, you be laughing at niggas at they worst, bro. And they be like, yo, son, I hate that nigga Marley, son. He always laughing at me.
It's not even that. I just feel like he got something personally against me. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck that shit. Curse him out though, so it don't even matter. So you gotta curse that nigga out.
No, I'm not trying.
It's nothing personal, man. He was.
Bro, I don't wanna listen. I'm not in the mood for that, bro. To be honest.
Yeah, you was in the military, son, killing mad Arab babies, and what, nigga? So what? Fuck that, yeah, nigga.
It's different. It's different if you come on the panel. You know what I'm saying. You just. But I'm not trying to hear that shit, bro.
What y'all got against these elbows, though?
Marley, you restricted from laughing for 2 weeks, bro.
Oh well, shit. All right, well, yeah. Well, I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about, but that nigga Solomon said you was talking about getting an interview. Why this nigga Q trying to hate?
Nah, I spoke to him today.
Now I'm hating. See what I'm saying? See, that's that weird Midwest shit, nigga. My man Marley just got violated and I couldn't jump in. I can't jump in when niggas be violated. I gotta come in after the situation. So.
Oh, nah. I don't know what happened. So.
My nigga Taz was pulling out my nigga son stripes, man. Trying to tell the nigga he was in military fight for white men. Fuck that nigga, son. You was 18 years old. Fresh from Trinidad. You ain't no shit, son. That you 40 years old, nigga. Big black power. Tell that nigga you out the motherfuckers in the hood. Talk your shit, son. It's Friday night, son. You ain't got no pussy. You ain't got no weed. There's plenty of reason to be angry.
Shout out Madonna for calling out Jim Crow though, because Jim
for
Crow
sure,
laws
man.
were primarily aimed. While Jim Crow laws were primarily aimed at.
Get your ass up out of here talking about shout out to
Oh,
Madonna.
come on, man.
Nigga.
See, that's fucked up, bro.
Yo,
Nah, I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
No, you good.
Okay, that's right, King. You know what I mean? I've been saying representing.
Yeah, bro. Shout out to you, homie. You also be representing the NOI, homie. I like that. Hey, Domo, man. You can't.
I represent black people, man.
What's up with all these Muslim abos I've been seeing on? I mean, let me guess. You follow Ali Muhammad. You follow Ali Muhammad?
I follow Tariq Taj Bey. Tariq Bey.
Oh, you're a Moor. Okay, it makes sense.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Taj Bey. Sir. Oh shit, Taj Bey. That means you don't even think slavery happened.
Bro, no, I don't think that happened, man.
And you think dinosaurs was on the planet? Humans was on the planet with dinosaurs, right?
Yeah, I see you now.
Nah, I think everybody was cool, brother.
So that means you also think slavery happened in reverse.
What you mean by that? Slavery happened in reverse cycle.
You think those black people out in Africa came from over here? That's what Taj Bey pushing.
Nah, I don't believe in that. Nah, man. Nah, I don't believe in that, homie. Nah. I want to get back to this Jim Crow laws, man.
Nah,
these
nigga,
Jim
you
Crow
ain't trying to
laws-
talk. We ain't trying to talk about Jim Crow with niggas that don't believe that slavery happened. What the fuck is wrong with you? You sound like a damn.
Well, they were primarily aimed at African Americans, but they also significantly impacted Native Americans.
No.
Ain't nobody trying to hear that shit, nigga. Nah, let me stop.
Yeah.
So you skip,
no, particularly in the South, though.
You skipped slavery and went straight to Jim Crow?
Like a dumbass.
Well, I mean, if Native Americans, were impacted by Jim Crow, they're also often categorized as colored.
Show your screen. Show your screen.
Share my screen. So I go to more.
I wish I like beating up on dumb niggas. I wish that was part of my resume. I don't get no enjoyment beating up on dumb niggas.
I can't determine whether a motherfucker's dumb or not.
Hold on.
What was that? Remember, you had 3 years in the manosphere arguing them dumb niggas, son. Stop playing with me.
Yeah, but it was jumping me though. So you know what I'm saying? It's different.
Hold on,
you got jumped by some dumb niggas?
Hold on, I was about to play myself.
It's okay to fight 3 dumb niggas at once, and actually, y'all got that set up right now. So I'm gonna watch.
Nah, look. Nah, I was about to play myself.
That's a dumb nigga question earlier. I didn't get a legitimate answer.
All right, nigga.
Man.
But
No, pretend
like,
African.
you do to be beating up on dumb niggas, but then I had to think about it. Like, wait, shut up.
A nigga hold up my question earlier.
Yeah, hey, look, I would have set myself up for failure with that one. Nigga.
Emotional pretend Africans up here, man.
That's why I went to the Reynolds pick, because that was the lineup right there.
Hey, Psyche, you gonna answer my question though, man? Are you gonna continue to duck me?
God damn, boy, what the fuck?
You ain't answered my question before. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying I conveyed a question to you. You was like completely just ducked it, and you had Cuba to put me in the back. Pretend Africans.
What question?
They ain't gotta go through Cuba to put you in the back, nigga.
No, let me ask. Okay, I'm gonna ask one question and I'm out. Listen, this is a legitimate question. Psyche, name 5 cultural practices that you indulge in. That's African cultural practices that you indulge in this present day. Give me 5 of them. Arts, food, music, etc. Go ahead.
What is that? How is that relevant to anything?
It is. It's very relevant because if you're saying that you're a direct descendant of West Africans, you would have to indulge in West African cultural practices.
No, you don't.
It's just you have because Italians move here. They do the same thing. Don't try to duck it and dive. No.
Culture and DNA is not the same thing.
Truth song. Let's jump. All right, let's bring it clear.
Let's jump him. No.
Why y'all gotta jump me for? I'm dealing with Psyche right now. I want to deal with him.
True. Because like there's a level of intellectual integrity.
So y'all gotta go get you. Y'all gotta get the master teacher.
Damn, he talking, man.
It's not. It's all of a. See, nah. There's a level of integrity we gotta have here. Come on, y'all. Like, come on, man.
All right, cool.
Come on, son. I'm just saying.
I know how to have decorum. I'm not gonna argue with you. You got it.
Nah, he said
I'm just saying intellectual
not
integrity.
decorum, nigga.
Like,
integrity, nigga.
No, I'm saying like earlier, Psych, he got emotional and started going on. He went on
Damn,
a 10-minute long
you lost
tangent.
sleep. You woke back up to tell
you
Psycho
wouldn't
that.
shut up when I was talking.
No, we was having civilized dialogue at first, and I asked you a simplistic question. And you went up on the deep end. I was like, damn, what's wrong with this guy?
No, I answered your question. I told you it's irrelevant to what we was getting at.
That's not a legitimate answer. That's
legitimate.
I asked you for proof that black people was here before 1492, and you started talking to me about African culture.
Right, because you're calling yourself, you're saying that you're a direct descendant of West Africans. I'm telling you to name 5 West African cultural practices that you indulge in the present day.
I never made that claim.
You can't do that, can you?
I never even made that claim. Even though I hold that position, I didn't. Don't you saying I made a claim I didn't make? It was about I was challenging your claim that black people was here before 1492. I was challenging you on that.
You answering your own question, bro. What are you talking about? Why would I answer a question?
Why you didn't answer his fucking question? I'm pretty sure he asked that question first.
Yes, I mean, but
that's what I'm saying. No, I got to do with all these pretend Africans. Now I'm dealing with one person up here in particular. I'm not asking nobody else.
Then you won't have to deal with it.
Hold on. Okay, so here's the thing. This is what Q was trying to point out. This is why your question is fallacious. There are actual people. There are actual Nigerians. There are actual Ghanaians. There are actual Ethiopians. There are actual Eritreans who live in the United States and don't do shit that they did in Eritrea, and or Ethiopia or Nigeria, and that doesn't make them any less Nigerian. They act like niggas. They talk like niggas. They speak like niggas. They eat what niggas eat, and they don't. And they're still Nigerian. So like, whether or not you practice cultural customs isn't what determines what your Africanness. It's your ancestry.
Thank you.
And we know.
And you say the same for Chinese people, Japanese people, Asian,
yes, there are Asian
Europeans
people
that migrate here. No, they still indulge in cultural practices. Chinese people,
they couldn't hear the gold medal and breakdancing in the
they indulge in cultural practices in China, bro. What are you saying?
Hold on.
That's asinine.
Not all of them.
That's malarkey, man. That's malarkey, bro.
Black people don't say
I can agree with that, but I can disagree with it in the same breath. That's malarkey.
And that means you just want to argue.
I'm not trying to be combative. I don't want to be argumentative. Bro. I'm just like common sense. We got to kick in at some point.
Anytime. Okay, let's allow common sense to kick in.
Colonization happened.
Anytime.
Who's saying colonization? Who said that? Who said that? Q.
Like, come on, what are we talking about?
So you saying due to like PTSD from the transatlantic slave trade? No. You lost your culture, right? That's what you commanding, right?
This is crazy. Like, imagine if we just cut to the chase. Like, but you married a white bitch, fam.
And you went to an all-white school. Like, just imagine. So the screen. Listen. You went to an all-white school. So which one's worse?
White bitch, bro.
You went to an all-white school with all white kids. They used to put you in the dumpster.
Why aren't we discussing anything?
You shouldn't talk on anything that has to do with being black, African American.
That's why you said the word malarkey.
You went to an all-white privileged school, Taz.
No, he told you why he say malarkey, Aaron. Then he already said it. That's why, because black people don't.
What's his name from 8 Mile? You like Clarence from 8 Mile, Taz. You had both parents, all white school. You was like that
Clarence parents had a real good marriage.
Like you was Carlton. You was Carlton.
Hey fam, I never seen that one.
Now you're a black activist. Now you faking the phone, bro.
Damn, she got you watching all them fucking ass movies.
You fake, bro. You fake, bro.
Me, bro. Everybody knows.
Miss me with this pro-black shit. You went to an all-white school. Whatever.
I was taken to a white school in the 8th grade.
Now, Syke, what's up with you, man? Let's have a dialogue. Let's get it.
I start acting crazy after that, nigga.
I got him triggered. Yeah. What's up?
I'm not triggered at all. I just got loud because I don't know if you can
I don't care about you getting crazy, bro. Who cares?
No, I'm just telling you. Being forced around a bunch of white kids will make you
wasn't forced. You gladly went. You loved every minute of it. You said I'm away from them niggas. You said I'm away from them savages. I'm out of the hood. I'm away from them niggas. I'm in a nice suburban white school. I love it. I'm fucking all the white cheerleaders. That's what you was doing.
What is y'all niggas point me, bro?
Get that off, please.
Yeah, what is niggas point? What do niggas point?
Look what he did though. No, bro, this is hypocrisy. I'm calling hypocrisy because he mentioned that I had a white. I'm calling hypocrisy now.
No, but I'm saying, what is your?
I'm calling her Papa.
Please, Damo.
My fault.
If what you're saying is true, so then why didn't I marry a white bitch like you?
But you conveyed to me, right or wrong, that you went to an all-white school, right? Am I right or wrong, Taz?
Oh, that's great. It's just a simple question.
So if I went to an all-white school with all white women, I'm gonna be fucking on the white cheerleaders. That's just no if there's a but.
I marry a white
because you like white and black women, bro. Just be transparent, be real, bro. We ain't got a lot of kick it.
Like you did.
Take your African take your African kufi off for a minute, bro. Let's do a realism. Let's do a life.
Married to a black woman.
Okay, but you was fucking on white women back in the day. Let's do a realism. Take your African kufi off for a minute. Take the kufi off for a second.
Yeah, I think it's bad when
take the African kufi off for a minute.
Man, other niggas is not fucked up as you. Ain't gonna work, man.
Your best response is to try to
I asked one man a question up here. Next thing I know, I'm getting jumped by pretend Africans. No
Well, we was talking about something else, and you jumped in.
Bro, this nigga's weird, bro. Like, you want to do this shit, son? It's just...
Nah, man, I don't bring that motherfucker up. Shit, I don't never bring that motherfucker up on the panel. Shit, he don't be talking about shit.
White bitch, bro. What are we doing? Like,
I mean, because it's always like that's what I'm saying.
What point
like,
can he ever make?
Exactly. Is it like it's always so-called Africans? Make the point though. Like y'all not even making good arguments. It ain't like you niggas is sharing y'all screen. Y'all not showing no evidence or nothing. You got the same fucking talking points and literally no substance behind it. None.
None. So I'm like, make an argument. Just tell us what you know what I mean, and then present some information. Keep it simple.
Yeah, make an argument.
I mean, the misinformation you learned, and now I'll correct it.
When he first came on, he was kind of doing the Abo thing, and then he kind of backed off, and then he jumped back in. So it depends on, I guess, what type of season it is. But it's been over a year.
Yeah, I don't know what a lot of these FBAs be in like. I saw this on Instagram. Like, there's a weird. There's FBA Moors, black Indian.
Yeah, that's the fence he on. That he's on the FBA Abo fence.
The FBA Abo.
Yeah, that's all I can get out of that.
The Hitman 41 said the black Africans weren't always here. Why lie with the thumbnail? Because we wanted to find morons. So hopefully you're not a moron. That's the whole point of the triggering trolling. The fucking.
Oh, that's.
Are you white?
Yeah, right. It's called irony, nigga. Satire.
God damn,
wrong with niggas, bro.
Like, what the fuck?
It's Friday night, man.
Like, damn, is it that hard?
Nah, it's Friday night.
I would think niggas would be on less bullshit on Friday night.
Nah, man, this is the highest point. They've been fucked up all week.
He said you're Native American. You're from the Blackwater tribe. Yeah, click the link if you're from the Blackwater tribe. I don't know what Blackwater sounds like. That shit like I'm from Blackwater.
What that at? Blackwater tribe.
Blackwater is a
military contractor.
Very.
I sure Black is. Rock. I thought it was Black Rock.
No, Black
Arizona.
Blackwater.
It's Arizona. It's Arizona.
Yeah, Blackwater is contractors, bro. Military contractors, bro.
Blackwater's water in the corner that'll give you ringworm if you walk around with your feet out.
Hey, yo. Damn.
That's curb water.
Nah, I think y'all niggas is talking about Black Rock. Y'all niggas is not talking about black. It's not Blackwater. It's Black Rock.
Not Blackwater. It's a Blackwater tribe.
No, not tribe, psycho. I was talking. These niggas was talking about like the military contractors.
Oh, okay.
They call Blackwater.
Yeah, from Iraq.
You sure
9/11, George Bush. Yeah, Dick Cheney, all that. Yeah.
It's Blackwater, Domo.
Yeah, Dick Cheney, all that. Yeah.
Okay, so let's be clear.
I think it's Black Rock now, Aaron. I think now.
Okay,
it's Blackwater. Y'all niggas is bugging.
Yo, hold on.
Yeah, that's what we said.
Oh, okay, yeah. I said, what did I say? I said Black Rock.
Okay, so you under the impression that black people did not come from Africa?
No. I mean, if it was, it's a small number.
It's not called Blackwater anymore. It's called Constellus.
Right.
It's called Constellus now. It's
he changed the name about 5 or 6 times since then.
Hold up, y'all. Can we? Okay.
My fault.
Are you under the impression that black people don't come from Africa?
No, well, I'm under the impression that there was a number of people from Africa that came, but there was a big population explosion between what 1790 and 1865 that suggests that there wasn't no slave ships carrying that number of people.
Man,
So where that big explosion come from?
Sorry.
And what region you talking about? Where are you from in America?
This is the I'm in Arizona. Phoenix.
Your family from from the west?
Well, no, I was born in Jacksonville, Florida. My parents, my father's from Philly. My mom's from Indianapolis.
Florida.
And you know where Indianapolis, the middle of that word is, right? Indianapolis? Nap, right? Nap town. Well, you think it's talking about nappy heads? Yes.
Why they could put any? God, hold on. Where is this? Wow.
Yeah. It's right in the middle, right? Indianapolis is right in the middle, right? No. Indianapolis is right in the middle of the country, right? Right in the middle of the word Indianapolis, you got the word nap.
No, bro. Indianapolis is short for Indiana's metropolis.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Cut it out, bro.
No.
Where did you?
Come
like,
on,
where
man.
did you learn? Like, did you learn like Black history at a higher institution, or did you like take an African history class in high school?
Yeah. Well, I was at the Temple University Upper Bound program. You ever heard of that?
For high schoolers?
Well, yeah, high schoolers gaining exposure to college.
So did you take
college
any
campuses.
African study? Have you ever taken an African study or Black American or African American studies class?
Yes, in that program I did, and also at the University of Arizona. Yes.
You took, what was the class about? Like literature, history, slavery. What was it?
Yeah, history.
So
African American history.
So you were formally taught African American history?
Yeah, it was Afrocentric though. Yeah, it had Afrocentric curriculum.
So you were, but were you taught African American history formally?
At the University of Arizona, yes.
So you took a class that was centered with the objective of the class was for the student to learn African American history?
Yes, it was American history, but with the Afrocentric twist, if you will.
So the class was about American history. It wasn't about Black Americans explicitly in the school in America.
No, it was African Americans. Yes, African American history class. Yes.
So it was African American history.
Yeah, it was. We read the book from
the book.
I forgot the brother's name.
The book.
I'm gonna look it up.
It was the book.
A book.
Yeah, it was, well, you know, in college you have your course is based off of book.
Yo.
Yeah, big thick book. Go ahead. I'll look up his name.
Is that the only book you ever read by a Black man?
No, I have a wide range of books in my library.
Yeah. I'm just saying, but because it sounded like you diminishing it down to reading one book.
Oh no, in this class, well, we read multiple books, but the whole class was centered around the book by I want to say Franklin, but let me look it up.
Hey Q, you there, bro?
What up, Complex?
Hey, Hey G, what's going on with you, man? It's been a minute. How you doing, man?
Pushing, baby, you already know.
All right. Hey, look, real quick, I'm just listening in. I'm a little busy, but I did drop a link. I put a comment to you, man. I wanted you to pull that up when you get a minute, and I just wanted to hear y'all's take on that, man. That's all it was. I just wanted to hear y'all's take on it.
Long ago neighbors.
Say that again.
I see long ago. I don't know. Is this I don't know what the hell I'm looking at.
No, because the topic is about Aboriginal and what have you, and that's a Scholastic magazine issue that Scholastic magazine came out with, and that's the cover of it. So when you talk about, somebody had mentioned something about a time period where they wanted to know about Black folks here or what have you.
So I wanted to throw that your way because that's Scholastic Magazine. Like that's a periodical that they circulate in the school systems and shit, right? So I just wanted to get y'all's take on it, like what y'all thought. That's all.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna pull it up right now. I now understand.
Okay, all right, bet it up. Hey, I got to get back to doing some shit. Hey, appreciate you, bro. Hey, what up, Taz? All right.
Let's go. Damn, this crazy, bro. I hear this shit say 400 years ago.
Yeah, I was like, I thought this was fake. I'm like, this is Scholastic. This is Scholastic news covers.
What is this right here?
These are covers from the Scholastic, I guess.
Yeah, you know the print or the publishing, the educational textbook publishing company.
Mm-hmm.
They had a little magazine.
Yeah, I believe my book was called From Slavery to Freedom. John Hope Franklin.
I can't find actual magazines though. Like, where's the actual magazines for this? Every time I click on the image, it doesn't take me like it doesn't source up the actual magazine. It just got
because they probably did not digitize. Excuse me, they probably did not digitize that shit.
Yeah, this is looking very modern. It's looking like somebody photoshopped this one image that I clicked on. It says growing up in the 1620s. This looks kind of modern, but it's supposed to, I don't know when this was written.
I mean, and it's not like that's like an act. They're not trying to say that that's an actual picture of a Native American. Nigga. That is a whole magazine cover.
This one cover is trying to allude to that. That's what I'm trying, but I can't find the actual magazine. It just takes me to this spot, Urban Legends. Uploaded this to what's the name? I forgot the name of this image spot. Pinterest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I say. Somebody just uploaded it. They probably they probably
couldn't cross-reference it.
Yeah.
So there's the book right here. Kay was talking about, or one version of the book, one unpublished edition. I don't know which edition he had in school, but
oh, it's an African American history textbook.
Mm-hmm. Ancestral Africa, Africans in the Atlantic, establishing North American history.
Okay. This had to be like this is a high school textbook, right?
Actually, it was college course.
Nigga, what class?
No, this could be African.
I think it's Black History. I think it was called Black History, but
yeah, look, now that's why you asking, nigga. No, nigga, you ain't got no. What was the name of the class, nigga? Because I'm pretty sure they got a Black Studies program.
Yeah, it was African American History under Robin Lemon.
Upper level.
Meadowlark Lemon's lower level. I was undergrad.
Well, no, I mean
undergrad course.
So you
Meadowlark Lemon's daughter headed our African American Studies program back in the late 90s.
At Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so then we can have a certain level of conversation. Like let's be very clear. We all here love academia and respect scholastic approach, the scholastic approach to information.
That we do.
I see.
So
we do.
So don't like all of that other thought people throwing around. It's like when somebody asks you for the evidence, you went to college. The evidence is up front in the argument. It's not, it's not the spook who sat by God argument in college. That's not the way it works. It's like, this is my argument. This is the reason why I'm making this claim.
Right. I understand.
So the Ameri thing, when he was asking about the proof of Ameri, like that's how we have the conversation. Like you can share your screen, show us, like, all right, but connecting it, because when you originally asked about being Pan-Africans and all this other stuff, it was like, where's the connection in these conversations? This has nothing to do with the other part and had nothing to do with the other part. And then the drawing of conclusions with the Moors, I don't see how you could do that as a scholastic, like as from a scholastic perspective. And
I see. Yeah. Understandable.
So that's what the kickback. Just so you know, like over here, that's what we pride ourselves on that. So it's not like we just present the information so we can go through it and we're gonna scrutinize it. You have collegiate level understanding, so you should definitely understand what's gonna happen.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I appreciate your platform and what you guys are doing, especially amongst the Black community here in America. So, yeah, I'll definitely sweep or clean it up and bring some actual stuff. But I want to go back to this Indian Act, bro, with Jim Crow was because it's all about classification, right? We talking about classification on the show today?
Well,
not really, no.
We were discussing.
Okay, never mind.
Well,
you're bringing up Jim Crow a lot. What's the reason for you bringing up Jim Crow?
Well, Jim Crow, in terms of the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, and franchise. Yeah, well,
I love Walter Plucker. Yeah.
Well, why we laugh here? What's going on?
No, Walter. We know all about
don't get this. Don't get this.
The Integrity Act. You know that was only relevant in one state, right?
Just bring out the information, bro. Don't get.
Wait. Why do you always stop?
Well, that's what the Supreme Court ruling today.
Land your plane. Land your plane. See what you're doing.
Yeah, the Supreme Court ruling today talks about like how cases can be used across the nation previously, but they can't do that no more. The Supreme Court ruled against it. So why is the Citizenship Act of 1924 scrutinized just in one state when it can be used unilaterally?
The Racial Integrity Act ain't have nothing to do with citizenship.
No, he's talking about the Citizenship Act. He's talking about the
Indian Citizenship Act.
It came around the same time as the
Integrity Act,
the Immigration Act, the Immigration Act of 24.
What does that have to do with you?
Keep in mind, but just right quick, because I was talking about it in my debate with Damo. So when they had the Great Migration period and they seen all these Black people coming up north, again, that's what's going on with these Indians, where now they just make all of them U.S. citizens too. You also have the Virginia Integrity Act that you're referring to, Psycho, which again, I think a lot of times gets conflated because of the 1930 census and the changes on that. But no, the Indian Citizenship Act of 24 is a document that stands alone, but it's just making Indian citizens, which works because they're keeping now immigrants out all at the same time, 1924.
But what does that have to do with you?
It got a fucking thing to do with me, nigga. I just noticed.
No, not you, Taz. I'm talking to Son.
With me.
Nigga.
Well, I just got.
Well, I mean, I think it lends credence to what we dealing with today in terms of, you know, how there's a shift in sentiment with the fact that the slave past, the slave narrative is being challenged.
Back to the college component.
Yeah.
The act says who it's for. So either you're an Indian who is not family living on reservations, and you're not part of the Jim Crow era. That's confusing. Jim Crow is for us Black folks. That's a whole nother story you're talking about, and you're not the only. I got about 10 videos with Black people bringing up the Immigration Act. And unless you're from the Mississippi region and you were living in some mud hut in the Mississippi that white folks didn't know about, and then all of a sudden they came to your small town and all of a sudden counted you, and you were living as an Indian in that little small town, and all of a sudden a white man said, "No, you a nigga. You a nigga."
Well, I mean, what type of message is different though? Jim Crow laws, what they have literacy tests,
Jim Crow laws,
poll taxes.
No. Jim Crow laws extend from the culture that white people established with Black people, from Black laws to Jim Crow laws to extending from slave laws. Indians have their own shit. Indians got paid to help white people manage Black people.
Well, no, Jim Crow laws back in the day, it was white and colored, right?
No, depending on.
It wasn't white and Black, it was white and colored.
No, it was white and Black. The country is white and Black. Colored is another label that's added later on, but it's white, black, and Indian. Then you had other motherfuckers who came in, Chinese people and shit that was suing, and them motherfuckers got called colors. And colored or Negro with all that other shit, that's here nor there. Like, that's just the confusion that white people have in trying to figure out why this motherfucker got straight hair. Your family has sex with some Indians. All right, you know what? You're not 100% nigga, you're a colored, but you're still one of them. Like, that's not, yeah, I mean, it's just that simple.
Who's one of them? I'm sorry, who's one of them?
White people are saying you're still one of the coloreds. That's what it's
saying.
Oh,
that's what they're saying to blacks?
Whoever you are, you're not white. You're one of, that's what they said. If you're not white, you're colored. It's just that simple.
Oh, okay, so they're lumping Indians with blacks.
They lumped everybody in with coloreds. That's not blacks.
But they lump Indians with blacks?
You see how you're saying with blacks? That's the reality that people felt. That's how people felt. That's the sentiment that was going through America. Why are you lumping us with blacks? That is the Indian word. Don't lump us with blacks. The Chinese said the same thing. Don't lump us with blacks. The Spanish said the same thing. And white people told all y'all motherfuckers, y'all are coloreds. Go away. Look it up. I'm not even gonna look it up. I'll pull up the black.
Okay. What's the legacy of the Dawes Act, bro? What's the legacy of the Dawes Act? Not the Dawes Rose, but the Dawes Act. Why is it looked at as fallacy or pseudo?
What's the connection? I'm lost.
The connection is that there was blacks the Dawes Act. The Dawes Rose comes from the Dawes Act.
Right.
So the legacy of the Dawes Act, what happened when the legacy of the Dawes Act was being enforced? What was going on?
What do you mean what was going on?
In terms of Indian, classification of Indians with these white folks, right? What was going on with the black Indians?
The $5 Indian, that you talking about?
No, we're talking about the black Indians that were trying to say, yo, we have we have some claim to this shit. And the other Indians were like, nah, we ain't fucking with y'all.
You talk about out like in Oklahoma?
Yeah, right. Yes.
That's why I said it's new friends. I told you, Tycho, all this is new friends, bro.
Well, I mean, but that happened because they was on the plantation, right? They came from the plantation, and when it became free and everything else, they still was a part of that culture, Native American culture, whatever. So they was identifying with Native American culture, and they felt like they was owed the same things that Native Americans owed because they fought in the same wars with them, and they and this, that, and third. But that guy doing culture. That's not them. But that's not them saying that they was the original peoples of this land. They wouldn't even tell you that.
I don't know. Why would they accept? Why would they so accepting? Why didn't they scalp us? Why didn't they scalp our heads off?
Right. So I would argue that was get down and lay down time. That's when you start seeing the Buffalo Soldiers moving up into Kansas and Oklahoma and whatnot, and whacking Indians and knocking their ass off. So, you know what I'm saying? It was either assimilate or die.
No, we ain't talking about those folks. You already jumped on somebody who's about that. We talking about the other side. How black Indians and blacks were.
No, you asked about the.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you asked about the Dawes Act specifically. So
the Dawes Act, right?
Yeah,
the Indians, right?
Right. That was.
We talking about reduction. We're talking about reduction of the Indian population, bro.
Right. Get down or lay down. Right. I'll say it again.
A reduction because of classification, though. Black folks couldn't identify as Native Americans because Native Americans didn't want to be put out from the white. They didn't want to be put. They wanted to be white.
No, let's be clear.
Those. Okay, go ahead.
Somebody pull it up. Just pull it up for me. The Dawes Act has nothing to do with identification. Cut it out. We talking about land. You got to move forward to start talking about identity into the 20s.
It has things to do with classification, bro.
No,
classification.
No.
That's when white people reclassify themselves as Indians, the $5 Indians. That's what you're talking about. That's why I said, is that what you're talking about? because that was them
right.
That was them taking advantage of the system. But that wasn't. That's not what the act was about, though.
In Psycho, I would argue that's still too early for that because again, you still got this is the Homestead Act period. This is people going up into Oklahoma finding homesteads.
Right.
This is moving up into Kansas off the white man giving homesteads to go into
this
that.
This is when they was expanding these territories, trying to populate them so they can make them states, so they can get votes.
Yes, this is the expansion, manifest destiny.
Yes.
They don't care about no identity and no fucking Indians. They're gonna get y'all ass up out of there and get that land and condense it into make you into a reservation.
Yeah, but that's from the white side, bro. I'm talking about if you in the milieu, the mix of Native Americans, and you got Native American turncoats talking about, oh, y'all ain't Native Americans, get the fuck out, because we want to be with these white folks.
No, but
that's what was happening too.
But you also got the other side of it, bro. These are different people. Like from their accounts, they're not black people. We may be colored. Yeah, we might have color, but we're not the same people. And that's the part of the story that's being conflated or mixed up or told wrong. It's like we made babies with Indian people, and those babies might have called themselves Indians. We might have stayed in the homes of Indians and took on their culture, and through that we amalgamated into their culture in certain areas where we felt like it was our own, just the same way we feel like America's our culture, but we're still black people from Africa.
I don't know, bro. They was laying down them white folks like they were black. The Blackfeet weren't doing that shit.
You see that? I don't know. Are you full of colonial Natchez? You see that right there, Natchez, right there.
Have you seen the pictures of the Blackfeet?
Have
you seen pictures of Blackfeet?
Blackwood are not black people.
Yeah, we're talking.
No. I'm talking about you. Hey, what's that? Gray. Hold on. I'll look it up.
Now, just right quick, Q. Where you going with that though? Because I fuck with them Natchez niggas, bro. What you got with that? What you talking about?
This is the part of the conversation that a lot of the abos mix. Like when he first came on, he's talking about classification. They literally jump to the British, and they're confused because they come from French colonial territories, and the residue of the colonial changes and transferences is where these black folks suffered from. In addition to it, because you had white people meeting these black people for the first time in these regions that they almost never been to, and they're like, oh, and you're sitting, the black person sitting there talking all this Indian shit, and the white person's like, look, you's a nigga. You're gonna get classified as this. You're a colored. And so a lot of these grandmothers who got called coloreds, and they like, I was once a Negro, I went from being this to that, they're describing these points when they got classified on the censuses, and the censuses were reflecting the way in which the country was developing by population. And so that's why even down to the definition of Negro, I was going to bring up the Black Laws Dictionary. That was a 1920 argument in Mississippi. Mad of this shit happened in Mississippi where these people were dealing with these realities.
Well, before you get too far away from Natchez, I would like to say this though. Right. So Natchez is a good example of that delineation between Indian and African. It's one of those places where you can go and see both histories in that city. The earlier Indian history and then the later African history. That's one of the few cities that really have that shit outlined as a difference. You can truly see the African history and the Indian history, and they're not the same. Natchez is the perfect place for that.
But they never bring it up. That's why I be confused. I'm like, how y'all bring up Mississippi and forget the Natchez Indians? That's what are we talking about? Like all mad of the French records is all describing their relationships with the Natchez Indians, the Creeks, that whole area. They go straight to Christopher Columbus. I'm like, but y'all in Mississippi. Why not let's focus on the people let's talk about this, the other Spanish and the French. The classification component is like, that doesn't, what does that got to do with the Costa system?
You ever been down there, Q, Natchez?
Nah.
That'd be a good city to go to just check out, just on some black shit. Like I said, they had it was a big fire there where a bunch of black people died and whatnot. It's a lot of black history in Natchez. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy though, 'cause like I say, there's a lot of Indian history in Natchez, but they're differentiating the two.
Yeah, you
And
see
how
it right
about
here.
gross venture?
Look, this is on the Mississippi website. It says, nevertheless, free people of color were part of the Natchez history from the very beginning. Like, this is going back to the 1600s, 1500s. You had Africans getting away from the French, getting away from the Spanish, and going to live and being cool with the Natchez Indians. Like, that's historically. So you might have been there. Your family might have been living in the Mississippi for 300-400 years. All right, whatever. That doesn't mean slavery didn't happen. That doesn't mean Africa didn't have contributed to that.
Well, you know, that is the place where the quote unquote Devil's Punch Bowl is, though, right, Q? You do know that. The place where the Devil's Punch Bowl, it's
the camp, right? The camp?
Yeah, for the concentration camp. That's where that was. And so I went down there to do a little investigation on it years ago. So that's why I'm familiar with that area like that. Like I fucks with that, and it's a lot of good people down there, bro.
See, I don't know. I don't know the area. I know the Natchez from the group, because that was some of the first treaties that the French was making when they got to the U.S. soil, was with the Natchez Indians, and they got like 3 different books that was published by like early anthropologists, French and German anthropologists, describing how the Natchez Indians live, the relationships they developed with blacks, up and through the Louisiana region. Well, I'm saying Louisiana for New France.
How about gross ventre? Gross ventre tribe. GROSVENTRE.
You said GROS?
Yeah, and then VENTRE.
I have no idea what that is.
But look at
That's two separate.
Crazy? So you know what's crazy? I just looked it up. The word you just said, this is how true it is. You just said a French word.
French word. Yeah. You can't see the French in that word, though?
Yeah. Yeah, I see it, but they also refer to other things too.
Who the hell
I'm just saying
big belly, aniline, white clay.
But that influence, and I find even in the African American studies classes, we need to put more influence. Like I was taught colonialism from one professor from a survey perspective. He was like, yo, you need to learn colonialism and be able to compare and contrast it, because he was from Nigeria by way of England. And he was like, what people have a tendency to do is teach it from their colonial perspective. So if you're in Haiti, you're going to learn it from a French perspective. If you're in Nigeria, you're going to learn it from a British. If you're in America, you're going to learn it from an American. And he's like, for black people, we should learn it from a complete perspective. Like we should be able to say what's the difference between things, because we suffered it.
That's what's up, dude.
You know, we suffered those changes, we suffered those challenges and the different economic systems that was put on us, and they're not the same. You know, and when hearing the Abos just summarize all of it, like that video I just played with the dude saying the dates, I'm like, and the other one just saying random treaty dates. I'm like, what 1800s, it was popping in the Western Hemisphere. The whole shit was at war. Everybody was shooting at everybody. 1700s, like which treaty? What? I'm like, I don't know. It's crazy how they be just throwing shit out there.
Yeah, so in 1848, on the European continent, like every single region was in a revolution, with the exception of the British Empire, the Russian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire. Like everyone was like rebelling against whoever was being colonized against. It was like people that were originally from the area were getting oppressed, and they was getting fed up.
Like this dude jumps from Spain. Yo, this shit's crazy. Like these dates, he just threw 1600 up there, slaves, 1492 Indian. I'm like, who was called an Indian? Negro was, and then 1900 the Negro. This is this is why you got to learn colonists. Of like, hold on, Negro was they were saying Negro from the. What are we talking about?
Negretas, yeah, that's all in Spanish.
Negroes,
Spanish
Indians,
record.
You didn't close the gate.
But you let these I'm not gonna say the hard R word because Taz.
Negro came. Then in the 1950s, that word color came. And in the 1960s, that name black came. Afro came. Black came. You tell me one people. You tell me one people. You tell me one fucking people who has.
And you'll notice most of them make these jumps. And what I noticed, I think these jumps correlate to the fact that the French were in and out of the conversation. They really were more established in the 1700s. They was around, but they really got it popping, from my understanding, like the 1700s. They was in the mix, but like, so these abos be jumping from Spain to Britain to America to the fucking Immigration Act. Like it's crazy. Like this is fucking hilarious. These abos. Lucky for the internet, we could just go and download all of the different talking points and just compare and contrast.
Listen to what Jane Elliott says about the Native Americans.
Oh yeah, I meant this. Oh yeah, this one right here, y'all. This one right here, man. Donald, ain't this your homegirl, Jane Elliott?
I fuck with Jane Elliott, tough nigga.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of my crackers.
She on her Ivan Van Sertima shit right here. Oh
Jane
Lord.
Elliott, Tim Wise, all them.
Listen to this shit. The Apple's running with this one.
Native Americans.
We're still teaching that Columbus discovered America. We're still teaching that those people who lived here were called Indians because of Christopher Columbus. It's all a bunch of hokum. It isn't true. The first people that inhabited this continent and every other continent on the face of the earth came from Africa. People from Africa came to what we call the North American continent between 20,000 and 10,000 years before Columbus was a beam in his father's eye. What we call black people were here before there were any white people on the face of the earth. There were no white people until enough people from Africa moved into the northern climates, and their skin, their hair, and their eyes got lighter as they were exposed to less and less melanin, sunshine, so their bodies produced less and less melanin. That's the only reason my skin is this color, because my great-great-grandparents came from Ireland, which is in the northern climates. We don't teach the truth to kids. I don't think they teach the truth to kids in Europe either, because we all seem to think that the most important thing you can be is white. There is no such thing as a white person.
Listen.
Yeah, she talking out of Africa theory. She ain't talking Abo shit.
Well, she did say Africans that was in America over 20,000 years ago.
It's not the same claim.
There's no such thing as a white person. We're just gonna let that white bitch say that shit.
Like, huh?
Nigga, if we're gonna let anybody say it, we're gonna let a white bitch say it. Shit.
There's no such thing as a white person.
Hold on, Taz.
Of course
white
not.
people when niggas say when conservative niggas get up there and run with conservative talking points, what's the first thing crackers do? Get them motherfuckers a platform and be like, look, here's a black person saying it. So now when we be like, shit, yeah, ain't no such thing as white people. Here's a white person saying it. You know what I mean? Like we level even it out the playing field. You know what I mean? Be like that. I have no problem with white people saying white people don't exist. Matter of fact, they're my favorite type of white people. The self-deprecating white people.
So how do we attach the atrocities of white people to them if they don't exist?
Oh, the people who call themselves white commit atrocities. But it's all a facade. It's not real. I mean, really, where her argument fall apart is like that's true for race, period. Because even if they then people who crossed, the people who traveled from Africa to North America, they didn't call themselves African. They damn sure didn't call themselves black. So that's why her argument kind of fall apart when like from the perspective of race is some made up shit in the first place. But it's like you can't go in and out of it though. You know what I'm saying? Either you're gonna say white because you're gonna say white people don't exist, black people don't exist either.
Right.
And she was talking about she was just talking about white people not being identified as white until this particular time.
Right.
She wasn't saying like white people, like people try to take that and make it seem like white people in itself didn't exist. Like like the Roman Empire is all pseudo.
I guess I can see what you're saying with that though. I wouldn't want white people to be able to say there's no such thing as a white person. Like, wait, nah. Now y'all got too much of a history of trying to hide shit.
Yeah.
Well, somebody cut and paste that video because I think she definitely elaborated.
I don't like her, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You don't fuck with
Yeah,
Jane
man. She just riding the wave. That's all.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Nah, what you mean? Jane Elliott is the wave, nigga. What you mean?
Yeah, I ain't crazy about
So when I support Donald Trump, what's the difference between supporting Trump and you supporting this white woman?
Hold on. Jane Elliott is a white person who hate white people.
Yeah, I get but she pushes a lot, her whole ideology on race, goes against everything I talk about. So like,
right, no, I get that, but in the context, nigga, you're not about to compare Jane Elliott.
I don't believe that though. Like, I mean, I think it's an interesting way to make money, but like, are we saying she don't like her people? Like we believe that?
Right.
Hey, I fucks with Tim Wise, bro.
That's right, Ted. Like we supposed to
fucks with Tim
Wise.
No, yeah, I believe it. Like I believe it. Like you, all of them videos of making them white girls cry in class and pissing off them white boys when they storming off and all that shit. Antagonize this.
Y'all fuck with Tim Wise?
No, maybe she was traumatized.
Tim Wise.
Maybe Jane was traumatized at school and now she just rebellious. I don't know.
She just has common sense. Anybody that just look at American society could be like, yeah, white people are fucked up. Unless you're white people, want to be white people, or want to be next to white people. Them the only people who can't look at American society and say white people are fucked up. Sorry.
I don't trust white people who perform like that though. Like that's, you know what I'm saying. Donate all your bread to black people, fam. I believe, like, you know what I'm saying. Like let me see you actually buying shit for black people. Let niggas use your credit, bitch.
Nah, I think we routinely devalue the significance of like the epistemic impact of these conversations. Like I don't think that the most while that material, like money and all that type of shit is one thing, like changing the way people think is priceless.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Reshaping how somebody views the world, like you can't like that has a greater impact in the long run than just whether or not you willing to give somebody money. Now giving niggas money is definitely, I'm not gonna downplay that, but at the same time, I do think it's like to be able to upset like normative white ways of understanding and be a white person doing it. You know what I mean? I think it's some value in that. I'm not saying Jane Elliott is Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Like that, she definitely, she plays her role.
But would you say she teach white people how to treat black people?
You said what?
She's qualified to teach white people how to treat black people.
That ain't what she teach though. She don't teach white people how to treat black people. She teach white people that whiteness is trash.
Does she teach biracials?
Wow.
Because them biracials be banging, bro. I'm telling you, biracials be banging harder than some of these black folks, especially when they crash out. And that's that white side.
They got the heart to
Let's
fight.
keep it a buck.
But see, that's why the Most High created AI, so we can use AI video technology, right, to paint slavery and I like it. We can tell the truth, but at the same time, I'm a buy it. I'm gonna pay the $250 a month. However, that way I can make my videos where we pull in slave masters, but I'm gonna have them getting pulled behind horses and shit. I'm gonna make videos feeding them the alligator bacon.
Man, don't nobody give a fuck. Ain't nobody gonna watch it but you, bitch.
Bullshit, nigga. I'm going viral, nigga.
You ain't going viral shit, nigga. You would've did it already.
Here's what Madon
I'm about to buy it, nigga.
Here's what Madon just exposed.
This is your culture.
I'm gonna put your ass in that, Deb. You gonna be the coon, nigga.
This is what I mean when I say niggas don't like want like autonomy. They don't want liberation. They don't want, you know what I'm saying?
We are native.
Independence. These
Oh, that's-
niggas
that's
want to be.
right there.
These niggas want to be white people.
Bro,
They want to do the shit white people do.
how you gonna free your mind?
We not African. We are native.
No, they want to be them white motherfuckers.
AI is the next generation, bro. That's the youth is gonna be raised off
No,
AI.
bro, we talking
They want to be them white motherfuckers.
We got hit with the curses. The firstborn of Israel.
Here you go, Madon.
But I lost my birthright. I sinned, and the Most High stripped it from me. We got hit with the curses, reservations, poverty, no identity. Genesis 49 said we'd be unstable. That's been us. They destroyed my people, took our land, gave us alcohol, erased our language, then called it help. That was war. Now I know.
Yo.
Yeah, that's my brother.
You give retarded niggas crayons, they're gonna fucking color. It's about the lines. Can these retarded niggas color within the line?
That was fire, wasn't it, Madon? Wasn't that fire?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why AI is going to be teaching the youth, and we better grab hold or get on the train before it's too late, because the next generation are going to be raised off of fake AI videos, telling a different narrative of everything.
Will you believe me? Will you turn away? There are 6 million mental retarded Americans.
Well,
You said I told you I was mentally retarded.
Bruh.
Will you believe me? Will you turn away? There are 6 million mental retarded Americans.
Yeah, black people are mentally retarded. Slavery made black people mentally retarded.
That shit, bro.
That's a fact. You have to be, in order to be oppressed and not fight back and be subjugated and what's the other word I'm looking for? Subordinate. To people, bro. You have to be made to think backwards, outside of your natural
identify
self.
as Black American, you need to do your genealogy research. I know some of you guys are just not coming into this information about how Black Americans were here before Columbus, and y'all just like, oh, cool. Okay, I'm just going to repeat that. But it's time to really start digging into your genealogy ancestry. And I know many of you are like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter because Black people are everywhere. Well, it does matter. It does matter knowing what nations you come from. It does matter knowing the name of those nations. It does matter knowing the culture of those nations.
If she get any whiter,
Indian? I don't know why this came up on my feed, but it did. And it say this is a picture of a Cherokee Indian from the Carolinas. And it say the Cherokee Indians in the Carolinas are classified as Negro.
I'm an aboriginal. I'm a Cherokee. I'm Cherokee, like full-blooded.
I be trapping in my feather and my TP. Yeah, East Band Cherokee key. From that and young, we are trapping up, cause that's who we be.
But yeah, babe, I've been new. Cherokee and Blackfoot. Blacks and Hispanics are the real Indians.
Praise the Lord.
The African American people wear racial mixture right on their faces. And the greatest percentage of our admixture comes from European ancestors.
But for some reason, it's much easier for us to imagine another source.
He knew his grandmother, Elizabeth Redmond, and he said she was a full-blooded Cherokee.
Like almost all African Americans I know,
What they mean when they say full-blooded?
He said, like all African Americans I know.
I mean, that was the most stereotype. Hey, that was crazy. He said that. That nigga funny as hell.
Like all African Americans I know.
All Negroes. I got Indian in me.
When they say full-blooded, what they mean? Full.
Both parents, grandparents, and
Cherokee. Y'all heard that Cherokee?
yeah, that track was kind of hot, bro.
Yeah, because she kind of Riri. Talking about she is a Cherokee.
And my feather and my TP.
She is a motherfucking goddamn Riri. Used to get on the bus and I used to CC.
I catch you right there.
Yeah, that cadence is crazy.
full-blooded.
I be trapping in my feather and my TP.
I've been trapping in my feather and my teepee.
Man,
because it's like, what's the point of like? Here's the thing.
Boy,
like, why? It's like, why do this? Right? Like, why? Like, why do you have to be like? How does being Indian just equate to nigga rap songs, but you just reference indigenous shit?
They don't need no reason, man.
Like that shit ain't even clever, bro. She just
that shit is clever, bro.
I'm gonna take this same drill. I'm gonna take this same drill flow. I'm gonna use the same drill rhetoric, but I'm just going to use some indigenous words that I learned, and not even
she look like my little niece.
It's just like labels. It's like, come on, bro.
No, all that you gotta have a motive and you gotta have a reason. All that shit out the window. You don't need no reason.
So she got a reason. She found out her identity, bro. That song is hot.
She ain't fine shit.
I ain't gonna lie, Madonna. Her shit might be a little better than that Tupac shit you put out.
Yeah, man. She almost got me, bro. Trapping in my TP with my feather on. I mean, goddamn. That's original right there.
It don't take a lot to impress you, nigga. Yeah.
And that's original right there. She made that.
You ain't got no motherfucking bar.
Hey, if Tupac was born Lasani Cooks, right?
Let's play it again. That's all original. Right?
This is the same thing as Seti being like he sold crack to go to Egypt.
Goddamn.
Like, bro.
Hey,
what the
Tupac was Lasani Crooks, right?
Yeah,
Tupac is ain't Tupac Native American? Ain't that name Native American? Okay, that's FBA, ain't it?
But
ain't that FBA?
Like, Tupac is your man's, right? Like he's one of your idols. That's somebody you look up to.
No, Pac wasn't an idol, bro. That's my brother.
Okay, your brother did never fucked with Trump, bro. You know that, right? I'm sorry. I'm gonna do better. But yeah, that's he never rocked with Donald Trump. He actually said that Donald Trump exemplified like the greed in
right. But see, that's the difference between Pac and me. You know, Pac was him and I'm Madonna. You know, that's Okay.
So when it comes to siding with either a black cultural icon or a white privilege icon, you'd rather choose the white privilege icon.
Well, I don't think Pac got the experience that Donald Trump pause that I experienced.
No, yeah, I mean, no, you already, you proved you good. You made your point. Your point was,
you know what I'm saying? Like the whole politics, running for office twice, all that. I don't think Pac didn't get to experience that. Tupac only got to experience the conglomerate mogul or business mogul CEO.
But why wasn't we listening, bro? Afeni and Sada Shakur, what they was telling us what time it was. They were telling us why they named him Tupac. Why didn't we listen? That was before 2018, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck is y'all talking about?
Yeah, I heard Tupac in the year 2018. I'm beating up. Yeah, I'm jumping
Niggas were
out that
dropping
boat.
hints of FBA back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, and we weren't listening. Why wasn't we
Nobody was
listening?
saying FBA in the 90s, bro. That's not true at all.
I'm trying to think of FBA reference from the 90s.
Bro, y'all know what FBA meant in the 90s?
Taz, how do you forget
Hold on.
Dr. York?
Y'all know what
You know
FBA
Dr.
meant in the
York was
90s?
on that native shit in the 90s?
Hold on, Madon. Y'all know what FBA meant in the 90s?
Facts, Madon. Yeah, go
Black.
ahead.
It meant black. When niggas said black, they knew what they was talking about. There was no quote unquote delineation, nigga. When in the 90s, when they were talking about the people who were brought over here, who helped build America, who helped create the economy and establish their own culture, that was black people, bro. Like, it's that simple.
Well, see, in the 90s, you had Dr. York, you had Ivan Van Sertimer. I mean, you had Bobby Hemmett. I mean, the list goes on. I'm just saying I'm just identifying the people I've heard like through watching uploaded VHS tests. I mean, the VHS test that they was on was from the 90s, right? And they was speaking on this information. That's all I'm saying.
Wrong with niggas, yeah. That's you niggas' fucking problem. Watching all that dumbass shit. Now you out here sounding like a goddamn fool.
Nah, man, hip hop dropping game, fool.
The truth has came to pass.
Dropping game, fool.
You feel me?
Bruh, like Pop said a lot of shit that we can benefit from, but like you can't hang on to Pop words like that nigga was a god or some shit. Like, but like
Pop was a god.
Real shit. Like and like I would even say he's one of the greatest to rap some real shit. That like it's a cutoff point for that, bro. Pause. That was 30 fucking years ago. If you think that nigga speaking so relevant today, you are stuck in the fucking past, nigga. For real.
Well, there is no past without today, and there is no tomorrow without today as well. So I mean,
I tell you what, I ain't listening to no new rap. Fuck that shit.
He plays a very small role in that conversation. Like, for real. Like, niggas be glorifying Pac a little too fucking much. Great rapper, talked about some real shit, but come on, man, we can't keep putting that nigga up in the status above scholars and people who actually work in the community and shit.
Well, I think
he talking real shit though, right?
I think he was just
talking
saying
real shit though, Taz.
Yeah, and how his mom never named him after Incan chief. You know, that's
Yeah, this shit ain't fake, folk. This shit's real talk.
What's real talk? What's your favorite?
This entertainment.
What's your favorite?
This entertainment we watching. What's that?
Ask the same shit they asked that nigga. Give me your favorite Pac 16.
Pac 16? God damn. Ambitious as a ride is a nice one. God damn, but I don't know all the lyrics to that motherfucker.
Nah, my favorite shit is. And look, my favorite Pac shit ain't even the deep shit, niggas. I'd rather be your N-I-G-G.
Oh man, my favorite Pac shit is I don't give a fuck. They done push me to my limit. I'm all in. I may blow up any minute. Did it again. Now I'm in the back of a paddy wagon while this cop bragging about the nigga he tagging. I see no justice. All I see is nigga dying fast. Sound of a gun blast. Then watch the hearse pass. Just another day in the life. G. Gotta step lightly cause cops try to snipe me. I don't know if y'all know the rest, but that's my shit. I don't give a fuck.
You know the rest?
The title of the song is called "I Don't Give a Fuck." They talking about police brutality and white supremacy. That's my shit. That rebellious shit.
Yeah, I'm just asking because it's what I'm saying. Pac was a multi-talented artist, right? He didn't just make a bunch of serious music. He made some shit that was just straight party and not serious at all. So his message could easily be lost.
Man, he was Black Panther through and through, bro. And Black Panther's real as fuck, niggas.
Hit 'em up was
Straight up and down.
Hit 'em up was a Black Panther song.
Which one?
Hit 'em up.
Nah.
Get your ass up. What the fuck it was?
Nah.
Nigga, that was a Klansman's goddamn anthem, nigga. On there talking about niggas got sickle cell and all type of shit. Shut your
got
ass.
sickle cell or something. Fuck around, die fucking with me.
That shit was ruthless when it first out. That shit first hit. Like, goddamn. You know, you weren't supposed to talk about people like that back in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, being mad at niggas, but like I say, I think your public image takes a hit as far as being, you know, a pro-black man, or, you know what I'm saying, the dear mama and all that type of shit.
Oh, we gotta order the doggy some food. Let me see my phone.
Yeah, Pac did his thing, man, you know, but like he said, man, it'll be someone greater than him. It'll be a greater fan of him that's outside him, you know. And we've seen a lot of people, well, I won't say stepped in those shoes, but tried.
Your head is hurting.
No, Pac has been surpassed now, though, bro.
I'm saying, far as like the message wise, like stardom, yeah, but like far as like the message, like
I hate to say it, but I would give it to Hove now, bro, as the greatest, bro.
Like I don't see Hov speaking towards the black community like Pac did, like the plight of the young black male, the young black female, or just black people and all.
Hell no.
Nah.
He put his time in doing that.
Ransom, to me, Ransom is way better than Hov. To me, Ransom, way better than Hov. Talks about really talking that talk. Ransom,
like White Man's World.
Tell yourself through Ransom.
What song?
Ransom is
what song did Jay-Z had that can compare to White Man's World?
Dude.
Song Cry?
No.
Nah, shit. Lucifer out of the morning.
No, I ain't like that shit.
Lucifer.
What?
Hey, I
we talk about
I actually did not fuck with Jay-Z until the Black Album.
Prison, I miss you.
I did not fuck with Jay-Z until the Black Album.
Bro, that song, bro, come on, man. That was
but I'm just saying, though, like when it comes down to it, though, like there's an elevation of a celebrity again. We back to the celebrity worship shit. You know
I'm only going off rhymes, like far as the plight of the young black male and the young black female.
Go off nothing with no rappers though. Like niggas still living through Pac image, you know, 30 years later, bro. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Talking about
I think the rhymes were so. I mean, his lyrics was everlasting. In my humble opinion, the shit he said was so relevant. Because we still in the same conditions, it's gonna stay relevant, you know, until we fix the problem. All his
everybody's lyrics last forever. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's why Malcolm X is still relevant, because we as black people are in the same conditions.
Yeah, I disagree.
That ain't got nothing to do with a rap song, nigga.
You know what I'm saying? Pac lyrics are still relevant because we still in those same conditions that he was talking about.
So is every other rapper that was out in the 90s, nigga.
Well, we talking about Pac.
Nah, I don't think we had those same conditions. Like even Pac's situation would have been different under this paradigm.
No, I'm just saying, like poverty, police brutality, single mothers, all that shit like that.
High mortality rate.
Every other rapper had the same goddamn fucking context.
Name them.
Single mothers.
Name a Dear Mama song by another rapper that was more relevant than Dear Mama.
I don't think
Name a song that was more relevant than Changes.
More relevant as far as what?
I'm talking about changes. I'm talking about the social conditions of the people.
I wasn't even alive when that came out, bro.
But he wrote it.
All right.
I'm just saying, I think his rhymes last the test of time, and that's why a lot of people still relate to Pac rhymes, and like they still relate to what's my man name, Rakim, and so on and so forth.
Water battery.
Yeah, but I would elevate Rakim in rap, like they keep it rap. They don't deify Rakim, like, you know what I'm saying. They keep it God MC type shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't take it over into he as a man, like, you know what I mean? Like And maybe it's because he's still alive. I don't know. Maybe if he died,
We just you're right. We only praise Rakim because of his bars. We don't sit up here and say, yeah, he's so much of a revolutionary. He could have been president and all that.
And it's almost like we got to watch. It's almost like we got to watch Tupac grow up. Like we got to watch him do all. Like every time something happened, he was in the news. We saw it on the news. So it's like we almost got to watch.
No, he only had like a 6-year run, nigga. Didn't nobody watch him
We got
grow
to
up.
watch this nigga from Juice all the way from. Hold on, we watched him through Juice,
Psycho.
Poetic Justice, Above the Rim, Game Related. I mean, we watched him grow up through all these movies.
Says Malcolm is quoted saying that second class citizenship is nothing but a form of modern day slavery, and according to his definition, that he's literally quoted saying that that the Civil War and the 14th Amendment was all for nothing. Do you think that like he's literally? I had to make sure I had to go to some year. You said this?
I know Malcolm always checked the year that it was said. Though.
But that I can get the year, but this is part of a song by Ransom and Dave East, and that's towards the latter part of the song. He's on record saying that second class citizenship is nothing but a form of modern day slavery, and according to his definition, yeah. So it's just I find that and just in reference to what Madon was saying, as far as we're still dealing with the same ills,
Yeah.
Societal ills.
Yeah, I think even Malcolm's change in his ideology somewhat points just. I say we got to look at Malcolm before he died versus before when he first got the microphone. I think Malcolm died fighting for the black community here in America, still with Pan-Africanism still in mind, but that wasn't first and foremost. I think pushing the NOI them first few years was his priority, and everything said in those speeches, I think is not that it don't apply, but I don't know if he would say that the same way. I don't know if he would have said it the same way.
Real quick. Yeah, I understand the timing of it, but I still, if Malcolm was around right now, bro, there's no question, bro. I mean, it's like, why do we say like?
If Malcolm was around right now, y'all would call him a sellout.
Why are we so quick to dismiss? Like, oh man, like I disagree with
If Malcolm was alive, like survived the assassination attempt type shit, bro, he'll be the fucking GOAT, bro. What you mean?
Now here's something. Why didn't Elijah give the nation to Farrakhan? Why he give it to his son? I mean, he excommunicated his son 5 times. He excommunicated his son 5 times, but when he was on his deathbed, he said, "You can have it." What's that mean?
Maybe it was part of a plan.
Exactly.
I ain't gonna say that. I'm gonna just leave it alone.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
Maybe he knew his son. Maybe he knew his son was gonna do right, and and some things gonna transpire. I mean, who knows?
About Africa, I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, I know there was a brother on this channel referencing how Malcolm went over there and he was rejected. So I don't recall the brother's name, but I do recall that brother on record referencing how Malcolm was rejected. So I find that
now Elijah's son would later become a senator, right?
Malcolm was rejected. Where did he? I ain't heard that.
Over to Africa in regards to how can I say this? In regards to representing us Black Americans as a whole. Like I'm paraphrasing, but I do know unequivocally it was a brother on here and he referenced that, and I actually asked him for the reference. Like, man, like I actually need that. Like that's a good talking point to use as far as to put forth as far as an argument that Malcolm wasn't received entirely by everybody over there. You feel me? So anyway.
I'm interested though. Why would people call Malcolm a sellout?
Yeah, exactly. Please.
I'm kind of confused on that.
Well, I mean,
It's a red herring.
That's the NOY who talk that shit.
You gonna have to explain that.
The reason why I'm saying it is like, listen, you got niggas like John Lewis, right? Like that marched with King, that got his ass beat by the police, that, you know what I'm saying, all this other shit. But simply because what would have happened is as society has progressed, right? If Malcolm X was still alive, he would be folded into the neoliberal machine. So he would be a university professor, right? He would be involved with government. You know what I'm saying? He would be a religious leader. You feel me? Like, so he would occupy a lot of the institutions that during his time. I mean, because he'd be like 100. He'd be like almost 100.
Yo, Domo. Do you know it's Malcolm X? Do y'all know?
Hold on. But here's the point though. Y'all, like when niggas talk about like black leaders now, like they completely ignore like a lot of the nuance associated with how those people came up. You feel me? In order to just be like, oh, they a part of that. Look who they work for now. Look who putting money in their pockets. Look at doing this. Look who doing that. Oh, he working with the Congressional Black Caucus. Like, so he can't be trusted.
But you know what? You know what a lot of people don't know though.
That's exactly what Malcolm X would have did.
No, let me tell you what Malcolm would have did, bro. Malcolm would have went back. Malcolm would have been back in the NOI. Do y'all know the NOI?
Thank you.
Hold on, do y'all know the NOI got tapes? Hold on, let me say this real fast, and y'all can rebuttal it. Do y'all know the NOI got tapes of Malcolm? Hold on, bro. It's tapes of Malcolm. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you what, bro. Listen, bro. Don't say no because you don't know. They got tapes of Malcolm talking to the. Bro, all right, bro. I knew y'all was gonna get triggered. Go ahead. No, I'm not, bro. I heard that, bro. I know that's from, bro. I'm not going off.
Hey, Domo, have you seen Blood Brothers? Have you seen Blood Brothers on Netflix?
Bro, it's look. They got tapes.
Okay.
What I'm telling you is this, bro. Why you gotta do that, bro?
Hold on,
bro. Just let me say what I gotta say, man. Then you can say what you gotta say, bro. Because you ain't talking, but you ain't saying. You don't know. You have no clue. I know. The NOI got tapes.
But Don, I know what you're gonna say about Malcolm writing the letter, this, that, and the third, trying to reach out to Elijah after he first got silenced and everything else. That's when he first got silenced. When it was official and they tried to burn his house up. Done with the NOI by then. When they went to court over their house out in Queens. And then he got in front of the cameras and started saying that he's done with the Nation of Islam. And he started talking about Elijah and his all the little girls and all the stuff, everything else. He was done with the nation. He wasn't going back. He started his own thing and everything. He was not going to go. He was not going back.
He literally had the Muslim Mosque Incorporated. That was his shit. Muslim Mosques Incorporated. And so, but what I'm speaking to, like to say.
Somebody got static in the mic. Is somebody moving their microphone around?
Like somebody like walking around or something.
Yes.
So, because like we outside of talking with Malcolm, I'm talking about niggas today, right? Niggas today don't know the history of a bunch of black politicians. You know what I'm saying? And how they came up and how they made their name and all this other shit. But they'll just be quick to dismiss them. They'll be quick to say, oh, like, he just a part of the system, or he just a part of this, and he just a part of that. Like, the reason why Pac is the GOAT is because he dead. The reason why Martin Luther King Jr. you can't talk about it is because he dead. Same thing with Malcolm, because they died. But what we know about, but how do we treat, like, for example, how do we treat Angela Davis? How do we treat Angela Davis?
Like she went and broke them niggas. Yo, nigga, what you mean?
Like she a sellout.
Y'all treat her like she alphabet.
We treat her like she alphabet. She married a white man.
Exactly.
We treat her like she a sellout.
Angela Davis ain't even married. Angela Davis gay.
Another GOAT.
But she married a white man, bro.
She did what she did, nigga, with the Soledad brothers. She always had my vote.
And I can respect that. Okay. But look at what Madonna talking about. That's my point.
We don't mess with
what
Stop.
That's what happened to her though.
What happens is they live long enough. Like the people that lived long enough to be able to just live their lives gave people enough of have given people enough reason to talk shit, and to talk stuff. And that'll be like that would be the same thing with Malcolm X. I think the same thing with Martin Luther King. If he was still alive, bro, niggas today would call him the biggest sellout. The biggest sellout. If he was and then right now they'll be pretty old, so they wouldn't even. They'll be like, because like John Lewis died. He was way younger than Dr. King. But yeah, but you know, it's because
Malcolm give all his credit to the
He never spoke about reparations this whole time, his whole tenure. John Lewis, don't care about it. Stop the sloganary.
Exactly.
Stop the sloganary.
Without the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, there is no Malcolm.
Nah, you see that? Like that literally proves.
I don't love everybody. Yeah.
That literally, I didn't. Nobody asked you. I don't love everybody. Nobody said you love everybody. You just all you did is prove my point.
Sloganary. Stop the sloganary.
Why don't y'all ever give credit to Malcolm's teachers, bro? Why don't?
He's very eloquent and he's very elongated.
That's it.
That's it. Why y'all don't give credit to? Why don't y'all give credit to Malcolm's teacher? Why don't y'all ever give credit to Malcolm's teacher, bro?
That deity. That's all you know about. That's all you know about John Lewis is that he can speak well.
He got what? And they parade around the fact he got his ass whooped on the bridge with MLK.
Okay, exactly.
Listen to the legacy. That's the only thing they parade around about.
Listen to how niggas talk about the legacy of civil rights activists.
Another downtrodden goddamn black man, crying ass Negro. I'm tired of niggas crying.
Listen,
niggas crying and shit.
Listen. This is how they treat the legacy. This is how they treat the legacy, bro. So yeah, they wouldn't.
I mean, it is what it is. You think I'm the only black man that feels that way?
Bro, I don't
be naive. You think I'm the only black person that feels that way?
No, nobody. Like, please do not start one of your bull like tangents. I will drop the bread, bro, just so you ain't gotta.
First thing they say about him is, "Oh, he got his ass whooped." Remember, he got his. What has he done? What is his works?
Bro, we not doing this. We not doing this.
Stop that.
We not
doing
this.
We gonna have. Where's his works?
Like Miss Sassy. Being sassy is not an agenda. The hell.
we not doing
that. You being sassy and lippy.
Yeah, man.
That ain't producing no results for your constituents.
I think going into politics though didn't help John Lewis' resume. I mean, if we being honest, I think
what else was John Lewis supposed to do?
Well, no. I'm not saying he wasn't supposed to go into politics, but I'm saying being a politician puts an extra layer of scrutiny on you as a black person. Because I would argue Bernie Sanders benefited more in politics from his quote unquote civil rights history than John Lewis did.
Right, but we should honor John Lewis the same way we honor other just because he didn't die. Like, yes, he evolved in what he was doing by going in the government, by actually being involved with the halls of power. Like, I don't understand how niggas even can fix their lips to lecture niggas about what it is that they do when what he literally did is say, not only did I fight for civil rights, not only did I fight for the Civil Rights Act, I'm gonna get in the government to make sure that I keep fighting for what black people need.
Right, and I understand that argument, but I don't think a lot of the community is well versed on some of the things that he did do as a politician.
And the reason why they more well versed on Malcolm X is because he was killed.
No, because his teachings was real.
Because he was killed.
His teachings was real, bro. Like, his teachings resonated with the people.
That is part of Marcus Garvey. What do you mean? Because he died. I don't know because he's dead.
You know what I'm saying? No, nigga, they resonated with the teachings.
Make it make sense. What are you talking about?
Nigga, you can't make nothing make sense for you. You a dummy. Nothing will ever make sense to dumb niggas, bro.
Make it make
Nothing
sense.
will ever make sense to dumb niggas. That's why y'all always sit around here so confused.
Make it make sense.
Minimize Malcolm X just to get killed.
All right, let's see if somebody bail you out.
Mr. Fuck private discrimination.
Before you
why y'all always want to kick niggas because you can't handle the conversation?
Nah, y'all niggas is annoying. So yeah, so
bro, what about you?
Go ahead and drop that bread, Didi.
I got a life.
Go ahead and drop that bread, bro.
I got a life.
Peace. The fuck? Sorry. Like, what are we doing, bro?
Right.
Like the dumbest niggas get up here and be wanting a lecture on. I don't understand. I don't get. Of course you don't get it. You don't think. Y'all niggas is too busy running behind internet niggas like 19 Keys and Boyce Watkins. And you talking shit about John Lewis? You can make excuses for Boyce Watkins and 19 Keys, but John Lewis is just somebody who got his ass whooped?
Bro, that's his opinion. Hey, man,
Hey, if y'all want that nigga on the panel, drop $10. Y'all know how this shit go. What are we talking about? If y'all want him back up here, drop $10. I paid my bread.
All right, man.
Go ahead and put some money. If y'all want to hear that dumbass exchange, if y'all want to hear dumb niggas go make dumb arguments, drop that 10. What are we doing? Y'all know the rules over here. Y'all know how we go. I paid.
Is Whitney Young a sellout?
Who?
Whitney Young.
Who's that?
Niggas are big up 19 Keys and then talk shit about John Lewis. That's wild.
I don't look at Whitney Young as a sellout, but it's a lot of anti-NAACP people who would probably call him sellout.
Even the NAACP ain't never really been for black people. It's the advancement.
Hey, and I got another $10. I got another $10 for you too.
Bro, you can't name a bunch of things they done. Come on, man. Yeah, drop. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what's wrong with you Democrats.
So name something that Malcolm X did, nigga.
He woke up the masses.
He ain't wake up shit.
Bullshit. That's why
I see ain't none of y'all niggas. That's why niggas love Malcolm to this day.
My bad. I said the NAACP. It's the Urban League. I think he did join the NAACP at some point, but he was higher in the Urban League.
Yeah, he also had America Center in Lagos, Nigeria.
But why would he be a sellout was my question.
Right.
Oh, no. I was just asking. That's one
Domo said Malcolm will be called a sellout today. We still trying to figure that out.
Not Malcolm. No,
You're not even talking about Malcolm, nigga. You ain't even keeping up with the conversation.
Talk about John Lewis.
Oh, you talking about? I thought. Okay, you talking about?
Nah, he asked about somebody else.
He asked about Whitney Young.
Oh yeah, Whitney Young.
But I'm asking, why would anybody say that? Like, what would be the argument? I mean,
he's the first sergeant, World War II.
Oh yeah, everybody here cool with military shit, bro.
Let me ask you a question, Taz. According to black people, the most revolutionary movie ever produced was what?
Movie?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
The most revolutionary black movie is Malcolm X.
Well, motherfuckers would say Roots, The Color Purple, and all.
That's not revolutionary, bro. That is not revolutionary at all.
What do you mean by revolutionary?
Meaning, like, okay, you know how like that movie. Let me see, how can I frame it? That movie was different from any other black movie that had ever came out.
How?
Bro, when we talk about that Malcolm X movie changed fucking niggas' minds. Niggas thought Denzel was really Malcolm. I mean, bro, come on, that movie.
No, that shit was fire, bro. Like, and it had a nice run. I don't disagree.
But
with
what other movie are based on somebody that sparked like that one did, bro? Even though Spook Lee, you know, he working with the small caps, but at the same time, that's the most powerfulest revolutionary black movie ever produced.
But I'm trying to revolutionary can't just be thrown in there just because you like the word. I mean, it's kind of taking me back to
when
last.
I say revolutionary, okay, it was outside the norm, right? We wasn't used to seeing black movies produced like that in that form, where it do the lifestyle of one of America's most hated.
I mean, wasn't that 95 or some shit?
92.
Yeah, that was controversial when it came out, man. You know, even the small caps protested against the movie. Even black people protested against the movie. Ain't that a bitch?
Nation of Islam protested against the movie. Why?
Because Spook Lee didn't use no active real NOI members.
Okay.
There was no real NOI movie members in that movie.
NOI story. It's not an NOI story.
It is. Malcolm was part of the next Islam.
It's Malcolm's story. It's not an
According to Malcolm's own words, he wouldn't be nothing without the NOI. He wouldn't be him.
That's still like his movie, bro. It's the movie was called. It was based on the autobiography of Malcolm X.
Bro, how do you think he got the X?
Bro, the movie was based on the autobiography of Malcolm X, not the autobiography of the NOI.
Bro, there is no Malcolm without the Nation of Islam, bro. Even Malcolm X said out of his own mouth, it was NOI, the teaching of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and the teaching and understanding of
NOI is a part of the story, but it's not an NOI story. It's a Malcolm story.
But 90% of the movie is about Malcolm being in the NOI.
No.
So, Madon, what was niggas doing after they found out about Malcolm X that they was not doing before?
Man, niggas started wearing medallions. I mean, all kind of shit. Malcolm X t-shirts, big ass Malcolm X t-shirts. Niggas got real Afrocentric.
They was wearing medallions. They was wearing African medallions in '88.
I'm just saying that shit really boomed and started popping.
Movie ain't come out. No, actually, it didn't. Actually, the bling bling era was right around the corner.
I'm just saying. I'm telling the big Malcolm X shirts start coming out, bro. All kinds of shit.
No, Malcolm X era had X. You had X hats.
Yeah, you had. I'll give you that. Yeah, you did start seeing the X shirts and the X hats. Yeah. Even though
they had the medallions, they had the medallions with the X in it. They had the medallion with the African logo and it had an X on top, red, black, and gray.
So that's your biggest example of waking motherfuckers up. They got a better life because they wearing different clothes, nigga.
Bro, no, we talking about the mentality.
Nigga, I asked you what was niggas doing after the motherfucking Malcolm X introduction.
Nigga,
all you telling me is they was wearing shit around their fucking neck.
That shit motivated all.
That don't make no nigga no better because he wearing some shit around his motherfucking neck.
Brand new,
they didn't learn shit,
nigga. All kind of young black males got inspired from that movie.
What they did?
Talking about brand new.
Did you learn anything better, nigga?
Of course.
What did you learn then?
You see it today, nigga.
Not a goddamn thing, bitch.
Bro, why are we still referencing Malcolm X in 2025?
Because you can't answer the motherfucking question, nigga. You proving my goddamn point.
Bro, y'all niggas love Malcolm X.
You proving my goddamn point. Don't say y'all, it's me. I'm the only one talking this shit, nigga. You didn't learn a goddamn thing from Malcolm X.
Bro, I am Malcolm X.
He brings up Malcolm X, and that's why we talking about Malcolm X. That's hilarious.
No, I'm saying, all I'm saying is this, right? We speak about Malcolm, but even out of Malcolm's own mouth, he said, if it wasn't for the Nation of Islam, the teaching of Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Master Farad Muhammad, he wouldn't be nowhere. He wouldn't have been able to reach the platform.
He was saying that. Show me him saying that after he left the coat.
It's online. I've heard it recently. It's online. After he got out, he talked about if it wasn't for those teaching. When he was trying to get back in the nation,
that was a part of the cult rhetoric, dog. You opened up.
That wasn't cult rhetoric, bro. That was a fact.
Real quick.
You always have to praise Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's the routine.
To be fair, shout out to Demi with the $10 super chat. So Demi dropped that $10.
Where's that?
Hold on, Diddy dropped. Hold on, nigga, I'm about to tell you. Shut up. Don't get scared. It ain't
right there, nigga.
I ain't scared. I mean,
it ain't for you. But Demi dropped the $10 super chat for Diddy, but I think his 10 minutes. I think it's been about 10 minutes. So, yeah, when she dropped it. So Diddy got $10.
He got $10 on his books, man.
Yeah, Diddy got $10 on his books. So if I gotta drop 20, no, I'm just I'm kidding.
That's what's up.
Hey, nah, actually, I owed him that because we got a group chat to organize shows. Just to give y'all a little bit of the background, we got a group chat to organize shows. In order to be fair, this Q includes Diddy into the group chat in case he want to run a show. Why do I wake up this morning to a text message with a nigga clipping some shit that I said in the text message? Nigga, if you post it on your YouTube shorts, nigga, don't put it in the chat.
What are you talking about?
Don't put it on niggas' phones. Like, keep the YouTube shit on YouTube. Like, yeah. So that's really why. Like, I was really already kind of like, all right, that little nigga be doing too much. But anyway, you want some more water?
I'm waiting on him to come back up.
That little nigga standing
Well, I
on
can read
what
off
he
the
built.
goddamn shit that John Lewis was doing in the '60s.
You know what I'm saying? DA's on
I don't hear shit about the 3 or 4 years that motherfuckers talk about Malcolm X. Every time I hear somebody bring his name up, they only talking about a 3 or 4 year run. That's it.
Bro, they talk about the Ballad of the Bullet.
Nigga, they only talking about 3 or 4 fucking years.
Nigga, we talk about what? 12 years, nigga. Malcolm was around for 12 years.
You only talk about what he said from 63 to 65. That's it. When he got clipped.
They don't even talk about
now show me something where you repeating something he said or did before then.
They actually only talk. Now, Madonna only going to talk about when he was down with the Nation of Islam. He don't talk about nothing after that. That shit don't even exist. Like
or before.
Because Malcolm was at his fine. Malcolm was at his best when he's part of NOI.
Why? Because he was following Elijah Muhammad?
No, because he was disciplined in the teachings. I mean, all that, bro. He was shining. He was a shining star.
He wasn't disciplined. He wasn't disciplined.
He went against their principles. How the fuck was he disciplined?
If he was disciplined, wait, I'm talking. If he was disciplined, he wouldn't have been talking about all this political shit. He wouldn't even had that Ballad of the Bullet speech if he was disciplined. Because Elijah Muhammad didn't want him talking politics. Elijah Muhammad didn't want him talking about social issues in the hood. Elijah Muhammad wanted to keep it on like Nation of Islam. Keep praising me, keep praising Allah, and bring the people here talking about the mathematics, all this other little silly ass nonsense. But he wanted to focus on political, social issues that was going on at the time. Elijah Muhammad didn't want that. If he was disciplined, he would have never said that JFK was the chickens coming home to roost. He would have never said that shit because Elijah Muhammad told him not to. He got silenced for a reason because he wasn't that disciplined.
I didn't get to finish my statement, bro. I was saying he was disciplined until, in my opinion, somebody else started whispering in his ear, and that's what I think.
When nobody whispering in his ear, he was snapping out of that trance he was in.
So what else did he do? What else did he do, Madonna? What else did he do besides follow behind religion until he broke off into his own?
Well, Malcolm's work speak for themselves, bro.
You should be able to name them all one by one. What's number one?
Oh yeah, number one. Yeah.
Like I said, bro, Malcolm work speaks for himself.
I'm just asking a question, Madonna. I'm letting 100 people in the chat tell them one particular thing that he did or accomplished that made black folks a better people than before they found out his works.
Black nationalism, bro. Are you happy?
Say that again.
Black nationalism. Malcolm pushed the envelope of black nationalism, which a lot of black people adhere to.
Not true. Most black people are not black nationalists. Yeah, most.
I'm talking about back then when Malcolm was pushing black.
Most black people back then wasn't black nationalists.
No, but Malcolm, I said Malcolm sparked or motivated more black people to accept the idea of black nationalism.
I could argue.
I wonder if he was trying to make a bigger play. You think he was maybe trying to make a bigger play?
Well, I'm not sure what Malcolm was trying to do. I think Malcolm, I think somebody started whispering in Malcolm's ear, man, because
Malcolm was getting more political. That's what was going on.
He should have stayed disciplined, man. So I think somebody whispered in his ear. That's just my opinion. Meaning, you know,
yeah, somebody whispered in their ear. His what's his Elijah Muhammad's son whispered in his ear and was like, "Nigga, my pops is fucking on little kids, but we got to do something." That's what whispered in his ear.
He gave a press conference a week before he was killed. You know, like about all of that shit he said.
He was breaking up.
that press conference he gave a week before he was assassinated, where he started laying everything out. You know what I'm saying? People forget about that, but I mean, like, he started telling on them niggas.
Yeah.
I'm fucking no more.
Well,
Yeah,
Elijah
that's
said
I said. You
hands
gotta fuck
off.
with niggas.
Elijah said hands off Malcolm, bro. So anybody that did something to Malcolm,
That's cap. That's cap. That's
he
cap.
did
And
say
for
that,
month,
bro.
nah, man, well, he allegedly. I know if he did say that, they would have listened. That's why I'm calling cap. He never did say that. He didn't.
They didn't listen.
No, man. Them ministers for months was talking about Malcolm's tongue should be cut out. He's a Judas. He's this, that, and third. They was going in on him. Temple after temple after temple. They was going.
He did. It was.
Right. So Elijah, if Elijah Muhammad would have told them to chill, they would have chilled. They kept going. Elijah never told them to chill.
He told them to chill, bro.
No, he didn't.
He said hands off Malcolm. Hands off Malcolm.
No, he didn't.
That ain't kind of weird to sit here and praise Malcolm, but at the same time call him a Judas.
But
that ain't weird,
bro. I was really just about to say that, dog. Like this,
bro. Hold on. He was part of an organization, right? And he was told to follow an exact order. If you go against that exact order, bro, of course they gonna your organization that you.
What order are you talking about?
Why they call Malcolm a Judas? Because he didn't go. He didn't follow the rules. Psycho just said, he told him don't speak on the JFK situation.
Should he have been a free thinker, or should he just follow the NOI?
He should have denounced the NOI, then said it. Don't stay part of the organization and then go against it. No, he should have said, oh, I'm no longer for the NOI, but woo by JFK. But if you saying you follow under the teachings and guidance of Elijah, and he say give you a direct order, and you go against that order, it's gonna make you look like a traitor. It's gonna make you look like a traitor. Or you trying to sabotage
After they kicked him out, why was they pressed about him?
Got discipline.
Why was they pressed about him?
I think Malcolm was trying to make a bigger play. If he knew there was infiltration in the organization, that's how you flush him out. Also, there was a strategy that the nation was implementing on the Black community, where I feel like the NOI was really trying to police or be a police presence for the Black community. But Malcolm didn't really feel like that was like, he thought we were banging on our own people. We were banging on our own people, and he didn't like that. We were leaving some people behind.
And I think that was funded by a whole white boy. Old motherfucking white boy was funded them. There's a bunch of grifters. There's created by a white boy, was funded by the richest man in the world. There's a whole grift on the community, dog. Get them chasing some other guys, whatever the case may be. Keep their head in the clouds, selling them hope, dreams.
That's cap.
That's true. That's that.
Oh yeah, it's true. They got funded. Right, they got funded. Yeah, it's true. That's true. They got funded from them, but for what though? Why did they get funded?
What happened?
Why did they get funded?
He got funded by Klansmen because he's a separatist, and he was under the impression that the Nation of Islam was separatist as well, even though they're a bunch of integrationists.
And they wanted to use the money to create.
He was under the impression that they were separatist group, and he supports he was supporting separation and everything.
For them to start their own state.
He was a Dixiecrat.
Right, to set aside to get them some land to start a black state, basically. Yeah, so they got the money from the cracker to help them build a black state.
No black state.
He ain't put no money in the community though. He got the money to do this stuff because he thought he was going. That's what he got paid to do. You're right, and he wasn't doing that. He was keeping the money.
No, they started all kind of businesses.
They started up businesses so they could make money off Muslims. They opened up them stores that sold the stores that didn't sell no pork or sold all the little Arabic cakes and all that other stuff. And that's all he can make money off his people because he told them that they got filed the dietary laws.
That's how you circulate the black dollar, though, Psycho. That's how you circulate the black dollar.
Yeah, they got dietary laws. They got to find a place to buy the food. Well, guess what? Guess where they get the food at? From him.
Right. That's how you circulate the black dollar.
Circulate it back to him. Back to
him. Bro.
It's
throughout the community. It's not. Hold on. Was the members getting housing? Hold on, Psycho. But was the members getting housing though?
Motherfucker Elijah Muhammad. That's who the fuck should have got hit.
But wasn't members getting housing and stuff like
He
stuff
actually
like that?
did in Detroit too when he dipped off. That's when he went to Chicago, got banned from Detroit.
They was giving houses, members that needed housing and stuff like that. They was helping them all out. The black dollar was circulating, bro. That was the idea.
That's not what circulated. They was going to the hood. They was sucking. They was getting money out the hood. That was going to him.
Yeah, as long as you remained in the damn nation, once you leave the nation, that house went back, nigga. You couldn't keep that fucking house or that car.
Malcolm didn't even own his house. That's why they sued him. They sued him to try to. That's how they ended up in court when he was outside talking about he's done with the nation and talking about Elijah Muhammad. What he do because he was coming out of court because they were trying to sue him to get their house back because they owned the house. He didn't even own his own house because that's how they keep you trapped.
But don't name. So
you got to act right. Else they're gonna take the house, they're gonna take the cars, they're gonna do all this other shit.
But then wasn't Malcolm wise enough to understand that wasn't his house?
Bro, he trusted these motherfuckers, dog. He got caught up in the coat.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Nah, man, Malcolm just slipped up, man. Malcolm made a big mistake and he recognized it.
He made a big mistake joining that coat. Yes, he did.
Come on, man. Bro, they raised Malcolm to a level he never. Malcolm was on tape saying how it was. If it wasn't for this information, he would have never reached the level of information or wisdom. It's all this stuff is on record with how Malcolm confessing how if it wasn't for these teachings and guidances and discipline, he would have never bloomed how he did.
Man, stop it.
I'm just going off the words of Malcolm.
Malcolm was already sharp.
No, you can't repeat what he said because that's not what he said, nigga.
Okay, put it up. I'm giving his direct statement.
He got a bunch of myths from them. That's what the fuck he got. He was already sharp. He already had.
He wasn't sharp like that.
He already had Pan-African ideals. He was in the streets though. He wasn't thinking about all that at that time because he was in the streets. He was young. He matured in jail. That's what happened.
Malcolm
I just wanted to.
Go ahead, sis.
No, go ahead, babe. Go ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
But I appreciate it. I just wanted to say that Malcolm, as in any cult, they start off, pretty good. Just like the Nation of Islam, they start off good. They make you come back home, but then the more deeper you get, the more sinister it gets, or it may get. Let me just say that. And he found out. He found out. Damn, these niggas doing this. These niggas doing that. Goddamn. It's the art of trichology.
Where's your evidence for that? That's all
What'd you say?
Where's your evidence for trichology?
Oh, you have to read it yourself because everybody's gonna have their own interpretations.
I heard a lot of stuff, but I hear a lot of hearsay, but I don't see no.
Well, it's trichology. I mean, it turns out good.
Girl, you can't tell me to read stuff.
Man, I know active members.
Same shit he be saying. He be telling niggas to look it up and shit. Yeah, why don't you look it up?
I know active members, man. I'm talking about, babe.
Nigga, you ain't the only motherfucker that know niggas in the motherfucking nation, nigga.
Well, I mean, hey man, show me. I just want the sister to show where what she's talking about. Because otherwise,
just like you get
she ain't saying nothing out of the ordinary. Most goddamn religious organizations try to say goddamn set up.
It's never out of the ordinary. It's common.
I've been in Chicago over 30 years, nigga. Now ask me, do I know anything about the motherfucking nation, nigga?
Bro.
I know a bunch of people don't mess with the nation no more. My aunt being one of them. She was a part of the nation before they split off. When she joined the nation, Elijah was still breathing. When Elijah died, the nation split off and everything else. And the son took over, and he got rid of that whole old doctrine, the whole white man devil, all the Wild Farad bullshit. And they went straight Sunni, and they stopped calling themselves a nation and everything else. She went with Elijah Muhammad's son, and she ain't never.
That means he deviated. That means he deviated from the teachings, right?
Who deviated from his
son? His son deviated from the teachings,
more traditional Islam. Yeah, he started following more traditional Islam.
So that means he went against protocol.
What protocol?
To honor his father's teaching.
Yeah, he didn't want to scam the people like his father was doing.
Nah, man, he broke.
He really believed in Allah and all
I
that
think,
shit. He
to
really
me, you ask
he
me.
really believed in Islam. He didn't use Islam as a grip.
Well, in
He
my
really- he
opinion,
really
I think
believed
you got
in
to
it.
be. I think you got to be with the white
believed in
man.
it.
In my opinion, I
Nah,
think you got
he
to be
saw
with
his
the white
mom
man.
That's what
suffering,
happened.
bro.
That's what happened. Then he
Madonna,
changed
he saw his
everything. Next
mom
thing you know,
suffering.
then the motherfuckers all started making salat and everything else. That there's something that they wasn't doing before, and everything.
Yeah,
So
they got in the bed with the white man. In my opinion,
Islamic traditions.
you know what I'm saying? He dropped the teachings of Elijah, and to me, what
Yeah.
teachings? What
And
teachings?
then Farrakhan.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Then Farrakhan, real quick. Then Farrakhan, he didn't go with Elijah's son. He wanted to reform the nation, and he did that in 1980. And that's when he rebranded and everything else, and brought the nation back out of existence. So this is the second form of the Nation of Islam that people are looking at. This ain't the old nation.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. And my thing is, where can we show where Sunni Islam has helped black people in America more than the NOI?
NOI don't help black people. What are you talking about? They don't do nothing for the community, dog. What do you mean?
So you know how many black people is part of the NOI? What you mean they don't help black people?
They don't do shit for the community, bro.
Yes, they do. Black people.
No, they don't.
You know how many members in the Nation of Islam?
Just name what they done. Just name them, Madonna. You ain't got to keep saying they did help them because they in the goddamn organization. Go ahead.
They made them more productive people. People changed their ways. People got married, established businesses, got married, produced children.
A lot of those marriages with the crap, dog. What are you talking about? Don't get me started with that, man. All the infidelities and stuff going on with those little pseudo marriages, man. Don't even get me started.
Well, I'm just saying, man. The Nation of Islam helped black people all the way up from its inception to.
I mean, you keep saying that, but you can't show that example. I'm telling you, we going about like 50, 60 fucking years. And you can't name me one, fucking example of where it helped the collective of anybody in the community outside of being a fucking loyal member, paying dues and shit, following some goddamn doctrine.
They used to clean up Harlem. They used to clean up the streets of New York at one point in time.
They was out there fucking marching and throwing shit. They ought to cleaned it up.
They was out there cleaning
Why
up.
wouldn't they clean it up?
They was running off drug dealers.
Why wouldn't they clean it up? Everybody else clean up their own community.
They was not running off no drug dealers. Stop, dog. Stop. Where you getting this information? Running off no drug dealers, bro. That wasn't what was happening.
Who told you that?
You believe they're good? I'm sorry.
Nah, go ahead.
Yeah, Psycho, you believe they're good members in the NOI?
I believe a lot of people joined with good intentions. I think Malcolm joined with good intentions. But it's the leaders that started. It's all started with a grift. Like I said, it started with a white boy, Wallace Barad. He recruited. It was actually him and another black dude, not Elijah Muhammad either. A dude named Ugan Ali. Ugan Ali started this whole movement and everything else in this organization. Elijah Muhammad came like a year later or something. He was a former member, and he learned quickly, and they brought him up into the grift, and they put him on to the BS that was going on, and Wallace Farad had to leave. Wallace Farad had to dip. He was under investigation for some serial killings that was going on. One of his co-workers, and he had to get the hell up out of Detroit because that's where they started off at. They started off in Detroit, and that's what Temple Number 1 is. And they dipped off, went to Chicago. Wallace Farad went off the map. He went off the grid. But he was still alive, but he went off the grid though. Nobody knew where he was at. I think he was hiding out in Chicago the whole time, but I know they definitely got evidence of him still being alive in the 70s. But he disappeared in the 30s. So he was.
Some say he went up to Minnesota. Some say he went to Kansas City. I don't think he was in the Chicago area though. But he did keep in contact, like to make sure that he was still trying to keep shit alive.
Yeah, he had still had close contact with Elijah Muhammad. He was still getting paid.
Yeah.
He was still, I think he was still calling shots, and everything else. Like, but yeah, like so he was good. He was still making money. But but that happened. They tried to go back to Detroit, and then that's when they tried to hit him with a RICO and everything else. They told him don't come back, and he dipped off. And I don't think Elijah Muhammad been back to Detroit since. But the time he was breathing, but he got kicked out of Detroit. But yeah, man, this whole organization is a scam, man. It's all a grip. It's all bullshit. Dude admitted it in the Detroit Free Press. Wild for Rod. He said he started up this shit so he can make money off black people. He's a faker. He admitted he was a faker in the Detroit Free Press when he's getting pressed by the police. It's all a grift, man. It's all bullshit.
So that means no, Malcolm wasn't a sellout then.
Sellout? No, he didn't know he was getting involved.
I think if he was a sellout, he'll stay in the Islam. But as far as me, my opinion is watching the documentary Eyes on the Prize on PBS. What I've seen with Malcolm, is spiritually, what I'm talking about is like he taught us not to fear as a black people. Well, I shouldn't say black. Well, as a Negro, colored Negro.
Did you say he taught black people not to be scared of what?
To whom it may concern. I would say from the opposition. I'm gonna say opposition. I'm keeping it general. Because he didn't obviously he didn't fear. He still like he said, he probably a dead man already by him running his mouth.
Yeah, he knew he was on a short time frame. Nobody was talking bigger shit than Malcolm around that time.
Malcolm knew he messed up.
That's why some of his messages was. That's why some of his messages were edited and kept out of certain spots. I mean, unless you lived in Los Angeles, unless you lived in the city limits of Detroit, Harlem, I mean, you had to be networked with, some sort of group. Because like I said, in the South, I mean, all that stuff was.
Well, he had TV experience. He had TV appearances and everything else.
Yeah. He was on Dick Cavett. Yeah, he was on not Ed Sullivan, but the other guy. I can't think of his name. And he had a few appearances.
Yeah, I mean, he was direct, but he wasn't. He wasn't talking too crazy because he was on TV, but he was still direct.
Malcolm was cooking. Malcolm was cooking when he was on them doing the interviews, man. And he always said, "Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us this or teaches us that, bro." Malcolm was sharp, bro. It was only due to the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, bro. That's just a fact.
He was sharp before Elijah Muhammad. That's the part. I'm sorry. Stop.
Yeah, he was sharp, but he got the real wisdom when he got with the nation.
He was a hustler, dog. You gotta be sharp to be a hustler. He was a hustler before Elijah Muhammad. He was always sharp. I
don't know about that.
Refocused.
He wasn't studying before he got with the nation, though. That's what got him so sharp. He wasn't studying before he got with the nation.
He studying what? Studying what? He knew something about Black history.
No, he knew
Black history.
I mean, I don't think he was on the level that he was at when he was Malcolm X. When he changed his name to Malcolm X, he wasn't that sharp before he got with the nation. That's what made him change his name and everything.
What y'all mean by sharp? I don't understand what y'all talking about.
Well. All right. Well, book smart. If you look up, he wasn't that well studied. He wasn't that well studied before he got to the nation.
Wait. Stop. How can you say that when all Malcolm's ex-school teachers said he was an A student? He got A's in school. He went to a white school. And he got A's.
Wrong knowledge.
And he got A's. So he wasn't no dumbass. He wasn't ignorant. This is what I'm saying. Like, y'all got to stop saying.
Nobody said he was dumb. Nobody said he was dumb. I said well studied.
Just because he was
He wasn't a scholar. He wasn't a scholar before he got with the nation. He wasn't a scholar.
Right, but just because he was hustling out in the streets and he got locked up, don't make him dumb. Don't make him ignorant.
Of course not, man. Listen, nigga, we survived the streets by being smart. You feel me? So of course not.
Y'all turned around and pushed back.
I ain't turning around and saying nothing. I was just saying he wasn't a scholar before he got with the nation. When he got with the nation, that's when he became a scholar.
He was still well read. He was still well read. The only thing he got knowledge of was Nation of Islam knowledge. And
he became a scholar. I would argue Islam knowledge. I think it was just him being more well studied, like more all around well studied. He became a scholar.
Nah. Most of his political.
He had to learn the lessons.
Okay, slow down. Most of his political knowledge came towards the end when he started breaking away from the nation. He wasn't really preaching no political shit.
Are you serious?
Prior to him. Yeah, I'm serious, nigga.
No, you wrong, nigga.
I'm not wrong, motherfucker.
You are, nigga. You don't know nothing.
No, I'm not.
Nigga don't know shit about Malcolm.
You don't know shit about Malcolm, bitch.
Know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what the fuck you saying. I think you're a fake ass motherfucker.
Nigga,
that's what I really fucking think. You just like to repeat shit because you think it sounds good.
Malcolm. The nation made Malcolm, and they disciplined Malcolm.
And that's why he broke away from their motherfucking ass. He wanted motherfuckers, people in the nation wanted motherfuckers to believe that. He didn't think that.
The nation didn't make Malcolm. They simply gave him a platform. That man was who he was and in the making to become
Malcolm said out his own mouth, they made him, bro. Out his own mouth.
His most
influential
person he ever met in his life was not Elijah Muhammad. It was his sister. Out his own mouth.
Malcolm,
go read the book again. Go read the book.
I don't care about the book. We got bro. Anybody can write it. Bro, anybody can write it.
Don't like to read.
I'm talking about Malcolm's own mouth. I'm talking about what he said out of his own mouth.
He'll say the most.
You gotta know when he said that.
Ever met in his life was his sister.
No,
you leave that part of the story out. No, it was not Elijah Muhammad. It was his sister.
He not honorable, motherfucker. I don't know why you keep trying to say that shit. We not in the goddamn nation, nigga.
It was his sister, and it was his brother.
I'm going off
Fuck you honoring him for. He a man just like you.
Own words he said.
Wait, I'm saying though, he a man just like you. Why you got to put honorable in front of his fucking name?
Because, bro, it's just like you say, doctor. It's respect on a profession, and they.
I don't give a motherfucker a damn title.
And they experience.
The motherfucker's a doctor because he's a goddamn doctor. He practiced medicine.
Right, and he's honorable because his message and his teachers are honorable.
It ain't honorable to me, nigga. I don't give a fuck about his fucking message.
That's because you're a knuckle dragger. That's because you was a knuckle dragger.
That is not Elijah Muhammad's teachings. Stop saying that.
What is
it? Hold on.
That's a white boy.
What I'm trying to figure out though,
you think Massa or Rod? When you want to big up these silly ass teachings, these pseudo ass teachings, make sure you give the proper respect to the person who created it. Massa for Rod. Say Massa for Rod. Stop saying Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad was nothing but his little pet, his puppet, his little parrot. That's all he was. Stop giving all the credit to that little drunk ass nigga. When
Farrar was a white boy, and another thing.
How you feel, Psycho? Goddamn.
Hold on, though.
That's the
truth. I know panel.
You can't take the truth.
You can come on and we can have this.
You can't take the truth.
You honor Elijah Muhammad so much. Here's the crazy part, though. Don't Elijah Muhammad say that God is a man, and don't that go against your belief personally?
I'm trying to teach that shit to me, nigga. I ain't give a fuck about the goddamn Nation of Islam.
They got him out of here. But I'm about to say, you got that much honor for Elijah Muhammad. Don't that go against your personal belief as a Hebrew?
You don't know what the fuck he is. That motherfucker more confused than a motherfucker. You want to be any goddamn thing but black.
I get so fed up listening to this pseudo ass statement of Elijah Muhammad's teachers. Elijah Muhammad's teachers. What teachings? What teachings he created? He ain't create none of that shit.
Yeah, that Fard Muhammad bullshit is what threw me off with that shit. That's what turned me all the way off with that. Like, come on, that's a whole white boy right there, man.
It's crazy. Elijah Muhammad's teachings, please. You gonna call it what it is? I want to praise it so fucking much. Pseudo nonsense.
Man, being stupid need to be more expensive than it is for these niggas. Like, for real. I be feeling bad kind of, but then I'm just like, hell nah, bro. These niggas, it's just a deterioration in it. Cause sometimes shit'll be hype and niggas be going back and forth, but it's like information and niggas making sense. That should be an exchange. These niggas just be saying nonsensical shit. Like, how do you sit up here? How do we start a conversation about, oh my God, yeah, Malcolm X, Malcolm X, then turn it to, well, he did betray the NOI. Then it's like, all right, nigga, then what?
And how you praising Malcolm? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, choking out both sides of your mouth.
I can understand if the nigga was just standing on, hey, the NOI was what it was. That nigga was a traitor to the NOI, and you know what did Farrakhan say? You know, you deal with traitors how you deal with traitors or some shit like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what he
said. Like, stand on business.
Nah, you can't stand on business. Your motherfucking truth will come out. You're a fool. I want to hop on whatever side of the fence that feel good. Shit.
Nah, bro, I mean, even more offensive than that. How do you ride for the NOI, Malcolm X, and Donald Trump? What's really happening?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
You forgot the Mormons, goddamn Hebrew Israelites, that motherfucker Madonna, Abbo. That motherfucker riding with it. All the goddamn grip shit, yo. If you grifting, the Madonna's on that damn bus. Front motherfucking seat.
Don crazy.
You got a few more minutes, Madonna. We're just gonna talk shit on you for about 3 more minutes. You got it.
That motherfucker don't want no smoke.
Bro, hey, but this like, cause I know if a nigga put $5 on my head, nigga, I'm dropping $5 to come back. Yeah, minimum. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas really don't be caring about what y'all be saying. If $5 is too rich for your blood to be spewing this bullshit, you shouldn't be saying it in the first place.
Nigga, I'm gonna talk shit about the goddamn NOI, motherfucker, whether you want to or not. Shit, I'm gonna wait till you get back on the panel though, cause I don't give a fuck about the goddamn nation, nigga. I'm up in Chicago. I've been up in Chicago since '90, nigga. On 87th Street in Stony Island.
You want me to bail him out so you can come back and you can cook him?
Nah, you can wait. Shit, you can wait. Good looking out though on the Nickelback super chat shit.
The teachings of Elijah Muhammad go against what the fuck he believed. If you supposed
they
to
don't
be
never say what them motherfuckers is.
Exactly. Never. You're supposed to be a Hebrew Israelite. It don't even make no sense to even be.
We've been doing 12-hour streams on a fucking regular. You can't pull up one goddamn stream since Madonna been on this panel to actually lay out anything in terms of the teachings, what he learned, or nothing like that. He just repeats the same old goddamn bullshit every fucking 10th time. Well, the teachings of the honorable. I'm like, damn, man, at some point I'm gonna get tired of the honorable shit. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't even call judges honorable.
How you gonna call somebody who play with little girls honorable?
Yeah.
Make that make sense.
Well, see, this is why I think you got to be careful going back to the origins of the conversation, though. That's why I think you got to be careful in what years we're quoting Malcolm in, because some of them speeches started out with, everything I know, I learned it from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That was all his speeches up to the time he left. I would say that was all his speeches, because that was kind of part of the course for the ministers.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, so it's not strange to say everything he learned, he got it from Elijah. I don't agree with that.
But when he said that, he was talking about, like, you know, like he was coming from a Muslim position when they say that. But yeah.
Yeah, everything he knew about the Nation of Islam. I mean, who else would he learn it from? Shit.
Mm-hmm.
But no,
But on this political shit, setting
not
up the
literally
UNIA.
everything he knows.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what I was talking. I was talking about more of him actually being an impact in the black community in terms of the message, not on no goddamn religious shit.
Yeah, he was that was some religious cult shit when you say that. Like that kind of was just part of the course for all the ministers. They still would well not so much today, but yeah, that was really part of the course back
even
then.
in the Ballad of the Bullet, he was like, I still credit, Elijah Muhammad for like the man that he became type shit. So he stopped saying that everything he know, but he credited him for introducing him to Islam and introducing him to his faith and that type of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I said, as far as his, like his faith, yeah.
But I stand on the fact that if niggas could look at John Lewis and be like, that nigga's a sellout, they would have did the same thing to Malcolm X.
By being involved in voter registration,
that would have been considered sellout shit. Look,
I mean,
Malcolm X would have lectured modern day, like what we know is like modern niggas today. Malcolm X would have lectured them niggas one time, and it would have just been up from there. Malcolm X, I think that he can talk to us like he talked. Like, come on, like that's what it would have turned into. Like, you got to think about it, bro. That nigga did. He framed John Lewis as getting his ass whooped. Oh, yeah. He's just a nigga who got his ass whooped.
That's all he told. That was his main. That was like the main thing known about him, though.
But he got his ass whooped for what? What did he get his
but
ass
that ain't.
Yeah, he was fighting for civil rights, but that's the biggest thing he's known for. You can't front is that ass whooping on that.
He was the president of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. Who was the leader of SNCC after John Lewis? Stokely motherfucking Carmichael, nigga. The fuck?
Okay, but what I'm saying is the biggest thing John Lewis is known for is what?
He's known for his civil rights work. Man. That's what he's known for. That's like
what videos do y'all want?
The thing that propelled his name though was that ass whooping because that should have major publicity. That's what he's mostly known for.
Why did he get his ass whooped? Why? What did he do? Was he just fucking
I mean,
with the police?
he was marching. He was marching for civil rights.
How do you trivialize that? How do you trivialize him marching for civil rights to just get in it? He got his ass whooped because he was marching for civil rights.
Yeah, but that's the biggest thing he's known for, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's the biggest thing he's known for. He constantly was reminding niggas of that shit. Constantly remind you of that shit.
And look, and these is the niggas that'll be like Boyce Watkins and 19 Keys, but John Lewis is just known for getting his ass.
I don't even fuck with Boyce Watkins or 19 Keys because 19 Keys is pseudo. So don't lump me in with everybody else just because I disagree with something you said, or you might not like my angle.
I don't give a fuck if you agree or not.
Don't lump me in with none of these other niggas.
Got nothing to do with y'all make it seem like, oh, you just disagree. No, it's a bad argument. Fuck whether or not I disagree.
So did you know that John Lewis got the fucking Nobel Peace Prize in 1975, yo?
Okay, that's
what's bigger? What's bigger? Getting your ass whooped in a march or getting the Nobel Peace Prize?
Nobody said that was not bigger, but I said the main thing he's known for is getting his ass whooped.
Now let me stand corrected. The Martin Luther King Nonviolence Peace Prize.
Look, because I sat back and was like, damn, he got a Nobel Peace Prize? Hold on. Y'all niggas need to stop hating on the legends, man.
I ain't hating, bro, on some G shit. I'm just saying, it is what it is. I ain't hating on him.
I don't think it's hating to say all he known for is getting his ass whooped, though, bro. That's what I'm saying.
It not, nigga? How is it not?
So give me So give me his biggest legislative victory. See? Plug, bro.
Voting Rights Act 2005.
Well, no, hold on. Because here's the thing, right? You know, John Lewis did tote the Democrat line. I will say that he did as a politician. He did tote a Democrat line. So it's some things that I could say that was good that came out of the Democratic Party in terms of his voting record. But again, I stand by my neoliberalism argument in that context. So that's why I give him credit for what he did more so in during the protests than as a politician. But I give him credit as a politician for willing to transition from doing it in the streets to doing it in the halls of power. Pause.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing against John Lewis. I just be talking my shit. Bloody Sunday is an event that can't be forgotten, shouldn't be downplayed. Like I said, I understand why somebody would frame it that way. But going back to my original point, I think it's because when you go into Congress, like niggas gonna look at you like a sellout. If he just dies as having led that march, I don't think he would be looked at in a negative light. It's those years in Congress he's looked at as a politician. It diminishes his contribution to the civil rights movement.
So after the passage of the Civil Rights Act, after the passage of the Voting Rights Act, what do we then expect, like civil rights leaders and social justice leaders and pro-black leaders? What was supposed to be the next transition, right?
Nigga, Black Panther, go to jail, get shot,
reparations,
go to Cuba. Nigga,
but that's what I'm saying. But then how does that help the next generation though?
Yeah, that way we don't have to fight and do it that way.
But we do. We still got like.
We do what? Who we breaking out?
We don't have to fight. Right. We don't have to fight.
No shit like that.
I spoke up too soon.
But they having shootouts on the turnpike with the state troopers. Nigga, I ain't gonna do it. Hell no.
That is true. We do not have to do that. We do not have to do that. I will give you that. But I'm saying though, once they no longer had to fight that way, what then do we expect them to do? Like, how do they transition? What is the evolution of Malcolm X leadership in America, right? As a black leader, what does that look like? What is because we know Martin would have went into politics, period. Like,
but look, I don't disagree. I'm just giving you what I see as having been the problem. I don't believe that he shouldn't have went into Congress. I'm saying doing that though, it diminishes the value for a lot of people, and I think it's kind of fucked up because it's like, okay, you was in the civil rights movement, but then you went and joined the government. Which, going back to when I first came up here, niggas pick and choose when they want to have smoke for the government. Right? Because now we saying applaud the man for his 17 terms in Congress. But when you first came up, you said blame the white man for everything. So why not blame him for that nigga John Lewis who was sitting there with him?
Because John Lewis had static for them niggas.
Man, come on.
John Lewis had static for the niggas.
John Lewis dealing with that.
No, you right. John Lewis was dealing with them. Get their clothes, bro.
Come on, bro.
Oh, hey, bro. I can say this now. It's late night on a Friday, so I can say this. Hopefully, this don't fuck up my brand. But yo, the Black Lives Matter and the George Floyd protest was the most annoying era of social justice activism, bro. Like in modern history. It was.
You talking about going back to 2014?
Going back to 20
or 2020.
I say going back to 2016. I say going back to 2016.
All right.
So like the initial phase of Black Lives
They
Matter.
were doing some bullshit during the Mike Brown era too. They were doing some bullshit back then too.
But yeah, they was.
Yeah, we're gonna lump everything in. I get it. I mean, it's gonna be hard to say, well, this particular protester or this particular volunteer. I mean, anybody would that they may not even be a member But if Black Lives Matter is doing a protest and somebody got a pic or a video or a snapshot of this person in the vicinity, they may be doing some other. They may be walking across the street. They're gonna get lumped in, and I think some of this conversation may include some of that. But I ain't mean to cut you out. But go ahead with your upsetting me.
Well, because I think that's when we saw the complete commodification of like Black protests. Because it's like everybody cared about George Floyd, and everybody cared about Black Lives Matter, and everybody cared about Juneteenth, and it was like, and you could tell that it wasn't real,
genuine. Yeah,
like it was real for Black people, because you know what I'm saying. But when Home Depot, it wasn't real. When I turned on Madden and they had end racism in the end zone, that wasn't real. Because then the first chance they got to get rid of that shit, gone. Gone. That means it was a marketing error. You know what I'm saying? The fact that you no longer think like racism ain't gone, but they took it out of Madden. It ain't in Madden no more. They covered the whole Black Lives Matter plaza. That shit got bowled over. All the companies that created DEI policies in response to George Floyd then got rid of all of that shit. And so now I gotta argue with these goofy ass niggas about what DEI is because of the bullshit marketing from 2020 or 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. All of the fake goodwill and fake social justice marketing that everybody was on got niggas thinking like, oh, that's what that shit is. And it's like, no, it was never that. It was never that.
Yeah, I saw this shit from the beginning.
That's what I say.
I didn't think it would last as long as it did. I'm surprised it actually kind of had a consistent role through the summer. I like to say the shit went down on my birthday in May in 2020, and it still had kind of life, you know, by September. And I was like, damn.
But I never be the anti-Black Lives Matter nigga. I never be that.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I mean, it was some genuine motherfuckers, you know.
Yeah. I still stand on the fact they got a bad rap. I feel like Black Lives Matter is when Black people first started listening to white, like not first, but like really started listening to what white people was telling them about what Black shit was. That's when I first started hearing niggas regurgitating. Like, you know, you got the normalized shit that you hear Black people say that white people say, but then in an era of, you know what I'm saying, like these Black conversations, that's when like niggas really started being like saying Fox News type shit in response to Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that political conversation is a tough conversation because there's a line that's gonna have to be crossed, and if you cross it, the jumping back across the line, I mean, it ain't gonna be good. You gotta go full out, and until somebody actually demonstrates an alternative path to having some sort of viable foundation for the collective, I don't know any other way other than going the political route. Ain't nobody finna set up build no goddamn separate society from scratch. Nobody's gonna go through the trouble of formulating a total separate economic system. I mean, damn, what else, what are the options available?
Yeah. So I be trying to tell these niggas there. These niggas think they super radical pro-Black niggas. But it's like anybody who look at power and be like, I don't want nothing to do with that. It's like, all right, yeah, your Black nationalism is useless. Anybody that developed the voting habits of poor white people, your Black nationalism is useless.
Nah, Summer. You saw that white nationalists amp up after Trump got in 2016. Well, at least I did. I'm not sure where you at. You may have saw it.
I need to look at hate crime statistics. Let me see if they got them hoes out for that. I guess not yet for the for Trump's election. Let me. I need to see if that Trump effect shit is still real.
Yeah, I just
after
started
Obama's election.
Huh?
We can't do after 2008 or maybe 2012.
Why?
Because that's when it really kicked off.
It did. Nah. Literally after the first election of Donald Trump, they saw the second highest spike in hate crimes, second only to post 9/11. The Muslim hate crime. So it don't even compare.
How far did they go all the way back prior to civil rights, or was?
Well, no. I think it's like when they started keeping hate crime statistics. So that's
post civil rights.
Post civil rights, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you had a lot of brand new, like never before records and stats that came into play. 72, 74. You know, that mid 70s kind of was like the beginning of a wave of, I guess, I don't want to say morality, but the word fair tried to be used as a political tool. Fair use. That was 76. But yeah, I wouldn't expect hate crimes to be kept or recorded or documented as a statistics prior to civil rights. Certainly not during the peak of Jim Crow in any particular instance. Because, yeah, I think the Smithsonian Museum still has a log book and a record of the lynchings that go all the way up to civil rights. 61, 59, I know in the late 50s, 58, 59.
All right, let's see. All extremists. They just set to increase. Did it increase? So all the extremist related murders in 2024 were committed by right-wing extremists.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I'm reading it. Reported hate crimes reached the highest number since the FBI began tracking them in 1991. That was in 2022 during the Biden era. Now, this continued a multi-year upward trend. Yeah. This continued a multi-year upward trend that began in 2014. That was Obama era.
What's the title?
But let's be clear though. In 2022, all of those ideologically extreme related shootings or killings was done by right-wing extremists. 80% of those right-wing extremists are white supremacists. So it was y'all got to remember in the Tops grocery store shooters manifesto was Donald Trump. He was a Trump supporter. Like these is niggas that like regardless of who the president is, it's like who's inspiring them to move to do what they do. I mean, hell, we can look at it right now. Like, ain't no conservative politicians getting killed. But it was just two Democrats in Minnesota that was just assassinated by a Trump supporter.
Like executed.
And I think he injured like two more
in their home.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he went to somebody's house. He went to two other houses. Like some motherfuckers wasn't even at the crib. He was like, damn. Let me go to the next motherfucker house.
Niggas
Yeah.
be like, oh my God, Democrats, oh my God, but shit, that's not. Yeah, you got your work. Like we have things that we gotta be concerned with when it comes to Democrats, but these conservatives is killing motherfuckers. They are, excuse me, like killing people, and it's not slowing down. Well, actually, to be fair, it was slowing down up until 2024, and then the data I'm looking at now was saying that it's expected to increase. It's expected to increase because even under under Joe Biden, under those 4 years under Biden, there was a steady decrease. There was a decrease in overall hate crimes and extremist related crimes, except there was an increase in right wing extremism, and then now right wing extremism is still increasing, but it's expected to lead to an increase in all extremist related violence.
This is gonna be so weird and off subject, but since it's Friday night, I gotta say one conspiracy theory with the John F. Kennedy assassination. Some people claim that his wife shot him.
You got to direct that question to Taz. He would be able to answer that shit. Go ahead, bro.
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying that's just one of the conspiracy, just to play around.
I always said the driver shot him.
Oh, the driver. Oh, I never heard that one.
If you look at it, if you look at that video and you look at the driver, if you look right where the driver's shoulder is at, you can see him put his hand back and put the gun back and shoot. You can see it. It's clear as day. The first time I seen it, I could never unsee it. I'm telling you, watch that video. Watch it slow.
Yeah, I will.
Watch the driver.
What's more arcane is the police presence behind it all. That's a frightening sight.
Yeah, this shit was crazy. You know, it was, you know, I don't know. It had to be some type of fix in. It definitely had to be some type of fix. But the driver shot him. You can see it you can see it clear as day.
That's a good one. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna watch it. And another conspiracy about that same incident. You know, his brother Bobby, he was going to run for president, which they claimed they were shocked that he was willing to run for president, but they said they knew he was going to win and that they had to kill him because if he would have became president, he would have put a full investigation on who shot his brother. So they had to kill him just for that. That was just another conspiracy, and that's it. I digress.
Which one is that? That's the one that got killed during the press conference they was having?
Correct. It wasn't meant for him to be killed, but since he was running, he was making moves. You know, the plan that didn't go. You know, there's such thing as perfect murder. So I guess the plan didn't go as well. But when he wanted to run for president, it sort of surprised the opposition. So they had to kill him just because of that, because he would have definitely put in a full investigation on his brother's assassination, and he probably would have learned the truth, the real truth.
Yeah, you never know. It's a tricky game with them politics, man. It's just, it's very tricky with those politics, man. You never really know what the hell is going on, you know. But they, you know, them Kennedys was definitely getting taken out some weird ways, man. It was definitely something strange about that. Definitely not ordinary.
So what do you think, Dev and Taz? I know, Dev, you was watching something. You said you was going to watch something about the Kennedys the other day. And someone said, ask Taz.
Nah, it was nobody in the car. It wasn't his wife. It wasn't his driver.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't have been able to have the blood and the way his head was doing at the time, because I I was watching the unedited, excuse me, the unedited video from that, and the grass area, and then the place wherever that location was on the opposite side of the car. Even though I don't think they actually shot, I think he was just over there just in case the motherfucker froze up. But there definitely wasn't no goddamn book depository building from behind. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint in terms of saying, okay, without a doubt, it was this motherfucker right here. And he was right in this goddamn area.
I don't know. I say the driver shot him. From what I saw in the video, it looked like the driver shot him. That's just me. I don't know. Y'all can look at it.
You think he would have helped the black community, Kennedy? Truthfully,
If you asking me, no. You did whatever you did, the same thing Obama would have did. He did something to push civil rights bill through. And he's the one that actually set everything up for it. Let me give him that credit because it was time.
Possible by dance.
I want to say the civil rights bill helped him back.
Yeah, I don't think he would have did nothing. I don't think he would have done nothing special for the black community. Nothing specific. Shit.
okay.
Then we got motherfucking Vietnam, we got Cuba, we got a whole bunch of shit going on other than what's going on with black people. Putting too much
So do
energy
you
in
guys
it.
like Al Sharpton?
Huh?
Go ahead. I said, do y'all guys like Al Sharpton? What do y'all think about him? He hasn't really.
That nigga's a motherfucking coon. That nigga is super coon. Me personally, I don't fuck with no Al Sharpton. A weirdo.
Yeah, what black people was striving for and did not have basic needs, I guess, way different in 50s and 60s than it is in 2000.
Like Dick Gregory. What I don't know what his role is. I have to do a little research on him, but I heard of him a lot growing up. So, but I don't know what exactly. It's like they're popular. They're popular. What have they really done? Not a damn thing, right? Oh, sad. Sad. Yeah. Maybe y'all guys can, bring on something new for us.
Yeah, President Kennedy instructed his cabinet secretaries to hire black federal employees and increase the hiring of it. He also requested an audit of diversity in federal employment and pay grades. Also called for initiatives to diversify the workforce.
He reads something that was written after 2020. I heard everything except for DEI.
I'll tell you, 1965, you look at NASA, and then you look at NASA during DEI, that's a stark difference.
But it was black people at NASA in the 60s, though. I don't understand what y'all talking about. There were no black people at NASA in the 60s before the moon.
Yeah, there was. You're correct.
Yeah, I think the days were looking for
Deb, did
one
I
leader.
ever show you the article about my aunt working for NASA? She worked on Apollo 11. I don't know if she did any other missions.
Yeah, you showed us before, guys.
Okay.
That's what's up. That's definitely what's up.
So are we winning? Everything looks like on the positive because that's how I feel. I hope it's the truth. You know, we just sitting around waiting for reparations. I don't think we are. I think everybody's just making a move. We just need to come together as one on the same accord. Or I'm in La La Land.
I feel you. I feel you. I think we're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Are we shooting ourselves in the foot by trying to get rid of DI because of the alphabet?
Mm.
I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest.
Like I said, it says for all people. So
I mean,
I think
right, but it ain't us who trying to get rid of it. Shit, it ain't us. Shit.
And if the other side's trying to get rid of it, does that mean that it's working?
I don't know. They may have
I
the.
think so.
You think it was working? Who was it working for? Us?
Yeah, I think we were part of that pie. Yes. Naturally speaking, yes. Pause.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think we're getting a little bit greedy. And that's gonna hurt us, bro. That's gonna ruin our credibility and everything.
You think we was getting greedy? What, black people?
Yeah, we're supposed to be the model minority, right?
Nah, we was not getting greedy, man. If anything, you know, we trying to get what we deserve. Shit. I don't think
Yeah,
we
what do you mean
being
by
greedy.
greedy? Yeah, well, how can we be greedy? We haven't obtained it yet. What do you mean? Talk to me.
Just greedy by saying because other people are benefiting more at this current time that we can catch up eventually. But I think we can. I think we can, stand back a little bit and let other people teach. Pause. Because they're real solidified. They understand solid. They understand that solid fit. I think we're too individualistic, man. Like Psycho be saying, we're too comfortable. We gotta go back to the times when we
I
were
mean,
solid. Pause.
they not they're not solid. They damn selves though. That's the thing because they always trying to intercept or fuck up something we have going on. Like, you know, imagine look at how far we would have been if situations like Black Wall Street and that Tulsa, Oklahoma bullshit never went down. You know, and there's multiple situations like that. Look how far we would have been if shit like that would have never went down. Time and again. You know what I'm saying? Like, they not that solid if they always trying to interfere with what the fuck we got going on.
That's a good point.
You know what I'm saying? They had Jim Crow laws, like, you know what I mean? Shit to specifically target us. They not that solid if they had to do shit like that. When you gotta target a specific group of people to make sure you keep them underneath you, like, come on, man. Shit is a fucking joke.
And I just wanted to warn you guys or anybody out there, not to be biased or anything, but when it comes to African spirituality, you sort of, button heads with actual witches and warlocks and maggies, and you're dipping into the dark side. I'm just saying because you just have to prepare. Because a lot of them are vampires. They'll suck your energy. They do all types of swap destinies and shit like that using magic. So you have to very be careful when you're dealing with African spirituality. You got to know what you're dealing with.
You sound like an episode of Charmed out this motherfucker.
It's the truth. I had to learn the hard way. That's why I don't fuck with IFA or whatever, IFA, because I had bad experiences with them. I'm not saying there's polarity and everything, but the ones that I experienced, I'm dealing with witches that would fuck you up. I'm not saying out of fear, but if you don't unbeknownst to
you all that shit, I just had a big montage of a bunch of fucking witch fighting and vampire hunting on Charmed or some crazy shit. That shit sounded crazy. God damn. I feel you though. I feel you. That could be some tricky stuff, man.
So you believe in magic, Miss Demi?
Yes. It's attentions, because there's thoughts. I don't put God in a box. Let's just put it that way. I don't put him in the box.
So give me an example. Just give me like a short summary
of
magic. So what you believe in?
Magic. Love spells, sex magic.
Spells?
Damn.
Yeah.
Said love spell.
Yeah, sex magic.
All right,
yeah.
I'm through.
Okay. All right.
We're doing
rituals. Let me ask you this, Demi. What is your perspective of Elijah Muhammad and his dealings with young secretaries?
Well, see, I was gonna bring up the subject about I'm just putting a comparison about the Hebrew Israelites who believe that when a girl starts her period, she's a woman. So it's the same sort of concept, and you know that's something that it's like technically they're right. Is spiritually are they right or wrong? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying in their eyes. But I say because there's some I don't want to start no shit. No. That's a tricky question, but I'm gonna leave it as that. I digress.
I mean, if I'm looking at it, and we talk about Malcolm being disciplined. If he had stayed disciplined and understood that maybe Elijah was trying to protect him, because if
Oh.
once he goes out there and becomes political, you gotta understand who's out there waiting for you. And if Malcolm just stayed disciplined and stayed down, he would have been protected and probably stayed alive. You think Elijah was trying to protect him? Really, honestly, trying to protect him? I mean, you consider the love spell stuff. Do you think he had perspective of Malcolm? Just stand down, brother. You're a young mind right now.
See, I personally, like I said, watching the documentary of Malcolm with real footage. I think he was just standing up for the truth and what's really right and what's really wrong. And in his eyes, it was wrong. Because I believe he saw things that he didn't even tell us. I believe that. And I think it was just, he was just standing up against the truth. And I think Farrakhan had a lot to do with because Farrakhan seemed jealous. They both seemed jealous of Malcolm because he was getting all the publicity. He was getting all the attention. I hope that answered your question. But I feel like he was just standing up for the truth and what's right and what's wrong. But like I said, the 12-year-old, technically, the 12-year-old, when she do start her period, she's able to board a child. And also, I work for the school system, and there's middle school kids that are huge. Women, girls and boys, they're huge. They're bigger than me. And, someone be like, the guy's like, oh, I like older women. I'm like, child, you're in ninth grade. Get back. It's crazy out here.
That's the part that people can't rock with, though. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That some of them Hebrew Israelite customs be kind of weird. That's why I always had an issue with that Hebrew Israelite shit personally. I don't rock with that shit, man.
And there's some 12-year-olds who they go for older men. And I'm not talking about the Nation of Islam. I'm talking about like out here now. It's so different now. But back in the Malcolm X, I just feel like it was wrong, and he knew more than what he told us, and there was a lot of jealousy that was going on. And like I said, didn't he? Nation of Islam, when a black man goes to jail, that's like the first thing he sees is the Islam. It's sort of like a gang, isn't it? So like a gang in prison. You got it. They will protect you behind bars for sure.
Not really a gang, Not
Similar.
really a gang, but more like it's just that they people ain't gonna really mess with you. You rolling with you rocking with the Muslims because they know they're not even about none of that. They about peace. So people
What
really
I'm seeing
don't be
on the
paying that
internet,
attention.
what I'm seeing on the internet now is this red pill shit against Betty Shabazz.
You said what
Talking
happened?
about how this red pill stuff about Betty Shabazz. How
Red
she
pill.
was, so-called, a male empowerment, if you will.
That mental bullshit.
Well, saying that Betty Shabazz was for the streets. That she was applying pressure. she was applying pressure on Malcolm when he was going through everything, and that how dare even Betty Shabazz do that to Malcolm, despite all the stuff he going through. So you think that may have affected some of his judgment in this case, in terms of his handling of Elijah Muhammad and his perspective of, I mean,
Nah,
yeah, I admit,
I
like,
think that
yeah,
if
go
he
ahead.
knew, I think once he found out what was going on with them girls, I think that's what fucked his head up. He couldn't, he just couldn't get over that right there. I think that's what put the nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what fucked it up for him. Like, man, it's hard to, when you come from a certain perspective, you grow up a certain way, certain things. You don't rock with it, you just don't rock with it. It's gonna fuck you up. You ain't gonna be able to look past it. Especially when it's somebody that's supposed to be a hero. The way he looked up to us. Like,
Yeah, but
man, made
there's
him
like the
go against
Berber
everything.
tradition, the
Huh?
Berber tradition in Islam, the Berber tradition in Islam, they do that too. I
Yeah.
mean,
That's why I don't rock with it.
is
Yeah, they do. Yeah, them motherfuckers
uh,
them sick motherfuckers be with young ass girls, man. Yeah, I know. Motherfucker. That shit's sick, man. That shit's sick. That's that brother polite shit. That brother polite type shit. Fucking around with young ass girls, renting hotel rooms with young girls and shit. That's that. I don't rock with none of that right there. Them type niggas get ran down on.
yeah. Me personally, I don't like it.
Them type niggas get ran down on.
Sick that even a little bit the nation of the Israelites, I should say. I'm sorry, nation Israelites. Golly, the Hebrew Israelites. They also let those white people kiss their feet, but some of these white people enjoyed it. They wanted to do it. They got off on it, and I thought that was a little bit sinister into seeing that.
I mean, they get off on some of the weirdest shit ever, so it's no surprise. Yeah, I mean, them motherfuckers, they love that weird shit. They fit right in with that Hebrew Israelite shit.
So I mean, I really think it's horrible how they did the Black Panthers, how they killed the was it the leader? How they did him. That was awful.
To my Fred Hampton.
Yes.
That was our fault though.
What?
Yeah, man. The man got pressed though into it. He got pressed to rat on Fred. What was the brother's name? I forgot his name. But the informant brother gave him up. Also a member of the Black Panthers himself.
Mm-hmm.
Got the brother's name. But that was us.
That infiltration bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That called slipping, man. Oh no, that shit was some bullshit all around though. Just the fact that they had the conspiracy to take him out like that. Like, come on, yo. They couldn't wait.
Yeah, the same for like Tupac's mom. They was the local police was trying to kill her. You know what I'm saying? And You know, even though she did used to rob and shit like that, but still, she was robbing the white man. She wasn't robbing us.
Shit, that's probably why they were trying to kill her.
You think she's still alive?
Who, Tupac's mom?
Yeah. Is she? I don't know. I don't,
She died.
okay.
Nah, she
I
died.
haven't looked. I don't watch the news. I don't want. I just don't. I'm just. You know, I don't even watch TV. So.
Oh no, yeah, she died.
Okay.
His and Biggie moms died. They both
Oh yeah,
died.
I noticed that. Yeah. And she was Catholic. You know, Biggie went to Catholic school, didn't he?
I'm not really sure.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now his mom was an American as well, correct?
Nah, Biggie moms were Jamaican. Biggie was
Okay.
Jamaican. Biggie was Jamaican.
But I must admit, Diddy did change the music industry with the talent that he you know, managed.
Like
Just like
what?
R. Kelly. I mean, he you know, Mary J. Blige. He had one Tweezy, 112. You know, of course, Biggie, Jermaine Dupri too. But I'm just saying it sort of
He
changed.
dropped some hits. He dropped some hits, but he fucked a lot of people over.
Sure.
That's why he
Well,
getting
that's in
his
his blood.
karma. Man. Nobody give a fuck. That's why he getting his karma. Don't nobody give a fuck right now. Nobody really give a fuck about what happened to him. 'Cause he fucked a lot of people over. All them artists he had, them motherfuckers ain't nowhere to be found, man. Maybe about one or two of them, but you know, everybody else just fell off the face of the fucking earth. And he up here sitting with a big fat bag, like, come on, you bastard.
I sort of blame his mama, but I don't want to get into that.
Yeah, what happened with his mom? What happened with his mother?
I said I sort of blame his mom for all his,
okay,
you know, yeah, because she was up in those parties too.
Yeah,
Him and her was kicking it. Him and her was kicking it together. Huh? I'm talking about really kicking it together. Allegedly.
Strong, bro. Strong. And to think, you know, he may have grown up as a youngster in that shit. He
Right.
had to be.
Had to be. Had to be. Had to be. But that's show business. I mean, I sort of I admire Jim Jones's mother personally. I mean, I think she really did a good job with Jim Jones. I'm just saying, as far as a single mother.
Shit. She probably did a good job about being in his life, but she didn't teach that nigga nothing about. Well, she couldn't really teach him nothing about being a man. That nigga's a little bitch.
Well, single moms, we especially black single moms, we do have a habit of unfortunately pouring a lot of emotion into our sons. And that's
Yeah,
the
you
one
can
thing.
see he got that extra emotion because he's an emotional little ass motherfucker. Always crying on TV somewhere, you know what I mean? Always crying like a little fucking girl. Always comparing himself to somebody he know he ain't got no business comparing himself to. Just a very insecure dude, very insecure, emotional dude. And it really shows, like, you know what I'm saying? It really, really shows. Really sad. Like when you I was scrolling the other night and I saw they had a little montage of Nas' second childhood, and that shit went so perfect with the way Jim Jones was acting. It was like, damn, you would think Nas wrote that shit for him just now as a response. But Nas wrote that shit 20 years ago and it perfectly describes Jim Jones. It's crazy. It's like you trying to throw shots at a nigga who like damn near prophetic compared to you. Like, are you crazy? This nigga's an emotional little bitch.
Yeah, that's one of the they want they want the woman to act like a man, and they want the man to act like a woman. That's what was one of their goals.
Do you think?
Oh, I'm
You
just
think
saying, as
sis?
far as huh?
Do you think sisters be banging on these white chicks hard though? I think y'all be giving these white chicks a pass, bro. For real, for real.
Giving the white chicks the pass. What do you mean by that?
A pass, like they can do whatever they want to do to a black woman or a black man, and y'all ain't trying to like say nothing
What you want
about
us
it.
to do? Beat them up?
I'm just saying, like we can't touch them. Like black man touch a white woman, bro. I mean, it's taboo. It does happen, but still, at the same time, sometimes there's consequences behind it. We ain't trying to get into that shit. We ain't trying to even feel that shit. We ain't trying to touch a white woman like that, man. But hey, these sisters, so y'all be caping for them. Y'all be doubling down.
Oh, you talking about like we talking about like a true sisterhood type of shit? Like we don't see colors when it
Well, I
comes to
mean,
them.
no, Jim Jones, a sister like Jim Jones' mama, yo, that chick's a firecracker. And I think she would be in the front lines with some of these men. When it's all, that's what I'm talking about. Where them women at? Cause yeah, she's a real one, bro. I can't imagine a woman when she was young with that type of voice too, bro. And they Caribbean, man. Yo, you already know. She down with the machete. She going up in the house at night, slicing necks, dog. And she ain't snitching. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I be seeing her and Chrissy get into it. Yeah. Yeah, I admire her. Trey Songz's mom, I admire her because I feel like, they did their best into, their sons and stuff. But then again, I do see some women who they do raise up little bitches, unfortunately, because like I said, they put too much emotion into that boy. I'm not trying to, bash him or anything. That's just the God's honest truth, because we have to protect the children's mind in detail. Like you judge every move that child makes. Okay, if he's making the right move, good. If he's, you know what I'm saying, if he's making we have to protect the, like twerking in front of the child. That's not protecting the child's mind. Or having Miss Shirley, that little girl, dancing. That's not protecting that child's mind. You putting that child out there.
Like Kamala had motherfucking Megan Thee Stallion twerking for votes.
Yeah. We encouraging that shit. What the hell?
Sick shit.
Shit. Or maybe I'm just square. I don't know.
Nah, it should be weird.
And them sisters with the Black Panther Party, bro. If our men just fell back, bro. We just fell back and let them take the reins sometimes.
You talking about
Bro,
the female?
Yes. The Black Panther Party, that's where they had it.
Really?
But somehow it was quelled, bro. You know, us men, we can, sometimes we get domineering, and sometimes we get slow with it. And we had opportunity right then, you know. Some of them sisters were really in them lecture halls, giving it to the white power structure.
They had some of the sisters going hard back then. They definitely was going hard.
So why we ain't going hard now?
Well, I don't know if we went hard the right way. We went hard with the guns instead of going hard with the social programs. That Feed the Children movement, Breakfast for the Kids, breakfast program. The was that 10 points 10 points movement, 10-point program Bobby Seale had. Bro, that was discipline. When we got to them guns and stuff, somehow we lost sight.
Can you name the 10-point program for the Black Panthers?
Oh, bro, I have to look that up, brother. Damn.
Y'all want having the 7-year-old conversation. Y'all going from what happened last night to
NASDAQ.
Y'all jump back to now. Like, damn, y'all. Go with that shit.
Okay.
I would rather hear the 10-point program versus what niggas ain't doing.
Okay.
Okay, one is we want full employment of our people.
Full.
We believe that the federal government is responsible and obligated to give every person employment or a guaranteed income. We believe that as the American business
from the government. Oh, let's break it down. That don't sound like being separate from the government.
Yeah, that's deep.
So if the Black Panthers is asking for government services, what is the separatist? What is the? I'm trying to find some context in terms of the origins of building our own, and all this that don't have anything to do with the government. If what you're reading right now is supposed to be some sort of foundation, is it one or the other? I'm not sure.
No, man, I think Europeans hijacked it, bro. There's too many goddamn snakes on this goddamn plane, bro. I'm serious. This is ours, bro.
So I mean, obviously that's evidence of that. So you saying the white man hijacked it, but number two is requesting full employment from the government. Well,
that's
in terms of how many of the black population that's working, the federal government was the largest employer. So I think that was actually being worked towards.
That's a good point. Yes, sir. I agree with that. Yes. Continuing, we believe that if the American businessmen will not give full employment, then the technology and means of production should be taken from the businessmen and placed in the community so that the people of the community can organize and employ all of its people and give a high standard of living.
Hi.
That's the yes, sir. Yeah, that's high class.
So what are you talking about? Cadillacs in the driveway? I mean, I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, we want that too. We can have that too. Nothing wrong with that. Here's one for Taz. We want all black men to be exempt from military service. We believe that black people should not be forced to fight in the military service to defend a racist government that does not protect us. We will not fight and kill other people of color in the world who, like black people, are being victimized by the white racist government of America. We will protect ourselves from the force and violence of the racist police and racist military by whatever means necessary.
So it was a mandatory military draft when that was written in the middle of Vietnam War. What's that, number 5?
Number 6. That was number 6. Yeah, number 5 is we want education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present day society. We believe in an educational system that will give to our people a knowledge of self. If you do not have knowledge of yourself and your position in the society and the world, then you will have little chance to know anything else. Number 5.
Damn.
Is that what the people getting now?
Yeah, man. I mean, the internet. Hey, that's the spice of life. A lot of variety. Maybe you get some nuggets.
Yeah, I still think people taking in too much unnecessary information versus information that they use, such as relationship gossip.
So that's
But I blame TV reality shows for that.
true. That's so true. Yes. Yeah. Did he read all 10 or?
Yeah, he reading it.
Oh, bad.
Okay, number.
Yeah.
Yes, number 8. We want freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county, and city prisons and jails. We believe that all black people should be released from the many jails and prisons because they have not received a fair and impartial trial.
Shit. No, that ain't happening.
Also, we want an immediate end to all wars of aggression. We believe that the various conflicts which exist around the world stem directly from the aggressive desires of the U.S. ruling circle and government to force its domination upon the oppressed people of the world. We believe that if the U.S. government or its lackeys do not cease these aggressive wars, that it is the right of the people to defend themselves by any means necessary against their aggressors.
Ouch.
Number 9, we want freedom for all Black and poor oppressed people now held in U.S. federal, state, county, city, and military prisons and jails. We want trials by a jury of peers for all persons charged with so-called crimes under the laws of this country. We believe that the many Black and poor oppressed people now held in U.S. prisons and jails will now receive fair and impartial trials under a racist and fascist judicial system and should be free from incarceration. We believe that the ultimate elimination of all wretched, inhuman, penal institutions because of the masses of men and women in prison inside the United States or by the U.S. military are the victims of oppressive conditions, which are the real cause.
Got the Charlie Brown.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, can you repeat that?
Am I coming in better?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll start over. Okay, so we believe that the many Black and poor oppressed people now held in U.S. prisons and jails have not received fair and impartial trials under a racist and fascist judicial system and should be free from incarceration. We believe in the ultimate elimination of all wretched, inhuman, penal institutions because the masses of men and women in prison inside the United States or by the U.S. military are the victims of oppressive conditions, which are the real cause of their imprisonment. We believe that when persons are brought to trial, that they must be guaranteed by the United States, juries of their peers, attorneys of their choice, and freedom from imprisonment while awaiting trials. Number 10, we want land. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just like imagining that being so true. It would be, a relief. Go ahead.
Number 10, we want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, peace, and people's community control of modern technology. People's community control of modern technology. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter it or to abolish it. and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security.
Yeah. So that was written.
Number one. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't start at number one?
No, I didn't start with number one. Number one is we want freedom. We want power to determine our destiny of our Black and oppressed communities. We believe that Black and oppressed people will not be free until we are able to determine our destinies in our own communities ourselves by fully controlling all the institutions which exist in our communities.
Was that it?
Yes, that's it, Dev.
Oh, okay. Yeah, y'all can break that down if you want. Like I said, when that was written, we was in the Vietnam War. There was a lot of political animosity, domestically and internationally. There was massive corruption, a lot of biasness. Even after civil rights, there was no enforcement. So I think some of the dynamics have certainly been pushed to different ends of the spectrum. Yeah, but so I'm reading it in the back chat now. So I think a lot of that kind of drop off kind of plays into how the next generations weren't really being exposed to some of the importance and relevance to some of those things that were put out at the time.
I
But
mean,
y'all
we're
can
not
go ahead.
asking for much.
Yeah, go
We're
ahead.
not asking. No, I'm saying we're not asking for much. I mean, damn. That's how I feel. We're not asking for much. God damn. Go ahead, Dad. Just
No, I was trying to translate to see can the younger generations translate that into some form of fashion in today.
I don't see why
Yeah,
not.
but I had that same question running through my mind. Like if we could transport that generation to modern day and send our generation back, what would the Huey P's and Bobbies and Angela Davises be saying right now? Granted, they got to live the experience of the now. What would those 10 points look like today?
I mean, other than the incarceration part, I think some of the other stuff, uh, unless you unless you came up in that environment, I don't know. It'd be kind of difficult, I suppose, if you constantly being surrounded by other things. Uh, when you at school, at work, when you not directly engaged with things in your community, then you especially not in a community where there's a whole bunch of black people, you definitely not gonna be exposed.
Yeah, being exposed, that's interesting because Malcolm was exposed and but he gave a roadmap. Maybe that's probably what we should be trying to like. I mean, there was a way, there was a strategy he was implementing, man, and when I see it, bro, I mean that it was very courageous what he did, man. You know, yeah, you will get your head chopped off what he did, but he knew that, and he still did it, and he did it with class. I mean, to talk to Mike Wallace about it, bro, what's that telling you? Mike Wallace ain't no joke. Non-journalism. What did he see in Malcolm? What did he see in Malcolm's play? I mean, there's some people that want to get on board, bro. They on the other side.
Mike Wallace was on 60 Minutes, right?
Right, yes.
Okay.
I mean, he may have done some dirt, but the guy's work is impressive. So, and for him to give Malcolm some time, I mean, he was begging for that time, bro. He wanted that, and Malcolm knew it. And Malcolm knew what type of gravitas that would come from that. Because I mean, that's how I roll. I roll like Malcolm, especially amongst the people in the corporate structure. Bro, they can't tell me nothing. But at the same time, I have this like aspect though, not to overdo it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, that revolutionary stuff. Yeah, it may be dated, but you can still be smart. You can still talk to people in the eye and look them in the eye and tell them your truth and let the chips fall where it may. I mean, yeah, Malcolm lost his life, but the power of that stance is still timeless.
Definitely. Look how, yeah, definitely. Still have the same effect, even more.
It hits harder now.
It does.
Pause.
So are y'all able
Yeah.
to take able to take any of the 10 points and translate it in today? Because for the education part, with Open Chat GPT, some of the newer institutions allowing for a wider range of curriculum. It's not as biased or isolated, if you will, compared to 60 to 70 years ago. So even though it may not be absolute, but I would definitely say that the education can be kind of there's a little bit more options of control. But like I say, I'm not in my 20s. I'm not in my 30s. For me, what the young people are experiencing today, I wasn't experiencing it when I was in my 20s and 30s. So I don't know. My perspective is gonna be different.
What number was the educational one about the was it number 5, you said? What number?
Yeah, let me look it up. One moment. Number 5. We want education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present day society. We believe in an educational system that will give to our people a knowledge of self. If you do not have knowledge of yourself and your position in the society and the world, then you will have little chance to know anything else.
That's what's happening now, huh?
Yeah, that Supreme Court decision has the potential because the dissent opinions, man, they're frightening to read.
So just like the gentleman said in the on the panel, that you think a reclassification eventually should happen as far as we're concerned, of who's who. I mean, I'm just starting there.
I don't know. I think if other countries are looking at America the way we think they're looking at America, then yeah, there has to be some sort of reclassification to let them know. Well, there is a certain people out there that they have it right. I mean, so yeah, I think reclassification is necessary. Let them know
Yeah,
that maybe this place has some like some good in it. Maybe
I
these
believe
people
they.
do have. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No. No. Go ahead. You're more valid. A man's head is more closer
No. Go
to
ahead,
God.
sister. No.
No.
I'm interested in what you have to say.
Well, no. I was just saying is that they basically scrambled the eggs on us. They know exactly who we are. They just scrambled the eggs on everything, and it's up to us to sort of put the puzzle together, but correctly. And I think, if we do that, the reparations will be more. We'll have more access to. The quicker the reparations will be handed out as well. Go ahead, bro.
Hold
Yeah,
up, what I
I'm done.
miss? What I miss? How does
That's okay. No, 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 no. I
reclassification?
was just thinking out loud. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Continue on. I was
Well,
just. I was just.
I'm asking out of curiosity. I'm at work, not to
Oh,
interrupt,
okay.
but
Okay. Go ahead.
how did this sentiment towards reclassification lead to the idea or sentiment that reparations would come faster? Can y'all fill me in on what I just missed on that?
I'm sorry. I was just assuming that because we have to prove, right? I'm just learning about the reparations. So as I understood it, is that we have to basically prove our ancestors, correct?
Um,
Or who we are. We have to prove
I
who we are, basically.
I haven't. There's nothing out there
Mm.
to give a definitive answer towards that.
Okay.
You get what I'm trying to say by that? Like, there's no reparations board that says if you come here, all you have to do is prove this. So I don't want to mislead you.
Okay.
But that's part of the argument. Is look at what happened to our ancestry. So it's a huge ingredient, but I can't definitively say we have to prove A, B, or C to get reparations. But those ingredients, if you will, make for the collective argument for reparations. So it would be nice to be able to say, great grandma was a slave, great great grandma was a slave, great grandpa went through Jim Crow, grandpa went through this, and my dad suffered this way. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
But in that, you wouldn't need to reclassify anything. I don't think that would be necessary. That's a waste of time.
Here's one of the fourth one is we want decent housing fit for the shelter of human beings. We believe that if the landlords will not give decent housing to our black and oppressed communities, then the housing and the land should be made into cooperatives so that the people in our communities with government aid can build and make decent housing for the people. That's a viable program that you can implement in these times.
Positive. Now, when they say co-op, are they meaning like, hey, if you're gonna live in an apartment, you can own your apartment, something like that?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay.
Cooperative, yeah, I don't know what co-op is, but
Okay.
especially in housing, let's see, definitely look it up. Okay, housing cooperative is a type of ownership where residents collectively own the building or property rather than owning individual units outright. Instead of buying a specific unit, residents buy shares in the cooperative corporation that owns the property. This means that they don't hold a deed to their unit, but rather have the right to occupy it as a shareholder. In the co-op, the entire building or property is owned by a corporation or association, and the residents are shareholders in that entity.
So an investment with okay, rewards. Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it will pay us. In the long run, it will pay us. Not in the long run. It'd be a current thing. Yeah, if it's like that. Awesome. Then was there anything about the medical? Did you say anything about medical or
Yeah, there is a medical point, is there? Let's see. Yeah, we want completely free healthcare for all Black oppressed people. We believe that the government must provide free of charge for the people health facilities, which will not only treat our illnesses, most of which come out about as a result of our oppression, but which will also develop preventative medical programs to guarantee our future survival. We believe that mass health education and research programs must be developed to give all Black and oppressed people access to advanced scientific and medical information so we may provide ourselves with proper medical attention and care.
like holistic? Okay.
Yeah.
Because in the UK, the medical is absolutely free. Everything's free. Is that correct?
Man.
Anybody know that?
You said in the UK everything's free?
Yeah, all the medical. Yeah, I believe in England, there's no. You can just walk in anywhere and get anything free of charge. I don't know how they do it though, but it's a good system. Seems like it. Is there any way you can verify?
Yeah. Does Canada have the same program?
I do not know.
Yeah, that's well. Is that universal health care? I think.
I believe so. Do not know.
Yeah, UK healthcare is primarily provided by the National Health Service, which offers universal healthcare that is free at the point of use for permanent residents. This means that citizens and legal immigrants, as well as some refugees, generally do not pay for most medical services. The NHS, funded primarily through general taxation, provides services like primary care, hospital care, and mental health care.
Awesome. it mentioned a couple of things. Maybe I don't know whether it's like several. No, I'd say about two about the court systems.
The court systems, yes.
Yeah, the court systems, because there was a couple. It seemed like it was a couple. It's my first time ever hearing this. So.
Oh, yes. The court system. Let me see. I like this one here. Yeah, this one here. We want freedom for all Black and poor oppressed people now held in U.S. federal, state, county, city, and military prisons and jails. We want trials by a jury of peers for all persons charged with so-called crimes under the laws of this country. We believe that the many Black and poor oppressed people now held in U.S. prisons and jails have not received fair and impartial trials under a racist and fascist judicial system and should be free from incarceration. We believe in the ultimate elimination of all wretched, inhuman penal institutions because the masses of men and women imprisoned inside the United States or by the U.S. military are the victims of oppressed conditions, which are the real cause of their imprisonment. We believe that when persons are brought to trial, that they must be guaranteed by the United States juries of their peers, attorneys of their choice, and freedom from imprisonment while awaiting trials. That's one. Another one is we want freedom for all Black men held in federal, state, county, and city prisons and jails. We believe that all Black people should be released from the many jails and prisons because they have not received a fair and impartial trial. There's another one here. Number 7, we want an end to police brutality and murder of Black people, other people of color, all oppressed people inside the United States. We believe that the racist and fascist government of the United States uses its domestic enforcement agencies to carry out its program of oppression against Black people, other people of color, and poor people inside the United States. We believe it is our right, therefore, to defend ourselves against such armed forces, and that all Black and oppressed people should be armed for self-defense of our homes and communities against these fascist police forces.
Oh wow! Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at work, y'all, so I'm gonna be swift on this. But those links are just to show that there's examples that you can point at to say to pull from their argument and their demands. You can point and say this specific group of people have this, and we want something similar on the medical and the courts, from what I just heard.
Yes.
And that
Because if
court
we
one, I
once,
don't know if that link will speak towards it, but they also have their own police.
yeah, if we able to homeschool our kids, we can adapt that. Number 5 easily, like with our own schools, like what you're doing now. So that's what's up. Yeah. Yeah, not only homeschool, but even if we start a school, we can implement that number 5 easily. Yeah, the natives. No, I did not know the natives get free health care. I know that.
Vyasa, what's your opinion on the Dolls Rose and the Dolls Act?
Let me finish at this computer and I'll answer that. Give me about 3 to 5 minutes. I gotta send the
Okay.
email out and then I'll answer that.
So why you doing that? Why don't you give your interpretation of it?
Well, you bring more people to the party. Some people get jealous, and they don't want that. And I think that's unfair, and it's a tragedy in my eyes. It's very tragic, and that's what it is. When you see like more people coming to the table, you gotta feed. You get nervous. You want to jump ship, or you want to call them other and tell them no, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve the opportunity that's inherent. So you block them off. You wall them. You know they put Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner in the dam. They put what's that mean? They put Emmett Till in the dam, didn't they? What's that mean? What they trying to wall off?
So it's Demi. Did you say you was affiliated with the education system?
I just run the cafeteria, but I see a lot of stuff, and unfortunately, you got some of the counselors who tell children's business to us, which they're not supposed to, but they do. And it's just I just come to my conclusions, about the school system, that it's like it's really not. It's really hurting the kids, especially our people. I mean, we just had an incident where high school football player, black guy, manners, good kid, good black kid. He got in a fight with this white boy because I asked myself, why'd you get suspended? I was shocked that he got suspended. And he said, listen, when I go to the bathroom, I don't want nobody looking at my penis when I'm using the bathroom. And he was this white kid that was looking at his penis when he was using the bathroom, and he got in a fight. He felt offended, and I'm like, wow, should they not change? Should they put stalls in the boys' bathroom if that's going to happen? Since they're promoting homosexuality and stuff, just like little issues like that no one talks about that's happening. And a lot of gay teachers that promotes homosexuality in their classrooms and wants to bring it to lunch actually and have a little talk about it while kids eating lunch. They want to talk about about homosexuality that the parents don't know about. You know, just like little stuff like that. That's disgusting a little bit in a way, because I think, you know, a teacher should, I mean, that's the sex education class. That's totally different. But just like promoting, you know, that stuff to kids at a vulnerable age is like, wow. Yeah, that's an issue. That's going to be an issue. There's a lot of little issues that starts and that's just happening in the school system. So I mean, it's still unfairness, you know, with the black kids. But what I see now is a lot of you know, biracial kids who they don't know where to fit in at. They don't know whether some kids they get off the, you know, they get off they basically they go to the, you know, they feel comfortable going to the black side, whatever. But a lot of the kids they don't know, they don't know, it's harder. I think it's harder for them. I really do. They don't know where to fit in at. Some of the kids that are mixed, the girls, they, even the boys, but most of the girls, they come to school with their hair all fucked up because the white mother don't know how to take care of a nappy-headed mixed child. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they come to school with their hair all fucked up. It's crazy, and it's just like, you know, I feel for them, but I really do think it's harder for biracial kids. It really is, unless, you know, like the other girl, Dee Dee, who was on Psychopaths live the other night. She said her kids sort of flip flop into, you know, if they want to be black one day, they go to the black people. If they want to be white one day, they go to the white people. You know, if they, you know how to like balance that out, then I guess it'll work. But that's really the biggest issue I have seen in the school systems. These biracial kids, they don't know where to go at or how, you know, it's just, they just clueless a little bit. You feel me? No?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what in terms of so you saying there's no remedy? I mean,
I mean, I'm hoping that you mean remedy as far what particular remedy for specifically you're talking about?
so you saying that things are being observed in kids. So are you saying that are they getting reported? Are they being investigated?
Oh no. This is like it's like a secret, unless the children talks with the parents about exactly what's going on, which I doubt it because nothing's being like basically done. Nah, because the parents, most of the parents that I have seen in this, I'm talking right now as far as, well, any. I worked in elementary schools, middle schools, high schools. It's basically all the same. But the parents, most of the parents just use the schools as a babysitting place so they can go to work and stuff like that. And so if, you know, if the communication between the, you know, the kids and the parents are not, you know, in detail, then yeah, it's going to fall by the wayside. But the remedy, I don't see nobody talk about shit what's going on, unless it's something that, you know, can hit the paper. But the little stuff like that, I don't think there's no communication. It's just like a school secret. It's like a school secret, you know. You got the counselors who's supposed to be there for the kids, to help the kids, and they come to the lunchroom or the cafeteria and just tell all the business about the child, what's going on with the child at home. And, you know, and these are black counselors who's doing that mostly. That's just like gossiping about this child. I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, damn, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't want to know that about that child, you know. But Yeah, the remedy, nah, I don't see no remedy. I mean, there is a remedy, but it's not putting into force. There's just a lot of complex issues on top of other complex issues, unfortunately. At least the school system where I worked in Maryland, I worked for the school system in Maryland. So, and um, yeah, it's crazy.
Peace, y'all. I'm back.
Hey.
Is it just simply K? I mean, not the simply part, but
Yeah, or Kurt. You can call me Kurt.
Kurt.
Yes, Vyasa. Yes, Kurt. Yes.
Okay. To your question about the dolls, is there a specific part you want my opinion on, or just the overall?
Yeah, the exclusion aspect of it, the exclusionary aspect to it, in order to gain favor amongst elite few.
Well, in that, I'd have to ask, who are you speaking about being excluded? Because they had, if you're talking towards us, then they had to acknowledge us. Eventually, they was forced to. Them being the natives, the force came from the
Right.
federal government. If you want my overall, like just a brief rundown of it, I would say it's ironic that one of the last main talking points I heard was the co-op towards real estate.
Yes.
It's a reverse of that. It took a group of people who collectively owned land and broke it into individual and private ownership and forcing assimilation on to Native Americans. That's what the Dawes Commission main goal was, to get them to assimilate into Eurocentric and American standards. So in that you had to break them out of this communitive living where nobody owned the land, it was everybody's, into private ownership. Um,
That's deep.
a unfortunate history led to a benefit for us specifically as black people, because during that time, the unfortunate aspect of us being in bondage to them, now that you're in those groups, whether it be Cherokee, the Creeks, Seminoles, Choctaw, Chickasaw, due to the fact that the federal government is saying this is your property, you're going to make them citizens. Well, we got those land allotments, and those land allotments allowed us, as we keep saying, if we looked at this as a form of reparation, it allowed us to compete. In those land allotments, found, I don't want to use the word favor, but they found a way to, it benefited them. Some found oil, some became cattlemen. Many started towns. So there's a lot
Right.
to unpack when you say, what's my opinion on it? You get where I'm going, but
Yes. Yes,
overall,
sir.
the main sentiment to walk away with is it's a reverse of that co-op thinking. It was a forced assimilation, and it took cultural perspectives towards reality and forced another groups into it. Hence the private
Mm.
ownership and etc. And the
Well
payout,
said.
the dangling carrot that they held over them is, will allow you to have U.S. citizenship if you adhere to this Dawes Commission. And this is how they wind up with dual citizenship. So
Mm.
now, the Cherokee is its own nation, but they're also U.S. citizens now at that point. So now they can fight for all the rights of U.S. citizenship while maintaining a sense of sovereignty over self, which is interesting. It's
Yes, it is.
it's a cool reality to look at historically as we make our arguments for what we want and what we need. It's a cool, nuanced story to say, well, let's look at this, let's examine that. We may not want to mirror them as a people, but we could look at that contract and say, we want something similar, but we want, instead of the red car, we want that blue truck instead, if y'all get where I'm going. We want the same deal, just we don't want that red car, give us this blue truck. It's just something to examine. But as y'all see, with those links, they got tribal courts, they got federally funded free medical care. But it also leads to economic growth. If they chose to, if they did the due diligence and became doctors, they could get hired and make an equal doctor's salary. Right here at these tribal hospitals. And just so y'all know, we got black nurses and black doctors in these facilities. Some born here in the States and some come from Africa.
A lot come from Africa. Most
Well, I
the
was talking
hospital
at the
here.
in particularly at these
Oh,
tribal
okay.
facilities.
Yeah.
My
Okay.
my daughter's pediatrician was from Nigeria, and she used to crack me up when I would be in there. She forced me to get seen one day. 'Cause I got the cold from the babies, but I took my baby in, and she hit me with that accent. And Dad, what good are you if you sick? And I was just trying to get my ass back to work. Like, oh goodness, girl, leave me alone. But they're there. They're nice people, and they gonna take care of us. There's no delineation once you hit that room.
Definitely. Africans in the medical field than I do in the school system, in the education. Maybe
I'm sorry.
they're more.
I'm sorry. What was that?
No, I said I had. Seems like in my particular area, there's more Africans in the medical field than in the educational field.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Okay.
I wouldn't doubt that. But I think that's a byproduct of something else. I think that's people seeking prestigious wages. You don't get paid that much to be an elementary teacher. It takes a certain type of individual to be able to say, I can handle this pay and be happy and just get by, opposed to I'm gonna go after this because this is where the money is. This is where that social prestige is. There's more admiration towards I'm a surgeon versus I'm a kindergarten teacher. I'm a fifth grade math teacher. Now, those that of us that value education, we might look at that with prestige and honor, but through society's lens, there's really not a benefit for us to have a large demographic of people fighting to be teachers right now. But if teachers got the same salary as a LeBron James, you better believe every child would be reading just as much as they dribble.
Is that because higher pay usually comes with higher scrutiny?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think
nice.
so.
I like that.
Like when you say scrutiny, what would you mean by that? Because you can get scrutinized at McDonald's if you fuck somebody's order up.
Yeah, but I'm talking about internal, like audits, oversight, people looking over your shoulder, people grading you by how well the students do in terms of your class,
Oh,
uh,
this
that sort of
America
thing.
and the banks. That's just they trying to save money wherever they can because they want the money. That's just your economic people. That's going to do that.
Yeah.
That's that shark versus shark mentality. Now, in that, to entertain that idea, yeah, if the teachers is making LeBron James salaries, we should be able to say, hey, my kid's been going here for 4 years and hasn't learned how to read yet. What's the issue?
I see. Yes, right.
You get where I'm going, but we should be able to do that equally in this system as well. The problem is too many people, and it's not to speak in an absolute, but too many people are stuck in that struggle of day to day survival. So I think the sentiment was expressed earlier today in conversation that a lot of people are sending their kids to school just for the free daycare while they work, and the education aspect of it becomes second, third, fourth tier. Versus if everybody had their basic necessities met, nobody was worried about paying rent and putting food on the table, and you had that leisure time to really engage with your children and examine where they are in their studies, you would see more involvement through my eyes. But if you got single parenting, or even if both parents is working but they traveling or working 12 to 16 hours a day, where's the time for it? So now you're dealing with a trust. You got to just
Right.
blindly trust the teachers to do this. And the counter argument is the teacher blindly trusting the parents to be able to maintain the curriculum at home versus having that unity there, that community.
To me, let me ask you: do you avail yourself on trying to like bridge the gap, if you will, between yourself and the parent, uh, in terms of building that connection?
If I
And
was in that position, I would.
mhm,
I most definitely would. I'm just
yeah,
one person trying to make it myself. Um, to be honest with y'all, fifth grade was the last level I completed. Part of just racism um, that kicked in my adolescent stage. As I'm becoming a man, I had to learn what being a black man is quick in rural parts of Oklahoma. But, and I'm saying that just to make clarity that no, I'm not a teacher and I'm not involved as much as I want to be, but I most definitely would be if made available to me. Like my dream is to be a teacher.
yeah, facts. I notice you're very well versed in a lot of subjects. Pause.
That's because I chose to fight them back a different way. While the homies started hitting the blocks, I, being a smart ass, thought it would be clever to attack them by doing my work. And I'm not just gonna do the work, I'm gonna do extra just to piss you. You gotta grade this? Oh, watch how much I'm gonna turn in. And it just became a habit. The history part of it came from just studying my own family, wanting to see where I came from. It just gave me a method of studying history. Plus, we gotta, and it's one thing to argue against those stereotypes. It's another thing to combat those stereotypes. Like I didn't want to be the dumb thug. I wanted to be seen as intelligent. Um, earlier, Madame was arguing. I hate to bring that foolishness back up. Not calling him a fool, but the Spike Lee's one of the most impactful revolutionary movies. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
V,
has
you were.
social influence, but we act like Professor Clark didn't have an influence that watched it in black culture as well. So I was highly influenced by what he did at Eastside High as a little one. Wanted to mirror that growing up. Go ahead, jump, Sims. Expeditiously. You get what like we know these is part of our culture in that generation.
Yes,
You get what I mean? I
that's
can't do
correct.
the
Yes.
bathroom singing part, but y'all know what I'm talking about out there. So, just become when you can fully embrace black culture and not what others say black culture is, you'll realize we got all the things that we fighting for in house. You just got to become it, implement it, and be proud of it. Because we got the teachers, we got the doctors, we got the scientists, we got those great minds, we got the philosophers. Chase it. The problem is we live in a country where we don't get to dictate the overall value of what's valuable. They get to dictate the value of a dollar. They get to dictate what's socially prestigious. And being in it vicariously, I got a phone call up here at work, y'all. Let me get that.
Yes, sir.
So did he answer your question?
Yes, he did.
So how many points y'all got on the 10-point program for today? Today's society.
I would say probably three. You got about three down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the technology one is right in our grasp, especially with this AI thing. Like folks like Truth, they trying to espouse to the youngsters. That's that's a huge frontier, man. And yeah, I think we have to because he's excluding everybody else. We have to step up. I mean, they offer a lot of programs, a lot of courses for free now, deal with AI and computer science. I mean, they're getting desperate. These companies, they need a workforce. They need the labor. We have leverage. So that'll be number 10. We want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, peace, and people's community control of modern technology. Yeah, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands that have connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station
to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of people to alter it or to abolish it and to institute a new government. So a new government is possible, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
So where the young people at on that one? Where the young people at on that one?
Young people, I've seen a lot of apps being created. A lot of people making money off these apps, controlling technology. I think there's a lot of youngsters doing it nowadays, the more of our generation, taking it to new levels. I mean, you see what I Show Speed, how Kai Sinat, I mean, where they taking social media. Leave us behind, I'll tell you that. We're gonna get our act right.
I don't know if it's like your mic's raised. I don't know if it's you or somebody's called something.
Yeah, both of y'all might kind of going in and out. It might be me though.
Hey man, what's up though? How's everybody doing?
Good, Cash Kid. How are you, brother?
Swell. I'm swell.
I'm chilling, and I just have a little new topic or little new discussion to add to the whole larger conversation. And you know me, guys, I'm the pop culture guys. I'm the pop culture man. So it's gonna be pop culture, right? So like we're talking about I've heard you talking about like social media, the bag, control, and everything. Like right now, I know in America, Marvel is a huge thing, right? Like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Avengers, and everything. They crank out billion-dollar movies, right? And I've seen the latest product. First of all, like arguably the biggest name brands from the MCU are the big three, right? Iron Man, Tony Stark. We have Captain America, Steve Rogers, and you have Thor. I think those are the biggest three. So far, you've had Anthony Mackie come in as the new Captain America, right? And white people, I think all people in general are just like, nah, you've done it wrong. And now there's this new thing. I haven't even started watching it yet, but I've just seen the trailers and I've seen the reviews. Ironheart, where like she's taking Tony Stark's legacy. And I don't know if any of you watched that, any of you interested in that show or anything?
No, I haven't watched it yet, but I am interested.
Yeah, man, but basically they portray her as a thief, basically. Like this was the girl who was in Wakanda forever, just the other movie, you know, where like the CIA and Wakanda was looking for her. And now she's a genius who has to rob people to get money for inventions. She has to rob people to become great. And that's why I always bring it up, because now you can tell me that's propaganda, but I think the director, like the show creators are all black. So I just want to hear from you guys.
Oh, you saying there's a like a goodness to Robin? Is that what you're trying to say? Like there's a innocence to her robbing,
No, I'm not trying to
or is
say
it
it,
more?
but I'm saying that it's Riri Williams, the hero, is being portrayed as a robber. This is the genius, you know. She was in Wakanda, the richest nation, just a movie ago. But now she has to turn to robbing because that's the only way she can be great, you know. And this is something that is, I don't know. So basically, like you had Tony Stark build his suit like in a cave, right? That's the line. He built his suit in a cave with a box of scraps, right? But now you have they have Riri Williams taking basically Iron Man is dead now, so she's basically like the new Iron Man, and she's saying, you know, nah, I have to. She's a thief basically in the show. She's a thief. They go rob somebody, somebody gets killed, so she's culpable for that, and she's the hero. So I don't think I just want to hear you guys what you think on that.
Yeah, I think I
Like,
have to watch it a little bit to see.
yeah, because I was
Yeah.
thinking, yeah, they're trying to make it like a catch-22, like she has to do something bad in order to get something good out of it. Is that the meaning of the situation?
No, basically they're portraying her. I don't know. It's like the woke stuff. It's like the mindset of
Mm-hmm.
her. I mean, the
Oh,
first few minutes. Yeah, yeah. So she's saying like, nah, I have to rob people. Like she's complaining. They don't even show that, you know, like maybe she's in a hurry or anything. She just basically starts the show saying, I have to be iconic. I have to be bigger than Tony Stark. I need that money. I needs that money. That's how they're portraying.
so how is she robbing? What kind of robbery is she doing? What's her style?
She's robbing people with the Iron Man suit. They're actually going to rob people.
Oh,
Like she's
got it. Got it.
Yeah, man. And I'm just saying, I mean, the Marvel is a huge, huge thing, worldwide type thing. And this is the kind of image that is being put out there. And even with like Anthony Mackie, like the Captain America. I mean, that guy was a great Falcon, right? The Falcon was a dope character, but they kind of forced him into Captain America. And I know some of you people don't like value the whole pop culture thing, but you can tell the tension, you can tell the sentiments from the people, from the white people, like people in general, what they think about the black population by just how they're reacting to like the black Captain America. He's DEI. He's calling terrorists. He's saying terrorists are not terrorists. There's all of that. So I'm just again, it comes back to the image and the importance maybe of controlling your portrayal.
You said a key word, pop culture. So through their lens, they not keeping it authentic if she's not a thief. She can't just be a scientist who has the cognitive abilities to earn the right to put on that suit. Because then that's not authentic. That's not real. That's who's gonna believe this. So you gotta let's keep it real. She's gotta steal. I haven't watched the show yet, but from what I'm gathering, that's what it sounds like to me. Especially if they're not even gonna swing it and make it a Robin Hood perspective to where she's robbing the rich to give to the poor. If there's a backdrop to the robbery versus she's just out there thugging in an Iron Man suit.
And there was a show, I think, was it there a show Robin Hood? Was it also like a black show about the same thing, like Robin Hood, where they did the Robin Hood thing where, Robin. I saw that.
I don't know of a show. I know the story, but not a show.
No, there was like there's a modern version of it. It came out just a few years ago. It bombed terribly, of course, but it was basically, yeah, the Robin Hood thing, but played through the lens of this black thing. But basic, that's what I'm saying. It's like, so who is this show for? Like, who is it for? The whites, they don't like it. They don't like even the existence of the character like Riri Williams. They don't like it at all. They don't like that Captain America, that the Falcon became Captain America. So is it for black people? Do black people actually rock with this image? Now that's the question, I guess.
Maybe it's kind of like their way of how to get it. Maybe they just try to tell us, yo, maybe, uh, yeah, this is another way. Because we had to get it this way. Maybe we could tell y'all how to get it. Because it looks like she went to MIT, or there was a request for MIT to extend a grant,
No,
and it
she
was
was
denied.
so they wanted to expel her because she's cheating. First of all, she's selling. She's helping other students cheat for money at MIT. So basically, when they call her in about that, she's telling them to give her more money, and she's telling them that you want me to be small, I can't be doing homework, bro. It's wild. It's just terrible. And I would understand if it were the whites who were doing it, but with this whole Disney, what I think Disney did with the whole DEI pandering, they actually give the black creatives those projects. The women, when they're pandering to women, they give the women director. I do believe it's being directed and written by like a black woman. They have like a trans guy. I don't know if it's trans or gay. It's wild, bro.
Yeah, I feel you on
So
that.
it's like,
That is
yeah,
wild.
it's like when the black people now, they've been given this, and it's been taken as yeah, that's a black show. Like it's a black show now. So all the black people in agreement with this? If not, I think there should be more. I think there should be more like a movement or whatever. Just some kind of. I remember like GameStop, right? Isn't GameStop like some white boys just trying to prop up their favorite video game store? Like, so if like Tyler Perry, people are talking about like we hate Tyler Perry, but that guy's been making is a billionaire, right? So I'm just saying, black people need to really use their power as a consumer, what they support, what they don't support, and really look at what is being pushed out there as a representation. But yeah, man, I'll go back to the clouds, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, I couldn't get back fast enough, but that's. I don't know how you related pop culture to black people supposed to dictate pop culture.
Yeah, I don't know if it's me, but you chopping up real bad.
Yeah, it might be me. That's why I couldn't come back. Hold on, I'll be back.
Is it still choppy?
Not as much. I heard what you said, clear.
Yeah, that's the guy from Tanzania. Look like he watch movies all day, so I was trying to get a Burkina Faso update.
What's going on over there?
So the last I heard, he was meeting. He met with Putin and got a head nod from China in terms of resource supplies. I think Putin said they was gonna let him get some uranium or something. I'm not sure what actually was worked out. To Abraham Trahuri. Oh, okay, it is after 5 on the East Coast. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask y'all what happened to the damn YouTube update with all this with the @ symbol in front of the names, and I don't know, it look like they're using your Gmail account or whatever y'all use to sign up for email. I don't like that shit. Cause I know I was on Windows 7 when I put Mr. Devastating for You in anything back in 2015.
Hey guys, so that was the pop culture spill. But in terms of, because I know Taz over there asking about what is happening in these states.
You got to speak
So I'm saying our neighbors. I'm in Tanzania, right? Tanzania, as you might know it. And right now, our neighbors, bro, our next door neighbors in Kenya, they're going through it. They're going through the most. I don't know if that kind of news hits you guys. Like, have you heard about what is going on in Kenya, in East Africa?
Nah, that's what we were waiting on you to give us an update. We don't need no update on what's going on in Hollywood. We cool on that. What's up with it? Go ahead.
Yeah, man. There's been rioting. Just like yesterday was like 16 people dead confirmed. Over 400 were injured. In Kenya, people talk about like rioting and revolution. Kenya are violent like that. They're different from us in that way. We've never had it that like that, but they're going through it. There was a tax bill, a finance bill, which basically was raising taxes across the board, which was introduced in last year, 2024, by the President Ruto. And he said, there's such a huge debt from the, at the IMF that, he wanted to raise taxes to kind of, pay off that debt. He was like, I'm not going to be ruling over a country that is basically bankrupt. Okay. We need that bread. So, and it started a social media revolution, right? Like it really was the youngins, the 20-year-olds, 20-something-year-olds on social media. There was like a hashtag reject the finance bill. So it caught fire. And again, like I said, in Kenya, they have way more revolutionary mindsets than we do. Like the history of violence in Kenya is way more steep than in Tanzania. We are a peaceful country. So yeah, man. So it brewed over. They started fighting. They fought, and yesterday, at like exactly the 1 year anniversary, that shit started again. I think you can look up on YouTube like videos of the yo. It's crazy. The cops were shooting people. First of all, they started beating people, shooting people. But then you'd see, I saw like this one video of this. The cops were going away, right? And one cop was left behind, bro. One cop was left behind, and the people caught up to him. He got that ass whooping. So yeah, that's what's going on. In Tanzania right now, we got our elections this year. By the way, we have our president is called Samia Suluhu Hassan. She's a female president. She's a woman president, an Islamic woman. But we didn't actually vote for her. She was the vice president of our now late president John Pombe Magufuli, who, who came into power 2020. Now that guy ran on a campaign of like revitalization of like a kind of like you have Make America Great Again, but in our version, our biggest challenges, bro. We have three biggest challenges, right? Corruption, stupidity or ignorance, and diseases. So basically, he was on that nation. He was a nationalist, is what he was. He was a black nationalist, and he was like, all these deals that we've done with minerals, all these politicians that are just fat cats in the country, he dealt with them. Like he dealt with them. He dealt with the whites, bro. He dealt with the white, and this was during that COVID period, right? Now in the COVID period, you can Google this, you guys. There's only two African countries that refused all the COVID mandates, the masks, the jabs, the whatever. And the presidents of those two countries are no longer with us. And that's how we got a woman president who is now in power, who is now running for power again in 2025. And there's an opposition party, and the biggest player, the biggest move and shake of which is now in court for treason. And he was defending himself against that. But yeah.
Which countries was that?
That's Tanzania, East Africa, and Kenya. So East Africa. That's what's happening in the east side of Africa.
No, I'm talking about the opposition party.
Well, our main party is called CCM, right? That's the party that got us. Well, it was founded in like 1977. So that's basically been our only ruling party. Before we had only one party system. We changed into like a multi-party system in the late 1990s. And even since then, all the elections, all the presidents have been from the ruling party. But there's an opposition party called Chadema, People's Power. So that's like the biggest opposition. And eras change, and this guy comes up and this guy comes up. But yeah, it's those two. There's a CAF, that's a third close, but nah. So yeah, so the leader of the Chadema is now being sued for treason. He's actually under arrest. He's in court, fighting a treason case. He was nearly assassinated. Was it like a few years ago? Like during how many years? 3-4 years ago, he was nearly assassinated. and he went to Belgium, stayed there, you know. So yeah, we got our own things going on, for real.
Yeah. So what kind of deal y'all got with Belgium, man?
Well, this Northern Belgian, that's he has his backers because the Tundulisu is his name. You can look him up. He's a
Yeah.
lawyer. He's a good lawyer, bro. Yeah, so he's
Mm.
a lawyer. He's a politician. He's a activist. You can
He
say.
got he got his law degree from Belgium or UK.
Is it from? I'm not sure if it's from Belgium, but I think he studied. You know, yeah, he did study outside the country.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
don't
the
know what
UK.
they signed. I saw the Congo and Rwanda signed something today in Washington D.C. I didn't look it up. I don't know what they signed. I'm trying to keep up with the war and other stuff. Did you hear anything over there in terms of some sort of agreement or something, or was it just propaganda?
What are you talking about? Congo?
Yeah, Congo and Rwanda. Some sort of agreement. They were both in Washington D.C. yesterday.
Huh, actually, I can't lie. I haven't looked that up. I do know that in the Congos, I do know that we have a lot of trade with the Congos, right? A lot of truckers, a lot of cross-border truckers. They go to the Congos, and a few months back, yeah, it popped off, and some of the truckers, Tanzanian truckers, was stuck up on that side of the border. But that place has always been, unstable. Rwanda though, yeah, Rwanda. That guy runs a tight ship. What's his name again? Can't even, can't remember his name at the moment. But the guy runs a tight ship. He's been president for well over, I think, 20 years now, right? And his thing is, bro. In Rwanda, I've only been to Rwanda a couple of times, a few times in actually the cities, and they have, instead of cops everywhere, right? Because we don't even have cops everywhere, but they have soldiers almost everywhere in the streets with like machine guns. So it's so clean, bro. It's he runs a tight ship basically. And I do know that in the Congo there's the rebels and everything and that. But I haven't looked up. I didn't know they were in Washington D.C. No.
So y'all got soldiers too, militia.
In Tanzania?
Yeah.
Nah, we haven't had that. We haven't had like I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. Again, the biggest movement is the Chadema party, right? That's the
Yeah.
biggest, yeah, like revolutionary type element. But even that hasn't. It's been riots and whatnot, changed the constitution, rioting and protests, but no militia, no militant. Yeah, no.
So how you keep law and order in Tanzania?
No, I mean we have a military. I'm just saying we
Yeah.
don't have like a militia, like like we have a military.
Police.
We have, yeah, yeah.
So if you have a
Sorry.
robbery or if you need some sort of security, that you still call the
The
military
police.
for everything.
No, we got the police. We got the police. We got traffic
Okay.
police.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't have it. Oh, okay.
No. I was speaking to the M23. In
Yeah.
Congo, the
Yeah.
militia. Yeah. So that's not the military. That's not the Congolese. That's like a rogue element, right?
Militia. Yeah.
That's a yeah. So we don't have that in Tanzania. We don't have like coup, people trying to attempt a coup. Nah, none of that. That's what I'm saying. In Kenya, it's going on, but in Kenya, it's not even. In Kenya, it's not a. So this is the thing, right? In Congo, they have a militia. It's well known, right? M23.
Yeah.
In Kenya, it's just the people. It's just the citizens. Now we have the government trying to claim that it's not protest, that it's rogue militia elements like that, but really no, that's just Kenyan people. So Kenyan people are just Kenyan people, but that's different from in the Congo where you have actual militia set up, that's fighting the government, and the Congo diamonds and all that. They have their own things fighting.
So you don't go to
Man. So
Nairobi.
Sorry.
So you don't go to Nairobi or nowhere places in Kenya like that, or?
I've been to Nairobi before, but I wouldn't go right now, bro. Like I said, the country, especially Nairobi, it's on fire. You
Yeah.
just look, yeah, it's on fire right now. Things are still hot. You wouldn't want to go there.
So maybe October or November 2023, there was some sort of agreement that they were going to send Kenyan military to Haiti for their situation over there. That I don't know if did it ever go through, or was that another propaganda?
No, I mean, I can't lie. I haven't in 2023.
Yeah.
I wasn't following that closely. Let me just say that.
Okay.
I wouldn't lie to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. But like we have like I said, Tanzania is a very peaceful country, right? We haven't had a war since we fought Uganda 78. The dictator Idi Amin. He tried to like conquer a part of. He tried to extend into Tanzania, right? And President Nyerere at the time, he beat him. But since then, we haven't had a war. We haven't had like a violent anything like that. So mostly our military gets taken into. I mean, it's kind of like a myth, but we you actually, like, Russia has deep ties here. There's actually pictures of Putin when he was still younger, but in Tanzania. So we have ties to the to the Russian bloc, whatever they call that bloc, the Eastern bloc. And we have so during over the years we send our commandos to get training there, to other countries, to Israel and whatnot. We also have ties with Israel. We send our military to do some operations in like a mercenary type fashion and also peacekeeping fashion. Like that's the most use of our military.
Oh shit, y'all get around pretty good, huh? I mean, Israel and Moscow are not that close together, bro.
Israel and Moscow, you said?
Yeah, I said two different places for military training. I don't know. It's just for me. I mean, warrior. I don't know if it supplies. I'm not sure. Is that a consensus from the people? Something agreement signed by government? I'm just not. I can't. I'm trying to equate that to maybe like education. If you want to be a medical doctor, maybe go to London or somewhere in India or Arabia, science, technology. But for military training, I guess I don't know. You tell me. You're saying there's no way to do that internally. Was it ever done internally or from your knowledge?
Oh no, there's programs actually, and like I remember when I was finishing high school, there was a law, right, that all students, once you finish high school, you actually go to military training for like, we went there for like 3 months, right? So we have our own military camps internal and everything. And there was a time back then, you finish primary school, you go to military training for like 6 months, and then you continue with your schooling, you know. And the philosophy of our founding president, you know, Mwalimu, the teacher Nyerere, was like, you know, I wanted a nation of fit people, fit, you know, fit thinking, fit bodies, and you know, able to do whatever to defend themselves and everything. Self-reliance is really like the philosophy is socialism and self-reliance, right? So even in our alliances, military and otherwise, like he was very insistent and very careful to maintain our sovereignty. So where we can have America and China not getting along well, but at one point in time, before you know Trump got in and got rid of all this, we were eating, you can say, or maybe you can say being eaten by, however you want to look at it, but we were dealing with both the Chinese and the Americans and the Russians. And so we've been able to maintain that kind of, nah, you can't tell us who to be friends with. That kind of.
So you had American and Chinese military over there, or did y'all go to China, or how was that?
So I'm just pulling it up here so I can speak, because you know this is like
Yeah, I know it was
history.
a lot. Yeah, going back, because your independence 62 or maybe even later than that. I'm not sure. I know Nigeria is 1960. Um, some of the other Saharan countries didn't really start getting their independence mid 60s, early 70s. Oh, okay, A9. Yeah, I check it out on the Gmail update in the settings. Yeah, I'm getting my bird time, man. Yeah, I think he's looking up some info on the browser. He may have went out for a second. But yeah, that's what we need, man. We don't. We cool on the Hollywood stuff. We would prefer some on the ground news on the motherland, on the continent. I think this probably was the most comprehensive info just in the last 10 minutes that we've gotten in a while, as far as I can remember. I know a lot of the people from the other sector on search for Haruru Dynasty. They normally go back and forth to Ghana. I don't know about Ethiopia. I know they had a Uganda trip a few months ago. But yeah, it's kind of hit and miss and scarce in terms of actually being informed and updated on the different events in the political climate, the social climate in the area.
You've heard about the Toure stuff, right?
Yeah, he had the trip to Moscow with Putin a couple months ago, I think. But
Okay, actually,
yeah,
this is a good opportunity, guys. Can I ask you guys, what do you see about Africa? Like, what do you see, like, in your news or whatever? What do you get to see about Africa? Any part of it?
it's gonna be secondhand. I mean, like in that, I don't think he speaks fluent English yet, so some of the translations uh, he's trying to liberate the people over there away from the French uh, colonists. Some of the neighboring countries, Mali.
Dev, let me ask you. Let me
Yeah.
ask this: like, where do you see it? Like, do you? I mean, I'm asking, like, do they show it on the news? Do you have
Oh
to
no,
on social
they don't
media?
show
Like,
no TV, no zero TV. All the news on TV, CNN, Fox, the major networks. It's only bad news. They only show earthquake, famine, destruction, coup, like you said. Uh, you know, you know, that no,
so that's what I'm asking.
no,
The Kenya,
yeah.
is the Kenya thing on the news? Have any of you
On,
seen something about
all the
Kenya?
stuff is only on the internet. I have Kenya TV on my YouTube. Subscribe. I have Arise. I have uh, you know a lot of different African media, which is some of that is still controlled, but that's primarily what we have in America. So no, the TV in America does not have this selection of African news or Nigerian TV. That it's not available. I think they do show one service offers African movies and Bollywood type of stuff, but yeah, we they don't really promote anything African. Nothing Caribbean, nothing from the diaspora on mainstream.
So again, I'm trying to figure it out, right? Like in our TV, in our media, like television, because the internet basically you can curate yourself what your own experience. But when we go
Yeah.
to like television and radio, right? You have you're gonna have channels playing Tanzanian movies, Tanzanian music. Like a person can just watch Tanzanian media content all day and never have to learn another language or know about. I mean, they're gonna know about other things, but they don't have to learn another language or anything. But there's also like American movies or Western movies and all that, and there's most of it you can get like we got like street studios where people. You remember, you guys used to you remember the CD era where people would, just burn the CDs. We have studios where people just, you come there with a flash and they
Yeah.
just copy the movie for you. And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know, in $1 for a movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So instead of that, so so you can get like American movies, you can get whatever movies, you can get Western, you can get Eastern, you can get Japanese, whatever that you can get on the internet. So to that ways. But on the TV, you're gonna see Tanzanian content, you're gonna see some American movies, some channel playing some American movies, you're gonna see some Indian content, some channel playing like the TVs, the dramas, the whatever, some Chinese content, some channels, you're gonna see like whether it's translated or not, but you're gonna see some of them. So I'm curious, like for the America now, like the average American TV experience or media experience, is it solely just like state and national? So it's just American stuff, or
Yeah,
do you guys
yeah.
like?
Yeah, we got 350 million people, so they're not going to give you access to, UK, Great Britain, Chinese, Indian, Australia. Some of the providers, offer independent based on the package. You can get advanced package or premium. But yeah, it's gonna be 1,000 American channels. Old TV shows like you said, westerns from the '60s, comedy, some of the older sci-fi, Star Trek. Some of the '80s, Cosby, and mostly it's going to be reruns, like you said, movies, uh, entertainment, sports, music, and some of the higher productions with the premium service. But you got Hulu, you got Amazon Prime, Spotify. I mean, we have the streaming is probably a little bit more popular now since the cell phone and the internet is a little bit more accessible. So not as popular now for the TV, if you will. But most of everything
Yeah.
that we see in Africa, in UK, in Asia, Taiwan, China, Japan, Russia, Moscow, Brazil, we only see that on the internet, not the TV.
Damn. A
Yeah,
1,000 American channels.
1,000 channels. Yeah.
Wow, good. And you do have the history and the population and the variety to pull off all of that. So you don't
Yeah.
have a single channel from a foreign language, right? You're not gonna find a channel that
The Latinos have Telemundo. There's a huge Latino population in California and Texas. So yeah, it's a few Latino channels down there. They got Telemundo, ESPN, Deportes, maybe some media, Spanish movies. Yeah, but that's it. Yeah, yeah. No Canadian, no Caribbean, nothing else.
Chinese, no Chinese.
No Asian, no.
Or Hebrew.
No.
No Asian.
No.
Yeah, because I mean I understand they're minorities, but there is a presence of Indians and Chinese and all that. So I'm just wondering, they all have been Americanized that way, right? They all just watch American content.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's kind of like it's like in China, they kind of censor, right? They don't want stuff from the
Yeah.
outside coming in.
Yeah.
But it's basically, it seems like America has been doing that for the longest, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not by like law or force, but maybe by sheer, and maybe also by force, by law. But it seems
Yeah,
like you've been doing
by
that.
law. Yeah. Yeah. Before internet, obviously nothing. Maybe Los Angeles, California had some Spanish programming, but for the rest of the country, yeah, all American, no foreign anything on TV.
The Italians, I mean, so the Sopranos is a big one, but it's American. So everything you can do whatever you can make it Chinese or whatever, but make it in English is basically has been the way.
Yeah. Like I said, before the internet, before streaming, we only had TV. So if you only have TV, no internet, then yeah, it's all American. Now,
No, okay. Like my question. So can I just like anime, right? So is
yeah,
anime only internet, or like Dragon Ball Z isn't it before the internet? So I'm asking, was there like dubbed versions of it on TV? Like, did you have Asian
only
cartoons or Japanese anime
yeah, only
in
American
English?
versions though. Yeah, we did not get the direct Asian anime on TV.
They dubbed
So
that, but
yeah, so in America now, lot more people now are less TV. Not people are not watching
yeah.
TV. Yeah, just because you have more stuff on the internet. So you got 1,000 channels on your TV. You got 10,000 on the internet. So same price. Or why pay for cable or TV when you can have more channels on the internet plus the same in what you watch on TV. So not a lot of people, not as much as before, I would say, unless you just like to have the remote. You don't have smart
Okay.
TV or whatever. Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to understand something here. Like, whenever I say, whenever it's like I'm trying to understand propaganda here, right? Because whenever I bring up stuff like the Boondocks or whatever, people say, I get a lot of the it's propaganda, right? And my
Hmm.
question is, whose propaganda is it for? Like, is it for me?
For
Because
white people,
I'm an
yeah,
outsider.
it's for the
Yeah,
entertainment of
but
white people. Yeah.
yeah, so it seems like yeah, so it seems yeah, it's for white people. It's for
Yeah.
propaganda for controlling the American within America, right? So they controls the perspective. So I'm asking, for example, even our national channel news, right? Let's talk about,
Yeah.
like, we have the national TBC. It's called Tanzania
Yeah.
Broadcasting Corporation,
Yeah.
and in the news, it's gonna have local news. It's gonna have international news.
Yeah.
International news is gonna talk about what's happening in America, whether what's happening in China, something big, whatever,
Mhm.
something maybe happening in Africa, but outside of Tanzania. And then we're
Mhm.
gonna talk about also the local stuff. So,
Mhm.
do you have that at all, or do you never even talk about the
Yeah.
international
Same.
stuff, or when you say international, do
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
focus
Yeah.
on?
Same. Yeah. Same control news. Only with local, like you said, in the neighborhood, here in the cities. Maybe something big in New York City or Los Angeles, Chicago, whatever. And like I said, if you have a coup in Congo, Nigeria, if you have a riot in Mali or something, yeah, that they'll show that. But yeah, we're not going to know about bills being passed or a reform movement, uh, a new development for your STEM program or your engineering program there. We're not going to know anything about that. Uh,
Okay, so for
and
example,
yeah,
let me ask this, because I remember reading it on BBC. The previous late president Magufuli he had a reputation. They called him the bulldozer president of of Tanzania. Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard that. Yeah, where he
Yeah.
literally
So
bulldozed some properties while somebody was still in it.
no, not really. No,
Oh,
he
okay.
was just he was bulldozing, let's say, the government. You know, it's like you can like Trump, let's say, bulldoze.
Yeah.
But nah, it was like, yeah. So it's like the same sentiments with like Trump, but again, he was a nationalist. He was a nationalist in an
Yeah.
era where, and this is, you know, globalism. Now we can talk as things that happen everywhere. In an era
Yeah.
where it's more globalism and more elitist, he was a nationalist,
Yeah.
and by doing so, he went a lot of against a lot of the people, you know, the elites, you can say,
Mm-hmm.
here internally and externally. So that guy, our late president, he had enemies within the country,
Yeah.
within the government,
Yeah.
and outside the country. You know, with the big guys like China, like, you know, the US, like all these
Yeah.
companies that you're talking about, the mineral rights. He actually kicked out like a South African company. He
Mm-hmm.
exposed a lot of corruption schemes from big people. You know. He would,
Mm-hmm.
dude, you know what he would do? He would wake up. You know, every day we were listening. You know, we were just waiting to see what is this guy doing next, because he would go into an office or he would go into a hospital with no prior warning, right? He just go there and he's like, why are patients sleeping on the floor? Why is this that? Where's the you're fired? Like he'd come to a department, you know, live, and he'd catch them sleeping, and they were
Yeah.
fired on the spot. Somebody, you know, and it was a problem, bro. It was a thing where corruption was off the scale, and the rich were rich and the poor were poor. So there was this whole thing, and he came in and he did the job for the poor people, and the people loved him. The people, as in the common people, although it was tough for us. The economy was tough and everything. There was a saying, you know, that he tightened up. He put a lock on the economy because, yeah, it was tough. And he told us it was tough, and people are complaining. But still, bro, I'm telling you, people loved that guy because he was a true nationalist. So I'm wondering, like, have you even heard of that guy?
Like I said, I try to cover the whole continent, and just based on, you know, like the stuff that you have told me that he's done, that news is not published as much as riots, destruction, corruption. I get more of that in my, you know, algorithm, if you will. Um, that's why I said,
Yeah.
if you have contact
Most
with
of us
somebody
saw
who's there, yeah, you're there. So I don't have to worry about search or filter or trying to discover or you know, see if it's, you know, propaganda or
yeah,
not.
man.
You're just telling me without, yeah, you know. So, but to answer your
Yeah,
question, I
man.
mean, that's it's always been like that. So not just for Tanzania, for the entire rest of the planet. You know, so um, some of the same stuff that you know, you hear us talking about how your perspective is in America. We were trying to do that, you know, the other day. You know, the same thing, not just with Africa, but also with UK, also with China, with Russia, and you know, every place else on the globe. All the people in America going through media, and if media is only going to show you the bad things, corruption, you know, hocus pocus, then you're gonna go around thinking, well, that's all they do in these countries, the Middle East, you know, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. I mean, people are thinking that they walk around with camels, even in 2025. I mean, there's just that's all they show us. So if you don't know, nobody's there. You're not on the internet. We're not live. Like we're live. We're not gonna know. You know. So yeah.
Yeah, man.
We
Like
need, we need,
it's
we need
funny you
these
said that,
updates.
bro.
We need these updates every day, man. I'm telling you. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Like on the flip side, right? Like Dubai, you hear a lot about Dubai, and it's a good place, and this and that, and you see a lot of posts. But I had my homie now. Like he went there like just last year, and I hadn't actually talked to him for a minute, and then we just connected live like like a week ago, a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he was telling me, man, like, yo, that's bull BS, man. Like, shit
Yeah.
ain't even like that. Like, there's no
Hmm.
money here for like if you're coming to get bread, there's no money. Maybe if you're coming to spend and all that, but you know, he was telling me it's not as kind. It's just again, it's there's always an image being portrayed, right? And it's unless you have a person actually on the grounds you can talk to, yeah, you're in the doubt.
Yeah. I don't know if you remember back in 20, I think it was 2020, 2021. There was a black girl from Texas over here in States. She was a contractor driving trucks, and she was on Instagram, and she was, I guess, yelling loud or talk back to the police. They threw her in jail, and we thought they were going to kill her. I mean, we didn't know. We were like, oh, you can't really, you know, act like that over there in Dubai. I mean, you work over there. I'm pretty sure they gave you the rules. So, I mean, there's nothing we can do. I mean, we could protest, but, you know, you're over there in Dubai. You're from Texas. I mean, it's not the same thing, but they end up sending her back. She lost her job, but we were just glad that, you know, they didn't kill her. But, you know, like I said, we didn't know. But yeah, I've heard that about Dubai, even when they was building it. When they were building it, uh, I wasn't on YouTube. I was on you know, a few other programs back in 2004, 2005, before Obama, during George Bush, right after 9/11, and they were telling me workers were working, some were not getting paid, uh, some workers were getting injured, some workers were getting killed. They didn't care. It was almost like slave camp during
Yeah,
construction.
man.
Yeah,
For the immigrants, especially for like for the foreigners, especially, right? Or
yeah,
yeah, man. I think they've taken advantage of you know they've taken advantage of the reputation for you know for opportunity or whatever. It's the same thing maybe with America, bro. It's
yeah.
like here is this country, you know. Here, yeah, come here, you'll do this and that, and then you get there, and then yeah, a cracker wants to pay you, you know, 10 cents an hour and tell you to sleep, and it's the same thing, bro.
Hmm.
So yeah, my friend I was expecting him to be like, let me tell I was expecting, you know, you hear somebody from Tanzania, you know, went from Tanzania is in Dubai now. You haven't
Hmm.
talked to him for a while, right? And
Hmm.
you expect, you know, when you talk, you know, he's upper level, but it's telling me like, bro, it's nothing. I'm doing nothing. I'm getting paid a lot, but then I'm paying a lot. But what I'm left with is nothing, and there's no mobility. Like they work 6 hours, no, 6 days a week, bro. Is it
Hmm.
six? Yeah,
Yeah.
6 days a week from 8 to 5, 8 to 5 days a week. For the money wasn't even that great, bro. And then
Yeah.
so yeah, it's a
Yeah. So I've heard some of those stories as well. It's not a place that I never wanted. I was never fascinated by finding out Dubai, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, even Egypt. I know a lot of people talk about the pyramids, but there's so many more places in Africa that I would prefer before going to the deserts and looking at a couple of pyramids that nobody does anything with. I mean, they're just there. I mean, like, what do I need to go there for? I want to go to see
It's a hassle.
people. Yeah, I want to go see people on the street, some shops, festivals, culture, new development. It's
Investment. I think that's the
investments.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I agree with globalism in the sense of, yeah, man. Now we got internet, we got mobility. You can talk to somebody here, there. You got airplanes. You can book. You got Bitcoin. You got everything. So I agree with globalization in the fact that sovereignty for the individual. I'm always about the individual. So if you can be more free, if you can go that place and get a passport there and there, and you get a piece of land this place, and you set yourself up where you're like, the world is truly yours. Nobody can really stop you. One country f's up, I just don't like it. Even if it gets hot and you don't like it, you just up, you go where you wanna be, and you got interest there, actual interest. You're not there just as a because the whole tourism thing, again, it's just a hassle. There was
yeah,
a movement, travel the world and you'll find yourself and know yourself and all this, and you go and spend, and they know you're a foreigner, so they get that bag out of you in so many different ways, bro. And then you have nothing to show for it other than pictures. Yeah, man. So investing, being able to like actual, again, as you said, like get involved with the community, get the people, get to know people. Like I wouldn't, want to come to America based off of the movies. But now you can tell, I can talk to people now to the, I
yeah,
can talk to and be like, yo, so what do I need to do? I can actually gauge it even if it's worth it or whatever. So
yeah,
yeah, just to that point.
yeah, yeah. I think they got a Bollywood channel on YouTube. They show some of those movies on there, some series. I used to watch them when I first got on YouTube.
You said
Uh,
Bollywood?
yes, Bollywood.
Yeah, good.
Am I saying it right? Nollywood. Is it Bollywood or Nollywood?
There's both. Bollywood is the
Yeah,
Indians, bro.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nollywood, the Nigeria. Which
Yeah,
one are you talking about?
Nollywood.
Yo, Nollywood had some gems. They had there was a golden era. I remember back then when we had the VHS tapes, right? The VHS tapes. Bollywood, no, I mean Nollywood was making a killing, even in
Yeah.
Tanzania. Like, yeah, and even our markets were booming up, bro. I remember there was a collaboration of like one of our biggest stars, our biggest movie stars, uh, Bongowood. For us, we call it man. So for us, we call it bongo wood. So
Oh,
another
okay.
word for Tanzania,
Yeah.
yeah, another word for Tanzania is bongo. Well, basically, the Dar es Salaam is bongo, which I
Oh,
think, I
okay.
don't know, maybe it comes from the bongo drums being
Yeah.
associated with Africa. But
Hmm.
yeah, so we call it bongo. So this is bongo wood. And there was a time, man, the industry was actually picking up, man. The time of the VHS tapes before even the CDs. Like
You
I
going all the way
remember
back,
watching a
all
lot.
the way back to the '80s, or maybe the '90s.
I remember some very scary Nollywood movies because they were famous for the drama, for the horror films, like for the the witchcraft type,
Yes.
yo, and the
Yeah.
comedies and the comedy. And
Yeah.
you ever see the two they're called Alien Popo? You ever heard of it?
Yeah. I probably seen some snips. They used
Yeah,
to be like an hour long.
the
Yeah.
yeah, the
Mhm.
short guys, the short, I don't know, dwarves, midgets, but the short guys, they're very funny, bro. There was a time that was there was a time I think we were watching more Nollywood than even American movies or whatever
Yeah,
in
man.
Tanzania.
Hmm.
But it fell off. You know, I think globalization, I don't know, it fell.
Yeah, this would have been for me. I don't remember titles. Maybe 2014, 2012. Right around towards the end of Obama. Oh, the second Obama term. Because it wasn't available. I mean, there was just I didn't know nothing about Nollywood or anything production in Africa as far as production studio movies till after 2009. Like I said, you guys are just now getting high speed internet in 2009. So there was one platform I used to go to. There used to be a couple of guys that used to go to the cafe in 2008, maybe 2007. But they didn't have a good connection and they could only stay on maybe 20, 30 minutes and that's it. We didn't see them till another week, another month, the next year. And
Oh, I
so,
remember that.
yeah.
I remember the internet cafe days, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, man. There used to be one guy
Yo,
who
I
used to take his
remember.
whole the one guy used to take his
Yeah.
whole family to the cafe. I was like, man, you got your whole family at the cafe? What's going on? Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah.
Gosh. Yeah, you just triggered like a early memory type shit, bro. You're like for real.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh man.
I've been into computers for a while, man. I'm a little bit older guy, but I've been on the internet since way back 90, 96, 95, even slow for America. And yeah, it just wasn't even they didn't have no microphone, no camera. It was only type, only text. That's it. And then in 1998, Yahoo only a select place had voice. And then maybe after 2000, after 9/11, the web camera, it was very kind of slow. And then you really didn't see another explosion until, like you said, at 2008, 2009, when the infrastructure got a little bit broader. But yeah, we were only talking to people in Canada. There was a couple of people in Brazil, maybe a couple of people in London. But the people in London, they worked, good paying jobs. It wasn't the everyday person that was getting on the internet and talking with people in America back in those days. But nobody from Africa, nobody from India, nobody from China, nobody from Japan. We didn't know nothing. So maybe 2010, maybe 2009 if you had a good system. So yeah, we were very, very happy to see that it was other regular people working every day. You got families. You're not trying to do anything destructive. And like I said, people were just trying to find out, hey, what's happening on your side of the planet Earth, yo?
Yeah, man. It's like I mean, I like hearing the way you're telling that story, man. It's like discovering alien civilization
That's what
exists,
it
you
was.
know.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
we
man.
only see it on TV. I mean, how many times you're going to show the same old depressing clip of somebody, starving in Cambodia, different parts of Africa. You never show, development, education, uh,
you only show the bad things on TV, and yeah, I know me, I got tired of it. I was watching it ever since the 70s. Even during apartheid, we didn't know what was going on down there in Johannesburg and Cape Town. We didn't know. We only saw the bad things. We didn't even know Mandela was, president until way later. Like, I know it was news, but we didn't get the news right away. So
Oh yeah, man. But yeah, man, that's wow. It's like again, it's like an alien civilization. Yeah, you knew nothing, and again, the whole thing with the starving Africans, right?
yeah,
Again, it's an agenda, it's a hustle. So somebody is showing you that to get, feed, give me $1, man, and we can help this kid, bro. Don't you want to feed
they
this
were
hungry
racking up
kid? Come
too,
on.
man. They were racking up. They would show it every night, 2-3 times a night. The same show from the 70s to the 80s to the 90s, maybe even now. That's the same goddamn program. I mean, no problem.
That's how
Credit
they get
card.
you. Late at night.
Yep.
They get you late at night when you're depressed and you're watching TV, or you're happy, you're watching TV,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
boom, the starving kid. Man, look at you eating your pizza, man. See
Yep.
the starving kid over here, man. Come on, man.
Yep.
Yeah, they're playing with your emotions, and it's just I don't know whether it's part of the programming, or I mean, because I studied that shit when I was young. I'm like, damn, but I just never like understood. Like, I mean, damn, they don't got no food. Why is this shit
Yeah.
created?
Yeah. They left all that invasion and the robbing of the resources out. They wouldn't tell you that, and they still don't tell you that.
And please, I mean, still, that's not the. I mean, there's truth to it, right? There were starving people. There are starving people everywhere, somewhere. I mean, somewhere. At some time,
Yeah.
there's always gonna be a starving child, right? And yes, it was more there. But the fact is that they would only show you that, right? They wouldn't show you, like you said, they didn't show you maybe an achievement. Today Tanzania they did this and this, or the first plane in Tanzania, or whatever. Or in South Africa today, as you said, Mandela was released from prison and became president. Like the fact that maybe they only focused on that, and there's money attached to it. Like they're showing you that to tell you to do something, which is give them money, and
Yeah.
somehow they're gonna make it all better, and you're gonna feel better about yourself. That's man, they did a number on both of us, maybe.
Yeah. So, like I said, I understand your concept of globalism, and for me, by me knowing, in terms of the food situation, especially the genetic modified chemical processing. I mean, most Americans are not even eating organic, fertilized agriculture. So even with that, the amount of food that is wasted, the amount of food that is thrown away, uh, is way the time. I mean, it's just massive. I don't even know if you can measure it. I have been seeing this all my life, though. I'm over 50, and ever since I was a child, I see garbage cans from houses, apartment buildings, businesses, schools, wherever I go. The garbage can is just so much food behind the restaurant. So much food. I mean, everywhere I go, big city, small town, no matter what, the waste of the food is just ridiculous. So you cannot tell me, most powerful military, you have embassies and military bases in 161 different countries, and you can't provide
a slice of bread or a bowl of noodles to one country once a month for less. You have to keep showing this program night after night. So yeah, even as a child, I had the same sentiments. It's propaganda. It's a scam. Hopefully, I didn't know back when I was a kid. I was just like hoping, hey, I hope that's an actor. I hope that they're really not starving. But what can I do? I'm just a kid. I didn't know. So yeah. Yeah, America wastes food. They don't really promote health. They charge us for health. I don't know if you were here earlier. Uh, the universal health care. I mean, it's a little bit cheaper now, but coming up in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, 2000s, even before Obama, just a simple checkup. Yeah, you're gonna pay $500, 500 US dollars for an X-ray, $1,000 for dental. I mean, it's just massive cost for pills everywhere. It's ridiculous. So you combine that with the unhealthy diet situation, and you got a whole nation of 350 million people just practicing unhealthy lifestyles, passing it down to their kids. It's a recipe for disaster. I don't understand where it's supposed to be this democracy and end up prosperous if you're not really teaching things that are going to, have you healthy and most efficient out of life. So I have a different perspective when I look at capitalism, globalism, imperialism, and the things that money is used to manipulate and control basic things that are provided by the earth. I mean, there's only one purpose for it, and that is to manipulate another human being. And for me, regardless of what religion you believe in, that's going to be wrong no matter what. So I'll just leave it like that. Yo. What's up with it? Go in the chat. I see him, bro.
I agree. I agree because I worked in a hospital before as a dietary aide, and they rather you throw away a whole pan of lasagna basically instead of you taking it home and feeding your kids and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's gluttony, and
Wow.
it's gluttony and waste. It's gluttony and greedy. There's a lot of people who are. I mean, I have seen in a food bank where I'm waiting in line, right? And I took this old lady to get the whatever around. I try to do my service as much as I can for the community. So I was helping this old black lady. She liked to go to the homeless shelter. I mean, homeless food bank, whatever, the local food bank, and was waiting in line. And I heard this white man say to his wife, "No one better not touch that pecan pie." And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, wow. Yeah, I was actually a little bit surprised about the mentality people have, with these help, these, it's crazy.
I get what you're saying, but okay, and this I do want to talk about this, right? Now maybe we can talk about this because I don't know if you know about Ayn Rand, Dev. Have you heard of Ayn Rand?
Is that a company?
Yeah.
I know she's a philosopher, right? She wrote the book Atlas
Oh,
Shrugged,
you saying?
and
Oh,
the
you saying
founder
Anne Ryan?
Ayn Rand or something.
A.N.
Forgive my
Ryan.
pronunciation.
That's okay.
No, it's Rand, but Ayn Rand.
Oh, okay.
AYNRAND.
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
Rand.
actually, I'm not familiar. Actually, go ahead though.
So yeah, she's an author, right? She fled from the family fled from the Soviet Union as he was falling, and then she went to America. She grew up in America, and she was an author. She wrote The Fountainhead. She wrote Atlas Shrugged. I think is the best well known. And
Oh yeah,
she's a
yeah. I know
founder
you're
of
talking
this.
about now. Yeah, I am familiar. My bad. Yeah, yeah. I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, but you see what she's talking about is what I consider America, and that's what has been lost, right? Because America, by the Constitution, by the founding fathers, it's supposed to, everybody is free. The human right, the rights of the individual to be free from rule of the majority, whatever. And as according even to Ayn Rand herself, they went wrong in the constitution, or according to her they need another amendment which prohibits congress from interfering with business. Like that's the biggest problem you have, where socialism basically is the biggest problem with America right now. And America right now is running on a sort of dual system, right? So it's not capitalism, because according to Ayn Rand, the system that America fundamentally should be running by is laissez-faire capitalism. Let the market do whatever it will. Let people be free. But we know that in America, that's not the case, right? America regulates the market, regularly bails out companies that have proven themselves to be bloated up and wasteful. And it taxes people. There shouldn't even be taxes. I mean, that's why you had America, right? To get away from the Boston Tea Party, from the taxes. But these taxes, which are then turned around and then decided by a committee who had no part in the production of that money. And this is what I was talking about the other day. I think we were talking about money and fiat money and debt, right? Because the people who end up making decision on what to spend this money on, they had nothing to do with the production of that money. They have no idea how to make money. And she says America is the only country that says making money, because philosophically that implies something, that you can create value out of nothing. You don't need, like, America is the only place really where you can start from nothing and become somebody by by putting up your own bootstrap, by producing. Fundamentally that's the idea, but we can say that's not the case. That's not how it's run. So socialism is what is killing America from within, and it's a problem. It's a fundamental flaw within the founding documents. Yeah, something to that effect.
So
Yeah,
are
I
you
get
trying
what
to
you're
say
talking
that
about.
family? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead,
No,
Dad.
no, go ahead, Ms. Dim.
When he says socialism, I mean, are you saying that it's like family or something like that? Is that what you're saying? It's run
No,
by.
socialism. Socialism. Maybe you can explain the. First of all, can you hear me? There's a mosque going
Yeah.
on behind. You can still
Yeah.
hear me, right? So socialism. Yeah, man. Yeah. Anyway, so we have socialism is this, right? Again, I was talking about president, our founding president Nyerere, and he had a philosophy of socialism called ujamaa in Swahili, which is basically like familyhood or like neighborlyhood, right? Where he tried to establish these villages, right, called the ujamaa villages or the family village, whatever in English, right? Where all of us would have like a village farm, and we would all collectively work on that farm. When it comes to planting, we all go plant the farm. When it comes to harvest, we go harvest the farm. When it came to resources, now, what is gotten, we have to distribute equally.
Yeah, I get it. I
No
get
one
it.
person should have anything on their own. Yeah, exactly. So no individuals, no one person should have anything on their own or anything like that. No, we're doing this together. We are yoked to each other. That's socialism. And it failed. That experiment failed. We had to adopt capitalism. So the next president that came in actually opened up and said everything now free because people are hiding sugar. You couldn't buy sugar. I mean, you had to buy a certain amount of sugar. It was crazy. It doesn't work as in principle. So that
But
is
does
the
it work?
problem
Can
that
I
I
say
see with
something?
America.
Can I ask you something real quickly? Does it work for as far as local, not national, not federal, but like local, state wise? Would it work at that level? The socialism?
I was talking about villages and it failed. A village was
Oh,
just farming and
okay.
people are running away because if I can farm, twice as fast and twice as hard as the next guy,
Okay.
and he looks at me and he sees me as a meal ticket, he's just gonna coast by. I'm gonna do his work. People are running away. Yeah, it doesn't work. And
Yeah.
this, I think, is the problem with.
Yeah, you somewhat correct in terms of the overall systems. It is kind of a hybrid, a mix, socialism, capitalism. Uh, no, definitely no true democracy. The people, we go to the vote, but uh, what what the people want in the different cities, even local, definitely not federal, but even the local, primarily the candidates you see in New York right now. That's an Indian guy. That was not even heard of. I would say even 5, 6 years ago, New York City, you got a leading primary candidate for mayor, and he's Indian. Nah, they would have rioted it. That would cause a riot in New York City. Q will tell you whenever he comes, he'll tell you. Shit.
I mean, we got shook when Sotomayor was the Supreme Judge. That was,
Right.
it was like, wow, damn.
Yeah. So when you mix the two, you still have even double the chances of corruptions and people getting frustrated. Like you said, it's kind of a strain on the systems. Um, with each individual being heavily in debt, like no matter what, you're going to pay for medical, you're going to pay for basic education, you got to pay for child care, you got to pay for every little bowl of soup and noodle.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
yeah, no matter what. I mean, geez, even if you retire at 55, 60, 70 years old. I mean, what you're gonna have enough to do what? Social security, retirement pension. That's gonna be enough to pay for what? No, the cost of food, the cost of transportation, the cost of living is not the same in 1995 or 2004. It's going to be different in 2030, 2050. I mean, $2, $3 for a loaf of bread. Bread is going to be $10 in 2040, 2050. So,
Eggs is a perfect example.
I mean, yeah, we saw the eggs go up to $20 for 12, and that was ridiculous. And now we have recall. I'm not even doing the recalls like I should be doing, but I mean, every single day there's a new food item on recall. I think rice, right off the top of my head, Natural Meals recall on rice just went out June 25th. I don't remember the states, but yeah, keep posted on that.
Recalling rice.
That's what I'm saying. We never
I'm
had a
sorry.
recall for rice in the United States in their history. As far as I'm concerned, man, this shit is crazy, man. We had eggs, tomatoes,
What does that make?
cucumbers, lettuce,
I don't get it.
every single day. It's a new food item every day on the recall for salmonella, listeria, all types of diseases and bacteria. What's happening, man? Are we gonna run out of food? What's happening? I don't know what's going on there.
Most of the vegetables and fruits you see, they mostly are imported. The produce is imported from
Yeah,
China, and I see
yeah,
that they slowly. Go
yeah,
ahead, hon.
yeah. China owns Smithfield Pork Company. They've been owning that for at least 10 years, a good 10 years. We imported a lot of stuff. I mean, that's the problem. We import food, we import commodities, we import people. I mean, most of America is import. If you really want to get down to it, but we can go back as far as the 18th century when they first started doing the tobacco with the slaves on the East Coast. The Carolinas, I know, is known for tobacco roll, but the English uh, worked the slaves so hard they didn't even keep up with the equipment. It got contaminated, and they didn't know how to do the tobacco. They had to import the tobacco, even back in the 1800s. They had to import the cotton at some point until they got the cotton gin. It was kind of ridiculous, but yeah, if they closed the borders to the U.S., America would implode in a couple of weeks. There would be no uh, farming, no agriculture. The cities would riot and implode. It would be a hell if we weren't able to have access to all the stuff that we import from different areas. Like I said, we get most of our petroleum and gas and fuel from Canada, even though we have oil reserves here. And we have a lifetime oil supply in Arabia. They like to call it Saudi Arabia, but I told you about the agreement between President Franklin Roosevelt back in 1945 with King Ibn Saud. Gave him free oil forever, and we gave him military protection for protection and security forever, for whatever purpose. So you have a U.S. military base right there in Dhahran, on the eastern coast of Saudi Arabia. So we never had to worry about oil.
Actually, Trump, he confessed to that. He said, "Oh yeah, what he called it, black gold or some shit like that."
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to. Yeah, we got plenty of this. We got plenty of that.
Yeah.
As I understood it, that the tariffs, which he's actually telling us about it, because they always have to deal with tariffs. Biden, every president always got their shit with tariffs. But I thought that he was putting restrictions on the tariffs is because so everything can be more bought in the United States, because that's part of his Make America Great Deal package, whatever you want, agenda, whatever. But yeah, that was I don't know whether do we have a really clear understanding of tariffs. And maybe I'm speaking for myself, I should say.
No, the tariffs are all a game. They don't, that's all for sure. Nobody is buying or generating any type of revenue. Since he's done that tariff game, he hasn't closed one single deal. China, Canada, London, UK, India. Nobody's. Nobody. Everybody outside the U.S. They do not need America to do anything. They cool. It's 2025. I could see if it was earlier 20th century, back in the Reconstruction days, maybe 1890, World War One, maybe in the early 50s, but nobody needs America for anything. Iran, Israel, London, Central and South America, even Canada, UK, Russia. Nobody needs to get anything from America. We don't need nothing. Cell phones, electric car technology, agriculture, especially. What do they need to buy from America besides military weapons? Maybe that's it.
Or what
You
do
don't
we
need
need to buy
nothing.
from them?
By the
Huh?
way, I don't know about. I've heard the myth, but isn't the weapons and the weapons developed by the Israeli, or what? What? How does the Israeli fit in with
Only,
the
only
U.S.?
the only the Israelis, only the communications. Most of that Iron Dome stuff that's American corporation, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and Northrop Grumman. So most of those rockets are American. But when you get into the spy technology, maybe the wireless cameras and stuff like that, I think some of that stuff is Israeli. But for the most part, most countries or markets around the world, they don't need they won't be like shut down or crumbled if America just closes the door and says, "Oh, we're not going to sell you anything." No, it's the other way around. If America decides not to import, then like I said, I'm saying 2 weeks, but realistically, it may be quicker than that. It may be a couple of hours, Joe. And this whole fucking country is gonna go implode like a box of Play-Doh. Like seriously.
Oh my God.
Straight the fuck up, yo.
Wow.
Now, somebody in the chat just said other countries definitely want access to American consumer market, which is true, but that doesn't make it a good thing necessarily.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's saying that he wants companies and people in America to buy from other countries. So yeah, that's it. They don't need to come to America for commodities. They're coming to America for what? For steel, for gold, for tree lumber, plastics, nothing. Everything is available in Africa. Everything else is available all over the world. Gold, uranium, plutonium.
And including the market itself. Like that's what he doesn't understand. The market now is
the market. Yeah, you built up the New York Stock Exchange. You built up those markets. Yeah, but if you close the doors, if you shut it off, the other countries are not going to implode or fold. America will, though. They will fold very quickly. Japan has $1.1 trillion in U.S. Treasury bills. China has 900 billion. The UK has a large chunk. If America closes doors, if they dump their treasury bonds, then that's on America. That's it. America needs the world because that's what they built up. That's their ideology. They passed that on from previous political parties and economic specialists. They built it up like that. Yeah, that can only go so long. President Nixon took us off the U.S. Gold market back in '72. So our dollar is strictly depending on who we can trick to owe us money. If we can convince another country or another company that, hey, you owe us money, we're cool. But if they say, fuck it, I owe you, but I'm not gonna never pay you, there's nothing that we can do. What we're gonna do? Threaten them with the military? We used to say back in the 50s and 60s, hey, if you don't let us do this in your country, we're gonna nuke you. Look what we did to Japan and China, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That used to work. That's not gonna work now. That's not gonna work no more, man.
But are they still trying to use that method though?
Well, there are other things that came into play over the course of time, but if America threatens to nuke somebody in 2025, what are they gonna do? They can still say no. So what is America gonna do? Prove a point? They're gonna nuke somebody in 2025? Yeah, this crazy motherfucker here in Washington D.C. now. Yeah. Go ahead
But
and
that's
push
the
the
thing,
button.
right?
I'm cool. I mean, what can we do? Nothing.
But that's the thing. That's the position that America has put itself in, because yes, you, this is the problem with the mixed system, right? Because instead of focusing on manufacturing of goods and products, right, you offshored that, and the only thing you really focused on is might, which I'm saying this is the socialism part in it. Because without that, again, this guy say is talking about you are the biggest customer base, right? You are the biggest buyers. But then we have to ask after a while, yes, it's like a guy who got an inheritance. Yes, you're a good customer base, but if you're not really making anything, after a while, bro, you're gonna run out of that money because you're a great buyer. What are you selling? Again, right? What are you selling? And I see America now is only the master of weapons, and maybe the new we got platforms like this, YouTube, Instagram, and whatnot. But again, those aren't really exclusive to America. We got like VK, we got WeChat, we got all other, and even the biggest ones. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg isn't really an American, which again kind of ties into the whole, yeah, Boeing and Lockheed are American by name, but are they really American or are they Israeli established in America? That part.
Yeah, I mean, look at the name. I mean, just I mean, basically, I mean, Elon is from Africa.
No, he's Dutch. Elon is Dutch.
Truly, probably so, but I don't know why they put
Yeah.
that like he is from Africa. I mean, why? What's the point of that?
What?
No, they say that Elon Musk is from Africa. That he's from Africa. Okay, and Dev said now that he's Dutch. Same with what's it, Kimbala? What's her name? Kimbala Harris. We didn't know whether she was a black woman or she said she's an Indian, and we don't know what she is. She's a mutt. I know she's a damn mutt. But it was like, what the hell? I'm just saying, it's like something's wrong here. I mean, I even read
Yeah,
that
man. But
Israel. Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead. No, go ahead. I don't want to jibber jabber.
Uh, Actually, I was just gonna say, so the Zuckerberg. I mean, Zuckerberg is the American or is the Israel? I don't know. I'm also gonna just jibber jab. I think I forgot what my point was.
Okay. Well, I was just saying Israel. I mean, I have done research previous years that what I researched on was that Israel is the number one in really inventions, and they created, like this, like Deb said earlier, the cell phone, but they created a lot of other stuff as well. This Chinaman told me, I said, "Oh, wow, y'all is number one, ain't y'all?" He said, Chinese, no, we don't like this. Even though we're number one, we don't like to admit that we're number one. We like to at least admit that we're number two." That's what he said. I'm like, okay, I trust what you're saying about that. Okay, got you. But there's a lot of like, seem like I don't know what's dogma that's going on between these other
Yeah.
countries, relationship we have between other countries, because Trump says I don't even know what country he was talking about, but at the beginning of his term he said there's a lot of countries that owe America money and they want their money.
Or what is the question? I think.
Right, exactly. Believe me, thank you. I want, curious minds want to know. Really, I mean, it's just like it's hard when you can't really pinpoint what the hell exactly is going on. Because sometimes I feel like I'm being deceived sometimes, most of the time. But anyway, I digress.
Nah, I think there's something to it. Again, I'll bring you back. Maybe you can look up Ayn Rand, but she was talking about it's more than like a bipartisan issue, right? It's more than an issue of politics. It's more than an issue of race. Maybe it's an issue. There's an actual something at the heart of America. Again, which makes it become this hybrid system, which of course it's gonna end up crumbling because it can't sustain itself. And the thing is, the issue at the heart of it is, you can say maybe she put it in different ways. She was talking about reason versus faith. There's that aspect of it where where it's like America is either a country of reason, a secular country, or it is, a country of faith, and it is a Christian nation or whatever. Because you have to abandon that Christian mentality. America cannot be a Christian nation because that goes against reason, and it's just going to run into problems along the way. It can't sustain itself. As a country of, like, America can justify itself by reason. The whole, we believe it is self evident that all men are created equal, right? It doesn't really say anything about God there. It just said that all men are created equal, which is true, right? So, but I've seen a lot of people like justify maybe saying that a lot of the racism was justified by the Bible, and they even try to say it like the leadership of America is justified by her Christian beliefs or whatever. And I'm saying America has to separate from that, and it's really the reason. It's all, again, we're talking about the technology. That's not faith. It's all the hard work of reason and intelligence and ingenuity that makes America great, to borrow from Trump.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's all for show, man. You're you're looked at as less than human. Something's wrong with you. You have a mental problem. Everything in the world is wrong. If your bank account is the same as your body weight, or, it's just crazy, bro. And
Yeah,
that's supposed to be
what?
that's supposed to be that's just supposed to be ongoing. Like, you know, you pass away, children come along, they do the same thing. Grandparents, I mean, it's just it's just gonna keep going on and on and on. Where does that last? I kind of have a different perspective, like I said earlier. So when I look back in history, it doesn't take me. It doesn't. I don't need a 5-year history course or just in-depth degrees from university. I can look and dialogue what happened in Europe, what happened in the Middle East, what happened in the West, how the militaries, how the economics, how the social, how the religion. They don't go together. They try to mesh them together, but they don't, and it doesn't work. History has proved it. I mean, we're in it now. We saw it, 2020. We saw it.
Well,
There needs to be some artificial.
right.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the AI, artificial intelligence. Yeah. As I understood it, that America was built on Christianity beliefs, whatever, and that what sort of corrupted everything, that they let other people plant their gods, worship their gods on this land, and that's what corrupted the land. Now that's spiritual. Don't. I just wanted to put that out there. This is a spiritual thing, But I don't. That's what I was taught.
No, we can talk about it, right? So you're saying that it was built on the spirituality of Christianity, right? And the problem is actually, I mean, what is the presence of other religions or other gods?
They let the other god worship on this land, and it could be pagan, like pagan gods, like idol worshiping on this land that was blessed. So we allowed other people with their gods, just like Solomon and married different wives from different, and he ended up idol worshiping their gods. You know what I'm saying? So it sort of corrupted the land, because how I understood is that how the people are, the land will be.
I get what you're saying. When did they start? Like, when can we see the greatness of America coming? As evident from worshiping the white Jesus, and when can we see the decline, and which corresponds to the coming of the other gods?
It depends on who's telling the story.
Yeah, yeah, I was ready to say that. You tell the story. I guess you could say that. Yeah.
So, Demi, I'm saying, like, how would you tell it?
I mean, I from a spiritual aspect, yes, it's possible. Yeah, blah blah blah. Universal laws. But I'm gonna leave it just as that. I think it's, yeah, the way it's like that. Yes, it can be changed. It can change. And it is changing. Hopefully, I just don't like the deception part. That's the messed up deal. It's deceiving us in one great deception. That's what they call it, the great deception. And it's like that's messed up. If they were purpose to make it hard for us and scramble the eggs. I call scrambled eggs. That's what they did to us in our history and who we are. They just scrambled everything all up. And it's like they know who we are, but it's up to us to find out. Some bullshit game like that. I feel that it could be taking place. I don't know. We'll see. But we're
No,
gonna
I'm
break through
saying.
regardlessly. Go ahead, talk to me.
So what I'm saying is, of course, America has a history of religion, right? Tied very deeply within it, right? But I'm saying the best parts, the parts that make America great, is the parts that cut out the religion. The reason is the part that actually made it great. When you actually look at the actual religion, what it has done, and you'll see it's actually the worst part of America. Through the religion, they justified slavery in the South, I believe, right? Through
True.
religion, like a lot of the worst part of what happens in America is due to the religion. So I just think you can do without it and stick to reason, to understanding, to universal laws.
Right. Yeah, that definitely, yeah, going that direction. Because even in the movie, is it Django?
Django.
Yes, when when that white man was whipping the slave while he was reading verses out of the Bible, really got me fucked up. Really got me fucked up. Really.
Yo, and it is a thing, right? Even in the was it 12 years of slave, 12 years a slave. It's a thing. And man, yeah, so you could so America can do without it. It actually I'm saying religion has been holding back America. The worst parts of America are actually the religious elements. I mean, you can start from there, from or even the KKK thought, they were God's people. Like all the white supremacists think that God has chosen them as a people, right? All the wars, most of the wars actually, are due to religion and religious differences. Even the proxy wars and shit like that.
Yes, I do. I believe they. Yes, horrible. And to see them lynching us and killing us or do whatever they want to do with us. There's truly no really true count of how many of us really died. It could be. It could. I think if we knew the true number, we would be outraged. But we would never know the true number. But still, I feel like it's definitely more than whatever they want to tell us. Always.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the problems that like where America has went awry and can go right, and the other thing is, and which goes hand in hand, is the individualism versus collectivism. Like again, the socialism versus laissez-faire capitalism. Like let people do their thing. Let Congress shouldn't make laws to interfere with the business. Let people just be free. Even abolish taxes. Let people contribute if that is even possible. But
Okay. Yeah, because that's something social. When you say socialism, I mean, I still think they use that to some degree. I mean, I just know the area that particular area that I'm in now. That's all. It's socialism, and when I did my research about this, because they have this particular way of just got like they can just do whatever they want to do with you. They don't want to stick a case on you. Bam. If they want to stop you over, it's like all this bullshit. And it's like, um, families. I when I researched it, it was like basically just generations of families just running the judicial, all the shit in the local town, but like the city, the little city or the county, which this is rural area. So it worked. I think they're still using that technique in some areas, like the sundown towns. That's still going on in parts of the United States.
yeah, the guys were talking about the sundown towns earlier here, right? Yeah, and then yeah, man, socialism is alive and well, and the whole thing with the like the individual is not really embraced anymore. It's like you can't be a person. You can't. You're either with them or you're with us. It's that kind of the getting to that tribal mentality.
Exactly.
It doesn't really, yeah, it doesn't matter what what your party is doing. I'm gonna ride for the party regardless. The Democrats are never gonna point out when the Democrats are doing wrong, and neither are the Republicans gonna point out when they're doing wrong. So it's just tribalism. But if it was, everybody for themselves, everybody's free to do their thing, then yeah, man, people gonna have to deal each other with. People are gonna have to have a lot more sense. But again, with the socialism thing, yeah, you're talking about on a small scale, but on a larger scale, just the fact of taking people's taxes and you controlling where it's going to be used, which programs, that's problematic.
Hello.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The currency, fiat capitalism part will never be entirely up to the people.
Mm-hmm.
So even if the people wanted peace, uh, I mean, I'm 50, so my entire life since I was born till now, there's never been peace. Whether it's America, whether it's UK, I don't know about different areas in Africa. I'm not sure about Asia, but I know in the United States, there's never been peace. It's always been constant conflict, constant anxiety, uh, rush here, anxiety here, worry about this. We have a little bit of a lull with entertainment. We went through Michael Jackson in the 80s, Denzel, the movies, sports, Michael Jordan, whatever. Okay. But even so, at the end of the day, this mandate to have to exert your physical labor, not in your middle ages, but, older, 50, 60 years old, you're still having to fucking making sure something is clicking, something is doing. And it may work for a short time, but, you know, dynamics change, the price change, people change, political parties change, things change. So if the people don't get together and say, hey, we want to make modifications and they don't have the capacity, then, the result is, what you get. You're gonna get chaos. You're gonna get wars. You're gonna get conflict. It's almost inevitable. But yeah, we'll be able to trace back to medieval times, as far back as the 7th and 8th centuries, uh, leading up to uh, the formation of how British Empire, the Arabian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, all these empires really kind of spread themselves across the globe. The French Empire, World War One, American Revolution, the French Revolution, all these revolutions uh, never ended up in terms of the citizens being the benefits. There was always some sort of primary benefit to the people that were running it after those revolutions.
Right, like it's always been like this puppet game, right? And
Yeah,
again, I have to keep referring to this book because otherwise I would just be plagiarizing. Yeah, even Ayn Rand talks about like this thread that has been running throughout history, right? And it's funny you've talked about that, right? Because again, this is with I'm talking philosophically now. I'm talking about the soul of a nation or the character of a nation that is America. Now, like you said about the Ottomans, the Romans, whatever, all these empires, they have been famous for spreading or rising through force,
yeah,
right? Alexander the Great is great because he conquered half the world by force. He actually submitted to the sword to his. But I think America was something different, and maybe I'm wrong about it. But America was an example of rising, not because of force. I don't think America, and I do think it's kind of a misconception, but it is a mixed system. But it's not really the force that made America rise. Again, what made America rise was its ingenuity, and its production. It may be forced internally. I mean, with the slavery, right? I mean, we can argue with that part, but like on a global level, it's always been about production. China right now isn't rising, isn't hasn't risen from out now because of its force on the its physical force on the geopolitical scale, like on the platform. No, it's because of the production. So what we're seeing is in history, throughout the history, there's always been a duality, good versus evil, you can say, reason versus faith. But it's also the same camp of producer versus the barbarian, we can say. To be more exact, the Iran put divides history people like into three classes, right? There's the barbarian, like the brute. There's the mystic, the pastor, the whatever, the spiritual leader, good or false, but the mystic. And there's the producer. So, and he, according to Ayn Rand, the producer is the unmentioned hero in history, like the quiet, forgotten hero in history, and the one who has been taken the most advantage of, while simultaneously being the one the other two rely on. Like the farmer, like the brute, Alexander is going around conquering with sword, but he had to rely on the farmers that he found there, what they had produced in order for him to eat. The brute depends on the producer. The mystic too, he speaks sweet words and nothingness, but he depends on the contributions from the producer. It depends on his influence on the brutes, because most of the times you'll find that the strong man is actually controlled by a mystic. There's always beside the king, there's always a, what do they call them, like a witch doctor or something like that, whispering in his ear.
Yeah, I heard you say mystic.
So
Yeah, a couple times. I'm like, okay, that's mysterious, mystic. Okay.
exactly. So the mystics, like the witch doctor, the people who talk about God and all this, the mystics, while the producer is like the farmer, the engineer, whatever, the person who deals with the harsh reality of creation, the person who actually builds, even the writer, the whatever, the person who actually produces stuff that can be used and remains. That is the smallest percent of humanity throughout history, and all of humanity we've been relying on that class. And America or any other country that got big, it only got that big because of its producers. It's never because of the brutes, it's never because of the mystics, is basically my point. So it's not the weapons that make America great, it's not the religion, it's your production. And so far right now, you've let go of that, to tell it all.
Yeah, I love the Hollywood TV. I wish I could show you some examples. But history will tell you no. America has always been by force. That's how America was founding fathers, American Revolution. It wasn't like we had empty land. Natives have been here coast to coast, from Canada all the way down to Mexico. There were already people here. It was, farms, civilizations, towns, villages. They were already here in 1492. So they had to implement force. They tried to enslave the natives. They didn't go for it. The Arabians were already involved in North Africa, whatever. Did they slide in Islam or some sort of religion over there? I don't know. But I do know over here, yes, slaves were introduced with Christianity. So it was a combination of the two. You had to get that. The Europeans were not able to physically see, hey,
I'm going to do this work myself. It's already working over here. Let's just bring it over here. So after the American Revolution, we see France heavily involved. Like I said, all the way from Madrid, Spain, all the way through, all the way up to even Moscow, Russia, all of that. France had a lot of area back in the 1700s, including over here in America. The British had the East Coast, New York City, Philadelphia, places like that, Washington, D.C. But France had the middle part, New Orleans, Chicago, Kansas City, the river, Mississippi River, that was France back in the 1700s. And it was all about force, priority, top number one. Before anything else, before production, before cotton, before U.S. Steel, before technology, it was always military. Even Thomas Jefferson, way back, early, what is that, 1802, 1803, he sent 20, that's right, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's all he could send. But he did send 20 Marines over to the Middle East for an attempt for oil early back then, dude, for trade. That's how early they wanted to do it. But obviously, Britain and France and Germany and not Germany, the Ottomans actually, they were already in control over there. So they had to build their military up for the force part, and that was the only way that they were able to expand and implement. And that's the main reason why they have their military in 161 countries now, even today. No other country on planet Earth has their own military implanted in that many countries, in that many regions. Only America does. If it was so simple, why do you have your military there? If everybody likes your products, if everybody's willing to do the right thing, or you're so great, like we try to present, why do you have your military there? The reason why you have your military there, in case it goes wrong, in case they don't do what you want them to do. Like I said, we used to threaten them. But I'm saying this is what we did. We overthrew the Shah in Iran back in '53. We got a long track record of overthrowing governments. We have no problem doing it. Even today, 2021, the CIA admitted that they had operatives up in Moscow. Go ahead.
I'm saying, but that's the again, it goes hand in hand. Again, it's a hybrid system, right?
But you can't do the production without the military, though. When you talk, I'm just speaking from America. Only from America.
No, okay.
You can have the production. Wait. You can have the production. That's fine. But if you don't use the military, if you don't have the military, production is optional. There's no way to force a customer, especially in another region when you're talking about exports, to buy. He's not going. Even if it's a good product, he may find another product. And if it's a cheaper price, or if they're getting another concession or something else with their product, they'll pay more money for the same product. If they're getting land rights, if they're getting political rights or some other type of concession deal, they don't have to worry about America. They don't have no military, so it's no problem. Boom. Yes, you must have a military in order to enforce it and make sure it keeps going. If you take away the military, you will be no good. Go ahead.
True. I wouldn't say that force has no part to play, right? I'm just saying that production is the foundation. It's all built on production. Like if you're hungry, you're not gonna go to war. is basically I'm saying. You wouldn't even want to go to trade because trade is all about excess. It's what it's what you've produced beyond what you can use is what you're gonna trade. You're never gonna trade something that you need yourself to eat, right? So it always starts with production. Now the strength of it part, of course, it's necessary. It's necessary to protect, to defend, and even to retaliate against an oppressor, right? Like somebody who wants to oppress you. But I'm still saying that misusing that strength, you're seeking, as you say, maybe to force somebody to take your deal. Maybe you're selling somebody something and he doesn't want it, and you force it upon them. That's always gonna end badly. Like when I'm speaking to you, of course it's gonna end badly. The market, the free market, is like nature. When you start tampering it with with that way, it's wrong. But of course, I'm not gonna say that the military presence isn't important. Strength is important, but the use of it is how I'm talking about. It shouldn't. You should. It should only. I remember. Okay, according to Ayn Rand herself, she talks about violence, right? In a civil society, we're under the government, and the government it's basically has the monopoly on violence. So that's why I see a thief, I'm not supposed to go beat him up. I can call the government, the police to come beat him up. So I sign away my right to violence. I give it up and I give it to the government voluntarily, and it becomes like the presider of when violence is to be used. So violence is, even in a rational world, in a world where people are reasonable, it is necessary and it is uh, permitted only when used in self-defense and only against the aggressor in that terms. But beyond that, no, I wouldn't say that in any instance that the America has used violence to beyond those terms, it hasn't actually advanced America. It has been to its detriment.
And are you trying to say like basically the basically our government we're just a bunch of bullies who lied
Yes,
to
they've been, but
yeah,
yeah,
who
but I'm
lied to
saying the
you?
bullies are not uh, what I'm saying is the bullies are not what build America. So the bullies may be loud and they may be the more visible
Oh,
ones,
so you're breaking up.
but they're not
You're
the
breaking up. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, he was breaking up. You said that they're not the bullies? We're not. It's not like the bullies.
I was saying the bullies, while they may be the visible or anything, they are not the ones who actually build society. Like, so this is what I'm saying. So there may be bullies. You may say, our leaders are, all cheaters and liars and thieves, but then they're not really the leaders. They're the puppets. The leaders are the actual people keeping you alive, and there is, and like I said, that's the producer, that's the farmers, that's the people who keep things running right, even when the people upstairs, mess up everything.
Okay, so like, is that what you mean by the production, the produce? Because you know, we got factories too. You know what I'm saying. We have factories, and we make cars too over here, and farmers grow and stuff. So they're gonna need it. Uh, Basically, it's a necessity for them to survive. Correct?
Yeah.
In this country, though, you'll see a history of the bully taking over the producer for the necessity of the bully to survive. Examples, you mentioned food production, right? In the past 100 years, some of the most popular food items was created via the military. Instant coffee, M&Ms, Cheetos. These are all byproducts of feeding your soldiers at war, created by military scientists on how to feed their soldiers quick and easy, all the way down to the TV dinner. I mean, hell, even the McRib comes from military. Yeah, I hate to say this, but military invention to feed soldiers, not to feed the people, not to innovate the planet, but to feed the soldiers so the soldiers can take over in war.
In war. Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, man. So it's a bunch of so-called alpha bullying nerds to actually make the do their homework. So yeah, so so the nerds are the real heroes in that story, but the nerd gets the shine and everything.
Yeah, I had that feeling that that could be a possibility because how things are going. I mean, even with the Iran attack, one minute it was nuclear, stuff that's going on. Next minute they didn't hit it, and I'm like, is this? And you got Trump saying, I don't know what the fuck is going on. He was saying, what president does that? And I'm like, oh my god.
Like, why don't just leave them to it then? Because America attacked Iran, right? And it's not in defense of himself. Like, he didn't get hit, America. It defense of what, Israel, right? But by his own words, Israel was disrespecting him because he said, "Oh, you have 12 hours, you have to get the peace," and they just decided to empty the clip. In the meantime, before the ceasefire, they just decided to. It's like, yeah, ceasefire. It's gonna be. So I'm just gonna empty the clip. That's how. I mean, people died, right? At the end of the day, so you bombed another country for that whole thing, wouldn't even listen to you, and creating, I don't know how much the generational trauma and future 11, God forbid, but yeah, so the violence part isn't the best part of America. Whenever it's been used beyond self-defense, it's to your detriment, to any nation's detriment, really.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, personally, I think they always come up with that story. Oh, this country has a nuclear, blah blah blah. Saddam has it, you know, s- and all these countries have these bombs, and they make an excuse to go and do what they want to do to these countries, which in return depopulates the country too, because they hitting neighborhoods, communities. They're not hitting no government buildings. They're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not hitting that. They're hitting out, and it's like, you know, I have a feeling that United States is like really under judgment because all the shit that they have done and deception and what's going on, they can't. I just feel like they're trying to keep it together, and I think it's chaos to the max. It's out of control, and that's dogma. It's dogma, and I hope it doesn't. I hope it's not that way, but it sort of seems that way. It's dogma at our expense, obviously, and other people's expenses, and the innocent.
Come on back up, Bayasa. My signal dropped too. If you're in the chat.
Yeah, what do
Oh,
you
he
think,
already up here.
Jeff?
My bad.
Yeah, I'm up here.
Yeah,
I
he on
I,
up here.
I
Yeah.
had a free moment up here and chimed in. Noticed you wasn't here, so I was just asking the chat so I didn't interrupt the panelists speaking. My bad, there.
What up, Bayasa? What up, bro?
Mhm.
Peace and honor, my friend. Peace and honor.
What do you got to say, bro? You got 2 cents. You know, put in your 2 cents.
Yeah, give me a second. I got I'm under a radio speaker right now. I really can't keep my mic open.
All right, so yeah, man. I just think in America, so the thing, I mean, we can be like talking about, or we can be talking about problems and whatnot and everything. But yeah, I think the best thing for any country to do, because I do believe like America is the leader of the free world. As far as the best system would be laissez-faire capitalism democracy, where people are free to do trade and free to associate politically wherever way they want, right? And the business isn't all up in the government isn't all up in their business and everything. And I mean, there's all these talks for, I don't know, amendments and whatnot. I do know amendments are necessary, but if you America could find a way, which I don't know how easy or difficult that would be, to decouple Congress from business, you know, like to be able to get the American away from, you know, the business, the government away from the business side. Like something like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, that is cartoonish. That is a cartoon villain. How is that also a joke? What are we doing, bro?
I mean, personally, I believe Elon Musk has more money than Trump, and it's who has more of the dollar and power. I mean, they're gonna, be a successor in a way, but I mean, it's all part of Elon's plan, basically. He's really the president. I mean, that's how I really feel. But Trump, I don't. It's all dogma. They all. It's just they're it's power driven maniacs. I mean, they said Hitler was a sociopath. I mean, they really have mental illness. That's who's running the country. These maniacs.
Exactly. Again, and I mean, everybody, you know, the people who know that, you know, Elon Musk isn't really behind any of the so-called inventions or any of the tech, you know, that is famous for and is the richest for. And again, I remember Donald Trump. He was actually, you know, he tweeted, you know, Elon is nothing but a crybaby. This was way back, right? That he's just a, you know, he's a Elon gets the, you know, he's a government check baby, basically, right? Government assistance is what is keeping Elon Musk up. And I don't know, guys, if you can actually look at, there was a Tucker Carlson Elon Musk interview, right? Because in the beginning of the election cycle, Elon Musk was for DeSantis. Even tried to launch the campaign, DeSantis campaign on X, which I think Elon Musk is the reason DeSantis lost because it was a terrible launch, right? The X kept crashing, like the program kept crashing, and this is supposed to be your presidential run. He made him look like a goof, and DeSantis was over from there. So Elon turns around and doubles down on Trump, and there's a Tucker Carlson interview with him where he basically says why he did so because he was afraid he was going to prison. Like he's done a lot of BS and you know a lot of government money and pissed off. So you know he's effed it up so much that the only way to keep out of prison was like, let me find a president who maybe will pardon. And you know he gives out checks for. He did it in front of the American, you know, the face of America and the world, and he's still here. So it's clown world.
I mean, I agree. I mean, even in the pre-election, It was sort of scary seeing Elon Musk with that damn big ass, long ass chainsaw he had. That reminded me of the movie Hostel, when they be chopping up people's limbs and shit. I ain't like that. Maybe my imagination's out there, but nah, don't nigga let me come up no stage, political stage with no damn chainsaw. You know how niggas feel about chainsaws. God, I didn't like that. I thought that was so unprofessional. It's like it's really was a circus. I'm like embarrassed, really, but it is what it is.
And I think Donald Trump is a smart guy, right? He's a sleazy guy. He's a gangster, like I said. Donald Trump is real gangster, business wise, street wise. I remember from that's how I started seeing that WWE. I remember even when he came to me as a Tanzania. I remember seeing that guy from like the Home Alone movies, from WWE, running in there with the money raining. He was fighting with, I don't know, Vince Monaghan or whatever.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. I mean, he's very
wow.
open-minded. Yeah, he's very open-minded. He's nothing like Biden, you know.
Exactly.
But huh?
Yeah, but so I'm saying, but he's very slick, like this gangster, like he's always been that guy. So he's smart. So I think he's also using Elon as a useful in a sort of way. He knows, like he already said, and all this. But it's
Yeah,
like,
your
okay,
mic
so
is
you have
messing
all
up.
this.
Your mic is messing up, honey. Okay.
You
Yeah,
hear
your
me
mic
now?
was just going in and out. Yeah, I can hear you. It was just like a little wibbly wobbly. But yeah, yeah. What was you saying again, hon?
Yeah, so I was saying, because I think it's like an echo. Do you have the echo cancellation on? But
I muted.
so yeah, so with Trump being this smart, sleazy business guy, right? And he's been in the public's eye. He knows how to deal with the public personality. He's been a public persona way, way longer than Elon, right? So I think he actually used him as a useful idiot. Bring the bread, bring all your dogma followers, right? Your Doge followers, whatever, your Silicon Valley bros, your tech bros that are gonna follow you. Yeah, bring them over to this side. Give me the votes, and then I'm gonna give you some shine. I know you want some attention, and this I'm gonna give you your attention. Yeah, you got Doge. Yeah, you can go in there and look for what did they call? What did you call it? Fraud, government fraud, and everything, and make enemies of Washington. Everybody in Washington, make them hate. Yeah, you can do that, and yeah, you can go and fire all the. I mean, so he used them to like a lightning rod to kind of get all this, and then in the end, he kicked him out. And I think Trump's actually gonna do just fine. Like his reputation wise is because people are still like the MAGA people are still with him 100% when it comes to like the Mexican thing. So some things he's gonna do himself, but like the whole, and maybe you can speak to this, Demi, but isn't there like over 100,000 black women who are fired by Elon Musk's Doge thing? Or am I wrong about it?
I have not heard of it, but if Elon Musk did it, I believe it, because I personally don't believe Trump would do that, because personally I think Trump is more prejudiced against the Latinos than he is the black people, personally. And this is because how he's running his business, how I've seen in his past business at his hotels and stuff like that, seem like he's more prejudiced against the Latinos than the black people, because personally I believe he was fucking Omarosa. That's how I feel. I feel like he was fucking Omarosa. So she fucked up and she got her ass kicked out the damn White House because she was fucking up. But I believe he was fucking her because he went to her church, Baptist church, and he was right beside that lady, right beside her, clapping. I'm like, damn. And she was like it behind the scenes. And when he first got elected, she was behind the scenes. Huh?
And I'm
Huh?
saying you saying Trump was invited to the cookouts.
Can you repeat that, please?
No, I'm asking. Are you saying Trump was at the Sunday cookout?
Basically. 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 I seen it on the news with my own eyes. I'm like, oh, that's just my own personal soap opera opinion.
Yeah. Memphis Rich in the chat saying, "Ninjas scared of chainsaws." Bro, haven't you seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Exactly. And Hostel, the movie Hostel, that shit. You're alive, and they are like taking the chainsaws and basically chopping your limbs up. Oh hell no! And that was in a foreign country too. That was not. It was like in some kind of Yugoslavia country, some shit. Yeah, you have to. Everybody have to watch the movie Hostel.
So who's Omarosa? I don't think I know her. Was she like a model?
She was on
Was bro-
You're Fired. I guess that show is it You're Fired that he was on. She was on that show. She's she's been around, but do you remember he had that show when he said You're Fired? I don't know. I never watched it, but
He was famous
she was
for
on
that
that.
one. Yeah, you're fired. The
Yeah, yeah,
Apprentice,
yeah.
right? The Apprentice.
Yeah, Apprentice. Yes. But I knew her from before when she was on MTV and stuff like that, doing little stuff. But yeah, but he yeah, she was in the background, if you haven't noticed, when he first got elected. Well, I guess when he was, working his way up. And even after he got elected on his first term, she was in the background. I seen her with my own eyes. I'm like, he's digging that. I mean, she's digging it. It has to. But something happened between their relationship that I don't know what she did something that really kicked her ass out the White House, and she never returned back. Now she's on like CNN doing shit. But yeah, yeah, you can just tell. Same as Bush with Condoleezza Rice. Now, Bush was hitting Conda. The white man love us. We are their fantasy, honey.
Yeah, bro. And by the way, first of all, there's the Trump. I think I saw Trump, like a clip of Trump. Wasn't he invited to? Wasn't he on the Fresh Prince of Bel Air?
Oh yeah, you probably seen
It's
him.
been,
Yeah, he made
yeah.
his little spots. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I think I heard of that. But he was in
Yeah,
Bobby Brown video. Oh yeah, he's very open minded. That's what I like about him. At least, I mean, come on now, Biden ain't gonna do that.
yeah, exactly. So I was just surprised when the black people started saying like, he's racist, because I can remember, in the 90s, I can remember with my vague recollection, like Donald Trump has always been like one of the coolest. A lot of rap songs and everything, not like
Yes,
Trump. They were big, but then Trump.
yes. I don't believe he's a racist. Like I said, I believe he likes black people more, the colored people, the colored Negro. How about that? Um, then something about the Latinos he just don't like. I don't think even when he's running his motel, they always heard a Latino saying that he was racist against them, and I've seen it. Actually, as a teenager, there was some shit that happened. Like he fought all the Latinos, and that they say he was prejudiced against the Latinos. But I feel like he is more than he is with the black. I mean, I experienced that in Texas. I went to Texas, um, and the white people they didn't have a problem with black people, the ones that I've met, but they didn't like the Latino. They didn't like the Mexicans. They accept me, but didn't like the Mexicans. I'm like, damn, it's like that down here. Damn.
Yeah, and I just want to add this, and then I'll leave you guys. But the whole white man being obsessed with the, Negro woman, the black woman, uh, because some people in the chat are saying like it's cap or we're reaching, but I just say one of the hottest women in like film or like pop culture was Halle Berry, and they had
Oh
her in Monsters
God.
Ball. Bro, like, why? Yo, nah. If I was a black man in America, I would fight that white man, bro. Like,
Mm-mm. Yeah, my connection went out. I kind of want to just wrap up the colonial topic in terms of political systems in which you're talking about production. I seen some comments in the chat about he's what he typed. He was tired of people complaining about the white man, find solutions, better system. The system is within self and your own ideology. It ain't up to me to find a better system for America. And it didn't start with America. The British and the French were able to move around planet Earth, with the exception of China and other parts of the South Pacific. But every place else, including America, they were able to do it based on force, using drugs, liquor, alcohol, mostly the shit that human beings didn't need. The British started with opium. They started with tobacco. America started with what? Cotton, and then eventually they switched over to liquor and alcohol. Now they got niggas strung out on fucking pills.
Yeah,
So
gambling.
combine force with drugs, you got a nation full of motherfucking dope heads and zombies. Now what the fuck do you expect to get out of that? Production? No, you don't need production. What are they going to produce? Produce what? Your labor. And that's just what's been going on for the past 200 years or more, whether it be physical labor or mental labor. So I just wanted to get that off, that this is not a concept to try to, quote unquote, make things better or judge one is good or bad. It's only good if you're benefiting more than what you're putting out. If you're putting out a little bit and you're receiving a lot, then that in most cases that's good. But for most of the average population, that hasn't been the case. A motherfucker always had to put out way more than what they receive or what they obtain. The people at the top, the elitists, like you said, in the economic system, in the political system, they always knew this. But we appreciate it, Cash. I don't know if you have to go. But we definitely gonna pick this conversation back up on the other end when you come back for another Africa update, yo. Go ahead.
I was just listening to the last crash out, bro. But yeah, man, I feel you. It is, but you gotta fight. But you gotta fight, bro. It is. I think in the end, it is individualism. It is a good versus evil. It is individualism versus collectivism. It is, reason versus faith or dogma, as Demi put it. Reason versus dogma. Sense versus blindless faith. Just following conformity or something. But yeah, man, I'm still gonna be listening from the clouds. Cheers.
All right, man. Peace.
Yeah. What you're saying, Dad, is so true. It's so true.
You should have hit
I
him with
might add
sugar and
also.
rum, Dev.
Huh?
You should have hit him with sugar and rum.
Yeah, I'm
Oh
thinking.
yeah, man. I didn't even get to that part. Yeah.
Yes, I was thinking cigarettes and gambling.
Yeah, I
Mm.
mean, I was just trying to keep it general. We'll definitely get into that whole Caribbean rum. I mean, even back over there, down in South Central and South America, uh, you can keep a motherfucker doped up. You can keep them, all lackadaisical. You can keep them buzzed up. Hey, that's been working for centuries. Why stop now?
Isn't that Bill Gates' department as far as the
No,
agriculture and stuff? No. Oh my God, why do they always put them in the farmers bullshit?
yeah, his name got thrown around a few years ago, but he really doesn't have any interest in what they're talking about. There are plenty of other men that names that don't get observed or talked about that have been doing the same exact thing with way more land, way more time, way more connections than Bill Gates. So he don't mind taking the fall for it though.
So who was the guy in the wheelchair that was all crumbled up? He passed away too. Was he a tech guy or something?
You talking about Stephen Hawking?
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, all this uh, philosophy, belief systems, hope and faith. Um, that's how the Ottomans lost their empire. They had a good 700-year run. We'll have Sabio give you the details on that. They were able to maintain their strength and power primarily through theology. They didn't really have a macro military. I mean, within their own little region in the Levant, the British and the French and the Germans, they actually got some of their combat techniques from the Ottomans, but the Ottomans weren't able to evolve and keep up with the adaptation of technology because they had oil lamps from the oil in the ground in the Middle East way back in the 700s, like 720, 740, way back then. They have been using oil for various uses in the Middle East. When it was Persia, Iraq, Jordan,